I have a message. I have a message for President Macron. Today, Israel is defending itself on 7 fronts against the enemies of civilization. We're fighting in Gaza against Hamas, those savages who murdered, raped, beheaded, and burned our people on October 7th. We're fighting in Lebanon against Hezbollah, the most heavily armed terror organization in the world, which was planning an even greater massacre than October 7th on our northern border, and that has rocketed Israeli towns and cities for nearly a year. We're fighting against the Houthis in Yemen and the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria that together have launched hundreds of drones and missile attacks against Israel. We're fighting against terrorists in Judea and Samaria who are trying to murder civilians in the heart of our cities. And we're fighting against Iran, which last week fired over 200 ballistic missiles directly at Israel, and which stands behind the 7-front war against Israel. As Israel fights the forces of barbarism led by Iran, all civilized countries should be standing firmly by Israel's side. Yet President Macron and some other Western leaders are now calling for an arms embargo against Israel. Shame on them. Is Iran imposing an arms embargo on Hezbollah, on the Houthis, on Hamas, and on its other proxies? Of course not. The axis of terror stands together. But countries who supposedly oppose this terror axis call for an arms embargo on Israel. What a disgrace. Well, let me tell you this. Israel will win with or without their support. But their shame will continue long after the war is won. For in defending ourselves against this barbarism, Israel is defending civilizations against those who seek to impose a dark age of fanaticism on all of us. Rest assured, Israel will fight until the battle is won, for our sake and for the sake of the peace and security of the entire world.
Hello. The history of the world is littered with leaders that nobody could tell to calm down. Take it easy and let us talk about it. The most horrible havoc in human history resulted from efforts to support or contain such leaders. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onuma, is on assignment. While Nigerians join others to ponder the state of the world, their lack of understanding of the state of their own country puts them at a disadvantage. Our guest today has written enough books to stop Nigerians from grumbling that nobody teaches them their history in school. Here is a profile.
Lawyer, author, publisher, and public speaker, Dele Ogun has excelled in multiple careers, significantly contributing to the legal and writing fields. In November 1969, 7-year-old Dele embarked on a nearly 7-hour journey aboard the BOAC from Lagos to London. Little did he know the challenges he would face in a new land where speaking his beloved Yoruba would set him apart. Raised in the village of Ayede in Ekiti State by his grandparents, Dele quickly adapted by winning over local boys with his football skills. After earning his LLB from London Metropolitan University in 1984 and completing his call to the English bar at the Inns of Court School of Law in 1985, he obtained an LLM in Company and Commercial Law from the London School of Economics in 1987. Dele founded Akin Palmer LLP, a London-based law firm specializing in commercial litigation and international arbitration disputes. With over 21 years of experience, he also maintains a practice in Lagos, Nigeria. In 2009, he published his first book, The Law, the Lawyers, and the Lawless, an autobiographical reflection of his journey from Nigeria to becoming a successful lawyer. His subsequent work, Ostrich Nation, Golden Jubilee, critiques Nigeria's socio-political landscape through the metaphor of an ostrich, highlighting issues such as corruption and leadership failures. In A Fatherless People, the secret story of how the Nigerians missed the road to the promised land, Dele explores Nigeria's historical evolution from British colonialism to contemporary challenges, examining how colonial powers manipulated ethnic divisions that hindered national unity. His other works include Oyinbo Came to Africa, Identify and Development, A Slave Ship Called Jesus, and the upcoming 50 Years of Briton. True to his bold mandate of saving Nigerians from Nigeria, as seen on his X page, Dele advocates for accountability and proactive governance. As a student in London, Dele Ogun worked as a security guard. Today, he is passionate about the plight of Nigeria and Nigerians and has written half a dozen books to educate Nigerians on the maladies afflicting the country.
All right. Please join me in welcoming to the show the great Dele Ogun.
Rudolph, thanks so much. I was most flattered by that introduction.
I was really impressed by the range of work you've done, and I know you are continuing to do that work. Thank you so much for doing this, and welcome.
A real pleasure.
So typically, we start the show on Sundays by looking at stories happening across the world, and especially Africa. But today, I want us to get deep into this conversation because you covered a lot in the work you've done, both in books and articles that you've been writing for many years. But the best place for me to start is I played the video at the beginning of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. So I want you to tell me, when you see the world as it is today, the crisis in Middle East and in Ukraine, what does that remind you?
Well, I mean, what it brings to the foreground immediately in the Nigeria context is this: the clash between those two faiths, the Abrahamic faiths of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. This is what was imported into the Nigerian space when Nigeria was constructed. These are imported faiths, Christianity and Islam, that have afflicted Nigerians. You often find that, if things are kicking off in the Middle East, you would not be surprised to find that it will be Nigerians, Christians, and Muslims exchanging blows over issues that don't really directly concern our people. So this is part of the legacy that we've been left with. We're almost like passengers on a sort of on a vehicle that we don't even know where it's going to. We're just at the back, wherever it goes, wherever they take us. When they have issues between themselves, we find that it impacts ourselves and our futures, and we can't continue like that.
You mentioned,
right.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that Nigerians are on different sides when you look at the Middle East. Actually, people are take it seriously, and it's based on where they were born in Nigeria, how they grew up, and that determines the position they take. So when you look at Nigeria today, based on all your studies, what do you think is the way forward? Before we go into the books, I want to know what do you think is the way forward for Nigeria?
That's a fundamental question, and the answer is actually quite simple, believe it or not. The way forward for us is the way back. You see, we've been led up an alleyway by those who I call the colonial confusionists, who came into our space when our forefathers were minding their own business. We had our governance systems, we had our way of life. We were minding our own business. They came to us, we didn't come to them. They came to us and brought in these external influences on a faith level, on a corruption level, because believe you me, the origins of corruption were imported. We've been left to believe that and I hear some of our so-called educated people almost raining curses on themselves and ourselves, suggesting that when we were designed by our creator, that we were designed deficiently, that the problem is our people and our mindsets need to change. That's the kind of stuff that I hear. Whereas the reality is that from the get-go, when they came in, all these sins that we encounter now is like a virus. It was all brought in. The bribes, the violence, the death, the greed, every single aspect of it, without exception, was all imported. But because we never understood the genesis of these issues, we almost just took a snapshot, like a still camera, a still photograph, seeing the condition as is, rather than a video that will explain how it started. So my answer in terms of the way forward for us is to retrace our steps. As the conversation continues, I will explain, I've explained it in some of my discussions, that I call it the Orange Union, because Nigerians want to be together. But the real issue is, what kind of union? Is it the one that was imposed by these colonial confusionists that we've been running with for the last so-called 64 years of independence, where we've been running in circles, dribbling ourselves? They're supposed to be teammates. Or is it one that we're going to fashion for ourselves, that we're going to sort of remake in our interest, rather than the one that they left us with to be managing in their interests? So I call it the Orange Union. I think several people have heard me speak about it. You only need, it's really very simple. It's an engineering concept. The orange, nature is a wonderful designer. Sometimes the solutions are just staring you in the face. Look at that orange. In its roundness, its unity, its union. The skin wraps us all, protects the softer inside. But peel the skin. What do you see? You see the segments, each defined in their own space, self-contained, but together, forming the union. Nature's other design, God's other design, is a human hand. Together is a union, forceful, powerful. But you can't be creative if your fingers are always clenched in a fist, which is what they've left us with. It's just like a club. You're club-handed. But open it up. See the dexterity. Each is capable of doing its own thing. That is the engineering redesign that Nigerians have to engineer for themselves, instead of running with this dead horse that we've been running with for the last 64 years.
All right. You mentioned going back. Let's try. I want you to give us a small summary of how it will look like going back. By that, I mean go back all the way before the explorers came to Africa. Because
but the reality,
most of our people don't know. They don't know that we don't even remember the story of how Africa was, sub-Saharan Africa, before they came. So what was it like?
Well, see, the reality is that the borders are all still there. All the infrastructure of how we were is there. Our languages are still there. Our cultures are still there. Our value systems, scratch beneath all the greed and the corruption. Those value systems, you still find them in their villages, in the remote. Maybe the city people become more contaminated than the rural people, but they're still there. So as we were contented people. Nature had been kind to us. What were we struggling for? Is it more yams? We had all that we needed. That's why they came. This is what we're going to get our minds around. They came because we had so much. If we had nothing, they wouldn't have come. So it was all there. We didn't need more land because we hadn't exhausted the land that the Almighty had bequeathed to us. The resources had not been exhausted. And because each ethnic group had what it needed to sustain itself, there was no drive like they had in Europe to be conquering each other's land and invading and raping and pillaging. That was their way of life. It was a product of their geography. That's what made them so hard and steely inside, because it was always a struggle for survival. Our way of life was much more in tune with nature. We were not at that point. So the way back is not that distant. All that we have, including the funny wigs that our lawyers wear, is just, you only need to toss it away. Have the courage to be yourself. Allow the brain that's been given to us, allow it to function. Release it from captivity. It's a state of arrested development that we're in. And we've lost the confidence because the lazy amongst us, they just want to be cruising and chilling. It's time for the intellectually confident to step forward. That's the way forward.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me quickly get to the period of slavery, the slave trade. We know that the Arabs came more than 1,000 years. They were involved in slave trade through mostly North Africa to East Africa. But the one that the Europeans did, going to the Americas and back to Europe, how did that impact Africa?
Well, yeah, it's a very good question. And it's something that I cover in a slave ship called Jesus, because you see, they sell the narrative that we were enslaving ourselves, that what they brought here was nothing new. It's a gross lie. You see, language, all human language is imperfect. And when you talk about a slave, what do you mean by that? Because the way that they were enslaving themselves, I'll come back to that with evidence. The way they were enslaving themselves was not the way, if you want to use the word slavery, it wasn't our way. The enslaved, maybe in a conflict between one ethnic group or another, somebody, rather than kill them, they surrender. And you're almost like your domestic servants. It is not the dehumanization of the transatlantic slave trade. That was not our way. Ours, the enslaved, was part of the community or part of the household. It was not unique because in Roman times, the enslaved similarly were part of the community. And you read stories of those who have risen to become generals in those Roman societies. What they brought was a new kind of slavery, which was ruthless, it was brutal, it was driven by greed and a desire for maximum profit. whereby people were worked to death, beaten to death. Their lifespan was often 5 to 7 years because they relied on a resupply and a restocking. This was industrial slavery. In the same way as you're running a factory and you're pouring raw materials in, and you've got your stock of raw materials to fill up when the existing one runs its course. That is what they brought to us. I always explain to people that the imperfection of language is such that my grandfather was a farmer. He just had a hoe. But Montasso, the American farming conglomerate, that's a farmer as well. So when you say there was slavery, what kind of slavery are you talking about? Is it the same? Because some of us are lazy intellectually. We don't dig into the issue. My father with his hoe, yeah, he was a farmer. There's farming and there's farming. There's slavery and there's slavery. Now, here's what a lot of people don't know. When they say that we were selling our own people, as if, where were we keeping these slaves? Where's the buildings where we sort of held them? If that was an established enterprise. Whereas what they did, they brought their own experience, where what they started with was raiding on the coast, kidnapping and sailing off with our peoples who they could kidnap. And where did they get that experience from? They got it from back in the day in Europe, in Britain, because the Vikings were used to raid the coasts of Britain and steal people on the coast and sail off with them and sell them. It was 1066, the Norman invasion of England. That is when William the Conqueror abolished slavery in England. 1066. They were selling their own people. I told an English friend of mine at dinner last night, he was absolutely shocked. He didn't know about it. Yet he had studied Norman history. Do the digging. So we've got to be careful with the narratives. There's a narrative is so powerful. It shapes your identity because it shapes your confidence. And if you swallow the narrative that other people push about you, it will decimate your confidence. That is why I write.
All right, very good. I like that. But let me ask you. So after that period, they now came back to look for because they couldn't take people anymore. They came back to look for minerals and look for other things they could get from the African continent, and that led to the need to basically take land. And in the case of Nigeria, they did what they did in most African countries, which was to get them, most leaders they have there, maybe kings and obas, to sign treaties. And you described in Fatherless People how they did that. There was this fascinating story about Lagos, the Oba of Lagos, and what happened to him, and how they made him sign things that can you tell the story briefly?
Well, the important thing for people to understand is the close proximity between colonization and abolition of slavery. In one moment, they like us to believe that they had a moral turnaround and realized that slavery was immoral. And the next thing is the immorality of colonization. How does that work? What they did was to use the cover of abolition of slavery, the cleaning up of their mess, when they were now forced to end the evil of slavery and the slave trade. And in the book, I explained that it came from Haiti. It came from the Africans in Haiti and the Africans in America. So now, using the cover of abolition, they now started grabbing territory. So in the case of Kosoko, they'll say that, oh, he's refusing to give up slavery. That's how they're rationalizing the takeover. We got to remove him. And this is how so many of our leaders, so many of our kings, right across the territory, this is what Goldie was doing. You either played his game or you were killed or deposed.
Can you also talk about, because many things came together at the same time. So the British were coming in, and already the Arabs were coming down from North Africa down towards Nigeria, what is called Nigeria today. How did they meet, and how did they interact?
Well, there's a deeper aspect to this thing, which comes through more clearly in the new book that will be out in December. You see, there was a long-standing special relationship between Britain and the Caliphate. And when I say the Caliphate, I'm not talking about the Nigerian Caliphate. I'm talking about the head Caliphate. Back then, it was the Ottomans. It was what we now know as Istanbul, but then was Constantinople. And it was born out of their mutual hatred for the Pope and the Catholics. My enemy's enemy is my friend. And so in circumstances where you had a divide between Islam on the one hand and Christianity, back then, all were Catholic. So that was the divide. What then happened was that Henry VIII needed his divorce. The Pope refuses him his divorce. And what does he do? I call it the original Brexit. He parachutes out of the Catholic faith and takes his people along with him. And England now becomes Protestants. Now he's the enemy of the Pope and Catholicism. And now there's a unity of interests between Anglican England and the Caliphate in Constantinople, the Ottomans. And it was during the reign of Queen Elizabeth I that the formal alliance was formed between the British and the Caliphate. And that alliance, that special relationship, has continued ever since. So at one level, you'll think that their interests are going to clash, because now all are set on a grab, territorial grab, as empires are being constructed. So the Arabs want some of the action, the Europeans want the action, and Africa is the place that they're converging on. But keep in mind, there's a reason why when the British left, what they did was to empower the local caliphates, as against what you might have expected, empower those who they had Christianized. But this is all part of the geopolitical game. One needs to understand how the game is really played. And sometimes the waters run very, very deep indeed.
All right. Quite fascinating. Let me get back to the issue of how they were able to penetrate most of Nigeria. They used indirect rule in the northern part of the country. And because it suited their structure, the structure they had where they're coming from, I believe. But when they came to the south, it was different. And you wrote in the book that they used the seats, they deposed kings. Sometimes they offer them pension, and just because of pensions, they will, give up and write letters and saying we are giving everything. We know that. Did they write those letters that were in the book, or was it just that it was written for them? Did they know what was there, what they were writing?
Well, you see, these were bribes. They'll call it annuity, but these were bribes. They were, so the strategy in the north was different from the approach in the south. That's what I explained in the book. And the reason was simply a product of geography and experience. In the south, it was colonization by stealth, softly, softly. Trade relationships, missionaries, get close to them, identify the sources of power, win their confidence, and then when the time comes, decapitate them and take over. But the physical violence was always the last stage. If they found a ruler, traditional ruler, who was sufficiently compliant, that was great. If they didn't, they'll take their time, build a relationship, and then depose them or remove them. The reason why it was softly, softly in the south was because of the terrain, the forested terrain. You see their attitude in modern wars. They don't like losing their troops. You can understand a body bag is going to go back. And if they had to fight their way into southern Nigeria with the forests, it didn't matter what weaponry advantage they had, it would have been a bush war. And you know, Vietnam, there's a classic example, but they had had the direct experience, I say. They had the direct experience because they had been defeated by the Africans in Haiti. When they tried to invade Haiti, they lost 43,000 troops, the British Army. And that's why Haiti was able to declare independence on 1st of January, 1804. So with that experience behind them, when it now came to taking over southern Nigeria in the rest of the 1800s, that experience was very much in their minds. They were not going to attack full frontal. The north was different because of the terrain, the savanna, open fields. And so by the time 1884, the Maxim gun had been invented, Berlin Conference. By the way, the 140th anniversary of the opening of the Berlin Conference of 1884 is 15th of November this year. The closing of the conference was 26th of February, 1885. So the closing of the conference, where they sat down to decide between themselves that rather than fight how we're going to share this bounty, this territory called Africa, is 26th of February, 1885. That's when the conference closed. So by the time the conference closed, the Maxim gun had been invented. And given the rate of firepower in an open field, they knew that conquering the Sokoto Caliphates, the Sokoto Empire, was going to be easy. And it was easy. Sokoto went down within 24 hours. They even had more trouble with the Zulus in southern Africa than they did in northern Nigeria. And so this is the historical background to what then evolved. And as a result, having their strategy was always, it's like boxing. You knock your opponent down, you knock him out, you pick him up afterwards. And they'll conquer the Boers and then pick them up and adopt them as their partners on the ground. They conquer the Fulani and then pick them up and adopt them as their partners on the ground. This is how the imperial game was played.
I found it fascinating when it came to the Yoruba land, how they watched the different ethnic, different tribes. You call them tribes, 21 tribes.
Those are the tribes proper.
Yeah. I was surprised actually. And then they watched them fight the Great Yoruba War. And at the end, they now went in and took control. It isn't that wonderful, you know?
Well, you put it mildly when you say watch them fight. It's like America is watching Russia and Ukraine fight. is a proxy war. It wasn't just fighting. They were supplying the weapons. They were supplying the weapons to both sides. Again, it was driven by the experience in Haiti that we're not going to fight our way in to Yoruba land. What was going to be done, you supply weapons, proxy wars. Just the other day, 23rd of September, is when we Yoruba peoples were celebrating the Yoruba National Day. That 23rd of September, the day comes from the peace treaty that was signed on that day, brokered by the British. But before anybody starts clapping enthusiastically to say, there you are, it was brokered by them at the point when they say, okay, we're ready to take over. They had allowed the fighting to continue. They had supplied the weaponry. 16-year-long civil war. That's why you don't find the equivalent of Yoruba, the equivalent of the Zulu War against the British. Remember, there were 2 rounds of that Zulu War.
Mm-hmm.
You don't find the equivalent as far as Yoruba land is concerned, because they knew that at that point we were fairly well armed and that they were not going to fight their way in. And it was done by proxy war. In fact, there was one letter where Alaafin wrote to the Queen, obviously via Downing Street, and Alaafin pleading for British intervention to end this war that had been going on. At that stage, it had been going on for something like 14 years. And the response that came back was, let them fight a little bit longer. And so that's why it was a cakewalk to pick up the Oyo Empire. I mean, and they spin the narrative. This is what I talk about narrative. They spin the narrative that the Yorubas don't fight. Yet it was the Yoruba army that they used in the conquest of Sokoto, Yoruba and Hausa, that they used in the conquest of Sokoto. So my people, what I say is this: we've parked our brains for too long. We really need to, that engine, you know, powerful engine, we need to start it up.
Now, let me ask you about Benin Kingdom. They fought them. They fought the British. How did that turn out?
Yeah, what the British did, again, it was all parts of, this was the closing stages when they're building the empire, the late 1880s, 1890s. They developed the relationship first, softly. So they're going in, they're letting, hiding their intent, hiding their weaponry. And on that particular occasion, they decided off their own back that they're going to go and visit the Oba of Benin. The Oba sends instructions saying there's a serious festival taking place, a religious festival, doesn't allow strangers and foreigners into the land. They ignored that and decided to try and sneak their way in, hiding their weaponry. And the first group of them were wiped out. And of course, when that happens, you've provoked the attack. That's what they were saying. You've provoked the attack. And so what they did, they sent in the British Navy, in fact, sent in from South Africa, where they had been facing the Zulus, sent them in. And of course, the imbalance of weaponry is such that, again, by that time you've got Maxim gun. The imbalance of weaponry is such that the people of Benin didn't really stand a chance. But this is the true story that our people really now need to. We've been, not because we didn't want to know, but because they didn't want us to know. So these things were never taught, whether by them, and you can understand that. Why are they going to teach it? They're going to sell you the narrative that, you know, you guys were killing yourselves and eating yourselves. You're all cannibals and killing yourself at every opportunity. Somebody just wakes up and doesn't like the look of you and just kill you. That's how you were living. And then we came along and we're going to civilize you. Yeah. And I remind our people that so many more have died since they came to civilize us than we're dying, but through anything that our peoples were doing.
Now, when they got to the east, it was a different approach. Can you tell us what happened in their
Again, in the east, the attack on the Arochukwu was, I think it was 1902. Again, it was similar. They because the Igbos were not coastal peoples, it was the coastal peoples who got the first kiss from these sea-bound people, and so that's where the interaction was coming from. And then it was 1902 that they were now ready to take on the Arochukwu kingdom. Again, the narrative that was used was they are indulging in slavery, and they refused to give it up. And that was the cover story that they used to now attack Igbo land. And following the attack, because Igbo land is structured differently, in the sense that they didn't have their kings and the obas, the equivalent of the sultans that they found in the north, because that's the structure that they like. There's a top-down structure. You control the top, and therefore you control the bottom. With the Igbo governance structure being much more democratic with a small d, such that it was flatter. They then proceed to create warrants chiefs, right, left, and center. There's a warrant chief. Is a warrant that's issued, making the person a chief. That's what makes them a chief, a warrant chief. And those ones start behaving as if they are chiefs. We still have some of the jokers today, not just in the East, right across the board, plain chiefs, plain leaders, plain monarchs. Every part of the country, what you're observing is a masquerade. All those occupants of this office or that royal office, etc., they've been hollowed out, because those who were kings back then, those who were leaders back then, were the warriors who fought for their people. Now they're the managers who stand against their people. And that was as a result of the re-engineering of everything across the Nigerian estate.
All right. Before we get to today's Nigeria, I want us to maybe touch on how it shaped, how the British shaped what we see now. Let's look at, so they had the governor generals when they unified the country, North and Southern protectorates, and they had Lugard was the first governor general. Then the idea of North and South, how did it come about? Because most of our people don't know how it came about, that it was intentional to pitch one against the other. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, very intentional. And the new book makes this a lot clearer, because the new book is again the story of Nigeria from the beginning up until now, but using a different lens. Fatherless used a narrow lens, so it's focusing on the events on the ground in Nigeria and the characters, the personalities on the ground. This new one, Culprits, uses a wider lens. And with a wider lens, you are seeing the making of Nigeria by those out here who made it. And so, coming to your question about the North and South, this is how it was made. And it was deliberate. You see, the Royal Niger Company, led by Goldie, was signing these treaties of protection with started working from the coast and working its way up. And those are the Christianized parts of Nigeria as we know it today, right up to the Middle Belt. So wherever the government was going, the missionaries were following them. And so that's how you find the Christianized parts of the Middle Belt, etc., or those Adamawa areas. Now, the British experience was that governance, when you have aliens governing a land, you need division. And the ultimate division is religious. So they needed an Islamic element, which they didn't have up to that point. Royal Niger Company, these are their people, they're Christians, etc. The missionaries that they brought in is all Christians. So it's building up. But the main character in the new book is a chap called Joseph Chamberlain. He was the father of Neville Chamberlain, the prime minister at the time of the Second World War. He focused these sites on the Sokoto Caliphate, the Sokoto Empire as it existed. Now, if you go, those of you at home, you pull up the map of West Africa, what you will see is that Nigeria stands taller than the neighboring countries like Republic of Benin. You go across to Ghana, you go across to Togo, and on the other side go to Cameroon. It's that rooftop area. That area is the area that Joseph Chamberlain went out of his way at the threat of war against the French to seize and to bring into the Nigeria that they were making. And the treaty that they signed with the French, because the French were saying, this is our area. That area was supposed to be part of Niger, French Niger. But because Chamberlain was determined to have that Islamic mix, Islamic Christian mix, in order to create the, if you like, the permanent indigestion that will mean that we will all be looking to the British. That's at the threat of war with the French. And how he secured that was a treaty of 14th of June, 1898, whereby the French agreed to surrender their claim for that area in return for the transfer of Madagascar. So the British released all their interests in faraway Madagascar. And Madagascar is bigger than Britain. Released their interests in Madagascar in order to get that extra slice. And that's this area represented by Sokoto, Zamfara, Kano, Yobe, Bono, right across there. That is the penthouse that Chamberlain insisted upon in order to make Nigeria as he wanted it. That's how you created your north-south divide. Because without that area, what they had was a Christian pagan Nigeria. But with their experience from India, where Hindus and Muslims had been at each other's throats. So it was a deliberate move to import and embed that conflict. This is what we've been told.
Wow. Now, there is this guy, Sir Bernard Bodleian, who was Governor General from 1935 to 40. What role did he play? Because most of us know the street's name, but we didn't know, most people do not know who he was.
All you rich boys, you all know Bodleian, don't you? Yeah, you know very well.
The only thing I know about that is that that's where our president used to
live. Indeed. And when you remember that name, after this program, you understand that that's the roots of the poison that they poured into the Nigeria space. So I've explained the north-south, the Christian Muslim divide. Now, Bodleian went further because this was in preparation now for departure, because they didn't want to leave. It's very important. You read the books, you understand the real reason for decolonization. They did not want to leave. So, but they needed to make sure that the keys were handed over to their chosen ones, which was the caliphate. And the only way to secure that was to make sure that there was division in southern Nigeria. So the southern Nigeria, as I said before, the Madagascar swap, southern Nigeria, the southern parts, they had unified only in 1906. They unified Yoruba land. That was called the Lagos colony. It was the island plus the Yoruba mainland. That was the Lagos colony. 1906, they merged that with the southern Nigeria, the east. And then by 1939, Budilong, unilaterally, without consultation with anybody, there had been no conflicts between east and west in the south, now partitioned southern Nigeria. And this was the genesis of this legacy that we have today, where Igbos and Yoruba youth who don't understand what they're talking about are scratching each other's eyes out, not failing to understand that this is precisely what Budilong, on behalf of the British, wanted to engineer, such that there'll be no unity in the South that would allow their chosen ones in the North to forever rule. That is the simple, straightforward explanation of what happened on April Fool's Day, 1939. That's when he partitioned it. He's telling you that you guys are idiots. And some of our people are saying, yeah, I'm a happy idiot. That's why I wrote Ostrich Nation. We behave like ostriches. We bury our heads in the sand. We must raise our heads. We must seek knowledge and seek understanding, because every problem can be solved once you understand it. But we have not pursued understanding. We get emotional. You can't afford to be emotional in the game of development. The countries that are really grown up, they look at the world as it is, not as they wish it to be. We need to open our eyes more and really take on the challenges.
Now, let's get to, look at time, I'm worried. Let's get to the people who fought for independence. How were they used? Did they know that they were being used by the Europeans, the British?
Some knew that they were being used, because they're always weak ones amongst us. Even today, you see it. The Yorubas are not physically there, but there are still those who like the easy life. They want the easy money. They want the praise and glory, and they lend themselves for use. Again, as part of the agenda of making sure that when they passed the ball, when the Americans were the ones who forced the British to let go to the extent that they let go. They haven't let go completely, as I make clear in the new book, but to the extent that they were letting go, they wanted to hand over to their chosen ones. They called it partnership. And in order to achieve that, they had to work through some of the Nigerian political actors. And those ones, unfortunately, some of them were vulnerable. And the main one that I identify in A Fatherless People is the great Azikwe himself. Brilliant mind, academically. Everything was going fine. And this story comes from his own autobiography. So you can go and verify it there. He then falls on hard times in America when he's trying to get a job back in colonial Nigeria. The problem is he's read the most dangerous subjects. He read political science. And this is colonial Nigeria preparing to pack their bags in principle. And he read that subject in the first rebel country, the United States of America. He himself said the scar of 1776 was written across his forehead that he came to realize. And they blocked all his job opportunities. They left him in a situation of desperation. That's when he became vulnerable and exposed. That's when they took hold of him. And he, in the book again, he says he made a resolution that from this point on, he's just going to enjoy life. And this was what they were able to exploit. But he was not the only one. He was not the only one at all. In the new book, there is, I tell the story of a lawyer, H.O. Davis, one of the nationalists, as a book that he wrote before independence. He wrote it, it was at Harvard, 1959. That new book, that book that he wrote, Nigeria, The Prospects for Democracy. A title with real portent. The Prospects for Democracy. Writing in 1959, Harvard, which said that the tendency was for the parliamentary system to be withdrawn by military intervention. And after a period of military intervention, to switch over to the presidential system, because the presidential system was more suitable for newly independent countries emerging from colonial rule. What happened in Nigeria?
Wow. So was that book published?
Yes, of course it was published. And in fact, the credit goes to his son, a good friend of mine, Tumi, who brought the book to me and said, with families say, only you can decipher what this book is saying. So I read it, and there it was. it was all laid out there. So this is why, when you ask, going back to your opening question, what is the way forward? With this new that's coming out, it'll be released on the 7th of December. We will now understand two fundamental things. We did not make Nigeria. Secondly, we the people, have never made any of Nigeria's constitutions. In fact, Nigerians really weren't involved. Whether it's the Independence Constitution, whether it's the 1979, contrary to all the lawyers, F.R.A. Williams and all the rest of that, contrary to that, it wasn't your doing. 1999 Constitution, that was the ultimate 419 exercise. That you now see that as Davis's book, H.O. Davis's book, it was all pre-scheduled, pre-planned, orchestrated, and you've just been dancing the jig that somebody had scripted for you. So now is the time, now that we would know, now that the story will be out, is now time for us, the thinkers, to now reshape Nigeria. As I said, the fingers, we want to be together, but you can't be creative if your hand is always like this. We've got to, it just requires the appliance of science, creative thinking to open it up. Still a hand, still together, but now each with their flexibility can do their own thing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Can you talk a little bit about Ahmadu Bello and the role he played and how he was used too by the British?
Well, Ahmadu Bello actually, in fairness to him, he didn't want anything to do with Southern Nigeria. He did not want one Nigeria. He was not a one Nigerianist. He was content with what the caliphates had got for themselves in northern Nigeria. He actually didn't want to go into politics. It was the British, the then Lieutenant Governor of northern Nigeria, Brian Sherwood Smith, was the one who pushed Sadana into politics, because Sadana only wanted to be the Sultan. But Sherwood Smith, because the British, after the conquest of the Sokoto Empire, it had become the British Empire in Sokoto. So they were the one allocating the roles. And Sherwood Smith blocked him from being Sultan. And as I said in the book, the actual Sultan, who was his cousin, ended up living a long life. And because Ahmadu Bello had been pushed into the politics, he ended up being killed and living a short life. No doing of his own. But as a new book makes clear, he was taken out deliberately as part of the process of re-engineering the Sokoto Caliphate, which process had started in 1906. The British, via Lugard, were shifting the seat of the Caliphate from Sokoto to Katsina. This is why now the major players you find, the El Rufais, the Buharis, etc., the Hassan Katsina, who was the governor of northern Nigeria. It's all the Katsina axis. This was all part of the new British Caliphate. So Sadana had served his purpose in terms of being the political figurehead around which the British were able to rally the North in terms of taking the baton. But he, having been used thus far, was now disposed of and dispensable. And such that the coup that's blamed on the Igbos, again, it's all narrative. Says an Igbo coup. Well, read the books and you see the evidence that it was no such thing. It didn't just happen, as H.O. Davis's book helped me to understand. That all that unfolded had been long foreseen and indeed planned.
What about Obafemi Awolowo? Where was he in terms of understanding the British plan, especially with southern Nigeria?
Yeah, he was the closest to understanding them. He understood. They didn't like him. They didn't like him at all, simply because they knew that he knew their game and could not be trusted with power, because their plan was to hand over without handing over. So the last person you're going to give it to is Awolowo. So you will strategize to block him from power. And then what they did was to go further, because he, having been locked up on false treason charges, in order to enable the pulling of the plug on the first outing in independence, the declaration of the state of emergency on the 29th of May 1962, to pull the plug out of the government of the Western region. And it was that chaos, it was the crisis in the Western region, the virtual civil war in the Western region, that was the backdrop to the coup. My Yoruba people, I tell them directly that how did the Wetie end? It was the coup that you say is the Igbo coup that ended Wetie, the virtual civil war in Yoruba land. And Awolowo was imprisoned. Him and Enahoro were in jail. So that's how they were not eliminated, assuming it was the plan to eliminate him. I don't think it was. When I analyzed the whole, I don't think it was. But what they then did, the Biafra War then happens on the back of that, as part of this process of transitioning from the parliamentary system to the presidential system. Now, during the war, they have got an eye on post-war planning. They've got to rope Awolowo into they've got to get the Yorubas against the Igbos. So initially, at the outbreak of the war, it was North versus East fights. The Yorubas were not involved, but they needed to be dragged in onto the federal side to make sure that the Southern Alliance is not rebuilt post-war. And to make sure of that, Awolowo is part in the Ministry of Finance. Enahoro, the Edo man, is part in the Ministry of Information. Both of them are having to defend the war, the federal war against Biafra. And then policies like starvation, blockade, are deployed in this war against Biafra. But as the new book explains, the narrative that it was our Lord, the wicked fellow who did it, is all exposed in the new book. We now know where the precedent came from, and I identify exactly where the precedents were taken from that were then used. But these ones haven't been parked in these ministries. You've got to do your job, as it were.
All right. Just to announce that for our viewers who may want to join us to be able to have an interaction with our guests, we'll open it up in a few minutes, but we want to get to the present moment. So the military came in, and you mentioned that there were 3 military officers who were responsible for the structure, the country that we have now. You mentioned Obasanjo, Abacha, and I think Babangida. They were the 3 that played a role in what we have today. What did they do?
Well, they were like all of these actors. They've been puppets in a big pantomime exercise. They themselves do not understand the role that they were playing. It's almost like an actor. You get your script, but you don't understand the person who wrote the play is not the one that the people are seeing. You're just seeing the actor. So in, I think it was the book, in actual fact, it was the first book, The Law, the Lawyers, and the Lawless, that I first highlighted how Obasanjo was brought back to power. He had been military ruler in 1976 following the assassination of Murtala Muhammad. And then we roll forward in this Nigerian movie. You roll forward to the June 12th crisis. You have the standoff between Abacha of the North and Abiola in the South, in circumstances where Abiola had won that election and then the North veto it. And Abacha is looking to succeed himself. All the 5 political parties he's approved, he's got them to nominate him as their sole candidate. So they're looking to convert him from military ruler to a civilian ruler. And when I say they, I mean America, Britain. That's who I mean by they. They're testing the waters. They had done it with Jerry Rawlings in Ghana. They had done it with Museveni in Uganda. He's still there. And they were sampling the waters, whether they could get away with it as far as Abacha was concerned. Now, when it got to the point where it couldn't fly, what they did, and it was the Americans, they took out both of them, Abiola and Abacha. Took them out within a month of each other. But who were they grooming to bring in, to fill the void, to hold the stage? It was Obasanjo they were bringing in. And that's how he came in 1999. And so this is what I mean by when I say that we appear to have been in control, but all these actors, they've just run into a script. Think back to that H.O. Davis's book, where it said it. Withdraw the parliamentary system, either by one-party rule or military intervention, and then come back with a presidential system. And that is precisely how it played out.
Before we go further, I want to take you back to the first coup. that was essentially planned in Ibadan by Ifajana and group. What do you know about that coup, the planning, and why some people are saying that if they hadn't succeeded, that there was another one coup that was said to happen in July that actually happened later on. What do you know about the first coup in terms of the planning and what was the goal?
Well, first of all, I wasn't part of the planning, but on the basis, just want to reassure your viewers, but on the basis of my research and the evidence that's come through, it is this, that you see, we lose sight of the fact that the head of the army, head of the Nigerian army, on day one of independence, that'll be 2nd of October, or was it 1st of October? Choose whichever. 1st of October 1960. Day one, the head of the Nigerian army was a British guy. He was a British Major General. And even when his term of office came to an end in 1962, he was replaced by another British Major General. That one's name is Welby Everard. That one was head of the Nigerian army until February 1965. So all the players in that coup were under this British Major General. He then leaves the stage 11 months before that first coup. And interestingly, all the coup plotters were the first set of graduates in the Nigerian army. Somebody didn't want those graduates in the Nigerian army because they all ended up being eliminated. Even the one that wasn't involved, according to all the material that I've read. Victor Banjo, he has a graduate in mechanical engineering. Brilliant mind. Wasn't involved, but rope him in. And they get imprisoned in the East. Somebody knows what's going to happen next. Because, of course, under the cover of war, one way or the other, they all get eliminated one by one. And then even Ojukwu, the war happens. The way he exits, I hear some people say, oh, he ran away. Yeah, the cowards, he ran away. Even his exit was staged. It was in the book from Harold Wilson, was the British Prime Minister during the war. In the new book, the chapter dealing with the Biafra War is titled Harold Wilson's War, because it was his war. He was the one that got them to scrap the Aburi Accord. He was the one
What got them? What do you mean by them? Who are the them?
Oh, the Aburi Accord.
I know the Aburi Accord. Who are
Yeah.
the them that he got to? You mean Gowon?
Yes.
Was it
When
Gowon?
Gowon came back
Mm-hmm.
After the Aburi Accord, the agreement that had been brokered when the Africans were left to themselves, they all saw sense and agreed, return to the status quo ante. No war. Everybody shook hands. They drank champagne. Everybody went home. Gowon gets back home. All of a sudden, the deal is off. And the next stage is war. It's like the equivalent of the Minsk agreement.
Why would the British? Sorry, why would the British want that to be the case? They wanted.
Should I say you got to read the new book? It's all there.
all right. That's
so I should give it to you briefly. Britain was broke. Harold Wilson's Labour government that came in 1964 was financially desperate. War, you make money, especially if you're supplying all the weaponry. Yeah. And the actual way that Ojukwu left Wilson, the beauty of living in the West and their approach to history is that they write everything down. It's there for us to discover. He wrote it in his memoirs that it told Gowon. Gowon is still alive. Yeah.
And he's in London. He's there.
Send this to him.
He lives there now.
Yeah, well, send it to him. That Dele Ogun said Harold Wilson wrote in his memoirs that he told you, Gowon, that in the event of victory, allow the colonel to slip through your fingers to safety abroad. That is what is in Wilson's memoirs. And over to you, General Gowon. True or false? Let's hear it from you. So the whole thing was scripted. We Nigerians have been played against each other. You know, I'm not anti any group of Nigerians, whether north, south, east, or west. I'm pro our people. And I'm very much pro a new way forward, which we engineer for ourselves, as I keep returning to the Union of the Orange, where each ethnic group will have its own space, but not too small to have your own space within the new union. No more of these artificial states. And in fact, I hear talk that they want to go back to regionalism. They want to go back to the 1963 Constitution. Wasn't the 1963 Constitution that got us where we are? When the center simply said, oh, we're declaring a state of emergency in the Western region. And that led to Wetie, the Civil War, etc. You know what, you want to be taking us round in circles, round and round, until we're dizzy? Is that the plan? No, the new generation has a greater vision for our people.
Now, hold on, let me go back, because now that you're saying this, the way it happened in Nigeria, if you look at Congo, which had that experience with the Belgians and what they did to Lumumba, where Lumumba was not like any of our leaders during independence. Probably that was a factor in how our own leaders were reacting to the British. Do you think so?
Not really, in the sense that because the plan was to let go without letting go. So they were choosing, and they're very good. It's like an interview. You go, you know, you're running a business and candidates come, and what are you doing? You're assessing them for their suitability for the role that you have for them. And if you have the ones who are independent in thought and are truly on the side of their people, you're not going to reject those candidates. You're going to block them, or you're going to eliminate them. Just a tough game. Then you're going to have the other ones who would just be so grateful that you're making them commander-in-chief. They said, okay, which way do you want me to go? And they'll be so great because they couldn't get there on their own merits. We see a lot of it, even in modern politics. Those whose ambition outstrips their ability, they will say anything, they'll do anything in order to get into those positions that they could not get to on their own merits. And so therefore, the name of the game, and you've got to give credit to these European powers, they're drawing on years of experience. They know what they're looking for. So therefore, the kind who are going to be allowed in, it's no accident. Each time they call you out for elections, my Nigerian people, it's one bad candidate or another bad candidate, all of them defective. And they say, okay, hold your nose and choose one of the three. Always bad options, when you know that good people, good Nigerians are there, but they can't get through because that's how the system has been configured to always, it's like programming. The new generation, they talk about software engineering, programming. You program it. And once you've written a program, it produces the same outcome every single time.
Yeah, you mentioned that when they did the amalgamation, and after that, that they decided that they should use the operating system used in the north. That's how you described it.
That's right.
To run the country instead of the one that was. Now that you're talking about not going back to the regions, but where do you go to the 317 ethnic groups will begin the journey, independent of anybody else? You know, how would you structure it?
Well, I mean, the structure is natural because the territories are there. Everybody knows the area of their ethnic groups. They know, and allowing self-governance on that basis, rather than using a Berlin strategy to cut those ethnic groups and join one piece with somebody with another group somewhere else whose cultures and languages you don't share. Now, obviously, there will have to be some support networks, at least on a transitional period. And this is why there will still be the union. There will be support on a transitional basis because the resources are not evenly distributed that we've become accustomed to. And if somebody has been living on drugs all their lives, and you now say you're going to switch it off, you're going to have a crisis. So it's just the appliance of science and intelligence to say that you've got to adjust things in order that everybody can coexist and breathe again. And so as I say, the building blocks, the ethnic groups are there. Some ethnic groups are bigger than others. Just like the fingers of the hand are not the same. The thumb is bigger than the little finger. That's understandable. But the load that the thumb can carry, again, is different from the one that the little finger. So smaller ethnic groups may not be able to carry all the responsibilities as if they were big. So you make adjustments for that. That's the mutual support systems. So it is not as difficult as imagined, but far better than these artificial states. Because when these local agents of the Western powers were drawing up the first 12 states and then the 19 states and now the 36 states, if you look at it very carefully, you'll see that the approach that they took was to draw the lines as if they were at the Berlin Conference. So ethnic groups were cut off in order to make sure they won't be able to find consensus to hold them accountable. What we have now, in actual fact, as I make clear in the new book, is not even a presidential system. You know what it is? It is an imperial system. It's an imperial system because the man at the top, there's nothing to hold him accountable. He speaks when he chooses to speak. Goes off on holiday when he chooses to go off on holiday.
And where he chooses to go.
And where he chooses. And you think it's a presidential system? Hell no. They actually used the Buhari period. This is what I explained in the new book. They used the Buhari period, the 2 terms that he had, to move it from a presidential system with some degree of accountability to an imperial system. So if you remember how long he took to appoint his ministers, he was running the country single-handedly for 6 months. And when he removed the toothpick, that's when he decided that, okay, let me bring some people in as president, because they say as ministers, because they say I must have ministers. We're back to, and this is how I conclude the new book, we're back to Lugard's rule.
Now, there's someone you didn't mention in this conversation today, General Aguirre. a lot of people blame him for the structure we have in place today, which is a unitary system. Did he do that?
Yeah, it's completely misplaced. Again, it's all dealing with surface level narrative, what our eyes can see, which is the simple version, as opposed to what you can't see, and then plugging the two together. The clue, as I explained in Fatherless, Ironsi was not his name. That was from his nickname. I asked my wife, who people know is an Igbo woman. I said, what does Ironsi mean in the Igbo language? She said, no, nothing. There's no such word. I said, what? This is when I was writing Fatherless. Because I had a suspicion. And the reason I had a suspicion was that his nickname was Ironside. Now, because I love history, I'd read about the first military ruler of Britain, Oliver Cromwell. And I knew that his nickname was Ironside. And I said, what a strange coincidence. The first military ruler of Britain, after the parliament was dismantled, his nickname was Old Ironside. And the first military ruler of Nigeria, after the parliamentary system was withdrawn, his nickname was Ironside. Now somebody is playing with me. Somebody's trying to dribble me. And going back to my football analogy, I was never easy to dribble. Never. Eye on the ball every single step of the way. And so I could see that this Ironsi came from Ironside. It was just too coincidental. And people swore blind. No. His father's name was just Agui. So where did the Ironsi come from? And so then, as regards, he abolished the regions. He introduced unitary system. Decree 34. I said, what are you saying? Think about it. Military rule is by definition unitary. You don't have regional unitary, regional military government. Once the army take over like that, it's command and obey. You're back to Lugard. It's top down. You're not saying that you're exercising self-determination as a military governor of this region. You're just administrator. And so the unitary system came in on, as soon as that first coup held, it came in then. It wasn't Decree 34. Decree 34 was just, as I say very clearly in the new book, it was the hook on which to hang the pogroms of 1966 against the Igbos. First one, 29th of May. Second one, 29th of July. Third one, 29th of September. And as I explained in Fatherless, the roots of that 29th, which is the day of the Caliphate. So you could see it was all programmed. And it was actually Gowon's decree in 1967, where he created the 12 states. Anybody who reads that decree, don't rely on beer parlor gist. Always go and do the reading. Check the wording yourself. That decree Gowon brought in, I think it was Decree 12. That was the one that abolished the regions and said, for the regions, you substitute the states. It had, in natural fact, already gone by virtue of military rule, but the formal ending was Gowon's decree of 1967. It wasn't Ironsi at all.
We are getting to the point where we bring in our audience members. A lot of people are interested in joining us. But before we move, let me ask you about a slave ship called Jesus. It's actually, there was a ship called Jesus.
It sure
And,
was.
and but I want to look at it the way when I saw that and I read up on that, I wanted to think about it more than just a sheep, real sheep. I want to think about it like the role of religion in Africa and how it has enslaved Africans, both the Islamic and the Christian religion. How do you look at that? You know, religion in Africa, especially foreign one.
Well, you actually captured what the book is about. It's not about the ship. I have no great interest in ships. It was more about Christianity and slavery and the slave trade, because I was raised as a Christian, and I read those Bible stories, and I was struggling in my mind to say how such an evil trade, such an evil practice of slavery, how do they name a ship the Jesus of Lubeck? How do they use a sacred name in an evil enterprise? Especially when you consider that the owner of the ship, the Jesus of Lubeck, was the head, the head of the Church of England, Queen Elizabeth I. This was her contribution to the joint venture with the guy Sir John Hawkins, who initiated the British participation in the transatlantic slave trade. That was her contribution to the venture. You're the head of the church. And the ship, of all the ships that you've got, the one you're saying, here's the one we should use. It's the Jesus of Lubeck. And it was not the only one. And then you've also, in the course of the research, you're finding that the church had its own slave plantations in the Caribbean, and that their own enslaved were branded with the hot iron brands. And you're struggling to say, well, how do we reconcile this with what we're told about Christianity? And we find Islam, same thing. How do you reconcile it? The evil of this thing. And to say that my God is a merciful God and is a God of peace and all the rest of that. So the book really interrogates the issues and shows how the trade was actually conducted under license from the popes, express license. And then you then move forward to say, okay, what about Africa now? Because this is part of what I said at the beginning, what was imported into our census, Christianity and Islam. And to do that, they had to dig up our own faith systems, detach us from our belief systems that had created that blessed land to which they were drawn by the resources that we had. And it's left us in a state of complete confusion, such that we've been induced to swallow information without chewing on it, because that's the whole religious construct. Believe, believe, believe. So we've put belief at the head of reason, and even things that don't make sense. We believe it because so-and-so said it, where people rely on hearsay, gossip. So was it just this week I was reading about the one they call the general overseer, By the way, that's language from the slave trade, the general overseer of the plantation. See, it is a plantation. Nigeria is a plantation. And this is the general overseer. And he was talking about tithing, that he said he got it wrong when he said that anybody who doesn't pay tithe won't get to heaven. Who told you that? Where'd you get that from? But because we've been groomed as a people to listen and obey, this is how our thought process has been disturbed. I call it a state of arrested development, where we don't question. I use the analogy of rice. We eat our rice as if it's pounded jam. We don't chew it. And rice are the grains of knowledge, the grains of information. And what you're supposed to do is chew it before you swallow. But we treat it like ever. Just pour the whole thing and swallow it. We have to stop and think, because the greatest gift that our Creator, God, whatever you call him, gave us was the power of reason. That's what distinguishes us from the animals. But we've been reduced to an animal existence because we don't, especially as somebody in authority, you just don't want to question them. You just accept it. That's not the way. That's not what you were sent to the earth to do with your thinking power. You're supposed to exercise it, use it critically. Even what I'm saying, you're supposed to question it, challenge it, test it. Doesn't matter who's saying it. That's the damage that these imported faith systems have done to us. And it's serious mental damage. And both of them, without exception.
Can we get away from the colonial damage without dropping the imported religion? Is it possible?
I think you can, because not all Christians and not all Muslims are zombies. It's just that too many of us become zombies. Yeah, I know Christians and I know Muslims who are critical thinkers, and that's how their faith is not actually static. If you really understand these faiths, there's one big book on my shelf about the triumph of Christendom. And it takes you through the evolution of the faith. Things that they believe then that they don't believe again. They sort of reevaluate. And likewise Islam as well. As it's practiced properly, faith does not shut out reason. Reason reinforces faith because it's a distillation process. You filter, and then what is left, you have faith in with conviction, which is very different from Alufah said it, General Overseer said it, and so therefore no need to question. You must question.
All right. You have to promise me right here that you come back when the new book is out, because I have like 30 questions. I haven't even looked at any of them, but the conversation will continue. Let me bring in our audience to join us in this conversation. Please, when I bring you on, just ask one question as much as possible. Go straight to the question. I know it's difficult for our people, but you can say hello before you go in, but please, so that we can get as many people as possible. Our back end is full and we have a lot of people writing and commenting. All right, let me start with you, Mr. Shaw. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening, Mr. Dele Ogun. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. I've listened to the Fatherless People, and thank you for doing the audio yourself. It's quite different to hear, someone read the book themselves. Every time you spoke, as Awolowo, as Ikwe, the accent changed a little bit, and I quite enjoyed that. Quite unique. The question I have is quite selfish. Anytime we have an author, I always ask them, if you're ever left with a choice of 2 books for the rest of your life, you couldn't read any other book, 2 books only, what books would they be?
Wow. Can you see the collection behind me?
That's why I ask. So for you to pick any two, I'll be interested to know those two.
Oh my goodness! I mean, they are 600 books behind me, and you're saying choose two just like that. Oh well.
I can give you time while you answer other people's question. I'll be watching in the background.
Okay, I'll try and I'll try.
Please, Rudolph, remind them so that I don't have to come back and remind them.
All right, I'll remind
Thank you.
All right. I'll come back to it.
All right. On politics.
Rudolph, if this is a way for you to get me to be loyal to you, you won. Okay, you won. I'm loyal. Okay, you did it. Yeah, you won. So our guest, I don't know. If there's just like a show, if there's any book out there that is responsible for me smoking Igbo, is a book called The Fatherless People by Dele Ogun. For so many reasons, that book made me to maybe understand why a Christian would say I'm born again. Cause that book sent me to the rabbit hole, sent me back to school. But in this case, just like the way the British use the Bible as a curriculum to educate our brothers in Sierra Leone in order to get us, your book is actually my syllabus to get to every other book I'm actually reading today. So thank you. I mean, I think I will put After Things Fall Apart. It should be followed by The Fatherless People, as far as I'm concerned. It changed everything for me. So one question, two questions, as the Rudolph will say. Tell us more about Aminu Kano. But then the main question now is, at what point did the CIA or America, quote unquote, take over, if anything like that happens, the control of the Nigerian state? I asked that because of the story of the biography of Nnamdi Azikiwe, which actually introduced, in terms of political wise from there, or is it the introduction of the Decree 13 that you just alluded to by Gowon, or is it, the coming of Obasanjo in 70s by bringing pretty much the current constitution we are having? So if there's any point, at what point did this America took over? Because pretty much it took over the leadership of the world after the Second World War, including Britain itself. So at one point, if they are still involved at all, at one point they take over, and that's what I want more about Aminu Kano. What makes him different from the others?
The exciting question is the second one. When did the Americans take over? I'll explain it very briefly. It started at the end of the Second World War. In fact, not at the end. The starting was, let me give you the date. It was 1941. Why do I say that? That was when Churchill was trying to get the Americans to join the Second World War. The Germans were winning that war at that point. France had been overrun. Poland and the Battle of Britain was underway. The Blitz was underway. And the Churchill was desperate to get the Americans and the Russians into the war. And Churchill's mother is American. And so he played to his American side. And the new book, if you love the Fatherless, this one will trip you. I call Fatherless the first degree in Nigerian history. The new one, Culprit, is your master's degree in Nigerian history. Now, not to deviate, Churchill, first of all, arranges for the King of England, that is Edward VIII. He arranges for him to visit America. What's the significance of that? No reigning British sovereign had stepped foot in America prior to then, since America broke away in 1776. But the desperation to get American in meant that they put aside that protocol. They were now humbling themselves. to their former colony. We need you. So they broke the protocol, and off went the king. Secondly, Churchill himself went across to meet Roosevelt, to beg him to come into the war. Roosevelt said to him directly, and I mentioned this bit in Fatherless, we saved you First World War. I'm not sending young Americans to go and die to save the British Empire. The empire has to go. That was the deal that was done, and that was reflected in the Atlantic Charter that was signed in August 1941. That's why I pinpoint that date. It was 1941. August 1941 was the Atlantic. That was America's commitment to come into the war. Pearl Harbor was just a cover. Pearl Harbor was like Decree 34. When I say Decree 34 was used to hang the pogroms against the Igbos, Pearl Harbor, because the commitment had already been made, the deal had already been done. The price for us coming into the war is the empire has to go. Now, as I explained in Fatherless, the reason why decolonization and our independence doesn't date to the 40s was because Roosevelt died 2 weeks before the end of the war. So Churchill was able to swing American attention to the Cold War and away from decolonization. It was only brought back to decolonization because of a fallout, again, over Vietnam, because the British refused to go into the war against the communists in what was then French Indochina. And Eisenhower ended up having to go in alone. But the price he now demanded was that agenda of decolonization put back on the table. So that was the background to the Suez Crisis, 1956, when the British and the French were effectively forced out of Suez by the Americans. And Ghana's independence came in 1957. So that's when it was back on the agenda. So that was the handover, effectively, between Britain and America. America was now, the Brits were vulnerable at that point, in the sense that they were still trying to recover from the Second World War. They were broke. They were living on American aid, the Marshall Plan. And so when the British initially tried to hold out and resist, the Americans, if they don't confess to it, said, well, we'll squeeze your balls financially. And that created a financial crisis in Britain, the threat of devaluation. And the British then had to let go. So it was against that background that Biafra now comes, Wilson's government. And as I said, they were broke. And the war was a key part of that. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Aminu Kano is dealt with in the book, but he wasn't a major player. But I think the more important question is one that I dealt with.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Odi, you're next.
Well, thank you, Rudolph, and hello to all the panelists and the audience. You know, Dele Ogun, I didn't know about you. I got to be very honest. It's really painful to say that. But, you know, I know Rudolph wants us to go straight to the question, which is very difficult. But, you know, I've just been checking on the Fatherland group, and I think we can do a lot, you know, because so for me, I'm about solution. There are things that I may disagree with, but I think you've really schooled me, and I'm sure many of our audience. And as Rudolph was trying to get you to promise to come back here, because, you know, you have willing partners here to push our people, you know, to the right way, because it's about enlightenment and information and teaching, because there's a lot of teaching to be done. We didn't learn history, you know, growing up, you know, back in Nigeria, which was a big detriment. Most of us had to go and learn what we know now. I'll tell you, so there's something going on now. I think we're back to 1941, 42 now. And every time a black man has had some little bit of more freedom has been during a war.
we know that even if we don't have a full-scale third world war, we're going to have something similar. There's no, there's China in the background, there's Iran, there's Israel, there's Russia. Something is going to happen. I think most people and analysts agree within the next 2 to 3, 5 years. These Europeans love war. They've done this over centuries. I've always said that the children of the Roman Empire are still there. They've not dissolved. And when you talk about experience that they've gained to be able to control their colonies, that's where they got it from. My question is, how do we, whether it's with the Fatherland group or other people, how are we able to make this not just a satisfying education moment that we can go and just rattle off, and pour econiums on you, because well deserved, sir. You look, trust me, you've blown my mind, and I'm hopeful that other people's mind have been blown. But we want to get this to the root, to grassroots, where our people need this information, where people understand that, we are not at war with each other. We are played, like you said. I've always known that, but I think there's an opportunity in the next 5 years, because what you said initially is that the plan of the British was to give the power to the sultans, to the caliphate. But guess what? The power is not with the sultans. It's not with the caliphate now. It's with the Yoruba man called Tinubu. But nothing has changed. He's still playing the same role that they would have wanted the caliphate to play. So how do we, their plan, okay, power has moved, whether it's legal or whether we have the imperialism government, or how do we get this to our people to be able to move on, to get to where we need to be?
Yeah. Udi, thanks. A lot packed in there, and Fatherland will be very happy to work with you. You could get my details from Rudolph after the show, and that extends to anybody else who wants to work with us. You're right that the Europeans love wars. That's what was so false about the narrative that they spun to us, that we were always killing ourselves. And I said to myself, with what? If we were so good at killing ourselves, we would have killed you guys when you were coming in. The fact is that their societies were built on warfare. And that's why the art of killing was a science in itself, which they've taken to perfection at high levels in all manners of ways. Secondly, you're right that the challenge is to take the education, because we were shut out of history. But history is the most powerful subject. I don't even encourage our generation to say to our children, go and study history, because it depends what the teacher will teach you. We must teach ourselves. The best learning is what you teach yourselves. Just get the right books. You get the right books, you follow the trail, and it will lead to one, lead to another. So history, we must all be history undergraduates. We must. And that is teaching ourselves. And then take the message out to our people. Now, Fatherland has actually got a film coming up to explain the Nigeria story. It's nearly ready. That will take it to our people. When you say the grassroots, that's the way we do it. We will do it by audiobooks, but most importantly by film. You're right also that this is a moment of turmoil across the globe, and the major changes happen during this period of turmoil. As I explained in the earlier question, it was against the backdrop of the Second World War that we got the little independence that we've got. And I stress this little independence. It's not real independence. The new book makes that very clear. Oh, no. You got a flag, you got an anthem, and you got a date, but you ain't got independence. And they've still got hold of it. And which takes me to the answer to your point that they intended to, the plan was to hand power to the north, the caliphate, and now Yoruba man is there. Well, I always say there's a difference between being in office and being in power. That's one thing. The second thing, as the new book flags up, our man there, what's his title? Jagaban of Bogu. Jagaban of Bogu. Do you know where Bogu is? The Bogu is a Fulanized area just on top of the old Oyo that was destroyed by the Fulani when they were more powerful. As I say, when I see these mysterious things like Ironside nickname, my instinct is to say, what is the real story? What's really going on here? He represented and presented himself to the world, or certainly to Nigerians, as a Nadeko chieftain. Well, seems to have forgotten all about what Nadeko stood for in terms of restructuring, and then you have Nnamdi Kanu still in jail because all he wants is self-determination for his peoples. And this was a Nadeko chieftain who's now sitting there while Kanu is still in jail. So all is not as it appears. You see, our people love football, and I always like using football analogies. We need to do politics the way we play football. You know, we're hard to beat except when those jokers mess us up. We're a damn tough team to beat, but we're easy to beat at the political level. And why? Because we don't bring the same disciplines. You know, in football, if somebody drops their shoulder, we say, we ain't buying that. We know what you're doing. But in politics, somebody drops a feint and we're scrambling in the direction that they're going. And we've left a goal open. And we now need to be more critical, more cynical, trust nobody, dig, because there is now a glorious opportunity. As you say, there's a world war brewing. That's just a reality. Because they've boxed themselves into a corner. You know, they can't pretend any longer that Ukraine war is not a proxy war. And there's no easy ending. And now you've got it kicking off in the Middle East as well. And these things joined up. And so what we've got to do now is we need to accelerate our own organization such that the time that we spent, Igbo and Yoruba poking fingers in each other's eyes, and likewise North-South, what Fatherland Group is trying to do, because we have all ethnic groups there. And our philosophy is just very simple. It's the Orange Union. What we want for our people, my Yoruba people, is what you want for your Igbo, your Ijo people, your Hausa people, your Fulani people. Is live and let live. It is, we want to move our people away from the game that the Brits set us up for. Winner takes all. I'm the king of the castle. We don't want any more Jagabans. We just want people to run their own show, just like we run our own household, and we live on the street as neighbors. That is the way forward, and that's what Fatherland is committed to delivering. And there are many of us in Fatherland. On the group, there are close to 300 people on the group, and most of them are robust thinkers. We have one or two jokers as well, but we know them.
All right. Thank you so much. I think at this point we are going to take a break, and then we will continue so that our guests will have an opportunity to drink water maybe. Let's take 3 or 4 minutes break, and then we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying, and I hope you are enjoying the conversation. And we are going to continue to take your questions. We have a lot of people who are sending in questions, some by text, some on the comment section, some. So please, let's be quick when we are called to ask our questions so that we'll get to as many people as possible. We have about I think about less than an hour left, unless our guests will stay longer. All right, but let's see. Let me start. I think the next person is Pansat. Pansat, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okonkwo. Could you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, and welcome to our show, Dr. Dele Ogun.
Oh, just Dele Ogun, Pansat. I never like titles.
Okay, very good. And titles are what we confer on people, and I like your modesty. Let me say that so far, what I hear from you tend to be very accurate. You did use an adjective earlier to describe the present system of government that we have now. I believe you said it was imperial governance, which by that word is also a euphemism. If you actually look at what we have, it's worse than that. It's an authoritarian system in a sense. But I want to make my position very clear, so you know we have a very short window for us who are panelists here. I want to say that the Biafran War, to me, we're going to have to go back. It's not over. The war, as you researched your papers, and you would have seen the role that Britain played in that war. They supplied arms to Nigeria. They blockaded our people. I'm a Biafran myself. They provided naval training, and along with Egypt, who gave them air support, Nigerian side. At that time, East Germany as well, fighting and starving our people to death. Now, I believe that left to natural warfare, Biafrans would have easily defeated Nigeria in that war very, very easily. Without Britain, of course, they went and they surrounded Biafra, and they took over Port Harcourt and the oil fields, which is their main aim. Biafrans did receive a little bit of help from Israel after 1968, and France, who also wanted a foothold should Biafra win the war. So that war was not between Biafran, Southeasterners. When we say Biafra, a lot of people they think it's an Igbo thing. It's not an Igbo thing. There are many people who, as far as we're concerned, are Biafrans, right? They don't want to be with those who are marginalized now, but from Ijaw, the entire River State and all that, those are Biafrans, including Cross River and all that area. And it's not up to them to decide if they're Biafrans or not. We Biafrans will determine what's ours, and even if I have to take it by force, we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna go back to the war. Let me just my position to have it done, because Britain killed a lot of our people by starving from 500,000 to 3 million people. I don't know what the number is, but every single one of us is a precious soul. So I thank you for your service. I believe that we have a lot of Yorubas, Southwesterners who are in our midst on this platform in the comment section. Just because you're married to an Igbo woman, they're gonna count you off. I want you to understand what we're dealing with. A lot of it is just elementary stuff, but it's important, right? Somebody like yourself who's telling the truth. You are an exception rather than the rule from the Southwest. We have a problem. So somebody like you, they refer to me and others who just tell the truth. They're written off. It's like an iniquitous tribal stuff going on in the Southwest. If you tell the truth, you're an Igbo person, or you're gone, you're lost. So my question to you is, how do we deal with that? How can we deal with that without offending those who are pursuing the truth? Because we're going to talk about the rule rather than the exception, and then they're going to be upset that, hey, why are you talking to my tribe like that? We have, if Nigeria, including the minorities, those who mean well for Nigeria, wants to get it right, then who are the northern Islamic recalcitrant caliphate to stop us. They cannot. We shouldn't be in the state we're in if we're going to do the right thing there. I believe we have to do the right thing, either by force or otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Pansa, thank you for that. Well, you see, my position, Fatherland Group's position, is that we make enemies of no ethnic group within Nigeria because it was not their doing. Whatever any of these individuals do, and for example, I always say to people that Azikiwe was an Igbo man, but he was not the Igbos. They got hold of an Igbo man. He was in difficult circumstances, and they used him in a certain way. They got hold of people from other ethnic groups as well, because as I said, they conducted their interviews very, very, very well. They knew what they were looking for. The ones who play with them, their game, play along with them. And the ones who wouldn't were either eliminated or just sidelined and make sure that they'll never rise. That's the reality. So our conflict is not against each other. So when you say that without Britain, Biafra would have won, I said, well, really, without Britain, the war would not have happened. That's the reality. As I explained in the new book, Aburi, they had all agreed. And the Ghanaians were happy that they had, as Africans, there had been an understanding. There was no war between us. As I explained, Sardauna did not want Nigeria. That's why he was eliminated. Because he just wanted the North. But because the agenda was one Nigeria. So he was an obstacle. He had to go. So our war is not with each other. Our war is with ignorance. And this is why the ones who get uncomfortable when the truth is presented to them are about to get a lot more uncomfortable with the new book. My interest has always been intellectual. My approach to religion is intellectual. Even though I was raised in a Christian family, I was always sifting whatever was said to me. Whatever I read, I chewed it and extract the goodness. I read everything. I don't care who wrote it, but they will not tell me what to think. I will think of what they're saying, and I will draw my own conclusions. And my only loyalty is to truth. I'm not siding with any ethnic group against another. My special interest in Biafra arose from a simple fact that, as Rudolph explained at the beginning, I was taken out of Nigeria at the age of 7, 1969. And I arrived in England, and my parents were addicted to current affairs, the news. We watched the news every single night. And all that dominated the news from the day that I arrived was the Biafra War. And you can imagine a 7-year-old boy watching the nightly news. Just is interesting the parallel with what's going on right now. When we're watching the news about Palestine, only that the images were more horrible. And a 7-year-old boy watching that every single night. Unfailingly, the 9 o'clock news, let alone what those the children, civilians were going through. So my interest in Biafra was stirred by that early childhood experience. And then, without planning to do so, I ended up marrying a Biafran, who was actually nearly killed in that war. Those, as you say, Pansat, those planes, it wasn't Nigerians flying the planes. The Nigerian Air Force, as I made clear in the new book, was only established in 1964. It had no combat capacity. But as part of Wilson's war, he had arranged for planes to be procured from the Soviet Union, providing the loan finance to enable that the federals to fund it. And the pilots were Egyptian pilots. The amphibious forces, because most of the Nigerian troops couldn't even swim, let alone do amphibious warfare. And that expertise came in from outsiders. So you see, it wasn't Nigerians really fighting each other. We were just like the Kiriji War, where Yorubas had been supplied weapons on both sides. And the fight goes on, killing ourselves, hating ourselves, thinking that we know what we're fighting for, whereas in actual fact, we're being played. And the responsibility of our generation now is to say we will be played no more. We now understand what happened. We know who done it. That's why the new book is called Culprits. The people and the paper that made Nigeria. No more founding fathers was Awolowo, Azikiwe. That's Jackanory, children's story. This is now for the grown-up history. I unveil all those responsible and the various roles that they played with evidence. And so we will find a peace that we Nigerians had, because we lived before the colonial intrusion. All the ethnic groups were there in that same space, and we were good neighbors. But it served their purposes to come and stir things up. And now it's the responsibility of our generation to fix things up so that we can move forward. So Pansa, I hope I've touched on, I've addressed your questions. In terms of those who are uncomfortable with the truth, we just have to, it's a numbers game, not so. The more of us who are telling the truth, you will find that their numbers will diminish. They are comfortable when they're the majority and the noise drowns the truth out. But the new book puts everything out there. That's what I'm saying. Everything is out there. You see the roots. There's no question left unanswered as far as the new book is concerned.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Let's go to Alaba. You're next.
Yes, thank you very much, Rudolph. Mr. Dr. Dele Ogun, please, I don't know if Mr. Dele Ogun, you don't like titles.
Yeah, just Dele Ogun.
Dele Ogun, yes.
I haven't got a doctorate, so no.
Yes, please, I beg you and Rudolph to please excuse me. I have a background, it's pretty short, it's not that short, and then I have only one question. But my background is very, very relevant to my question. Just indulge me, please. I personally believe that when Nigeria happens to you, it does something to you. It transforms and damages the vitals in you. It destroys something very essential. It destroys the good and it kills the living conscience and eviscerates the soul of a man. It conquers the joy of the living and it literally kills the humanity in a man, turning him or her into a zombie. They not only become a zombie, they become night workers, soldiers for the Night King, and then they now fight for those who want to fight for them. This is what Nigeria does to the people. And our current political dispensation, whether APC, PDP, or whatever alphabet they call it, is nothing but raising an army for the
Night King. Being that your research has shown us that an imbalance of power and perspective in the consequence of white is a consequence of white privilege, and it has led to what I call theodicy. Theodicy here is the effort to account for the compatibility of evil or injustice with the existence of an omnipotent and omniscient and good God. This is what Stephen Biko calls having black souls in white skins, because these are my concern. My concern are with our own brothers who have become white in their mentality and blood. God has been replaced in this modern world by an order or system of this privileged system that must be maintained at all costs. Now, the reality is devastating for us. However, the fact remains that getting the truth to the public space is the biggest obstacle we have. And without the truth being in the public space, we cannot genuinely create a medium to discuss our issues, where we would have a meeting of human beings, both human and humane, in human and humane terms, where denigration and expendability are poor grounds on which to build a policy of freedom. Now, my question is this. The truth is our system is worse than apartheid. I call it big manism, handed over to us by the white people. It creates slaves out of Africans, and it creates criminals out of us. So my question to you is, with the knowledge that you have and some other magnificent intellectuals that country and Africa has produced, I can go on, the likes of Dele, Faruntimi, the likes of, I don't want to mention names, but how do we reverse this carnage? How do we get the message to the public space? How can we convince our miseducated brothers? How can we convince them how to join the train to true freedom? How do we get the ostrich head out of the sand? That's my question, considering this immense problem we have.
Alabaf, thank you very much. I feel your pain and I feel your passion. The answer actually to your question is quite simple in terms of the how do we. It is the way they did it. It's simply an exercise in reverse engineering. You see, they engineered us this way with what they fed into our heads, the programming, right down to the curriculum and the education system, where we were, as I said earlier, we were taught to swallow, not to chew and think. So it's just an exercise in reverse engineering. And the reverse engineering goes to this extent. Remember where Rudolph opened the interrogation today about the foreign religions that were brought in. We just need to go back to how did they uproot our own faith systems? It was missionary work. So each of us now, our new generation, we become missionaries. Each one teach one, just as their missionaries did. I always admired the Jehovah's Witnesses who go knocking on people's doors, you know. Your nightmare is that you're in the bath and then the bell rings and you think it's a very important thing. You run down to the door, open the door, and there's a Jehovah's Witness at the door that wants to teach you, talk to you. Now, we've got to be like that. You know, the many that are here listening now have to go and talk. And when you hear the nonsense narratives, because you see, those who are peddling lies, they've had their turn. They've had the 64 years. We've heard it all before. There's nothing new because it was lies, it's not being supported with evidence. Whereas what we are now coming out with is hard evidence. So when they say that Iransi was the one who abolished regionalism, And we now show everybody else, hold on, look at this decree that Gowon passed in 67. And the governors of the regions were still in place. Ojukwu was still governor of the East. Hassan Katsina was still governor of the North. So how did you abolish it without abolishing it? So you see, lies have a shelf date. And it is our failure to tackle those lies. And it's not that we didn't want to. You know, heaven knows that if the materials had been available to our people, if we knew where to look, we would have looked. But their lies have now passed their sell-by date. There's a new narrative that's coming through, a new message. And that's why the Fatherland's logo is that we have a new understanding of history. This is a new generation. We have a new understanding of our history. The spin, the lies, the many, many untruths that they've peddled, soaked into our people's heads, are now going to be undone. We have an expression that we use. We unlearn to relearn. You must deprogram the African mind, re-engineer it into a now more forward-thinking, confident, positive position. No more apologies. We've had the insults thrown at us that we're just children of a lesser God. I always say, hell no, we ain't. We now know what's been doing us. And once you understand the problem, you can solve it. Doesn't matter what the problem is. Once you understand it, you can solve it. It's lack of understanding that has got us to where we are so far.
All right. Thank you so much, Laba. Let's go to Michael. Michael, welcome to the show.
Okay, Dr. Rudolph, can you hear me? Okay. I can't hear. Oh, can you hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I would say, Mr. You don't like Terry. Dele Ogun.
Yes,
We appreciate your time. Welcome on this platform. Rudolph, you make me now I have to say, I have no choice on Sunday. I have to come to this platform. I have to glue to my YouTube to see you for this program. And thank you so much for bringing such a wonderful guest. I mean, I'm not going to say much, but you know what? My question to you is this, and you know this has been going on lately. As a Yoruba, I've been hearing the glamoring infestation of Yoruba nation. What is Yoruba nation? Because I happens to be that I decided about 4 years ago to know exactly who are the Yorubas. And I went to read some of the professors' book, like Professor Akintoye book. I read it out the Yoruba. Because I look at the whole issue of them now is it's out of emotion and sentiment. It's not, because when you look at the history, we have not already been united as Yoruba. Because when you look at all the history, look at the Ekiti-Parappa War, Kereji War, all those wars is still going on within ourselves. But how do we create a nation when we ourselves have not agreed on one single platform or one single idea? Because Awolowo try, and you know this, and then you see how political manipulation that happened in those years between him, Awolowo, and Akintola. That was big. If a lot of people don't know, he was huge. It was a huge discontentment between them and divided the Yoruba. So my question to you is, what is it about people thinking Yoruba? Because as a Yoruba man too, I know you have known about the history. So you are the best person ever I can talk to give me a good idea of how do we go about it? How can it materialize in that creation of Nigeria today? Because you have the Biafra, the Igbos, and all that. Because when you look at the Yoruba nation, where do you put those people who are in the people who are in the northern part of Niger State? They are Yorubas. When you talk about Edo, part of Edo State, they are Yorubas. Or when you go all the way to Ghana, how do you create a nation within that? So that's my question, Dele. Thank you so much, Rudolph.
Thank you. Yeah, Yoruba nation is real. Is real. It's troubled at the moment, yes, and that's because of what the colonial confusionists did. Because you want to conquer a place, you instigate troubles, turmoil. As I said, Kiriji War, they supplied weapons to both sides. So rather than them put their own lives at risk to fight their way in, they simply supplied weapons and we fought ourselves. And you see, once an outsider inserts poison into your systems, it takes sometimes a lot of time, a lot of effort, anguish to extract that poison from the system. And you're right that Kiriji War is still going on. You're right. Because the effects of the poison are still there. Because I listened to some conversations when Yoruba Day was celebrated on the 23rd of September. And they were talking about Kiriji War on various platforms. And I was hearing talk about it was whether it was Alafin who took a fancy to some beautiful woman from I forget quite how the story goes, and that was the root of the conflict. And I'm laughing. I'm saying there's always a difference between the excuse for war and the real strategic reasons for the war. Remember what I said about Second World War and American entry into the war. On the face of it, and even to this day, you speak to anybody who hasn't done the digging and the research amongst them, the Americans, and the West, they'll tell you it was Pearl Harbor. And as I said, hey, hold on. Roosevelt had already agreed in August 1941 in the Atlantic Charter to come into the war in consideration of the dissolution of the empire. And then Pearl Harbor is December 1941. Obviously, they need an excuse to sell the war to the American peoples, because Roosevelt can't simply say, well, I promised Churchill that if he dismantled the empire, then we Americans will come in. So you need an excuse. And you'll find that when you dig to the bottom of the conflicts in the Nigeria space, the surface level gives you one explanation. But it's only by us doing the real digging that we'll come to the truth of the matter. So yeah, Yoruba Nation is still broken, as is all our ethnic groups, without exception. I said earlier that what's in the new book, it explains what Lugard was doing even within the Fulani to divert the line of authority from Sokoto to Katsina. And as I explained in the book, part of how they did it was to play on historic grievances. There was a clash between I think it was Sultan Bello at the time, and the Emir of Katsina, in which 20,000 plus were wiped out. And Lugard they saw the mound where the burial mound, where the victims had been buried in mass graves. And it's those little bits of detail that these colonialists, missionaries, when they're interacting with your communities, they're picking up the stories about past grievances in order to exploit them when the time comes. So yes, there are difficulties within each of our ethnic groups, but that doesn't deny the reality of nationhood. I always remind people, going back to my football analogies, that in England here, when even London, when Arsenal play Tottenham, you know, it's like a declaration of war. But when England is playing France or even Scotland, the Tottenham fans and the Arsenal fans are sitting right next to each other and embracing each other. That's just human nature.
All right. Thank you, Michael. And let's go to Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Rudolph, good evening from here, and the guests and all the panelists. I just have a few questions to ask him.
Hold on, Righteous Man. I think our guest is out of the studio. I'm not sure what happened. Let's take a break, and then we will be right back.
The argument when people say, stop blaming the British, take responsibility. People must take responsibility for what they are responsible for. When you start taking responsibility for what you are not responsible for, you can only end up confused and you end up demoralized. Some responsibility, and a key part of the responsibility, must rest with the architects of the country. As the book explains, we are not the architects. Nigerians did not make Nigeria. Nigeria was made for Nigerians. And so therefore...
That's hard to take in, but it's true.
Yes. So therefore, the architect has to take some responsibility.
All right. Okay, welcome back. Righteous Man, go ahead with your question. Righteous Man. Okay, we skip him and we go to Man of Prestige.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me? Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Dele Ogun. It's nice to have you on our platform today. So I'm going to go straight to my question. As you eloquently, stated here, you have spoken well when you come to Nigerian space. You seem to be a very brilliant mind, understanding the Nigerian space where we are today. Going by what you stated, the genesis of Nigeria, how it was ethnic isolation before we got colonized and independence and so on and so forth from where we are right now. And you said something about what we have right now. I think you consider it to be an empire, which is another word for imperialism. So my question to you, very simple: how do we decolonize ourselves from the present system we're having right now? Because we haven't get any headway since colonization to where we are. Military rule, civilian rule, whatever you may call it. Nothing has really transpired to what I consider to be a right trajectory. So in a bottom line, how do we decolonize ourselves, to a better system?
Yeah. Again, I say the answer is actually a lot easier than we might think. It goes back to my point that to solve a problem, you must first understand it. We thought we understood it. It all looked very simple because we're looking at the surface level events. We're running with the narratives that they fed into us. It is when we start really digging and do it through the intellectual rigor. And thankfully, the groundwork has already been done now. It's just a question of us going the next step of investing ourselves with the knowledge that is now available. Fatherless, I read 80 books to produce that. The new book, Culprits, I've read more than 80 books to produce that. And so we've done the digging. And people knowing that I've been working on this thing, some of the best books, I haven't forgotten the question the gentleman asked me at the beginning, which two books? Some of us, often it's books that people bring to me, knowing that I'm already on the trail. And one of the critical books that I mentioned earlier was the one by H.O. Davis that showed me that the roadmap had already been fixed before independence to withdraw the parliamentary system, military rule over to the presidential system. One of the other books that was brought to me when I was reading Writing Fatherless was a book titled But Always as Friends. It was written by Brian Sherwood Smith, who is the Lieutenant Governor of Northern Nigeria. Because you see, the thing about the Oyibo way of life, whatever they do, they can't help but write it down. And it's just a question of how quickly can you Africans get to the story? It's there, it's out there. And what I've sought to do in the research that I've done, in the books that I've produced in, I've sought to accelerate the process for us. So all we now need to do is get reading. Not just read, question, double check what has been said, such that each of us will be empowered with the knowledge. Because the faster we can get there, we'll all be facing the same direction. Right now, we're like headless chickens, some facing this way, some facing this way. Some saying this is the problem, others saying this is the problem. It's like a choir where there's no harmony in your vocals. It's discordant. So the answer really is how you really decolonize. First of all, you realize that you're still a colony. You're still a colony. 1st of October was the date they gave you. We didn't decide 1st of October is when we want independence. They decided it. The anthem, which ironically Tinubu has taken us back to, was written by a British woman. That was their anthem. It's the colonial anthem. When I say, as the new book shows, they've taken us all the way back to 1900. The only difference is that it's not Lugard sitting there now, it's Tinubu that's sitting there. But Lugard back in those days, when they set up the Lagos Assembly, that was after the First World War. It was, as I said in the book, it was like a company annual meeting, annual general meeting, where the chief executive will come along and deliver the annual report. But it's supposed to be, is that an exercise in democracy? No, of course not. Chief executive is just coming to report what has happened. What did Tinubu do on 1st of October? He was delivering the annual report. Where's the infrastructure for interrogating policy? It's only on social media. So once we understand how the game is really being played, again, I go back to sports. That's always the guide for us. You've got to study your opponent, how they play, their strategy, their technique, their tactics. Once you study them well, then you can counter and block their moves. But if we don't apply ourselves to study, if we assume that we know, one of the phrases that I used to hate Nigerians say, oh, we know all that. I said, you know that? Really? You don't know nothing. And we've got to humble ourselves to say that we really don't know. In the opening of the new book that Rudolph flashed earlier, I remind the reader that there was a program, I think it was 2007, there was a program on BBC Radio 4 titled Witness, I think it was, in which they disclose that even as we speak, there's a box, confidential, secret, classified information held by the British government, not to be opened until 2060. It was 100 years. The normal classification period is 30 years. Independence was 1960, so the box should have been open 1990. But this one, at the earliest, 100 years. That'll be 2060. So there's still things we do not know. So we must humble ourselves and say there are things that we don't understand. But if we deceive ourselves into thinking, like the men of God who claim to be speaking directly to God, that God told me. We love that thing amongst our people. Yeah. God didn't tell you jack. You're making it up. And that's the attitude we've got to take. Trust no one. Verify, dig, investigate, challenge. It's like sports. You've got to be fit in order to play your best. Right now, we're intellectually flabby. We're overweight intellectually because we really haven't been training hard. So yeah, the way forward is actually a lot easier. And together with forums like this, groups like the Fatherland Group, working with other groups, the journey of 1,000,000 years becomes next year in paradise.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. So let's go back to Righteous Man. Righteous Man, please, your question. We have less than 12 minutes.
Okay, Rudolph, good evening from Lagos. And the guests, I greet you. Please just manage the reflection of light. I am using a torch light. We've not been having electricity for the past 2 weeks now, and it's difficult to get fuel. So just manage it. Our guest, please, I want to put 2 questions across to you. One, I've lived in Lagos for 42 years, if I'm not mistaken. I'm currently living in Lagos also. Sometimes, to be politically correct, people make submissions and say it is the politicians that are dividing us. But the reality on ground is not true. It's not actually politicians per se. When you go to the streets and meet ordinary Nigerians that are not your tribe, you could feel the bitterness against one another. You could see that it's a forced marriage, a forced unity. You could feel the division among them. Now, sir, the identity crisis that is ravaging this country. My question to you, sir, who is a Nigerian? And if we identify who is a Nigerian, how can we make a unified identity to become a national identity? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Righteous Man. Thank you. It's interesting that you asked the question, who is a Nigerian? Because it's a profound question, which goes to the heart of one of the points that comes out of the new book. When in 1898, the Selborne Committee was a parliamentary committee that was put together by Joseph Chamberlain, who was the colonial secretary at the time, when they were the ones sat or sort of convened to decide on various issues concerning what became Nigeria. If you like, it was the first constitutional conference before our fathers and grandfathers became Nigerians. And one of the issues that they had to consider was, what shall we name the baby? The baby that they were giving birth to, which is what we now know to be Nigeria. And various names were put forward, just like a naming ceremony. One of the names was West Sudan. So we might have been calling ourselves West Sudanese now. One of the other names was Rhodesia. This was like Rhodesia, in the same way as Rhodesia was named after Cecil Rhodes, the man who had assembled that construct, similarly artificial construct. The idea was to honor George Goldie and call us Rhodesia. So I would have been saying, my fellow Rhodesians, had things played out differently. So when we get this hang up about Nigerian, they called us Nigerians. And of course, just look to the top, who's sitting above us on the map of West Africa. Those ones are called Nigerians. I don't know if Rudolph can show us the map of, zoom in on one of those that will show Niger above us. They're called Nigerians. That's the French area. So in answer to the question, who is a Nigerian? The simple answer is that those who the British lumped together, those from our true nations, that the British lumped together, threw in a sack, the 371 ethnic groups that were thrown together are those that they called Nigerians. Now, coming to your substantive point that you've lived in Lagos for 42 years, and you say you feel the enmity, the hatred between the ethnic groups. I disagree slightly in this respect. The reality is that the people, the ordinary people, they like each other at a social level. Don't convince me when you're in those clubs in Lagos and you see all those fine babes from everywhere that you're hating them because they're from some other part of Nigeria. No, you're not. Let's not deceive ourselves. When we go to the restaurants, we love each other's food. We love each other's attire. We love that. That's human nature. We, especially Africans, we're not haters. We don't do hatred naturally. Where the problem is, righteous man, where the problem is when we're asked to play a winner-takes-all game, and where there's only one ball between 371 players. Everybody wants the ball. It's power that's indivisible. That's very difficult. It's like a ball, the football. If you cut it, it's no use. So you need the whole thing. And the seeming hatred is only in the struggle for power. And this is exactly what the Fatherland's Orange Union proposal is designed to move us away from. We're trying to civilize the political game. Rather than a winner takes all, there can only be one winner from all the 371 ethnic groups. Indeed, let's be real, it's got to the point where only of the 371 ethnic groups, probably only 3 ethnic groups can get that seat of power. Fulani, Kanuri, Yoruba. Everybody else are just also rans. Aspirational. The system is designed not to let you in. Doesn't matter how brilliant you are. Think about the brilliant minds that we're wasting in the different ethnic groups. But they've created a structure where it's king of the castle. Winner takes all. And we're left with, of course, the lowest common denominator, because the person has to be all things to all people. Whereas the Orange Union says we make the center irrelevant. We have seats for each ethnic group. Now, within your own ethnic group, if you like, try and bribe your people within your ethnic group, where the money that they are dependent on is coming from within the system. Then you know that there's true accountability. But right now, you can get your support from another part of the country. You can lose in your ward. You can lose on your street, so long as you've got the backing of the power players elsewhere. So it's all a conspiracy against the people. It's a conspiracy against democracy. And they know how they play in the game. So it's for us now who want a new way to understand that this stuff ain't working. It wasn't, let me rephrase that. It is working exactly as it was designed to work, to make sure that the best of us will never get to those positions where you can make the difference. It is designed to ensure that in 2024, 64 years from independence, an oil-rich state with all the resources that have poured through, that you still cannot flick the switch with confidence and the light comes on. Look at righteous man in the dark using the torch in 2024 to participate in a serious political discussion. That's how it was designed. The intention was that we would only be a market for their production, their goods and services. They will produce and we will consume. We will sell them raw materials and they will add the intellectual bit. Don't worry about trouble your little brains, you Africans. Just pass the raw materials to us and we'll make wonderful things for you. The glory of China that we admire now, where China is the one that they're all running scared of, would never have happened if the Chinese had not put aside and pushed aside what they sought to leave them with. It's because China broke out of it. As we are about to break out of this cage that they left for us, and it's our minds that are still keeping us in there. Because once our minds are up to speed and we get rid of the flab and we share the knowledge, as we're sharing it now, we share it widely. We win converts, just like the missionaries converted our peoples from our faith systems to their value systems. That's exactly how we'll convert one and then the next and the next. And then you see them retreats. They're not as powerful as is made out.
All right. Let me ask you, how much time do you still have so that we know what we Do you want to take the people who are in the studio when we finish that? Or do you want to take a break?
Shall we? What would you like to do?
For me, my guest is the person that decides. I'm okay. I want to take a break if that is okay with you.
Let's take a short break and then we'll do 30 minutes more.
Okay, that's good. Okay, we will take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation, just 30 minutes with those who are in the studio. We thank you for your patience and staying with us. And all right, so let's take a break.
I have a message for President Macron. Today, Israel is defending itself on 7 fronts against the enemies of civilization. We're fighting in Gaza against Hamas, those savages who murdered, raped, beheaded, and burned our people on October 7th. We're fighting in Lebanon against Hezbollah, the most heavily armed terror organization in the world, which was planning an even greater massacre than October 7th on our northern border, and that has rocketed Israeli towns and cities for nearly a year. We're fighting against the Houthis in Yemen and the Shiite militias in Iraq and Syria that together have launched hundreds of drones and missile attacks against Israel. We're fighting against terrorists in Judea and Samaria who are trying to murder civilians in the heart of our cities. And we're fighting against Iran, which last week fired over 200 ballistic
Max, ibia bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazigo mmanwu olaga do ni biazigo akwa nwanwu ilochi o biko rapuzo kona bazia onyo mazuru biko abamba wazuru dasari ibia bunye ni gwana mo Lagadori biazigo Lagadori biazigo Abamba wilo chilo Bigora fuzoro Ona wazi Mazi weko wamwe Odogu no kwere sunenka Onyomo niga dele mo Mazi ni biazigo Go with the melody. You got to go where you're from. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigono. Lagadoni Gazigo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Nicorabuzo, Anabazi, Tay, Oyamazarone, Amama Wazarone, sorry, Ibia Wuyana Guanamo, Fube, Olaga, Noni Gazigo, Nazaboy. Lagadoni biazigo Avamba wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Ayes Odogu kenenu bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikecho mabele bege Hey, you won! nso Chukwu emekalumo ike Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene mi Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom gaji ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwụ iyo iyo biko lapụ na-abasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro. Zoro, 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 zoro.
The new Nigeria will look like. I turn to the French philosopher Rousseau, 18th century, who defined the challenge as follows. The problem is to find a form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and good of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem which the social contract provides the solution for. I ask for Rousseau's words in relation to Nigeria to be imagined as the Orange Union, in contradistinction to the Union of the Apple. When you peel the skin of the orange, you'll see the segments sitting comfortably side by side, together making the composite whole. Whereas when you peel the skin of the apple, you'll see the indistinguishable mass. That Orange Union in which the ethnic groups uniting to make the whole, an association in which they may still obey their own priorities and remain as free as before.
All right. Welcome back to 90 Minutes Africa. We're having a conversation with Dele Ogun. Dele, before I go to our next question, I have my own, something I don't want to forget. So there's something going on in the north, in Sokoto region, Zamfara, where it appears as if the alliance between the Fulani and the Hausa is breaking down. There was an emir that was killed recently, and it's kind of something they are not speaking out loud about. You see some people making videos basically saying that this alliance is over. What are you hearing along that line? You are muted. We can't hear you, Dele. Okay, let's see. Go ahead. Yeah.
Am I unmuted now?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay, good. Yeah, I haven't followed the story very closely because I was busy finishing the new book. I was determined to finish it by our so-called 64th anniversary of independence. I actually finished it on that day, which is telling. But the book does address the origins of the
Hausa Fulani tag. And it explains that the origins is actually British, because it's like the Anglo-Saxon tag. It was simply lent to them as part of the strategy of building the North as the bloc that was going to take power. Because the jihad of 1804, whereby the Fulani slaughtered and conquered the Hausa kingdoms, it was very recent memory. 1804. Is it possible but that by 1900 you're now Hausa Fulani? It's not possible. The human memory doesn't work like that, because it was a bloody slaughter. But it was part of the process, because, as I said, because Lugard was busy re-engineering a new unity alliance in the north. And not just, as I said earlier, he was moving it away from the traditional Sokoto line, the Uthman Danfodio line. He moved it across to Katsina, and a particular individual that was now positioned as the head of the caliphate was a chap called Muhammadu Diko, who was the grandfather of Hassan Katsina. So if you follow the chain, the grandson, Hassan Katsina, now became, just before the war, the governor of northern Nigeria. So Ojukwu was governor of the east, Hassan Katsina, grandson of Muhammadu Diko, who Lugard, he wasn't even supposed to be the emir. This is Muhammadu Diko. They said he was a third ranking chief. But because he had been complicit in the British conquest of the Fulani, such that Katsina offered no resistance to the British. When Lugard was conquering the Sokoto Empire, Katsina surrendered without a fight. And of course, what you then do, Lugard does, it was the man who delivered that outcome was Muhammadu Diko. Next thing, the guy's made emir, even though he wasn't eligible to be. It's a bit like the way Jonathan was made president, not of his own steam. He had no political base, but you were empowered from on top. And so, as I said, everything is on board.
All right. So, CM, you're next.
I've almost forgotten. Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. Welcome most warmly, Dele Ogun. Thank you. I've listened to, let me say, to what you've been saying, but not all of them. I joined you somehow midway. Now, listening to you, I know you've researched a lot, at least about Nigeria. I don't know if you come across this book.
I'm laughing because if you look at what's the name of the publishing company?
What is it?
I'll tell you. Lawless Publications.
Lawless Publication.
Yes.
Okay.
Who is the owner of Lawless Publications?
Probably you.
Yeah. So I have come across that book.
Okay.
We'll go on.
I didn't know. But thank you. At least what I want to take out from here is, you gave a background. I wish I have opportunity of asking you at least 10 questions, at least, but I know it's not going to happen. So what because of what you said, I like what you've gone through. So what is it? You know, the background you gave us, Nigeria is presently constituted, I think about more than 300 ethnic groups, but only 3 are calling the shots in terms of power play. The Kanuri, you said, the Fulani, and the Yoruba. Obviously, without being told, there will be tension, there will be friction. Because the rest are just outside looking in. But for how long? Now, if you notice, even from this book, the Fulani, they are not indigenous to Nigeria. They are not. They are not indigenous. So does it not worry you that a people that are not indigenous, they are in Nigeria calling the shots? What they cannot do in any other African country, in fact, anywhere in the world, they are doing it in Nigeria. Even when they are from Fota Jelon in Guinea, yet in Nigeria, they are calling the shots. And they are not calling it very well. Which brings me to the question I want to ask you. Do you disapprove of what Nnamdi Kanu stand for? Thank you.
All right, a very simple answer to that. Kanu, as I understand his position, seeks self-determination for his people.
Yes.
That is what I want for my Yoruba people. That is what the Ijaw sensible leaders want for their people. It is what the Hausa sensible ones want for their people. And so therefore, that's why I keep talking about the Orange Union. Everybody will have their own, take responsibility for themselves within their own segments. Igbos do not want to be ruling Yoruba land. And Yoruba man should not be making decisions fundamental for the Igbos or for the Hausa or for the Kanuri. That's why I don't support the existing arrangement. I belong to no political party because I know this construct that the British left us with was for their benefit and not for ours. That all our engines are stored. All our engines are stored. We're actually being towed. We're like a vehicle on tow. We have no self-propulsion because they've arranged it such that the worst of us, in terms of leadership potential, will be the one that the program system will push to the top. When very competent, and even those ones who are pushed to the top, if they manage to get through as leader in their own ethnic group, they'll actually do better because they'll be more accountable. I said where they've taken us to is an imperial system, whereby they speak and render accounts when they want to. You have no leverage to hold them accountable. All they need to do every 4 years, go and collect your PVC. And they know that the ones who will pour out to collect their PVC are actually the victims of the system. It's on their heads that they stand. The PVC holders is on their heads, like you're standing on a ladder. The PVC holders is their heads that these people are standing on. And once they climb through the window, you don't see them again for the next 4 years. So no problems at all with what Kanu seeks for his people. It's the same that all good people, we're not greedy. We don't want yours. We're content with ours. The problem is the winner takes all system that stifles everybody else. And as I said, it's not, we don't point fingers at other ethnic groups because we're all victims. That's what we've got to understand. I hope that answers your question, CM.
All right. Thank you, CM.
Well, thank you, Dele. It's just that, well, I know you're a lawyer. Probably I needed to, even if I put you on the spot, it may be like nailing a jelly, but I have to make do with the answer you gave me. But the thing is, Nigeria is a pressure cooker. It's not doing us any good. The earlier we get out, or what you call the Orange Association, not really union, Orange Association, if that could come up, I will be happy. Most of us will be happy. But remember, this week or last week at the House of Senate, they were talking of something like that. Some people felt that if they should do it, the Igbo seat will be sort of like a meal ticket, a one-way ticket to Ndi Igbo to get their Biafra. So in other words, they want everybody boxed in the way it is, or even make it tougher. So that is a food for thought for you. Thank you.
Well, there's no doubt that they are, you see, every political order produces winners and losers. Yeah. And there's no doubt that there are those who are winning from the existing structure who would not want to let go. Let's not deceive ourselves. That's just grown up politics and reality. And it's in their interest to keep things as they are, because many of them will be irrelevant in an Orange Union system. That's just it. But like any contest, you've got, if for what you want, you can't simply just ask for it and expect them to hand it over. We have to strategize. Fatherland is busy strategizing. These books are part of the strategy, believe it or not, because we knew that people have to understand the real story, the real journey. And when they understand the real story and the real journey, they'll be able to see the way forward more clearly. It was Winston Churchill, one of my favorite quotes from him. He said, the further back you look, the further ahead you can see. It's the ostrich that doesn't look back. He just buries his head in the sand. And when he pulls his head out of the sand, it's still where he was. So this is why I said at the beginning, we must all be historians with a small h. We must do the reading. We must take our brains to the gym. And then it doesn't matter when one group says, we don't want to move from where we are. Well, it's a question of strategy, isn't it? If you have your strategy, before they realize it, it's all changed around them. So nobody has a veto in terms of the way forward. Nobody does.
All right. We have about 6 more minutes. So I'll come to you, Ton. Ton, go ahead.
Hi, Rudolph. Hi, Mr. Ogun. Right. I'm just going to be as brief as possible. And one of the reasons why I decided to come in this evening, you've made some very salient points, and I've learned. But I disagree with you slightly, respectfully, with one or two things you've submitted this evening. You spoke about the 1966 coup, about who was the brain box. He wasn't, because I haven't met him. I was born before him. He's a relative, so I know I'm in a position to know intimately about what happened, how everything came about, because I was told by my parents. Number two, Irodsi, did you actually research his last name to come to that conclusion that Ironsi was just it was just coined from his nickname Ironside? And lastly, with all these beautiful historical facts that you've put down on paper, seeing that Nigeria, they've cancelled history in schools and primary school, which I think is intentional. The person that done that is a very smart, is a evil genius, I will say, because they do know that if especially young people now,
if they understand what has happened in the past, they will have a different perspective. That's why you see today people that are shouting in Milokon and all that, and you know, getting themselves dirty with ethnic politics, do not actually understand our history. Because if we actually understand our history, we'll not be embroiled in such. So how do we get this sort of books to the average Nigerian? Do you intend to publish these books in possibly maybe, I don't know, maybe Yoruba, maybe Igbo? Or how do you get to the ordinary person, that school boy, that school girl in secondary school in Nigeria? How will you make it available to them so that they will learn and understand history? Because I think without learning, like you said, without having a good a look, because when you're driving, actually, the rear front mirror is one of the most important things in the car and all that. So if you don't have in the car, you don't know a car whether you're driving too fast or too slow, so that the car behind you will not run into you. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Tony. I didn't get your first question clearly. Something about who was the brain box behind the coup, and I
don't know whether it was you or Rudolph that mentioned it was meant to be Ifajuna.
No, not me. Maybe Rudolph.
Yeah, I mentioned Ifajuna. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, that's yeah. So
sorry, go on.
Okay.
Clarify.
Okay, that is slightly incorrect. With all due respect, that's not correct.
Because you're a relation of his, you say.
Yeah, and apart from it, I have served the country many years ago. I look young, but I've been through war in the country, so I understand some of these things that you have said. So I understand some certain things. No, he wasn't.
Well, okay, let me explain what my submission was. And it was based around the book by Chief H.O. Davis that I mentioned, Nigeria and the Prospects for Democracy. That was written in 1959. That coup was January 66. But that book, written in 1959, published just after independence, what I was saying was that the roadmap, all that was going to happen, was set out in that book. The withdrawal of the parliamentary system by military intervention, that's what the book was saying, followed by a switch to the presidential system. Everything in that book then played out. Now, in terms of who was the actual coup plotters, my own view is that you had the actors on the ground, the Ifejunas, the Nzogus, I forget the name of the Yoruba participant at the moment, but there was a higher plot, is my thing, reflected in what's in that book. The roadmap was there. So I said it before, that what they do, they use individuals on the ground. You think you know what's going on, but you're really
coincidence?
No, I don't believe in coincidence when it comes to geopolitics. No. Yeah, it's like somebody trying to tell me, for example, that Roosevelt, having committed to enter the war in the Atlantic Charter of August 1941, it was just coincidence that the Japanese now hit Pearl Harbor in December 1941. It's not coincidence. That's not the way it works. So anyway, that's the response to your first question. As regards Ironsi's surname, as I said, I checked to the extent of I could what his father's name was. His father was not Agui Ironsi. His father was just Agui. And then when you see that strange coincidence that the first military ruler of Britain, his nickname was Ironside, and the first military ruler in Nigeria, his nickname was Ironside. And then we end up with Ironsi that has no meaning in the Igbo language. At that point, you start to say, something is going on here. And as regards your third point, how do we get the books to the average Nigerian? Well, the culture of reading has not been strong. I find, for example, that my book, A Slave Ship Called Jesus, is very popular amongst the African Americans. They order that a lot. It shows a higher reading culture because I think they're more politicized in the African American community because of the civil rights struggle, etc. So
you know what we say. Sorry, sir. You know what we say in this part of the world, in the UK, that when you want to hide anything from the black man, put in the book.
Yeah, I think the Americans, our brothers in America, whoa, those guys read. Brothers and sisters in America, they read. So I feel the pulse of the reading culture in the different countries where the orders are coming from. Yeah. As I said at the beginning, Fatherland has actually produced a film to take the message, the education to those who don't read, or at least to extend the message to them. So the ones who read will read, but the ones who don't, they watch movies, and it's a fantastic production. Fantastic production.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Thank
Tom.
you.
Jide, you're next.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Damages. I'm so glad to be here. Dele Ogun, thank you so much for all your education. I've been following you now for the past 5 months. I've been listening to your educational lectures, your interviews. I've learned a lot from you. I'm reading a book now that is different. I'm going to focus on a book beginning from December. I'm going to focus on the book that is coming, that is going to be released in a few months. I will start with that, and I'll move further and read The Fatherless, The Lawyer, The Lawless, and The Love. I would focus on that. The current book I'm reading is The Critique of European Culture by Marimba Ani. It's called Urugu. But yeah, after that, I'm going to focus on your books. I've been following you, and I've been listening to you every now and then. I've been following all your interviews. So first of all, I have to ask my first question. My first question is talking about solution. This is more solution oriented, and looking at the geopolitical arena in the world today, and looking at countries that have liberated themselves from this demonic. I don't want to be religious now, but from this evil imperial powers that is dominating our continent, the imperial force, these imperial empires that have been dominating us for over 500 years. If you look at countries like North Korea, like Cuba, like the Soviet Union and Russia, if you look at Iran, some of these countries, and even these countries in the Sahel, like Burkina Faso, Mali, and they're trying to break themselves from French neocolonialism. I noticed that if you look at the so-called Commonwealth countries, like Nigeria, Ghana, countries in the Caribbean, like Jamaica, a lot of these Commonwealth countries, there is no example of any of these countries, how they are able to liberate themselves completely from this neo-colonial yoke. So what makes it different compared to like the Spanish, from the Spanish, the French, former neo-colonial states of France, like Burkina Faso, how they're able to liberate themselves from the French? How difficult it is for us from those so-called Commonwealth countries? Why is it so difficult compared to other countries? How they've liberated themselves from the US and from the French? How come it's so difficult for them to break away from the neo-colonial yoke of the Anglo-American empire? That's number one question. The second question is, do we need an ideology in Nigeria to maintain that yoke of sovereignty? Because a lot of these countries that have liberated themselves, they have an ideology. It could be communism, it could be socialism, it could be Shia Islam, it could be Bolivarianism in Latin America, like in Bolivia. In Cuba, you have socialism and all that. So do we need an ideology? Because Pan-Africanism is very loose and it has not really worked. So do we need something very powerful and potent that can make us liberate ourselves? So it is why is it difficult, and do we need an ideology? So those are my two questions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jide, thanks very much indeed. Why is it so difficult relative to the places that have managed to break the hold of colonialism? I think I will say it this way. The hardest chains to break are the ones that are not visible, that are invisible. When it's direct and visible, you can see that you're chained down. And so when you look at Haiti and the Haitian Revolution, Toussaint Louverture, their slavers were right there with them on the island. And so they knew there was no scope for confusion. They knew that their path to freedom was this way. And it was simply the opportunity. And the opportunity came, as I explained in the slave ship called Jesus. The opportunity came from their participation. The French sent Haitians, African enslaved Africans in Haiti, sent them to go and fight in America, the American War of Independence, to go and fight on the side of the rebels. And that's where they learned the use of weaponry and became trained in the use of weaponry. So by the time they came back, they knew what they could do. They knew what to do. So that was visible. And so it was easy to break free. China was able to break free because they got assistance from communist Russia. You see, because China is huge, like Africa. So it wasn't one colonial power that was holding down the whole of China, like one colonial power was holding down Nigeria. So it meant that when the Bolshevik Revolution happened and the Bolsheviks broke away from empire, the game of empire, I haven't lost the question that the gentleman at the beginning asked me, 2 books, and this ties into my recommendation of the 2 books that he asked for. It was when the Bolsheviks overthrew Tsarist Russia, because Tsarist Russia was part of the imperial game as well. So all those places like Finland, Poland, Lithuania were all part of the Russian Empire. It was the Bolsheviks who, after the revolution, they turned their backs on empire. And Russia actually had a stake in China. So all the colonial powers had different chunks of China. So when the Russians pulled out, they now started supporting the Chinese revolutionaries. And so that's how the Chinese were able to get the weaponry that they were able to then use to fight their way out, just like the people of Haiti. The thing has been so difficult as far as the Commonwealth countries is concerned. And this is one of the themes that comes out of the new book, that the models of colonialism differed. You see, the French one is much more visible, is much more in your face. You can see it because they were a land power, not a sea power. And being a land power, they had to put boots on the ground. So you knew your the ones holding you down were right there in your space. And the French model was to make the colony physically part of France. So that's why Algeria, it was a straight fight, just like in Haiti. The British one is the hardest one because of indirect rule. Because they're not on ground. It's your people that they use to hold you down. That is the extra difficulty. They say, look, you see my hands. What are we doing? Whereas actual fact, the design structure is very clever. But as I say, everything's unveiled. We can now see how it is done. So that's the answer to that. In terms of ideology, Pan-Africanism is a suspect ideology as far as I'm concerned. It is, they've lumped 371 ethnic groups to make Nigeria political union, a stage for one Superman to run the whole country, and you see where we have been. And you want to escalate that on a continental basis. That is completing the job that the Berlin conferences of 1884 were doing. So Pan-Africanism is not the way. The way forward, as I said earlier, is the way back. And the ideology, yes, we do need an ideology. The ideology is Africanism, not Pan-Africanism. It is Africanism. And what is Africanism? It's going back to who we really are and who we really were. Going back. Dusting our identities off. Restoring pride in the way we were, because those were our best years. That is the way forward. And that's what underpins the Orange Union philosophy. That the way forward is the way back. We missed our road. We were led up the alleyway to a dead end. And when you've missed your road, you've got to have the courage and the confidence to turn back. And that's Africanism. Go back to who we really are. No more the Berlin identities that were thrown at us, whether Rhodesia or Nigeria. And with a union made by us intentionally, which will be the Orange Union, we will have pride in that union. It would not be either or. You see, that's the mentality right now of the one Nigerianists. That if you say that you're Ijo first, I say, you're a traitor. You're not patriotic, because one Nigeria is designed to kill off our identities. That's what they tried to do at the Berlin conference. Now, in answer to, I think it was Joe who asked a question about two books that I'll recommend. He said, of all the books, the first one is a book simply titled Augustus. It is the biography of Augustus Caesar. Yeah, the Roman Emperor. It's a must-read. It's written by a guy called John Buchan, B-U-C-H-A-N. It's still in print. And the second book is one that I only came across fairly recently, but which is a star of my new book. And the book is written by a Trinidadian intellectual, Pan-Africanist, we'll forgive him for that, called George Padmore. And the book is titled How Russia Transformed Its Colonial Empire. Now, it's out of print, but it has been produced in audiobook by a friend of mine, and is available on BG Media, if you look them up. So it's been converted into an audiobook. You see, with that book, you understand that it was actually the Russians who led the way in ending empire, who were the first to voluntarily decolonize. And that's the reason why even today they are hated. They were the first to decolonize. And you see that decolonization, as I say in the new book, it threatened the established order, which was still the imperial order. And that is why when the Bolshevik Revolution happened, just as they did in Haiti, the European powers all stormed in to try and overthrow the Bolsheviks because they were threatening the established order. And that legacy has continued. So those are the two books that I would read again and again and again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have two more, and then that's it. Jagun, you're next.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jagun, you have to unmute yourself, Jagun.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening here in London. Rudolph, again, a big impression mark on myself with today's guest and with the running of the show generally since your return. I must congratulate you. Brother Dele Ogun, my man, we know a few people between us on a London mix. So I'm very well aware of who you are and where you're coming from and your growth. And not just growth in terms of how long I've been looking and listening. Not so much reading, I'm afraid, but even though I do a lot of reading, I need to catch up on a lot of the underlying books that you spoke of, including your own. A couple of things I would like you to take up with you. Firstly, I really do enjoy your philosophical approach to both history and indeed who we are as people in Nigeria, the importance of Nigeria, and the importance of the emancipation that still needs to come through as far as Black people globally. Having said that, when I point and look at Nigeria and listen to you very intently, you speak a lot of things that I'm familiar with in being a small H historian. I enjoy my history as well as I enjoy my geography. These are two subjects that are far forgotten in today's world. But when I was schooled, these were quite important subjects. This is to say, when you look at what Nigeria needs to do in order to become the country that it's supposed to be, the energy of the country that we know as Nigeria and the people, the culture, and all the rest of it, we as Nigerians know it intrinsically. We are able to flower outside of Nigeria, but yet not in our own terrain. So when you say in one level, looking back would produce a better future, so to speak, why would you throw away the aspect of the regionalism in terms of going forward to a rather, it may seem to many as being homogenized from within. It's something that would happen naturally. It's something that would happen mainly through the big groups of ethnicities. Why not regionalism? How are you patterning in the future? What are you seeing intrinsically? Because these things, as you said, are by design. They're not by willy-nilly, woolly approaches to serious issues. That's one question for you. The other is, I must put to you, my brother, the way I read history a lot by symbolism as well. And symbolism is very, very, I don't know what to call it, esoteric, spiritual, I don't know what to call it. Whilst I would agree with the segmentation of your orange approach, I have no objection to oranges, be it the color or the fruit. However, orange as a color has been used in Europe, Holland, South Africa. There are some sides of Switzerland and Spain that use the orange flag for the exact reason of a great part of our oppression. Whilst I like the fatherland approach, do you feel that there is a mix-up within the color orange? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jagun. Thanks. First of all, let me deal with your first question. Why throw away regionalism, or expressed a different way? Why isn't regionalism the answer? The answer is this. It depends what one means by region.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the fundamental error design faults in what we've been running with, whether you call them regions or you call them states, is that they are artificial. As I said earlier, they drew the boundaries of these areas not on an organic basis, because the organic structures are the ethnic groups. If you look across the world, that's how they all are. Even Europe, you'll find that Little Belgium is for Belgians. And even within Little Belgium, they recognize the organic elements, the Wolofs and I forget the other group they call themselves. If you look at Britain, the architect of our confusion, they don't pretend to be one. So they have, as you and I know, they have Britain, and then they have Wales and Scotland and Ireland and England, and each is allowed to breathe. So when Blair was pushing one Nigeria for us in late 1990s, the medicine he was giving his own people was Orange Union. So he introduced the legislation to create the Scottish Parliament for the Scottish, the Irish Assembly for the Northern Irish, the Welsh Assembly for the Welsh. You see why I call them the colonial confusionists? Because they know the answer. They know this is the natural way. So the problem with regionalism is the artificiality, the regions that will pretend and embrace more than the organic ethnic groups. And regionalism, you've tried it already. It's like returning to vomit. It's failed. This is why
years against 30 years of what we have today, that hasn't worked either.
Precisely. What we haven't done, though, is go back to how we were, which is the ethnic groups, because every single ethnic group deserves its respect and dignity. There's no room for saying so-and-so are minorities. They're no minorities. Before the British lumped us all together, they were not minorities. They were self-governing peoples. However small, is it the Ogoni? They had their own government. That's what we need to go back to. But the beauty of the Orange Union arrangement is that we're not reckless. We're not throwing everything away and say, break it all up. No, that's not our position. What they've brought us together, and we know there are positives in union. And so we will keep the union for those who want to stay. It's not by force, but those who want to stay and see the merits of togetherness within limits, they'll stay. So that is the skin that wraps us. So we have the advantage of scale when we need it. But we don't want to continue with an arrangement of the disease of giantism, that you're so big as to be immobile. You're not dynamic because you're trying to divide one into 371 spaces. And the math just does not work. So let every ethnic group, no need to go and draw up artificial states like Ogun that will embrace for example, even in Yoruba land, it will have the Egba inside there. You have the Ijebu inside there. You have my Kale people inside there as well. And some of my Kale people are hanging out in Ondo. That is what they did at Berlin. And we did the same within Nigeria. So what we say, we go back to the natural as we were, but we keep the union. Now, your second question in terms of the color orange. Well, first of all, copyright law is something that I hate. You see, because nobody has, simply because you used it first, doesn't mean that you own it. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to all of us. So the fact that they've used it for something or used it for another that wasn't pleasant doesn't mean we can't use it. And in any event, we don't need to get too fixated about the color orange, because our oranges are actually not very orange. Yeah, so I don't know about other parts of, but certainly the oranges in Yoruba land are more sort of greenish, as it were. But it's not about colorism. It is very much about the substance, which is the shape of the fruit, whatever color you want to call it. It is the structure of the union that nature has created. You know, that is the key. Somebody asked me to comment on just the messaging that I saw. I think it was somebody called Oscar.
On China, yeah, Oscar Blackburn.
Yeah, Chinese economic neocolonialism. You see, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Why? Because you see, the Chinese, and I was lucky to go to China recently for the first time. And I said, wow, these guys suffered the same colonial knee on their necks. Yeah, that's the book. Yeah, knee on their necks as we've been through. And they managed to get the knee off their necks. The reason I admire them is that their history, they have no skeletons hidden in the cupboard. They have no colonial history to be running away from or slavery. They got to where they are without slavery, without stealing another man's land. This is why you get all the propaganda that's been pushed. Oh, the Chinese are coming to colonize you. Oh, yeah. What the Chinese are doing is playing the business game, because they've come to understand that the reason why the European powers overtook them, because China was ahead of them in the Middle Ages, 1500s, etc. And how they leapfrogged China was because they stood on our heads to stand taller. It's slavery, the subsidy from that is what allowed them to overtake China, to leapfrog. Because that's why the Chinese were taken by surprise. So where did these guys come from? We were the ones who were far ahead. All the paper, gunpowder, we had it all. We just were chilling. And then all of a sudden, these guys have leapfrogged us. How did they do that? The Chinese study history. That's the thing about them. They're deep in history. As I say, hey, it's the slavery and the colonialism. Now the Chinese know that as long as the West have exclusive access to the resources of Africa, they'll continue to be throwing their weight around recklessly. And China says, well, we're not interested in interfering with governance in these countries, but we've got our checkbook. And if they've, because of the legacy of colonialism, places like Nigeria have weak governance, such that crazy, stupid deals are being done by the Europeans there, getting the resources. We're not holier than thou. We're coming in with our checkbook. If you want to sign the agreement on those terms, we're ready to sign the agreement. And we will have, like any properly negotiated contract, that if there's a breach, we will have clauses in there that say, in the event of breach, we're entitled to security for our investment. And if it means taking over this port or whatever, we will do that because that's what you've agreed to. So I don't lose sleep over the narrative of China is here to colonize Africa. No, these guys went through that same experience. You guys need to get out to China. Absolutely. I was inspired, not overwhelmed, but I was inspired by their recovery story. And I think it lies ahead of us that once we can break the hold, I say to people recently that we look at Singapore and we say, wow, look at Lee Kuan Yew, what he did in Singapore, how he transformed Singapore in the space of how many years? Because they got their independence a few years after us. And we all go to Singapore and we marvel. But you know what? Singapore miracle would never have happened. Lee Kuan Yew would not have been heard of if Singapore hadn't broken the shackle when they were shackled with Malaysia. It was the restructuring of that federation that released the genius of Singapore that we all celebrate. It was the break of China from the colonial stranglehold that the Europeans put on them that enables us to now celebrate the Chinese miracle. We would not have seen any of it. And that's why they have not seen our miracles, because the knees are still on our necks. All that we're capable of has been lying fallow because we haven't shaken it off.
Right. Before we go to the last person, which is forefathers, I wanted to add to that China question, the answer you gave. There's this question here about Afonja and the Lauren, and what you wrote in the book saying that the ruling class that turns to outsiders to maintain their rule eventually will be either swallowed by the outsiders or something like that. So the person wants to know if what China and Russia are doing in Africa, where African countries are running to them to get away from the Europeans, whether they won't suffer the way Afonja suffered by running to the Fulanis to help with the war. So,
well, it's possible. It's always possible. It depends on your team. When you look for outside help, it depends how good your team is. If you are doing it for yourself, like the Afonjans, then you're likely to be swallowed up. Keep in mind, as I said, no revolution is successful without external help. The Americans, let's start with them, in their independence war against the British. Who helped them? The French, as I explained earlier. When the Haitians broke away from Toussaint Louverture, defeated the French slavers, who helped him? The British. The British. Bringing it closer to China. When China broke away from the European imperial hold, who helped them? Well, if you were listening earlier, you will have heard me say it was communist Russia.
I was gonna mention that in addition to the Europeans that they broke themselves away from, they also broke away from the Japanese.
Indeed, because
Yes,
the Japanese were sort of allies with the British at that point. You see, so but yes, China got help, reached out to Russia, but was China swallowed up by the Russians? Going back to the Afonjas story, of course it was not. because the Chinese leadership, they were very, very focused and switched on. And because they were so well organized, they knew how far to take the friendship with Russia, to the point that after a while they turned against the Russians, as history will tell you. So the idea that Afonja is always the outcome, no, it depends what's the leader or the leaders are pursuing. If they're pursuing, they want a joyride and just looking to enjoy themselves, then of course they liable, they have that mentality, they're liable to be swallowed. But if they focused, as the Chinese were, again, an example, Haiti, when the British helped Toussaint Louverture to defeat the French slavers, and he was the one to abolish slavery. He was the one who abolished slavery. The British now tried to come in and invade Haiti and take it over. And Toussaint defeated them. So it's not a question of saying you must never get outside hell. You're just going to be smart enough to use it effectively and properly. Now, Oscar, who asked about Chinese colonialism, he sent a supplementary message saying he asked about economic colonialism. Well, what is that? What is economic colonialism? As I said, China has not created your governance systems. So if there are weaknesses in your governance systems that China coming in to do business takes advantage of, because they know that they're in competition with the ones who have interfered with your governance systems, who have left those weaknesses inbuilt there, and they come along and they negotiate the deal with you. Look, I'm a corporate lawyer by background. When you go and do a commercial deal, a corporate deal, you've got to have your best minds around the table. You pay attention to the detail. You have a clear understanding of what your client seeks to achieve. You know which clauses are not acceptable and which clauses are. But once you've negotiated the deal, including any sanctions for breach, it's not economic colonialism if you then break the contract and what you've promised and offered as an inducement for them to do that deal with you. You now say it's unfair. You took advantage of us because we didn't read the agreement properly. That doesn't work. So please drop this idea of economic neo-colonialism. China wants to do business. China wants to access the resources just as much as the ones interfering with your political system, the ones who left you this legacy of weak political structures, are busy helping themselves. Let me end this point by reference to one of the points that comes out in the new book. Because the story starts with the Berlin Conference and the Royal Niger Company. So what Goldie did, even though at the Berlin Conference, it was agreed that there should be no monopoly, there should be freedom of trade, all the resources, the door should be left open for everybody to share. What Goldie did was to create a monopoly. So nothing came in or out of the Niger Delta area without the effective, except through the Royal Niger Company. That was a monopoly situation. And how he created a monopoly, he bought up all the competitor companies, all the English companies, he bought them up and got to the point where Royal Niger Company was this massive entity. And then by virtue of having created that monopoly situation, he was now able to dictate the prices to our people and depress the prices artificially. Pushed it down. So it was paying next to nothing for the resources that were taken out. Now the Chinese, not the Chinese, the French saw this And of course, when they're hearing that ridiculously low prices are available for palm oil in the Niger Delta area, far lower than they could get anywhere else, what happens? Of course, the French come in to try and take advantage of the low prices. You won't say that it's economic neocolonialism because the French are now taking advantage of what Goldie had done in using his monopoly position to depress the prices. That is the parallel with what's going on. And what, as I explained in the book, what Goldie then did was effectively to buy out the French as well. So he ended up with his monopoly at the end of the day. So forget economic neocolonialism. It is not real. As a corporate lawyer, you go in, you do the deal, and take your best negotiators and be ready to either perform the contract, or if you don't perform, expect to be sued. And if you lose the lawsuit, expect whatever damages or security for the performance of the contract has been signed up to. Don't start saying it's not fair.
All right, thank you. Last question is from Forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers, and special greetings to the guest. He said we should not refer to him by his title, but Dele Ogun, thank you for coming in. I think I'm struggling to keep my mind together because I agreed with you most of the way when I was listening, but towards the end, I noticed a lot of contradictions. And I'm struggling to keep it together. For me, I felt that the way you analyze history was missing the essential lessons from it. From asking us to go back to who we were that failed. And at the same time, you're against regionalism because it failed. So why would you want us to go back to where we were before that failed? At the same time, then you went on to talk about the UK, how Tony Blair did what he did recently to, give some powers to the various nations. But that was after how many 100 years of dominating the world? Then there are so many like that. And I felt that you are drawing the wrong conclusions from historical events. Even all the nations that you describe as going on to, like China, Russia, all of them, none of them went back to the past. They tore the past apart. They ripped it all to pieces and went to the future. The French destroyed their monarchy. The Russians destroyed it. So did the Chinese. So they all tore everything, including if you look at the Americans in a way, that's what they did. They threw the British away and then they started charting their own paths. And what I consider is dangerous because that little detail is extreme. If you miss it, could cost you everything. That is why we have to learn lessons from history properly. Because if you ask people to go to the past, you're asking us to go to a situation where we will even be more vulnerable than we were in the past. Because the people that did this to us are even more powerful now. And they themselves, and the way you describe Pan-Africanism, they have pan-Europeanism. Let's make no mistake. NATO, European Union, the Five Eyes, and 1,000 other agreements are all pan-European agreements. And when you said Pan-Africanism, you don't believe in it and it's suspicious on the rest, it's an essential ingredient. We still have to be nationalistic. We may want to assert our ethnicities, but these things are layers of identifications. You ascribe to it when you talked about Nigerians watching football, admiring their fellow different tribes of women and all the rest of it, because they assert their identities at different levels. So that is why I have an issue with the way your conclusions about the orange arrangement that you're talking about. And because this is very, very important, we get it right. And I noticed that your analysis is not necessarily based on actual hard power dynamics. It's based on historical events, and it's also based on some of your experience, corporate experience and all the rest of it. But I tend to base mine on hard power and the power dynamics that are going on around the world. Any nation that is stronger than you economically, militarily, they are a threat, including China, including the West, every single one of them. However, you can work with them. The Chinese did the same thing. I like the comment you made that the Chinese were switched on. That aspect of it, when they say switched on, it meant they were relying on themselves. Our mistake, and the man that went to the Fulanis to help expect them to come and save him, his mistake was not making himself strong. If you are not strong as an entity, you will fail. And so that brings me, because we've had this conversation, even yesterday, I'm struggling with this within our community. We learn a lot of lessons, that we learn a lot of history, but for some reason we don't tie it properly together. How did we manage to go back to saying we should go back to where we were before the colonization? When clearly the history shows all these nations we were just describing tore their past to pieces. So that is the question. Let me ask the actual question that I have. So based on the challenges we have today in the 20th century, I really am sorry that I have to come across like this, because I really do like your submission. I know you are very, very well read, and you've written books and all the rest. But when I feel like we are making mistakes, a very dangerous one, I tend to call it out. And so the question I wanted to ask you is that, how do we, as a people, ascertain the truth of things in terms of actually basing it on evidence, actual hard evidence, not based on just opinions? And so that's one of them. Then how do we, I will ask the question that I asked yesterday, how do we present ourselves as a people to the world, that's as a people to the world and to our children, so that our children can grow up to feel that they have a place in this world, they have a way of ascertaining the truth of things. In other words, being able to see the world for what it truly is. Because I believe that the way we process information seems to be very, very faulty. So I don't know. I didn't make the question very clear. Let me just ask it again. Let me just get the question, because I wrote it down yesterday. We talked about it for a long time. So the question is, how should we present ourselves and the world to our children? That's the question.
Thank you.
All right. I think you disagree with where my history lessons are taking us to. Not that I've misunderstood history at all. Perfect clarity. And let me explain why I don't think you're right in saying others do not go back. As I said, it was Winston Churchill who said, the further back you look, the further ahead you can see. Let's start with what Blair did. Blair was the one who revived the Scottish Parliament for the Scots. The Scottish Parliament had disappeared in 1707. It was 1997 that they went back to the way they were. The Welsh Assembly had actually disappeared much earlier than that, because that was the English who conquered Wales. They had no, at least in the case of Scotland, it was a treaty of union. The Scots were trying to build their own empire, and the British scuttled it. It's called the Darien Affair. If you look it up, the Scots went in search of their own colonies. The British sunk their ship and said, no hard feelings. Let's share. And that's why most of the colonial officers were Scottish. Blair went back because he knew the troubles that was arising from the project of one nation. That is where you had the crisis in Ireland that you don't hear about anymore. Remember the IRA and all the rest of that? What was that all about? They wanted their voice, their political voice. Whereas the English were happy to say, oh, stay on board, stay with us, we're stronger together. The Irish said, hell no. We want our own self-determination. And that's the origin of that. It actually started under the government of William Gladstone. Irish Home Rule Bill, because of the troubles and the bloodshed in Ireland, he wanted to quell that in order to release the positive energies of his people. That's when they introduced Home Rule Bill in Ireland. And that's actually what caused our guy, the main star of the new book, Joseph Chamberlain, to leave the Liberal Party and join the Conservatives, because he was he was an imperialist. He wanted power in Westminster to rule the whole of Britain. And he was dead against Home Rule, the going back. But Gladstone pushed that Home Rule Bill. Blair took it a step further in 1997. You see, so this is why we must be careful. That when they keep telling us, keep going forward, you know, and the rest of the world is getting bigger and better together. What was Brexit? What was Brexit? Was that not going back? So human beings have to recognize, and we have to have the courage to say, when something is not working, let's stop and reflect as to why it's not working. If after 64 years of playing one Nigeria, so-called independence, the lights are still not on, and countries like, again, it comes through in the book, like India, because this is something that those who favor carrying on as we are point to. Oh, but India is more diverse than Nigeria, and look what they're doing. It's a false argument. Why is it false? Because India today is not India under the British. India today is minus Pakistan, Islamic Pakistan. It's minus Islamic Bangladesh. It is minus Buddhist Burma. It was restructured such that the India that you're left with is an India where it's 80 to 90% Hindu. It was restructured. When we seek to understand why, given that we've got the same physiology as everyone else, the head, two arms, mouth, etc., if it's not working in our space, we've got to have the courage to dig and see why it's not working, get to where it went wrong. And what the new book shows is that we were programmed to fail from the beginning. We were programmed to fail from the get-go. It was never designed to work. You see that symbol on the book in the center there with the star? That star of Solomon, the seal of Solomon. And look at the crown inside there. That is the British Fulani Alliance. That is the alliance with the caliphates that was at the roots of the design fault in Nigeria. So if we say that we're going to ignore the 64 years of experience and carry on as we are, then I'm afraid we're not going to be presenting our children, presenting ourselves to the world in a way that our children can believe that they have a place in the world, because it's not going to get any better than it is. It was programmed to work like this, such that our children are all running away. The Japa syndrome is real because it's not working. And if you really want to restore, give something, a legacy for your children, that they'll be proud. It's not the money that we're going to leave. We've got to leave them a society, a governance structure that they can be proud of. To say, yeah, it's working. My country is working. Not for the few, because as I said, every governance system has its winners and losers. And there are those who, there's nothing wrong with Nigeria right now as far as they're concerned. Nothing wrong. They're living well. But what about everybody else? What about the basics when you can see that something like light is still a luxury? That we can't switch the light switch with confidence. Your children can't take their friends back to Nigeria for a holiday. We're all holidaying in their countries. So it's time for us to humble ourselves and say it's not working, and the way back is the way forward. How far back you go, all I can say is that there were fewer deaths before the colonial intrusion into our affairs. Right now is human sacrifice. If you aggregate the deaths from Lugard's wars and Goldie's pacification, if all the war conflict, if you add the Biafra totals, and the daily killings in the Middle Belt that are going on as we speak, the slaughter across the country, how much human sacrifice do we want before we say it ain't working? We've got to re-engineer it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dele. It's been wonderful. And before...
Sorry, though. I still think you still reached the wrong conclusion again, including from Brexit. Brexit weakened Europe. It's a European tribalism stuff that is happening, where the Anglo-Saxons wants to dominate the world affairs because they won the First and Second World Wars. This is my issue. We need to go deeper into this, but it is what it is. I personally, I would appreciate it if we could actually have conversations about these things, because you have your views, and maybe there are common grounds that I cannot see yet. If I could have this conversation with you, I would appreciate that.
All right, Forefathers, thank you. He's been here for more than 4.5 hours, so we have to let our guests go.
No, I meant away from here, if possible.
Okay, he'll be back in December when the new book comes out. Dele, thank you so much for being.
Okay, he will be back. Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you all.
Yeah,
it's been a good discussion, and we learn as we go.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are going to take a break. When we come back, and we will review what happened. So stand by.
I'll sign off now.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Thank you.
Form of association which will defend and protect with the whole common force the person and good of each associate, and in which each, while uniting himself with all, may still obey himself alone and remain as free as before. This is the fundamental problem which the social contract provides the solution for. I asked for Rousseau's words in relation to Nigeria to be imagined as the Orange Union, in contradistinction to the Union of the Apple. When you peel the skin of the orange, you will see the segments sitting comfortably side by side, together making the composite whole. Whereas where you peel the skin of the apple, you will see the indistinguishable mass. That Orange Union in which the ethnic groups uniting to make the whole, an association in which they may still obey their own priorities and remain as free as before.
Author, publisher, and public speaker, Dele Ogun has excelled in multiple careers, significantly contributing to the legal and writing fields. In November 1969, 7-year-old Dele embarked on a nearly 7-hour journey aboard the BOAC from Lagos to London. Little did he know the challenges he would face in a new land where speaking his beloved Yoruba would set him apart. Raised in the village of Ayede in Ekiti State by his grandparents, Dele quickly adapted by winning over local boys with his football skills. After earning his LLB from London Metropolitan University in 1984 and completing his call to the English bar at the Inns of Court School of Law in 1985, he obtained an LLM in Company and Commercial Law from the London School of Economics in 1987. Dele founded Akin Palmer LLP, a London-based law firm specializing in commercial litigation and international arbitration disputes. With over 21 years of experience, he also maintains a practice in Lagos, Nigeria. In 2009, he published his first book, The Law, the Lawyers, and the Lawless, an autobiographical reflection of his journey from Nigeria to becoming a successful lawyer. His subsequent work, Ostrich Nation, Golden Jubilee, critiques Nigeria's socio-political landscape through the metaphor of an ostrich, highlighting issues such as corruption and leadership failures. In A Fatherless People, the secret story of how the Nigerians missed the road to the promised land, Dele explores Nigeria's historical evolution from British colonialism to contemporary challenges, examining how colonial powers manipulated ethnic divisions that hindered national unity. His other works include Oyinbo Came to Africa, Identify and Development, A Slave Ship Called Jesus, and the upcoming 50 Years of Briton. True to his bold mandate of saving Nigerians from Nigeria, as seen on his X page, Dele advocates for accountability and proactive governance. As a student in London, Dele Ogun worked as a security guard. Today, he is passionate about the plight of Nigeria and Nigerians and has written half a dozen books to educate Nigerians on the malaise afflicting the country.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's review what happened. Let me go to, let me see, the people I've not heard from in a long time. We just heard from forefathers. So let's start with Pansat.
It's about time I get called first on something.
I heard that you were a moderator yesterday. It was I'm yet to watch it, but a lot of people.
Yeah, it was fun, more fun than I thought. But let me say hello to everybody again. Now, Rudolph, congratulations. You've always had a knack to bring well-meaning Nigerians, and this is one of them. It's a good guy, and nobody's right all the time, right? I've said that. Nobody's inerrant, in other words. But if anybody is, it's this guest and the one before this one. They're very good guests. And a lot of their trajectory is to fix Nigeria itself. I was fortunate enough to make clear to him my position, which is a very unique position. A very unique position. Even if those who are holding us down, in the case of Biafra, identify them as Fulanis, Northern Muslims, who were on a conquest trip to Nigeria. I believe Dr. CM tried to make it very clear that they are not indigenous to Nigeria. And they easily defeated the Hausas, took them over, have them eviscerated, their nuts are cut off. They destroyed their empires and their kings and whatnot, and they took over the north. Now they've come down to the south to do the same thing where forefather is from. River State took the oil, and they're using that oil to deal with us. So the point I'm making is that even if they come today and say, we're going to stop it, we're sorry we did it, my advice to my people is, no, we want to go back and finish that war. The war is not finished. A lot of our people were killed. So that's what's going to solve the black man's problem. So I've been on and on. I've been talking to the minority groups, which everyone wants to placate the minority groups by saying we're all equal. For example, the Igbos and say the Jaws or the Dos, we're all equal. No, we're not equal. Have far bigger numbers. So the only choice the minorities have to make, you're going to go with the good or you're going to go with the evil. You don't have any other chance, any other choice. We're not going to say we're all equal, like was portrayed by your last guest here. It's not reality. We have to deal from Machiavellian point of view. Forefathers understand. We have to deal with reality. There are three major ethnic groups in Nigeria: the Hausas, the Igbos, and the Yorubas. So just like in every country, you have a choice to make. Do you want to go with those who are right? Who's been right the whole time? When it comes to the war, you should have made a choice to go with us. When it comes to, just let me land, I'm sorry, I know a lot of people want to talk, but that's the disadvantage of talking first, right? So I understand, I'm sorry, I'm going to use 1 or 2 minutes to finish. I'm saying to the minorities, because it's a concept that is real. You don't have the numbers to emancipate yourselves. So when it comes to elections, you have to make the right choice. You're given a choice between a lesser evil sometime. You don't get everything you want. Nobody does. So if the minorities think that because we come with peaceful means trying to attract them peacefully, and they're going to be riding over our heads like they've been doing. During the war, they got it wrong. During the elections, some of them vote for Buhari. Buhari is a known phenomenon. The last election, a lot of them vote for Tinubu. I'm saying that we should no longer make them, convince them to do the right thing. We should take them over.
All right.
All those people with the oil that's giving our enemies the oil to come and use to destroy Nigeria. Without that oil, a lot of these Fulanis will be taking a shower with their camel dung somewhere in the north. Is the oil.
Pastor, thank you so much. Let's move on. Please, for now, for this round, just stick to what's happened, the guest, what he said, and review of that. Let me go to people who didn't get a chance to weigh in before people who asked questions. Let me come to you, Moyes. Please, can you turn on your camera? Moyes, are you there? All right, let's go to OT.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Damages. Were you calling me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was trying to get myself sorted out so I can turn on my camera. Okay. I can't turn on my camera yet. Is that okay? Can I just talk?
No, the rule.
Okay. All right. So I'll just give me a few minutes and I'll be less than 2 minutes actually.
All right, let's go to OT. When you're ready, just let me know. Yeah, OT, go ahead.
Hey, hi. Good evening, everyone. Yes, I mean, I listened to Dr. Dele Ogun. I think some of us, should actually feel vindicated in what the presentation he made today. I mean, there can be no doubt that he understands what he's talking about. He's done this research. He's been looking at this subject. I mean, when we talk about the problem in Nigeria and how to fix it, I think we cannot really go on forever arguing, with somebody like forefathers. I don't know how he understands things, Now, something as basic as really, kind of the structure of an organization. If we can't get the foundation right, nothing will work, And in Nigeria, as it is, I think it's really, it must be basic, elementary, that the governance system has to allow the various nations of Nigeria for them to have a sense of, if like, identity, and then be able to determine their destiny. So, and then Nigeria, as we have it today, it cannot work. I don't know what the idea of size or bigness, it hasn't helped us, and it is not going to help us. So really, I mean, going back to the past, essentially recognizing our separate identities, culturally, if like, I mean, our understanding, philosophy of life. So it has to be respected, in any kind of entity we are forging together. The primary focus has to be on, on what each group, each ethnic group, each tribal group, who they are, where they're coming from, what they believe in. And that unity has to be consensual. It's not an imposition, not by force. So that is and I think if we are serious about our coming here every Saturday, Sunday, it has to be, how do we contribute towards making this a reality? Maybe there was a debate at the National Assembly about regionalism on such subjects. I think people who understand these things, who really cares to do the proper analysis. Most people are saying it. People that are informed, that know the subject. It's not people living in fantasy land talking about, I don't know. So we have to go back to basics. So the structure is not working. It is structuring. People call it by different names, but essentially it's the same thing. The foundation is not is faulty, so it is defective. And CM asked the question: who are the Nigerians? So this is something we have to, a fundamental question. People, we can't bring people together, force them into a union by force. They have to make the decision and also have the freedom to opt out, if it's not favoring them. I think that's really what I can make out of what he had to say. I think he knows the subject. So, thank you.
My computer is free. Okay, thank you, Oti. Thank you so much for being here. Let's go to Omoye's corner. Omoye, welcome.
Hi, Dr. Damages.
Hi.
Greetings to you. Greetings to everyone. Well done, Dr. Damage. It's been a minute. It's been a while.
Yeah.
So I just happened to be scrolling down, and I just came upon your channel where this man, I don't know him, but some of the points that I got from him, which I agree with him, is, I agree with with his idea or opinion. Is somebody's mic on? I can hear myself.
Okay.
I can echo. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of agree with what his idea is. And I like the fact that he said that a lot of the other tribes in Nigeria, it's almost like they're non-existent, right? Because they've been swallowed up by the three so-called major tribes, which I don't agree with, but hey, to each their own. But yeah, I kind of like that he mentioned that and he said that. And, when you guys were talking earlier, and he was talking about, going back to the past, I was curious. I don't know how the conversation started, so I probably have to go back and replay the portion where he actually spoke. I was wondering, where's the place of the women? And Dr. Damages, how come you don't have a lot of women on your panel? It's always all men. Why? Women soften the place. Where you have all these men that are arguing, they want to chop each other's heads off. You need women to balance it off.
Our women are worse, so don't even blame it on us.
Have you seen which ones? Which ones are worse? I haven't seen any women since I've been on Dr. Damage's
show. You will
show.
see them. They will turn up.
Is that true, Dr. Damages?
And lastly, we're not banning anybody, or anybody is free to come here. Speak to your women. Why don't they why don't they represent themselves? That's the question.
They do. Maybe you guys don't give them the opportunity to, because I listen to you guys banter on here, right? And it's almost impossible for sometimes for the women to get a word in. I've seen a few times where maybe one or two women are speaking, and you guys just talk over them. And it's usually one or two. So maybe it's, maybe you guys need to taper it down and invite them some more. You guys will know women now. There are a lot of women in the comment section that are commenting, and I don't see them on the panel. And I wish they would be on the panel, because this involves all of us. Because we don't want the women to be put to the side where they're talking about how to move Nigeria forward. So when he mentioned that, we're going to go back, we have to go back. Hey, my heart start to cut. Back to where? I beg. Now slavery, will they go back to? Or are we going back to where the women belong to the kitchen alone? Because there's some people who have not gotten that idea out of their head. Which one is it? Because we got to be thinking about progress and carrying everybody along. That's very, very important. So I didn't hear him say that. Maybe he said it before, maybe he's one of those people who consider it. I don't know. I would definitely go back and listen to the video. But I beg, you people should encourage the women to come on. And when they do, give them the opportunity to speak. You may not like what they say, just like sometimes we don't like what Tunaija says. I was agreeing with him when he was talking earlier, and then all of a sudden he starts to say something. I'm like, where is Tunaija taking us to? We are here. Where are we going right now? Are we stuck in the air somewhere? So I just think that you guys should give them more opportunities to express themselves and just don't talk over them. That's my own take on that. So thank you very much for hearing me. I appreciate it. I'll be here for a little bit and interject anybody here. I'm here for interjecting. Since you people don't allow women to talk, I'm here to disturb you people for a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Moyes Corner. For those who do not know, Moyes Corner has a show on, you can catch on YouTube. I think every day, I don't know how frequent, but I do stop by and see you on. So just for upcoming program, next Sunday, we have Pa Ikide joining us. He's one of the public intellectuals. We have a very big critic of our writers. So he will join us and talk about literature and politics in Nigeria. And down the road, we are going to have Professor Kendibe. He's finally agreed to come back on the show after boycotting us for a while. And we are also going to have Adiola Fine coming down the road. We announce the dates from next week. All right, so let me hear from there are a few other people.
I'm sorry, really quickly, Dr. Rurov, I just saw something there. $100,000 for what?
Oh, you didn't know there's a prize for literature in Nigeria where they pay people $100,000 for if you win. And it could be a literature, a children's book, it could be poetry, it could be novel. Most people don't know.
Oh, it's for writers.
Yeah, you can be one of them. Most people don't know that it's there. That's why we want to talk about it. And
really?
Also the fact that
how do I get the flyer? May I see? Maybe I go all the books that I don't write. They say for draft. Maybe I will go dust them out.
Yeah, that we want to inspire people to write. It's
okay. That's good. I wonder how I can lay my hands on it so I can take a look at it.
Okay, you can talk later after
okay, thank you.
All right, so I want to go to KJ, and then we have some other people who are. Please, if you have had the chance to question the guests, let me hear from other people. Then we'll come back to you. KJ, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and thank you to every one of you who is in the panel right now. All your contributions are very valid, whether you accept them or not. And I want to also thank all the people making comments on the comment section. You guys are also valid. You're part of the program. I listened to that. I deliberately didn't come in because it was making a lot of sense. And if you remember, I had a show here on Independence Day, and some of the conclusion which he came to was what to mention precisely. OT, was on that issue, and we concluded that the best thing to do is to go back and now not rely on the boundaries created by the British, but by the ones naturally created by the ways of our language. It was a very robust discussion, and he brought a lot to the table, especially for those who like to understand and read more of history. I enjoyed it. It was like a song, I could have even listened to him for even much longer because he was able to lay it properly without any form of, you know, writing, sometimes a writer can be a bit biased, but the level of biasness can be acceptable, by his presentation, which I totally enjoyed, and I encourage that he comes back. And I think he made a good, the time was not wasted at all. I could have even taken another note from what he had written and be able to, make something out of it. He's quite knowledgeable. Thank you for bringing him, and we look forward to his coming back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear Adama. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Omoye's Corner, welcome, sis. I listened to you. I just came in specifically to you to tell you, yes, we did have the voice of women on this show. We come on Saturday at 6 p.m. The women are represented. Unfortunately, I'm on call, so I couldn't come in. So, Dr. Damages, the question I would have asked him was if I was able to, is to get access to his library where he keeps all his books, because you can tell he's someone that has good collections. But overall, the guest was I like historians because they back up the facts. And when Tunaija came in, we know who he is. He has to put in the source in it. Tunaija, I love you. So either way, thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Adama. We appreciate you. Okay, so let's go.
I wanted to ask Adana a question. So what program is it politics they do on Saturday, or what exactly?
We talk about things that affect family life issues, relationship, things that affect us here in the diaspora in terms of relationship. We here in the diaspora, we are dealing with a lot, and we do deep in a little bit into political issues on Saturday. So our segment is about Tokwe O and Adama and electricity. Let's have the conversation. It comes on at 6 p.m. On Saturdays.
Okay, I'm more of a politics person. So if you guys, maybe I'll tune in just to support you guys.
You're welcome. Yeah. So yeah, you can bring your political ideas. We are open to hearing everyone.
Oh, okay. I'll try to catch you guys one soon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Adama, thank you. So I'll come to Michael, but let me hear from Ike, who didn't get a chance to join us during the conversation. Ike, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Michael, hold on, okay? We'll come to you next. Let's hear Ike speak, and then we'll come to you. Ike, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning from here. Really, I don't know what was the topic. I wasn't available. I wasn't around. I just joined. I came back from, I was at the church. I finished. I went for my in-laws for lunch. I just came back from my house. So I don't really know what was the topic of today, right? Maybe I might be listening. I don't know what was the topic.
Ike, hold on, okay? Just stand by and listen to us. You get the idea what we're discussing. We'll come back to you.
No problem.
Michael, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to thank you once again, Dr. Rudolph, and all the panelists. In fact, the man is well read. Dele Ogun really puts meat on the bone. So as for me, because the question I asked him, he answered me very well, because it's another thing to be critical and to be objective about issues, especially when it comes to Nigeria. And another fact is to have the historical perspective. This man has a very, very strong historical part, not only about Nigeria, but in the world, in the global platform he was, so that we can see when he speaks out of knowledge. He don't make things up from his head, you know. So I mean, as for me, it was a great platform. It was a good thing that he was able to answer most of the questions that we asked him, and they were able to take out something. Because my wish is that this platform that Rudolph you create should be a platform for us to come together as most of us are in diaspora, for us to form either a political party or a political forum where we can have a power. Because as I live in America, you know, you live with me in New York. We are the only people that don't have political power. Chinese people, when the election comes, they run to the Chinese in Chinatown. But they run to the rest, they run to the Puerto Ricans who are from this, they run to the Dominicans. But when it comes to Nigeria or Africa, we are the only one they don't run to because we are not united, because our force is not together. You can see many times too, when we come to your platform, it's all everybody's making. But I appreciate you, Rudolph. If your guests are coming, if we can create a think tank, not just for us coming every Sunday or every Saturday to ramble on point, but for us to have a solution, because Nigerians, no matter how we talk today, our children will look back and look at this. We are creating history, whether you guys like it or not. We are creating history. Our children will look back and say, oh, my father was this, my uncle was this in this platform. So for us, let us find a solution, a point of solution to the problem of Nigeria. And how can we create that solution that we can benefit the people back home? Because we have power. If we are in diaspora, we are remitting 2 billion this thing to Nigerian economy. Do you know what that means? But everybody just sit back. So we need people like Dele Ogun, Dr. Frank Ogunwezi last week. It was fantastic. Please keep on bringing people like this that give us the nuggets, that give us something that we can hold on to. So that when we discuss like this, we take their information, their intelligence as attribute, we can discuss about it. And forefather, Dr. Tunaja, I always like you. You are always on the other side of the story, but I like sometimes your criticism, sometimes it gets on my, under my skin, but good for you, brother. At least it's good to have opposition view. That's what this platform is for. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, everybody on the platform.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Jagan, you're next.
Thank you, guys. Good evening. Again, it was Dele Ogun is not exotic to me. I know him pretty well, and I know a lot of people who know him directly. But I've seen him over the years, and guests like these, I don't think they're to be taken lightly. I don't think it is just to criticize or to critique a narrative that comes across in such a way that does make sense. And I feel when we hear people like this who have been in it for a long time in the public
Author,
sphere,
publisher, and public speaker,
my
Dele
brother,
Ogun has excelled
what's
in...
this? My brother, what him be that now? Hello?
Somebody else. Yeah, it wasn't me. Somebody else was managing.
Yeah, I think it was probably me. I'm sorry. I think I was just checking the comments and I touched something. Sorry.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I don't think we should take guests like these lightly. Just like the previous speaker spoke, Michael. Last week was another just fantastic guest who we shouldn't take lightly. We don't have to be in there every single, salient and unsalient point and start critiquing. No, there is a whole narrative being spoken. from which we on this platform who discuss deeply, we can see what's been said by one person and been repeated by another. And I think these areas of repetition on the platform and from guests who come on board from a kind of expertise point of view, because they are being questioned for a good period. I believe if there's a good number of us on this platform, that if we had 2 hours to express ourselves, we would understand from that person much more than we understand with a 5 minutes glib. We have to really be sharp-minded and shoot off our points as best we can and scribble to fight to speak. But when we are given the respect of 2, 3, 4 hours to itemize our ideals, our knowledge, and our suggested ways forward, then we get a better degree of that individual's understanding with the issues that we have. So I felt that these were not times wasted, and argue with them is nonsensical. All you can do is put your point, let them answer the question. You can't argue with somebody who is a guest here. I think that's pathetic. You know, they've got more to say than to argue with you as an individual. Even though I do get it that each one of us would have probably liked a one-on-one with him directly in order to discuss deeper. Now, having said all that, what I feel strongly about are, again, suggestions from Michael, because I was one of the first on this platform to suggest as much. I'm seeing intellect, I'm seeing people discussing deep issues. Why not move it further to something that has growth and emergency to the issues that we have? So I support that idea. Yet on this platform, many of us have tried, and nothing's come out of it so far. What I would say, there are a few of us who are still trying, but nothing is clear. What I would say is I feel that people may or may not have solutions in mind. But for the guests that we've brought on, and for many of us on this platform, when we speak solutions, we speak in really glib, woolly terms. We speak in terms that are not so confident to pronounce. We speak in terms that we feel our delivery may be quickly pounced upon as to be trash. Now, these are real issues. And I feel that no one on this platform or on another, to me, has come with something called a solution to our issues. And I feel that we have to discuss if there's a rebirth of this on this platform. For one, I have my solutions. I really, really do. I've been thinking about this probably for longer than Dele Ogun, probably for longer than him in terms of this. We have this similar, if not the same kind of reading, probably for longer than him. But I have my solution, but I too suffer somewhat. People may or may not believe it from expressing it. Sometimes because I feel I don't want to waste nuggets. The other times because I feel that people won't necessarily understand. And I think principally because it's still a work that I am doing. I'm engaged in what I'm doing. So I leave the stage by saying solutions is where we need to be concentrated. Whether or not this platform is going to be used for that or not, up to you, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me say this again. It's good that we are coming here every weekend and talking. I encourage people who feel that they could do more to take it out of this platform and do more. This is an opportunity to meet like-minded people. And then you go and talk about it. We can form a political party on air. We can form whatever movement we want. And there have been movements that started this way in different parts of the world, conversations by people. If you go back and read, I was interviewing a writer who wrote a doctorate on how African leaders fought for independence. They started in London when they were students there. Most of them were students, and they were meeting and they were discussing what should we do to get back our countries from the Europeans. And that was how it started. It doesn't have to be something to be put on air to have that conversation. This is an opportunity for people to come together and work together on whatever the project is. But it doesn't have to be me that will lead. I think anybody who has an idea can lead, and just call on people. And I know people are doing things out of this platform. So the opportunity is there. Let me go to Alaba next. Alaba, welcome.
Sorry, before Alaba, my brother, Mr. Alaba, Mr. Ferreira, please, I beg your indulgence. Sir. I just wanted to ask Mr. Jagun a question. So, Mr. Jagun, you were saying that you have solutions, your solutions that you came up with, right? The ones that you feel you have, right? So, my question to you is, do you have people that you discuss it with outside of the club? Because we can't talk about a lot of the to Mr. Rudolph's point on the air. So I'm wondering if you're really like putting those solutions to work behind the scenes.
I'll quickly say so as not to take time away from anybody. I come through business and economic finance kind of arena where it comes to solutions. My political understandings and studies are important to me, but I'm not the best skilled within that arena. I'm better skilled in performance of emergence of markets. And that is where I feel Nigeria as a country is lacking. There are so many things in Nigeria that we're not paying any attention to. And I know exactly what to do with in terms of turning it into real cash. So therefore, I come with a page where UK Black Links was a business I ran. It was a Black Business Directory, print, media. We dealt with television as well. And that was to put out in the UK what our spending power is against our population. And when we constructed that, we were able to bring out many businesses here in the UK, Black businesses. I've done it when I was in my 30s. I used to bring pineapples to the UK when I was 21. And in that, I saw what was in Nigeria. I was in the villages, I was in the farms, I was in the countryside. I didn't just have to be in Ikoyi. Ikoyi is nice, but that's not Nigeria. When I went inside, then I thought, my goodness, we are rich to hell. We are so rich, we don't even understand what's going on. And so therefore, I put it to us that in economic terms, I have a plan. Political terms, I'm still trying to work upon it. You understand? It's still a work in practice. So I will answer you like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jagon. Let's go to Alaba now.
Okay, greetings everybody. Hi Omoye, how you doing? Everybody. Let me start by first of all saying that I was in the chat and I was screaming and typing to you, Rudolph, mute that boy, and you did not respond. And I said, go to hell.
What's that? That's not nice.
And that boy was, of course, forefather, but let's leave that aside. But first, I want to thank you very, very much for bringing such such knowledgeable wealth of knowledge for us. This is, in my own opinion, one of the best Nigerians you've brought to your panel. And why do I say that? I always like to quote my fact. Because of his wealth of knowledge, his understanding of a problem, his possible solution, and the fact that it's a first class. Nobody can dispute that we have problems. You cannot know where you're going if you don't know where you're coming from. It tends to come to the problem from that perspective, which is a huge wealth of knowledge. Now, let's say 100 years passes from now or 1,000 years, and they want to talk like the Americans do now. They want to talk about a great nation that is great, and Nigeria has become that great nation. And they want to talk about the founding fathers of that great nation. They want to, I'm talking 100, 1,000 years from now. They want to talk about who are the brains, the founding fathers of that great nation. Even if we divide into multiple schism we want to go into. I want this man and a couple of Nigerians to be in that room where it happens. If you ever watch Hamilton, the room where it happens, the founding fathers of America, Hamilton, the stage performance of Hamilton. I want him to be in that room because of his wealth of knowledge. I want other people like Nnamdi Kanu to be in that room. I want people like Dele Ogun to be in that room. I want people like Mayegun to be in that room. I want people like Shogure to be in that room, the room where it happens. And of course, before I squeeze myself into that room, I want Rudolph to be in that room just as a moderator so that things don't explode. But that's what we're talking about, the room where it happened. While we have the best of the best in that room where it happened, we have to build a 100-yard gate where someone like forefather doesn't get close to that gate. That is it. Now, this man has so much vision, and Nigerians usually lack vision. And his understanding to his vision is to the fact that he understands our role in a global perspective, our current role, where we stand, and you understand where we were coming from. You also understand how we got there. So those informations he was dropping for us might look like dots, but they are dots that matters in the puzzle. And we have to put the puzzle together and connect the dots. This is a wealth of knowledge. Like Jagun said, guests like this, it's not like you don't have a counter opinion against them. You do, but you don't come and question them from your Wikipedia perspective. Come from it because he's coming to you from a knowledge of research, years and years of research. He quotes books, he quotes letters, he quotes things that were written way before Nigeria was even established. You can't question that. You understand? That being said, it's one of the best guests you've ever had. I thank you for bringing him in. And please, when I'm yelling, mute that button. Please mute that button.
All right. Thank you, Alaba. Let's go to CM now. CM, I'll come to you, Janab. I see you. And Ike, I'll bring you up. And Ovia, I'll bring you up. CM.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. I think I've been here before. Good evening, everybody. Yes, without doubt, we had a bookworm, not just an intellectual, but a bookworm before us. Left for me, I would have made him a weekly guest. Every week, let him come and then we interact. There is no doubt that we had a third divorce of Nigeria immediate pre-colonial history. A post-colonial history of Nigeria. He has it at his fingertips. For him to quote H.O. Davis, Nigeria, the Prospect of Democracy. I only read a summary of that book. I've not seen it. For him to quote it, it means he's well read. And he researched very well. He said about 80 books before he was able to put down the what he's doing. So I can't say it enough. He is really well read. His what is weight in gold. So to that extent, I respect him. In fact, I revere him. Let me put it this way. I don't usually, because I know what I'm saying. One, some quick takeaways. His thesis on 1966 coup is what I stand by. I'm really happy he came here to say it because this platform has been in the forefront of propagating falsehood with respect to 1966 coup. It was an Igbo coup. Ndị Igbo will plan a coup and invite Yoruba to join them to plan a coup that will be Igbo coup. 21 people from different areas of Nigeria. Only that Ndi Igbo were 7. The rest 14 were from different areas of Nigeria. So if it's Igbo coup, Ndi Igbo will now sit down to topple a government in which Zik is the president, albeit ceremonial president. Nwafo Rizu is in charge of the Senate, an Igbo man again. Then Ndi Igbo will sit down to plan a coup to remove their brother and to bring Awolowo, a Yoruba man, to come and be prime minister. I'm not saying this. Some of us, because some of us do not read, that's why it shows when people are arguing or thinking that they are making sense, but you're just being a master of ambiguity. Awolowo wrote in his book, My March Through Prison. Awolowo, as wise as he is, Awolowo is very wise, very learned. He wrote in his book, My March Through Prison, that the 1966 coup was the boys knew what he did in the West. They wanted him to be prime minister, and that is why, but he didn't support, they didn't tell him, because they know as a Democrat he won't agree. So for Awolowo to put it down in his book, nobody should doubt it. How can he be Igbo coup? Even Adegboye, in fact, when he said it to that, I said this is the best arena for him to say it. He disputed it, and with facts. In fact, he laughed it off. So for those of us who come here, and because you have the effluxion of time, the luxury of time, you can dictate to people, you can analyze maybe all those midnight braggadocio they do in the midnight. They start to talk, falsify history. Let them come and listen to a man who read books, who was even a little bit witnessed it, a little, as a young boy, as a small boy. So he knew what, that's why I respected him. I will try and get his books and read, particularly the one that he starts about 80 books to write. It's not easy. I respect intellect, but some of us do not. So what he said, I quite agree with him. And the solution, he gave a solution.
Sorry,
And
sorry. If you remember the CIA declassified documents that I forwarded to you,
yes,
there was exactly
I
about
do.
that coup and everything. So
I know it's a reference. Thank you for that, Ovie. You know, the thing is that why I listen to him very well is because when somebody is talking, I'm just trying to tie the knots of what I knew, and he's just bringing it out. No bias. He's just saying it the way it is, and that is the real history. Correct. If I fault him, I've given 95% of what he said. Maybe 5% because he's human. So when he recommends Orange Union, the Orange Union did not fall from the air. He's trying to say this is our past. He gave example with India. He gave example. Look at Singapore we are talking of. What if Singapore and Malaysia are living together today? What would have happened? You see, the thing is that some of us, I don't know. And I asked him this question. Where I would have liked to pin him further was, why is it that the Fulani that are not indigenous to Nigeria, which he agreed, I never knew he published this book, the lawless publication. I didn't know the Harold Smith story. Fulani that are not indigenous to Nigeria are the people dictating what will happen in Nigeria. That is the conundrum. In fact, if there is somebody writing PhD in political science, this should be a topic. Go and research it and then come up with something. Fulani are not indigenous, yet everything they will oppose it, or you do their bidding. Why? Why should it be? So that was the thing. I know that probably because of time and everything, that is where I would have engaged him. And that goes to the heart of the problem Nigeria is having. People that are not indigenous, they are the only people in Nigeria that are asking for land to be given to them in every state in Nigeria. Yorubas don't do that. The Kanuris are not asking. The Bibios are not asking. The Jos are not asking. Idomas are not asking. Igede, TV, none of them. It's only the Fulani. And these are the people, in other words, they are the people that are dictating what happens in Nigeria. And that's why Nigeria is in the mess that it is. So that is the central crux of the logic. And that is where, when he comes again, I would like to take it up with him. But today, he did a brilliant job. And I respect him for his vast intellect. Without doubt, he's up there with the best. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. Forefathers. Now, before you speak, let me say something. When the guest is coming here, I always tell them, I have some smart people that will come on. They will ask you any question. I hope we are willing to answer any question. And they always say any question, they should bring it on. So I don't have any problem with anybody asking any question to any guest. The only thing is that, it shouldn't be interrogation, essentially because we don't have time. I don't want, because someone like Pansat can keep a guest for 1 hour back and forth, and we just can't afford that. So I try to make sure you can frame any question you want to ask anybody. It's quite all right. Okay, go ahead, Forefathers.
Thank you. I think the area I agree with CM is that he has done a lot of work on history, and that is probably why I would have cherish having a conversation with him, because there will be a lot of details that I would need to learn, confirm, and use them as part of my knowledge base. However, most of the submissions he made, the conclusions, not necessarily submissions, the conclusions he reached, I found them questionable, because many of them were contradictory in the first place, like saying that regional system is not good, but we should go back before regional system that failed even more catastrophically. That is contradictory. And there's hardly any nation that was colonized that ever went backwards. There's hardly any nation that actually goes backward. Actually, they actually move forward, and then they destroy their system. And that point was never really addressed. And I don't know why people think I'm just trying to be rude or anything. I'm not being rude. What do you want me to say? Be quiet about it. If that was true, I will agree with him. Like last week when the guest that was here, I agree with that guest almost 100%. I said it 99%. But he was reaching dangerous, wrong conclusions. If you go back to the past, we'll start all over again and we may never survive it. As a matter of fact, it's the European tribalism that saved us. The fact that the Anglo-Saxons didn't want to unite with the Russians, that's what saved us. If they did, nobody would stop, no force in this world could have stopped them. As a matter of fact, the Brexit that you see is part of that European tribalism again. So the idea that the stuff that is weakening Europe, we should even double down on it, it's not going to get us anywhere. And this is, I fear that the dynamics of power is not necessarily understood very well by a lot of our people. I don't even understand it that well, but I'm learning more and more about it, because if you look at the shape of the world, that is what actually matters most, not even religion. The power matters, number one, race two, then religions, this comes next. If you look at the pattern of the world, that's how it is. If you look at the nations on the ground, the darker you are, the poorer you are. If you look at the races are doing better. If you go to religion, you will see the patterns there too. So I fear that we don't necessarily question these people just because they have so many books and all the rest of it. I said it before. When I came to the Nigerian space, I wanted to start cursing every adult that I saw, every grown up, because this is what they got us. They got us a country where we can barely generate 5 gigawatts of electricity without even this. And we have so many professors and educated people. What is the use of that? I don't understand it. How can you be so educated and you can't even accomplish anything? And this is part of it. And that is why I question these people and said, how can you reach this conclusion when clearly it indicates that they are all different? China literally destroyed all the old systems. They literally call it destroy the olds. The four olds, the French did the same thing, and yet he made a submission here saying that the opposite conclusion should be reached, and nobody questioned it. That is dangerous stuff here, because it's telling us that let's the British have another one over us again. Pan-Africanism is a necessity; it's not even an option. If we are going to survive, we are going to need it, because Europeans have it. The Asians have it. As much as China and India argue with each other, they cooperate. As much as China and Russia argue with each other, they cooperate. Many Asian nations are cooperating. Even if America goes there to try to divide them, sooner or later they will turn against the West too. So we are even weaker positions. How do you expect Nigeria to compete? There are nations that amount to 1.4 billion out there. How do you compete with that? Some of the smallest nations in Asia, like Indonesia, is about 280 million. Nobody even cares about it. It's bigger than Nigeria. And you want to break yourself into smaller pieces even further, as if you're going to compete with them. They are going to come and they will take whatever else you've got. And I really think that we have to, as a people, start understanding that no matter how much we are divided, we all want to survive, don't we? If you want to survive, you have to face the world for what it truly is to be. And if you love your people so much, you love your tribe so much, you want to preserve them, you need to be figuring out a way to work together, form bigger groups, and fight these things. This is the things that other people understand already. The idea that we should be going back to the past is dangerous stuff. Basically, all I see is our people getting massacred. Because if I was on the other side, I'm evil enough to think that way. That's how I'm going to leave it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. I want to hear from Janaba.
Can I Mr. Dr. Damages, can I ask to Nigeria a question? Am I allowed?
Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. So to Nigeria, the question I have for you, right? Some of the things you say, yeah, I quite agree. and the aspect of Pan-Africanism and all of that. I don't know, in my own opinion, from observation, I think it's going to take a little while to get to that Pan-Africanism, because we have to sort our own ish out first. But then again, I wanted to ask you, what are you doing on your own to Nigeria to solve the problem that we have in Nigeria? You understand? Are you doing something outside of the? You don't have to say it. You can just let me know that you're actually working on something towards a new Nigeria. Do you understand? So what are you doing on your own? Because you're outraged. Every time I hear you speak, you're mostly outraged. And your outrage is fair. You're asking all these educated people that we have, you're in front of these people, what are you doing? And all of that. Me, they ask you, what do you they do?
I'm just your humble fellow citizen, and
which humble fellow citizen?
I'm the
Everybody
humble
get
fellow.
work to do. To Nigeria, talk something when they very.
I'm doing something in Nigeria like everyone else, but I'm actually doing things that are not necessarily just designed like, you know how people build houses and because they just want to build it, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm doing things that I feel will contribute to us, but it's on a small scale. You see what I mean? And
Okay.
I'm doing my bit. I'm just a small. I didn't write books. I don't write people. I'm not like him. These people, they are known all over the world. The people that know me are people that come on this channel. I'm just an ordinary person that just believe that you have to follow data. You have to, when you read information, you have to interpret it accurately. That's all.
Yeah, but to Nigeria, you need to have people outside of the. You need to have people like you have this. The way you're outraged, you need to find people that are outraged just like you, and you guys can run through ideas together and do so. Because everybody's hand is on this table, all hands on deck. That Nigeria, we must fix them. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you, Omoye.
Can I educate you Nigeria for a minute? Because
No. I want Jonaba. I'll come to you. I know you want to say something, but let's go to Jonaba. We take it one by one so that it won't be some people won't wait too long. Go ahead, Jonaba.
Rudy, good to have you and the fellow panelists. It was I watched you listening to the program from the very beginning to the end. I choose not to come in because he's a very brilliant guy. There's no much to say to him. But then I also agree with forefathers and most of his what he's saying. The only thing I don't agree, don't ever go to any room with Ferrari. Ferrari cannot be in any room with you, Rudolph. Don't pay attention to what he's saying. He's not in that class. Don't go there. If you go there, will not come back. Your wife will divorce you. Having said that, after listening to this brilliant man and all that, and then hear a dangerous rhetoric from the Pansat on minority over and over, you guys may take it lightly because you think it doesn't have so much followers, but those words are dangerous. It can fall on any other maniac, and they can take action and say, oh, the minority are the one depriving us of the freedom, we the Igbo, because most of their comment is that we are like a collateral for them, the minority. They can just use us when not. And those language are not a kind language that he often repeat on this platform. After listening to a man working on the fine line, trying to be careful, presenting the case to Nigerians home and abroad, mostly for unity and progress. And then you have this dangerous man. Please, if he's saying all this thing over and over, you have to find a way to tame this guy. He cannot continue like that and come to the platform and demonizes and use a word against minority like we are not human beings, or somehow minority is what you find, that you are not Igbo Yoruba, you have no say, you have no choice. It's very productive, and please address it to a team in any way you can, because it cannot continue like that. Having said that, I don't have much to say. I've been listening, and I'm glad to be part of this a brilliant mind. You are doing a good job. Your glasses have been changed like Ferrari, so please change your glasses again. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Let
Janaba.
me respond to him a little bit.
No, not yet. I'll come to you, obviously. Oti, please.
Okay, right. Actually, I'm addressing forefathers. The thing is this: I'm not sure, forefathers. I'm not sure you understand what he meant by going back, to the past. Okay, now because you talk about, there was a contrasting his position to the French. You said the French destroyed their past, the Chinese destroyed their past. I don't know what you mean by that. Now, going back to the past, remember he talked about the all the ethnic groups, all the nationalities in Nigeria, okay, present Nigeria. So going back to the past, really, by my understanding, it means that each of these entities has to have a full recognition of their autonomy, right? So it has to be negotiated. There shouldn't be any kind of imposition. And again, okay, you criticize him for saying that the regions failed. I don't see a contradiction there. So look, we had the regions. Of course, they didn't function perfectly, but the fact that they failed it does not mean that it's not a better system than what we have now. You see, the question, we had 4 regions then. Was that the best arrangement that could have been? Nobody can tell, but it was an experiment. And even the place we call Nigeria today was far much better. There was progress, there was development in every aspect of life when we had that regional government compared to what we are today. So going back to the past, the trouble is that you don't really understand it. It's just by your own understanding, your own projection or your own of what going back to the past means. Look, our past is Nigeria is made up of diverse peoples. Okay, you can't just bring all these people together without having a well thought out constitutional basis for them to move ahead, move forward as a country. As a modern state, it's not. So where is the unity of purpose? Where is the common destiny? What is that understanding? I mean, without all this, which is quite basic, you can't have a nation. It doesn't matter how ambitious or how you think you can be as a country because of your size. No, if you like the basics, right? You can't do anything. Size is nothing without the proper constitutional basis for national development. That's my point.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Ike and then I'll have to leave. But let me just mention this for maybe this is what they are trying to communicate to forefathers. So forefathers, or those who are wondering about his understanding of the past, going back, what he meant. So let's say we go back to before slavery, okay? Before the Europeans even came to Africa. Not physically going back there, but going back to that structure that was in place. I know that some people can question, there were empires then, and one of them is like the Benin Empire. So if we say, let's start from that point, then everybody should start building from that point. What it means is that whatever structure they had, the Shekiris, the Urobos, with the Benin Empire, they start from there and say, this is how we are going to structure. And those who talk about national conference, that's actually what they are talking about. That people will now approach that conference from that point, saying, I'm in Shekiri. This is how the person I want to relate with. I want to have a union with the Benin, or I don't want to be with the Benin. I want to be with these people. And I want to negotiate. If we're going to still have a country called Nigeria, this is how I want to relate with that country. I think that's what he's talking about. And there was an opinion piece written in New York Times many years ago that the reason why they don't want that conversation anywhere in Africa, when I say they, I mean the Western powers, is that it's not going to end in Nigeria. People in Kenya will also want that kind of beginning, going back. Basically, you are redrawing the maps. You are saying that what they did in Berlin in 1884 is no longer acceptable to anybody anywhere in Africa. Even the concept of Africa is in question because they created Africa. There was no Africa before they said this is Africa. So when you want to undo those things, it's a lot of changes, and it scares everybody, you know. So, but I think that's what he's trying to. I had a lot of questions, so we didn't have enough time to get into it.
Also, that means women will be property all over again. I just had to say that, and children.
Yeah, that's also.
And which is what Nigeria has been using style to push now for like 5 years or more. I don't even know.
So you want to go back there again now? Let's
All
not.
right. All right. Let me hear. Who was it?
Can I do 15 seconds about what you said?
Okay, 15 seconds. Go ahead.
It's good to talk. It's
Why
good
should
to
you
interact.
do 15 seconds before what I asked for? Right? I asked for time.
You know,
Afterwards, I just hold on.
Allow it, man. Allow it, please.
You throw pass out off as a moderator.
I'm gonna stop coming to your show. I just want you to know that before you leave. It's unfair that somebody, John Abba, came here and attacked me, right? I wanted to say something in response to what he said. Not only is it overdue for me to speak here, right? You say you are Africans. Most of you here will be sons to me. I want to be able to say something. I'm not going to sit here the whole day and then you leave.
Pansat, he said 15 seconds. I know you need more, maybe an hour or two to be able to.
No. Let me. I'll match that 15 seconds.
I'm trying to get to Ike before. I will come back to you, Pansat. I know you are there. Come on.
All right.
So
no
15 seconds. You just okay. Forefathers, hold on. Let me go to Ike. Ike, go ahead.
My brother Pansad, I will give you my minute. I didn't go to school. I didn't do research. I don't know much about research, and most of you are sitting at the back of your library. So let me be a listener and let the people who are into research and whatever, teach us while we learn, okay? So my brother Pansad, don't get agitated. Take 2 minutes of my time and say what you want to say while I listen.
Ike, they don't make him like you anymore, right? I appreciate that. I'll be within that 2 minutes. Let me say that, a lot of us that come here who are the victims of this Nigeria genocide, right? We're not here to be playing. John Abba came here, there's 2 things he did, which is to make a joke. I forgot who the person was. He made a joke, and then he came to admonish me. I'm not happy here. A lot of you think this is going to go on forever. It's not going to go on forever. That war, that genocide where innocent people, innocent kids, children were starved to death and killed in that country that we started. That country that Southeasterners started. It's our country. So I said to the guests, it's not over. There's a generation that came, it's like the Jews and others who won't forget. So you could be over there, John, from the north, and you think we're playing when we come here. I'm not here to play. Don't come here to admonish me. There's nothing I said that's not true. There's a concept called minority. Omoye and I disagree on that. We agree on everything else. But the trick, why we're in the position we're in, I've studied this. I said, okay, look, Ojukwu made a mistake. Our problem is not all the way in the north. It's our brothers and sisters who are small clans and small tribes who they were able to penetrate to take their resources and use it to deal with us. So I'm not in a quest to stop that nonsense, right? You're not gonna do the right thing. It's not only the Fulanese or the Hausas that could colonize you and take you, but we can. We, the Southeasterners, we're that big. We can also take them over without your help. So either you're gonna do the right thing, and when I say Wazobia, a lot of people who already talk nonsense about the Afghans, they say, oh, no, we our own little thing. If you're one Nigerian, we only have Wazobia. We don't have Wazobia Edo or Wazobia Ejo. No, that's Wazobia if you're one Nigerian, which I support, right? However, if you are trying to do your dick contest with us and to say our region, let me give you the names of Biafrans so that you know who they are. It's not an Igbo thing. And if you disagree with it, we're going to take it over by force. We're going to do it by force, right? So let me give you who are Igbos. It's not for you to say, who are Biafrans. It's not for you to say, no, we're not Biafrans. Here are they. Number one, Akwa Ibom, River State, Cross River, Bayelsa, Ebonyi, Enugu, Anambra, Imo, Abia, Delta, and Southern Kogi and Benue states. That's Biafra, whether you like it or not. Because you may disagree, and then you fire us when we come to take it. It's not an Igbo thing. So when we come on this platform, and we have, Rudolph, let me just say this, and I'm done. And I may never come to your show again. I'll call you, right? One, book readers and authors are not people who wrote art books or humanities. People who read physics books, military books, any book that's not your normal stuff. Those are literary endeavors. It's not just like when you bring people here and you want to do a hierarchy where we can only ask a question and then we're removed. And that guest, now fortunately, the last two guests have been good actors. They mean well, right? But you can't just be dismissing us from here without, like what Paul Father is doing with ill motives. I have to admit, he's not doing it the right way, but he has the right to challenge somebody he posed a question to. I'm here in the United States. If you bring somebody, like say, who's smart from Germany, like my brother there, because I'm here, and he's in a smaller country, we got $32 trillion economy here, he ought to be learning a lot from me because I'm in the United States. It's not a small thing to be here, whether you like it or not. So I'm telling you, and John, why don't you schedule a debate between you and I? Because I want to deal with you. So you know that this is not a joke here. It's not a laughing thing.
Pansat, yeah. we have a new concept. I think forefathers will reach out to you, where we give you a platform to talk, really, and because you have a lot to say, and I think this kind of format is not good enough for things you want to say. But while you are thinking about that, if you want to take up that challenge, it's up to you. But while you are thinking about that, I want to know.
I have to be paid.
No, hold on. Before you go on, I want you to think about this. When you think about Biafra or the Igbo people, because I don't know, the Biafran thing is a new concept. The Igbo people, where in the history of Igbo people did you read that you are Igbo people used to take over other people's land and make them part of them? Where did you read that? Because I've not seen that in any book. And also, the Igbo people that I know about from history, they're democratic people. They are Republicans. They are not the people that will force people to say, you have to be part of my empire. How do you come up with these things you say?
All right, simple answer, because you're the one who's using Igbo people interchangeably with Biafrans. That's where the fallacy is at. There is a Biafra that existed between July 67 to January 1970. But the Brits, right, this is independent country. They declare their independence. They have their flags, they have their money, they manufacture equipment. It's a geographical space. That's what makes a country. You have to have defined territory, right? So, but the Brits that we complain they've been mischievous, or they have the same problems we have, right? So they came, they're still doing it today. They supplied ammunition, they supplied everything to continue what they've been doing, to take our resources and set prices for us and pick our leaders. So those people are not, I just named you, going to Kogi, going to Cross River, River State, those are Biafrans. They have nothing to do with you. Igbos are included in it. But so you cannot, because
okay, hold on, Passat. So you are doing this on behalf of Biafra, not on behalf of Igbo people.
No, I'm talking about. I said I'm a Biafran.
Okay.
Now, what am I?
Okay.
I'm a Nigerian. Okay. I'm a West African. I'm an African. I'm a black man. I'm a Biafran. I'm an Igbo man. It depends on what hat I'm wearing. And people like John here. Right.
Give me 1 minute to talk.
People like John, it's the go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Pansat, first of all, I don't take you that serious that I have to debate you. You say you will not come here again, you come every other Saturday. So I don't take your word that serious. What I'm afraid of is those people that will take you so serious while you sit in your comfortable zone in California, and they would run with that your word back home or anywhere else and endanger the very thing you are preaching. You are doing the same thing, campaigning for taking land, which some of you are saying, okay, these people are grabbing land, they're not even from here. That is exactly what you are preaching.
Let me take my time back from him. Your people turned up the beavers, right? If it's me, let me tell you the truth. If my people turned up the beavers, I won't show my face in the public.
I am not Fulani.
You are. As far as I'm concerned.
I'm no more Igbo. I thought you said I'm a Biafran. Thank you. That's why I told you I cannot take it that serious. God bless you. I'm done for now. I'll be watching.
Thank you, Pansa. Thank you, everybody. I have to go too, but I want to thank all of you for being with me and joining us on today's program. I appreciate all of you too. Next week, we're going to bring you another guest. And if you know anybody interesting that you have his contact or her contact, let me know. We try to reach them and invite them to this program. We are open to having anybody, especially people in government. They don't answer my calls. They don't respond to my emails. So if you know them, we want them to come and talk to us. Thank you,
Mr. Dr. Damages, have you thought about bringing Shawari since he's been doing this?
I met Shawari. He will come. I met him 2 weeks ago.
Because it's curious to find out, what is going on his end, because he's been doing this protesting and all.
Yeah, he's going to be here. I don't want to mention until I have a date with him.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for having me. It's been fun.
Right. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy your weekend.
Fathers and
you shouldn't run away. You should stay for a while.
Oh, but are you guys going to pay me? Time is money.
My darling,
time
you are
is
the one.
Money. I'm used to
you
soft
the one
life.
pushing femininity before now. Grace us with your femininity now. That's right.
For only a few minutes, I'll grace you guys. All right, no worries. But it's time is money. You guys remember that. And I'm used to soft life. So if you're gonna take up my time, you better be, writing those checks.
I better go. I better go.
I better go sit down. Wait, you call your name for here, Obi.
Go.
I have a question for you.
Okay, who is next?
We don't win.
Okay. Let me have my say.
I think Odi is next. Okay, Odi, please go ahead. Welcome.
Yeah, I think this show is have your say. Well, hello, fellow panelists and the audience. I was here earlier, asked the guy some questions. It was a very good time with him. I think I really thank Dr. Damages for bringing that guy to this show. I think it was a lot of education. Just like every other person, I did have my point of disagreement with him. But, this guy said like 90% things correct. I'm not going to argue with him about the 10% that I disagree. I've always said it on this show, I'm Pan-Africanist. That's why I disagree with him. I don't think we going back to our tribes and trying to start from there is going to be a solution. But, at the same time, I didn't want to antagonize him because he had a lot he had to say. For me, my only disappointment, I hope that we can move forward from here, and not go back to where we were. I don't want to use the Bible, but if you go to school, when you are in JS1 or you're in class 1, you're not expected to be doing, primary school things. There's been a lot of education pumped into most of us here. The problem is that we're quick to run back to the things we used to say and the things we used to hold there. Our forefathers, I know you very well. It's always good to have your own point of view. I don't want to really make this about you, but at the same time, and many times you say you've learned, you've, gotten better. but at the same time, you keep switching back to the things that don't help anybody, you know. We can't be dogmatic in some things. The process of learning is getting better. We're getting superior information. That guy provided superior information to what most of us, I'm sure, had. I'm hoping that all we, like Omoye said here, everybody's hands on this table. We have to do something. I'm doing something. I'm going to try to align with the guy. Of course, even the guy said in his own, committee or in his own foundation, there are not jobs there, but at the same time, let's move forward. Can we just move this from just this therapy session every weekend to actually making something happen? We keep saying it. Trust me, it's just frustrated. People can come here and get angry and say, "Oh, I hate Nigeria," but we just go back to our tribes. We go back to the little things that make us maybe famous on this live cast. It's really frustrating, for someone like me, because when you spend your time, you come here, you want to provide education to people, and it's not to try to rile people up or that guy was telling us about the fallacies of what many people have been thinking in Nigeria. Let's move forward.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
You said you disagree with him on Pan-Africanism, and the reason why you believed in Pan-Africanism, you probably have ideas why you believe in it. And you said you didn't want to antagonize him. Don't you think you owe a duty, if you believe in something that is good for your people, to let him know that, okay, this is the reason why I believe in Pan-Africanism, because he may have missed it? Don't you think you owe a duty to him and your people to question that?
No, you saw, so this was my first instinct. But at the same time, this guy was saying, like 90% of the information he had were superior to the Pan-Africanism thing that I was talking about. Our people need redemption. If you go on Twitter, it's people saying, "Oh, your Igbos are criminals." Some people say Yorubas are criminals. Nigeria's problem is that the British prevented the handshake across the Niger. That's the cross. This is our main. If by the time those two peoples across that Niger are able to get themselves together, nobody can stop Nigeria. Look around you. People who live abroad, who do you see? Who do you see? Who is going to redeem us? Our brothers in the north. Yeah, there's a lot of intelligent guys. There are people who are doing a lot of stuff. And when I say this, people get personal about it. But yes, the northern Nigeria is waiting for southern Nigeria to move forward. People are doing a lot of things, but we need to get our acts together between us in the south to move forward and go to the north. And now, by the time people see, look, by the time we start fighting ourselves and playing this British game of, because everybody sees what's going on in Nigeria. The fight is not with the north. The fight is in the south, has been between Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe since 1960. That's why NCNC and AG could not just form government. They had enough people to form government, but they did not form government. Why? So there's a problem. And by the time, look, I can tell you, except maybe for John Abba, I think everybody here is from the south, except for John Abba. And people like John Abba, don't take offense. They need to be redeemed. When you see him speaking, you see that, in Igbo, we say, no, he's somebody that is lost. We need to kind of, just, you can see how he talks, and you see, like, the Fulani people have completely taken over his brain. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Jonaba, don't say anything, please. I think this might be our next topic, because I'm beginning to wonder. I'm seriously beginning to wonder that, because what I've noticed on this panel is that the ones that are not from the big groups, they tend to have a way of seeing Nigeria, the ones that are from the big groups. I've even had one of the moderators, Tope O, said something about you think like that because you are not part of the majority group. And I'm beginning to think that because you're part of the majority groups, it affects the way you perceive the world. And you don't tend to see the way other people perceive it. And from my way I sit, and I ask myself, whether the way I perceive the world, is it because of that? Me and Jonamba, we align. And me and a lot of people from the other side align. Even a Pan-Africanist is saying that Jonamba needs saving. How do you know that? Jonamba is southerner, geographically is southerner. This is culturally is more southern. It's just politically that they claim it to be north. He's from Benue, right next door to one of the southeastern states. So I fear that may be affecting on, and I think that might be the next topic. And I
I
want
really,
to
so let me just say something. I know what I said is controversial. I don't like to be controversial, but at the same time, just when people like to say things that please folks, I'll tell you for sure. Go to 1967 and 1966. Most of the Igbos coming down from the north, they were killed in Benue. Most of them were killed in Benue. It's a fact. I'm not saying something that people don't know. I have uncles that lived in Makurdi. Whenever there was a riot in the north, the people in Benue picked it up. They carried it on there. I'm not saying what I'm saying. We align with these folks. I agree with you. Culturally, they are Southerners. But the problem is they don't think when things are happening in Nigeria, they don't align with the Southern mentality. And they're educated people also. And, this is hard truth, and it may not be pleasing. But I'm telling you, my uncles ran away from Makurdi. Like every time they were chased away from Makurdi and from other parts of Benue. How is this not, how many times are people chased from Ondo or Ogun or Akwa Ibom? I'm just saying the truth,
I have to respond to this forefathers
go
because
ahead.
I will not allow someone to sit in his comfortable while we are talking about uniting Nigeria and how we can move forward. And at the same time, sowing this seed of discord and to the point to talk to my personality of me have to be changed from Fulani or whatever, I have to be decolonized from Fulani. That is very insulting to my personality. I have no apology for what I believe. All I want is like every other person around the world want a better life for themselves and for their people. The way to go about it, we should not allow whether it's ethnicity or religion to divide us. Rather, we come to a table. What you are trying to say now is the same thing you are accusing whether Fulani people for. What Pansat was saying here that I responded to, that they should confiscate all the minority and get away with them, that they have no choice. And now you come here with such that we come here spending countless hours trying to find a common ground in our belief. In as much as we cannot come here and tell the world what we can do or what we cannot do, but do that sometimes the information we share here can help us to unite us. And you come here now, you are telling me that, I have to be delivered from Fulani. What is Fulani mind, by the way? Please, my brother, I don't want you to look for my trouble. I don't look for trouble. If you come after me, if you slap me once, I'll slap you 10 times. I don't like that. Don't come after me. Let's come after the issue, what we are debating. So you agree with Pansat now that, yes, the
I
minority
don't
have no
agree with
say.
Pansat. Everybody knows. I can't agree with Pansat
Okay,
in
but what did
what
I
he
say
said.
here now
What I
that make
said
you
is that we
think that
need
you
to
want
be
to deliver
one.
me from Fulani?
I said we need to
I'm not
speak
John
with one
enough. I'm
voice.
not Idoma enough that you have
I
to
don't know
deliver
how
me
you.
from.
Well, anybody that wants to say the truth will say the truth. I
You
didn't
are not
say.
saying
I
your
can
own truth.
never
What
say.
truth is that I'm not Fulani, that I'm a Fulani man?
Well,
And what's wrong with
I
Fulani?
hear the
And
way you
what's wrong with
talk,
Fulani?
and
They have been dominating you over the years. What do you do about it? Please stay in your lane.
Okay. I think it's KJ's. This is
Yeah,
KJ. Please
sorry,
go ahead.
I need to say something, even if it's not a turn. Whoever is the turn, please just oblige me. I want to respond in many ways, but as someone who grew up in Benue, that's why earlier I was asking Omonyesi from Benue. As somebody who grew up in Benue, the politics of Benue is very, very clear to me. And sometimes we from the south sometimes misinterpret that politics in Benue. Well, I'll go back to what Omonye said earlier on, which is that are we able to actually do Pan-Africanism right now, as forefather was referring to? We have tried doing Pan-Africanism, and it wasn't working, even when the continent was still very, together. Now the continent is not even close to being together. The concept of Pan-Africanism, when we couldn't even get the echo was just between the West African, monetary system. We couldn't get it done. They have more aiming for Pan-Africanism right now. I agree with the fact that that should be rested for now. Let's get our internal configuration properly before we can ever even think of Pan-Africanism. Now, I want to also come back to tribe. You see, as a Christian, I'm going to give you a quotation from the Bible. Now, Abraham and Lot were brothers, or are brothers. And when they left and they are now living together. At a particular point, both of them, their people, started clashing. And Abraham said to his brother, "Look, you and I are brothers. It's not good for our workers or our families to be clashing. So why don't you go choose one side and move there, while I move to the other side?" It wasn't because they're not going to be brothers after that, but he wanted a place where everybody can be separated. But every time tribe come into play, it's so difficult to settle it. Every time in the history that tribe comes into play, it's difficult to come to a normalcy, without having to go through a process that may be challenging to both sides. Now, I said that to say that if you are an observer of Benue politics all the way to the days of J.S. Tucker, you will find out that the Benue people and the Plateau people have never ever said they are not. The Benue people and the Plateau people have never claimed to be not. They said they are middle belt. And I don't want to go into the history why, because I may not have the time to.
Please tie it to what happened during the Biafra, the program. Tie it to it.
I'm coming, sir. Why I'm saying that, because you are saying of John Abba, they are more. No, they have never really said. They've always claimed. In fact, the last chairman of the Middle Belt Forum was Polunongu, who died some days ago. And Polunongu was constantly aligned with the South. In fact, Polunongu is a protege of Nnamdi Azikiwe, if you know the politics of Benue. So what I'm simply saying is this: when we move these things to this minute level of discussion, and we don't have the full import of what has been, we'll probably not be making a good judgment of it all. But where am I going to? I'm simply saying that at the place where we are now, it is only going to make good progress if we all come together and have a discussion and probably revert to our original. Because see, Igbos went to Germany and slapped Ekweremadu. Nobody, we didn't go to police. Nobody called anybody. Nobody said it's because it's Igbo man. Because it was Igbos that slapped him. It was Igbos that told him he's not representing us well. We didn't feel happy with his representation. We gave him a good slap. And if he goes again, we will slap him again. So now, why am I saying that? Are we promoting violence? No, but we are saying that this is our own political leader. And he is not representing the people. And the people decide to take it on him. If every part of Nigeria have that opportunity, I'm sure that Nigeria will be faster, better, in a quick succession, because you will call your people to order. And so what we are simply saying is that let's go back to the place where we can call our people to order, where the progress can come quickly, because we need the low-hanging fruits. And one of these things we're talking about, going back to regionalism or whatever you want to call it, it's just a low-hanging fruit. Saying that we cannot, let's move in unity. That is why I'm coming to Odi. Why I'm saying, well, let's move in. That will not work. We have gone. The train don't leave the station long time ago. We can't go back there. We can only discuss from where we are now and say which is the easier way to achieve unity. And the easier way to achieve unity is what this guy who spoke today, put it on the clear table for any nation that is interested in discussing further and making their people come to an understanding and having peace and tranquility, they will call such a people to a meeting and say to him, okay, give us a blueprint. Let us go from here. It's not because he's the one who has discussed it all, but he's the one who has been able to manage his biases to a point that we all can accept that he's not pandering to any side. Okay? These are the things we should encourage. I think that's what I want, what I wanted to say, and I rest my case. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Who's next? I
I'm
think
about to hop. I'm gonna hop
yeah,
off
yeah, you are
now.
free to, just in case you didn't know,
Yeah.
you are free to speak at any time because you
Hey!
represent a
Wow!
marginalized group. You represent
Wow!
a
Do
marginalized
you see,
or
Omoye, that we are rather gentlemanly, as much as there's boss. We are rather gentlemanly, and women need to represent themselves. This is why I would like for you to stay longer. But push for the women to come on board and speak the realities, and not just to be speaking about women's issues, so to speak.
They said I was chatting with some of them, and they said, through Nigeria, they say you are a cyborg. Say they're not fit with you on the panel.
Wow.
Say they're not fit argue with you. Say you be cyborg, and they drive they crazy. So that's one of the reasons, and they don't have the strength. You know, most of them are working, multitasking. You know how it be as women now. So that's why. You know, but I'm encouraging them. Please, women need to have they need to be coming here and, you know, taking over, because this is very important. What we're talking about, it's about Nigeria. We got to get it right, and the women need to be involved. They have to be leading. In fact, now they're supposed to they lead, because the men have failed us. To Nigeria, una don't fail us, all of una, one after the other. Because right now, I expect say una go don't dig ground, they wrestle. And they expect say una go don't dey Aso Rock, they say we don't know where. Hey, where were the men of those days that we grew up knowing as fathers and uncles? Eh? When una go come here, una go talk, speak English, speak English, speak English, speak English, morning till night. We need to see action on the ground, guys. We can, whatever it takes, whatever is going to take for you guys to come together, because clearly there's some, you know, you guys seem to get along talking about a lot of the issues. Why don't you form something behind the scenes and talk about, for those who agree together? You don't always have to agree. Sometimes it's good to have people you don't agree with on a platform, so you can talk about, strategize on what to do to take the country from these greedy people. Look at brilliant, all these people when they did this place now, brilliant people. To Nigeria, like now, to say you be EFCC chairman, I just can't imagine. You go down, you talk, finish all those criminals. You'll first shout for their head, then you will not tell them, oh yeah, you. I mean, look at, Jagun minister. Are you economics? You know, we're here, we're just sit down for here. The talent is going to waste, and we're using it for other people to develop other people's countries. You know, as much as we come here to talk, and I know that, you know, sometimes, it's good to talk. I have my own platform too. However, action needs to be involved in this. We need to back it up with action. What are we doing about?
Let me reassure you, because everything that you just said is apparent to me. And as I said earlier to you, I've been working on our issues here in London, the UK, since 1989. I've been working in Nigeria since 1988. This is a long time ago. Some of you weren't even born. But my experiences teach me that there is a solvent to our nation. There is a position where we can actually solve this, and we solving it. Actually, it doesn't solve it just for us as Nigerians. It doesn't solve it just for us as West Africans or Africans. It doesn't even solve it for us in the diaspora and our greater diaspora. It solves it for the world. You see, the world is going in a way which is completely demonic. Let's just break it down as like that.
Mm-hmm.
And in that demonism, we, as a people who have suffered under it, are the ones who will rise to solve it. Now, I'm doing mine, believe me. Part of my reason of being on this platform is I'm looking for minds. I'm looking for intellectual minds. I'm looking for political minds. I did PPE at uni, which is politics.
So that she can carry
It's
on.
okay. It's okay. Politics, philosophy, and economics. And in this, it branched me into so many areas of life. I should have gone on to do my PhD and such like, but I needed to make cash. Such was the climate in England at the time. So what I'm saying to you is that your passion is real, and I love it. I love your passion, Omoye, and the women who bring passion to this platform. I love them. There are detractors, and there are people that are just in this mire to act as ghouls. One, you may or may not know him, is the person going by the name One Man Went to More. I completely disown that character as an individual of progression. He's just an idiot. There are so many of these types of idiots. Wait, forefather, please, just listen to me. All I'm trying to say is that on this platform, there are powerful people. To separate them from the wheat and trough that goes about talking shit all day is extremely difficult. So we have to back out from the platform, understanding what this platform is for. It is to speak. No solving is going on this platform, ever. I've concluded. So we will search partners. If we can find them, we'll take them. Otherwise, we should do what we're doing. The rest is talk shop, and we have to accept it as that. I thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Omoye.
Yeah, so I mean, I really want us to put action behind our words, because what's on ground is really, really depressing, and I'm sure you guys already know. There's every day is one depressing news after another, and it's not looking good at all. It keeps getting worse and worse. We cannot continue like this as a people. We really need to get it together and really know what we're doing. It's fine if we come here and talk and get ideas and strategize, whatever you want to call it. But I think there should be something behind the scenes that's actively going on with groups of people that have similar ideas. Even though you don't have similar ideas, just know that it's for a greater good. The problem I see amongst us as Nigerians being thrown into this political circle, since when Peter Obi came, because that's what really opened my eyes to a lot of this, is that we're so disunited. It's not even a joke. It's so not a joke. And, each and every one of us have a role to play to ensure that we do what we can, because if we all fight to get the right country, we can decide how we want to move from there. But if we're so divided on so many lines, it's going to be very difficult. So as much as we're talking here, we need to be doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I can't emphasize that enough. I really want to see action taking place, and let's talk, because it feels like we spend so much time talking and less time doing. I know that there are people who are doing things behind the scenes, but there needs to be more, because the country is sunk. It's deep down in the ocean right now. It's really bad. It's so bad. I can't even, it's crazy. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's no need going into details of it, but I really want to really, emphasize more needs to be done. People need to be coming together to decide what side, because the problem is so big, it's like a whale, right? So there's a Zambian saying that I always like quoting. It's about an elephant. It says, to eat an elephant, you have to cut it a slice at a time. Nigeria's problem now is like a huge elephant, and everybody has a role to play in it, regardless of where you come from. Because if that country goes to shit, everybody else, excuse my French, everybody else is going to go to shit. So we cannot say, oh, because does not belong to me, or because I'm not from this side, or because, you know, whatever it is your biases are. Together we win or we sink. It's just that simple. So I go leave now. I get errands to run. I thank you very much, Mr. Niger. You're a gentleman today. I have to give it to you. Blessing, you don't they change. I don't know. Maybe not today. You just decide to gentle. Dr. CM, I didn't hear much from you today, our professor. But thank you very much.
Yeah, what I want to say. Now, this is my part. This is my parting shot.
Okay.
Regarding women representation here, yes, it's
Yeah.
long overdue, and I support it.
Yeah.
On this, the shining light Nigeria has now in the world is Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. It's a woman, so why not? That is the shining light Nigeria has now in the world. World Trade
Exactly.
Organization, the Director General. So it's a woman. So I don't see why not. You people can come here, maybe invade this place and take it over, and then set the pace. We could follow.
Yeah,
Yes,
the thing is that I see a lot of
invade
women
here
in the
one
comment
day.
section. You guys have a lot of women in the comment section. You guys need to encourage them to come up. You know, you need to encourage them to come in the panel because the women bring some sort of balance, whether you guys like to see it or not. The women bring balance. Do you understand? So if we not engage, if the women are not involved, this Nigeria that we are pushing for, it go hard though. To test testosterone, I be anything they pronounce them. Running all over the place. It's too much. Now so fight now they fight.
You didn't take what I told you on board.
What did you say?
Ngozi elbowed a lot of men to become Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala before she became the DG, World Trade Organization. So many men has to beat them from Mexico, from Brazil, from this. So the same way it should be here. If she can do it, it wasn't given to her on a platter. She went through a series of interviews. So let the women invade here. That's what we are saying. Let them invade. We won't. No. Because when you say encourage them, it appears as if maybe we've been discouraging them. Let them come in. We will listen to them. Just like the way you came in. Nobody told you to come in.
Absolutely.
You came in and you've made your point, and I agree with you. That is what I'm saying. Yes,
okay.
Let them invade. I mean, invasion. Let them invade this place. That's what I'm encouraging. Yes, it will help.
The only thing is, I would add is that, you know, as we men here, we stand on our own feet. Oh, there's nobody leaning on each other telling us this or that. If women come here, stand on their own feet, they will be respected. Full stop. Any other shim-sham, we don't play shim-sham here. It's not just because you're a woman that we're against me. Forefather may do that, but me, I don't do that. Oh, as a woman, you stand as a man, Omo, if you understand what I'm saying. So we love the femininity, we love our women, but on the position of seriousness, only seriousness can survive. It's not mamby-pamby, no, none of that is surviving with me, Omo. So I will understand.
No, that's true. Because where the country is right now, we need women that are like we unfortunately women they will have to become men to fight these fights. You know, they will have to become men. So the women are hearing. I'm hoping that, you know, next when you guys have this show, there'll be like 5 women. The men will be begging. Please now make room for 2, at least 2. I'll be very happy to see, because you guys have a live show that runs for a long time. It will be really nice to see like exchange of women coming in, even if they can't stay for long. But, you know, we have, you know, women coming in and just sharing, because we have a country to save. Nobody's coming to help us.
But you see, it appears that the women like to talk about certain things. And I must say, Adama, you are there in the chat, you are not helping. Because whenever they host shows, they start talking about women's stuff and about relationships and stuff. So when we are discussing politics, that's why they don't come in. So, and the question, that's what begs the question. Is it because is the topic that they're not coming in, or is it because
no, they have to be involved in the politics? The women know this because guess what? The politics affects the women much more. It affects the men, yes, but it affects the women and the children much more. So the problem is that what I've noticed is that a lot of Nigerian women, maybe it was the upbringing, a lot of us didn't really know so much about politics. We're not involved, and they kept saying politics is the dirty game, politics is the dirty. So everybody was like, oh, okay, I don't want to deal with anything filthy, right? But what I'm seeing is that a lot of our Nigerian women, right, because of, I don't know what it is, they just sort of lose that. They don't want to talk about politics because they think that, it's something that maybe I beg can't be, but there's nothing we can do to save it. It's already bad and stuff like that. But no, the politics is affecting your life as you're living right now. The politics, whether you like to participate or not, the politics is going to affect you. So isn't it better for you to participate so that your own voice will be heard and the children will be heard? Because when you're talking about politics, right now, we're not talking about relationship. It has nothing to do. If politics does not survive, if your country is in a mess, you not fit talk relationship again. No. There'll be no man to be talking relationship with. Every man with a kettle, everybody go hold their side. They go answer their papa name. You understand? So this is why, for me, I think that the women, everyone really in Nigeria, even the children, it's just that our education is messed up in Nigeria. People ought to be teaching children now civic responsibilities that we never had growing up. They need to be teaching them that and teaching them analytical thinking skills, because some of us Nigerians don't know how to analyze. They just, whatever they give you is what you take. Whatever they give you is regurgitation, cram, pass. That's it. So a lot of things need to change. And the women play a huge role in this. So if the women are not in the forefront of this, and it's just the men, whatever policies the men are bringing out, it will still affect the women. You see what I mean? So well, hopefully they're hearing, I mean, they're not kids. I can't go around and,
let me ask one
but
last
hopefully
question
they're
for you.
hearing. And
Let me ask one
I
last
see
question for you.
this, more women coming up and taking charge and putting you to Nigeria in your place. Arguing you to
What have I done
the
now?
ground.
I'm trying to. Okay, let me ask this question though. Is there any way you think we can talk politics that will attract women? Because maybe the way we are talking about it is off-putting to them, so they don't come in. So, is there any way that you think we can talk about politics that will attract them?
Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about politics that will attract them in a way. You can talk about what concerns them. The issue of child mortality in Nigeria. Women are dying at an alarming rate in Nigeria because most of the doctors have left the country. They don't jackpot because government they pay them enough for them to survive, right? So a lot of women who are having babies, who are pregnant, are either dying, and their children too are dying at the same time. So that's an issue that concerns them. So if you talk about anything concerning that, and also the fact that gender, right? Gender abuse. A lot of women are being killed by their spouses, even though some of the men too suffer it. I'm not taking that away, but it impacts the women more. And you have a lot of women who are being trafficked. There are so many women in Libya and Egypt right now languishing. Because some of them, they get lied to by agents. They claim they have jobs for them. By the time they get to Egypt or Libya or wherever, they snatch their passports from them and they put them to work. Some of them end up being house helps until they pay off that agent. They cannot get their passports back. There were a lot during this Lebanon thing. I think there was something going on in Lebanon. They abandoned the Nigerians that came to work there as house helps. They abandoned them and their guys left. They were crying. They did videos to say, please, Nigerians, come to our help, Nigerian government. Even in Syria too. So these are issues that is directly affecting the women. Look at our legislature, for instance, the Senate and the House of Reps. How many women are there? There you have literal grown-ass men marrying 12-year-olds and 8-year-olds. Those are their children. One day their voices should be louder on these things. Why are you will those men allow somebody marry their daughters? Okay, Some of them do. Let me not even, some of them do, some who believe in stuff like that. But that shouldn't be happening at this time. Cameroon here, they just moved the age of what's it called? Age of consent, right? I think they moved it to, is it 18 or 21? I can't remember. The first lady, it was a big win for her. They even did a small party in her office and they were celebrating. Do you understand?
From
So
what
these are
age
things
to
that
what age?
should. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. From what age to what age? Just out of interest.
I think they were marrying like 10. They were marrying as little as 10, 8, 9, 12. You understand? So they had to come up with laws to ensure that they get to a certain age, at least get some education before they even, for those who have those types of culture or religious beliefs, they will have at least some level of education before they can get married to them. Where is Nigerian women in all of that? So you see how it concerns them a lot. In Nigeria, for instance, if you're a single woman, apart from Lagos, if you're a single woman, you really cannot rent a house in most parts of Nigeria. You can't. The landlord will say, go and bring your husband, or go and bring your uncle, or go and bring you must have somebody speaking for you. That's madness in 2024. You understand? Women are not safe walking around. There's a lot of sexual assault going on in Nigeria. Especially now that the country is bad, it's so bad, the women are the target, the women and the children. So you see, so if you have topics surrounding those things and the men actually taking the front in this one, it will be great because we need solutions for that. We need to try to get them at least to get involved. I mean, they're hearing it now. None of them will say I'm lying right now because that's exactly what's going on. Or are we talking about the women who are married and are suffering in their marriages? They can't even get away. Some of them, they try to divorce. They won't even give them a divorce. But the man can go and remarry while you're stuck. There's so much to say. There's so much to do. There's so much work. And it's not like the laws are not there, but they just haven't tested it. They don't have enough, patience and time to go and sit to the lawyer and say, no, I got to fight for my right. And you and I know the court system is messed up. So it is the highest bidder. So if your husband is a wealthy man, for instance, in Nigeria, all he has to do is pay off the judges, pay the lawyers. Otilo, you go to court, the judge will say, you said your mouth is too sharp. Go back to your husband's house. Do you understand? Don't be talking anyhow. When you say drink water, drink it, let that water remain in your mouth. That kind of thing. So these things affect women. So if you guys can come up with a topic like that, I guarantee you a lot of women will jump on it. And to Nigeria, don't overdo. When the topic come, you self chill. I know so your body they hot. Chill. Let the women take charge sometimes. Let them talk, have their way, not follow they argue too much. I don't know whether you don't marry. If you don't marry, maybe you'll hit jackpots. One girl go there and I go say, I like this Tulaja don't cool. Because that, at least you go, and also say you get, because the way your body they hot, they hot too much, you not get, you need them. But not the many wives now, one at talk. And also me, you go marry, because that mentality when they carry come, they say you want marry 8, get 24 children. I don't know which country you want it to that one. So anyway, I've said enough. They talk too much.
Thank you. I agree with you that I think it makes sense, and I hope I will take that into account in terms of choosing the topics and ties to how it affects all.
And what you can do for fathers is since you have some women too that are engaged with the Dr. Damage's show, plan it with one of them. Say, let's co-host this show. So that one will be there, right, as a co-host to you, and then you will have people come in. Women will come because they have a lot to say. There's so many concerns that needs to be dealt with, So that's it. And then, some people, when they ask for more money for soup, things don't cost. The men, they give them enough money. So you can't ask them, you woman, what are you doing? Do you have skill? Go and look for skill so that you will not go and buy the man. Only him can be doing everything. Economy is hard, right? So that's it. Anyway, it's been real, guys. Thank you so much. Mr. Ike, greetings, sir. I wanted to greet you. Tonight, did not let me see roads, but greetings, sir. Greetings, especially.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you
it.
so much, Mr. John Abak, Mr. KJ, Mr. OT, Mr. Ferreira's camera is off. Eccentric cast, I guess. Hi, greetings. Nice to meet you for the first. Jago, you know you are my person, so I really appreciate you. Dr.
Thank you very much.
CM, hey, Twale Babao. Mr. Professor, the knowledge dropper. Thank you, our very own researcher.
Wonderful.
Mr. True Naija, cool down. Life no hard. Not they argue too much. Your body to the pepper you. Chill. All the girls go they rush you. Now they go they rush you, but you need to chill. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
sweetheart.
Thank you, Amoye. Thank you.
I've learned something. You
True
know,
Naija.
the topics we
Wait.
discuss is.
Is it because I'm supporting women you left me and you're at the backstage?
Don't do that now. You want to start again? You want to repeat yesterday again? You just come and start attacking me.
He's a madman. Same here.
It's like it's starting to pass out now, you know. He comes and
I
starts attacking
salute
me.
you, IAY.
But I've learned from our answer though. That is quite a good one, because I never thought about it from the point of view that when we just talk about topics, we don't talk about how it affects the women.
She's
as
a
much.
breath of fresh air, man. She's wonderful. Great. She expresses herself very well. She's open. She understands. She doesn't come from an angle that is obtuse or rude, which many people do. I really, really enjoy her spirit.
I think who is next along the line? I think after KJ is supposed to be OT. OT, have you spoken? Okay, OT, please go ahead.
No. Let someone else go ahead.
Okay, Festus, are you there?
Yes.
Festus is not there. Then Eccentric Cast, please go ahead. We're just, I don't know if you've heard everything we've been talking about. Have you?
Yeah, I watched the guest.
All right, well done. Go ahead.
And I saw the part where you disagree with the guest point about going back, right? And I kind of think you misunderstood what you meant. When he said going back, I think he mentioned going back to like Africans, right? Especially in Nigeria, right? We most of our beliefs, respect nature, and we respect nature. And like personally, I follow on it. You know what I'm saying? I call it like the ways of on it, right? And I try to study the concepts of on it, tying it with like the Greek.
Good, bro.
What's that?
Your audio is not so good. You're not coming across very well at the moment.
Hold on. Let me disconnect my headset.
I can't hear anything. We can't hear anything at all.
All right, let's see.
That's better. We can hear you now.
Is it better? Okay. So yeah, I said I listened to the guest that was brought in, right? It was an awesome he was an awesome guest, right? A lot of things that he said I agree with, and so got a breath of fresh air. Talked about the slave boat called Jesus, which we all know now. Thanks to access to internet and access to information. This is the age of information. A lot of us can get access to information the tip of our finger. So, I mean, what I'm going to say is like that most of the topics that we talk about is like always in general, right? That's why it's hard for us to like come up with a plan to, come up with solutions, right? It would be better if we break down the problems of Nigeria in sections, right? Like for instance, I personally think that, there are sectors where we can make impact on, right? With the little that we could do. None of us here, let's be honest, none of us here can change Nigeria. And if you think that's psychosis, man. Look it up. We cannot change the country called Nigeria. It's a big country, but we can do little things, right? In different sectors, right? And I talk about education. I gave my objective for that. How education is good. How countries cannot elevate without, focusing in the sciences. So that's something that we all could do. Like I know I can do a little bit. There's something that I can do that I can carry on, continuously, right? Maybe every quarter. that's something that we could do, right? We cannot change the country. If we talk about like the general things, like, I mean, for instance, like the issue of tribalism, right? Let's be honest here. In real life, we do not recognize that whole tribal nonsense. If I go out right now and go to a Nigerian event, let's say Independence Day event, all the people that I meet there are Nigerians. You know what I'm saying? We greet, exchange cards, people that are lawyers, people that have trade, we exchange complimentary cards. I don't look at them and go, "Oh, you Yoruba." I don't mess with you. None of us do that in real life. We play soccer with everyone in Nigeria. This whole ethnic thing is just something that we do with our left brain. It's our left brain crap. That's what we do. Anytime we start talking, we remember that we are different. And it rears its head. It's often used by the elites, for ulterior motives, right? When they're running for elections. Because in order for you to conquer, you have to divide. The West uses that strategy a lot. Divide and conquer. If they cannot divide, they will install themselves in the midst. Kind of like how we see in Israel, in the Middle East, they could not conquer. Of course, the side Pico when they conquered the Ottoman Empire, what they did was they installed Israel, which is an European entrapment, right? It's a European colony made up of East Europeans who follow the religion that came out from that area, right? So divide and conquer works against the people. But let's be honest here. A lot of us, whether you're from the north, like someone was saying, John Abba, needs to be saved, all that nonsense talk. It makes no sense. Like a lot of us are suffering. A lot of our people back home are suffering the same thing. There is poverty issue.
But if I wanted to interject, sorry, when you said about going back to the ANI system and stuff,
let's not go. I didn't say go back to the ANI system. You misunderstood my point. I'm saying like the ANI, the concept of ANI shows that we respect nature, and it needs to be looked into very well. Like I think the system is almost scientific because if you want to see like the most documented, like the culture that actually take the planet as a female entity, as a whole, they call it Gaia. And that's the Greek, right? If you look at the Gaia concept in Greek, it's a scientific concept. Igbo had Ani, right? Like when we pour drinks, when we do libation, we pour drink to Ani, right? Because we recognize Ani as an entity, as a being. And I've told a story about how in my community, someone wanted to cut down Christians wanted to cut down a tree because they believed evil spirit lived in a tree. The person that they contracted to do the job said he cannot cut down the tree because the tree has a spirit. You know what I'm saying? That he can't cut it down without
what he seems to be talking about was political, not necessarily in terms of how our environmental approach to things or even spiritual necessarily approach to things. It's about political, and that is what I was addressing.
Okay. Also, there was he said Ironsi is not an Igbo name. I kind of disagree with that. Because I mean the name is a little complicated. Ironsi is a little complex.
That one was his reasoning. What was his reasoning even? He was like, because it sounds like Ironside, so he was like,
it's just a tangent thing that he said,
asked,
but it's
he asked his wife. He asked his wife, who is Igbo, what does Ironsi mean in your language?
Yeah. Right.
Wait. Then she could not answer. So for his reading, he went all the way back to British history, where after the conquest, the first militarized leader of the UK at that time was also known as Ironside.
Ironside. And Ironsi also has a nickname, Ironside, back then. Yeah. So he put it
Oliver Cromwell.
That's not what.
So Oliver Cromwell did the revolt in the UK in a militarized way.
That's not the point.
His nickname was Ironside, so he linked the two. And what it is, I don't know the name or Igbo language, but what I do know is that in history,
are you taking over? Are you taking over?
No, I'm just putting it to you. I'm just putting it to you so you can answer.
I'm gonna lose my train of thought. If you keep doing
patterns are realities.
From what I gather, it was a Field Marshal Sir Edmund Ironside, but I'm not sure.
Ironsi.
I'm talking about the UK. That his name was
It's a
Ironside. I
tangent.
don't know how that is in Ronsi.
It's a tangent. Like, let's not get distracted by
Well,
that.
I mean,
So you're still
IRON. Side,
Forefather, you're still
SIDE. They
adamant
just
in
missed out the
tearing the
DE.
man's theory down. That's all you want to do. Just
No.
tear his theory down every chance you get. That's your objective,
Why?
right?
Okay, did I do the
We'll put
one
it
for
to him.
last
We'll
week? Why
put it
didn't
to
you
him
say
now.
for last week? If I disagree with something, don't I have a right to say, okay, maybe this is not exactly
And come with facts. You don't speak Igbo. He asked somebody who speaks Igbo. That's obtainable facts.
Let
Come with
eccentric
facts.
answer. You know me and
Jesus.
you can do that
You
later.
don't speak Igbo. He
Eccentric
asked
please
his
go
wife.
ahead.
Then he done more research. He came with facts.
Calm down, Alaba. Let eccentric finish.
Anyways, that's tangent. I'm not gonna go into that. It's like a distraction. So what I'm gonna conclude with is we need to focus on individual sectors in the country, right, and see where we can make changes. And when it comes to politics, we cannot forget about politics, man. There are other sectors that are more important. It's not always all politics, man. It's not always all politics. Like if we want to make, we can, like, here in the United States of America, a lot of us live in America, and in the UK, we have like ideas that we can actually import back in Nigeria, right? For instance, in Nigeria, where I grew up at, right, and in the East, we do not have like we don't have like a non-governmental organizations where people can donate their used stuff, and they can be given to like poor people, the homeless people there. Those things can be sold and used for charity for charity to help out. We don't have that. We don't have stuff like that, right?
Eccentricus, can I interject? Can I just a minute, just a second?
That's not all. That's not all.
Can I? Sorry, you're quite wrong. You're quite wrong to say that politics is the most important. Okay, so everything's about politics, right? Okay,
everything is about politics.
No, it comes first. So without political organization, nothing else works.
I think we are saying different things. What etc. My understanding is that there are many other ways we can be relevant rather than just a politics. You can open your own company. You can do something. That is my understanding of it. What he's saying.
Well, but that's yes, you can do things, but without politics, getting the politics right, nothing works.
Okay.
In the end.
For instance, we don't need politics. We don't need politics.
Ochi is right. Without the politics being right and the policies being right, nothing works. And we need to focus on the most important
Let him land his point. Let him land. Let him land still.
You have to have.
Please land in a minute so that others can speak.
Let me land. You have to have a goal, right? We have to have a stated goal and objective, and we can come up with a way to actualize that. It doesn't mean that it's always going to work out. For instance, I came up here and I said, hey, we can focus on education. It's not like we're going to take over the Ministry of Education and start building schools. That's not what we're going to do. What we can do is we can encourage the best students in schools in every region. I'm not from the regions that I'm not familiar with. I cannot do anything there, right? I cannot organize. I try to ask like Google AI, how can I do this? And it gave me all the institute, all the organizations I need to create, right? All the people that I need to contact to create something to make that happen, right? That I could do, right? I could do something like that. We could organize something like where a context, right? Like I said, it was in the sciences, it could be in the math, it could be in the physics, and the best students, we could donate money to them. If the money's not going to make any type of change, it's not going to change. We're not trying to change to everyone there, right? We can use that to encourage the people there. And as we're doing that, we are actually affecting people's life positively. And we are stamping, we are making, let's say if you form an organization, let's say 6 people, 7 people, some from the people familiar in the in the Lagos region. It mustn't be all Lagos, some part of Lagos, some in the east, some in the north, right? We could do something like that and say, hey, look, let's do something like an Olympian, math, whatever. The goal is we want to encourage education in the sciences, right? One of the best students, we can all put money together and put them in school, one of the best schools. If they actually take their JAM exams, we could do that. You know what I'm saying? Something like $1 million naira, something like that. We could put money together.
Sorry, who are we? Who are the we?
anyone that's interested in this idea, I'm just saying this is a small sector that we can make changes on, right? This is a small thing. There are other I want to hear other ideas. You know, personally, I cannot. Right.
Thank you. I think you will benefit from having a session.
Can I just? I'm leaving now.
Sorry. I think we have to go to Oga Ike. I think it's his
no. What I say something. I'm leaving now. Okay, just. So yes, but look, all this is just saying, people, people succeed, individually, do so many things. Okay, in Nigeria, in diaspora. Okay, but there's a difference between what you do in public life, right? And that's why we have problem. People, all these things, charitable, whatever, philanthropy, so this is they're all good, but it would affect the life of a people, life of a nation in that grand scale. That's why we are where we are. It's not that people don't do.
The objective is actually there are. So the objective, right? In order to reach the objective, we don't have to change the whole system. Like I said, the goal is we want to encourage.
No, but we should entertain the system. It's just yes, we should aim. That should be the aim. That's the first thing. The system, political organization. I mean, see, why are people run away from Nigeria? Is it because big individuals don't know how to, succeed? Bad government policy, bad politics can just destroy a generation of people, a middle class, and render people poor and hopeless. That's what's happening. It's not that people can.
Thank you.
Okay, so the people that are in politics, right?
We understand both your points.
No.
I want to speak. Sorry.
No, hold on. The people in politics, right? These are people like us. These are people that went to the same institutions that most of us went to.
I hear what you are saying. You're going to get your chance to say more. And I actually think you should have a specific session so that you can present your ideas more fully. Please, Oga, go ahead.
Thank you. I really did not want to say something, but I want to speak to my brother, John Abba. Sometimes people will have different way of presenting their point. Sometimes they can go extra mile or, through their presentation, they offend somebody. So, John Abba, I just want you to know that probably answered what he was saying, the manner and the way he said what he was saying, maybe it wasn't the right way to present his case. So I hope you don't get too much offended. You know Pansat already. And my brother Odi too, I don't want you to pick it as an offense. I'm happy you spoke your mind. And we are here to learn. We are here to, every one of us are trying to fight for a better Nigeria any way we can, and I think that in the course of trying to get a better Nigeria, sometimes we can be offended, we can be angry, we can be, I remember in the beginning of 2023, 90% of the people who are here never trusted forefathers. I myself was number one. I saw him as an APC agent. He was choking just one word, and there is confusion in the platform. And I never really had anything to do with him because the way he understands, the way he reasons, the way he says things, all of us are Nigerians. We know where we're coming from. We know what is wrong with our country. Everybody knows what is wrong with our country. Sometimes we say things like, none of us, for example, is ready to go home and do those things we are trying to say. It's just, we have a way of trying to pass that message, right? Because even the people that you are fighting for are not ready to even fight for themselves. A day election is a practical example where people were marketing their vote for 10,000, for 5,000. It become a merchandise between APC and PDP. Who can pay more? So the same people we gather here every day to fight for. I asked one of my cousins back home, the people that I was encouraging to register, with Labour Party. If you don't want Labour Party, whether PDP, register to become a card-carrying member. You can always stay by the wayside. And what he was telling me when the Imo local government election, he said, listen, Uncle, you see why I told you I'm not interested in politics. There was no election everywhere, and the APC won the whole local government election and councillors. You know, so sometimes when you see what is going, it's disheartening. Look at Soludo of Anambra State, the man, a professor, the man that we thought that is a professor, is a learned man. Look at what happened. The same thing happened in Anambra State of this week. The whole 23 local government and council of APGA, right? Sometimes when the people that are when the people are talking about democracy, a better Nigeria, you see that some of the people you are looking at to be the voice, that the people that are the engine of the problem that we're going through. So my brother John Abba, we will always disagree here. We will always, sometimes it can be hot, but at the end of the day, we all are pursuing one goal. My brother, I can come from another angle. I will never get angry with Pansat because I know him. He speaks my mind. I'm such a person, but maybe the way I use my languages are different from the way he speaks. But the same thing with forefathers. Sometimes people get angry, me in particular, right? There was a time even when he's leading the decision, I would just sign off. I wouldn't want to be here because I just felt that the way he does things. But I think as time goes on, he's beginning to understand that I cannot be forefathers and he cannot be I. Neither can he be Pansat or can he be Festus. We are different people. We are different people. We are born from different families. We have different family values. We have different understanding, the way we understand things about something around us and around the world. Most of us who live outside, we travel everywhere. We see other people's cultures and try to learn. We try to adjust because we are moving animal. We are not static one place, right? So I just believe that a better Nigeria we are talking about start from the way we treat ourselves, right? Yeah. It is what we produce. It was what you produce is what you give. That was I was telling forefathers yesterday. That was that was my message today. You are talking about a country that is rotten and destroyed. It is what the family produce is what you give to the community. Because countries start with family. Without family, you don't have a country. So the country will start with family. And if the breed, what was produced in the family is rotten. So it is applicable to the society. It is what the family produced that we give out to the society, right? So that the society make up the country. So what are we talking about? I said it here yesterday. Charity begins at home. We have to try to change our mindset. We have to try to understand that the family system and the family value in Nigeria is rotten and broken. And what I'm thinking is about the future generation, the so-called, is it Gen Z or what do you people call them? I don't know what they call them. You know, what is the platform, the foundation that they have to stand? Because if I'm trying to teach my son or my child not to use telephone while we are on the dining table, why that child see me, even when I'm in the dining table, I'm using the same telephone. How can that child listen to me? Because I'm equally guilty of the same offense. The same law I'm trying to introduce to my children is the same law I break before them, right? Though this is our system we find ourselves. So I'm only trying to say that sometimes they bring, people who come here. Like I said before, I jokingly say I'm not a researcher. I don't read books. I see most of you are sitting by the side of your library in your homes where you have a lot of books. We that didn't go to school, we listen from you guys. Maybe we learn from you guys the little that we can, use to better other people's life. But sometimes all these things all this big grammar the big grammar is not the solution of Nigeria. We all know the problem of Nigeria. Big grammar is not going to solve any problem. So I mean, somebody was saying, let us do something. Every one of us are doing something in our little way. I'm just talking about the way I was encouraging my people to become a card-carrying member of a political party. Because if you don't belong, If you don't contest councillor, you don't contest chairmanship, you want to be senator, where will you stand? You have to start from somewhere. So I'm encouraging those kind of things is what I'm doing. I'm not doing it because they're going to give me, I'm not doing it to benefit nothing, but I'm trying to encourage them. But you see, they're abandoning the whole thing, telling me how would they stand now that in Imo State, for example, Governor Hope Uzodinma, the whole town unions in Imo State, the government of Imo State are bought over everybody. So they use the town unions because Igbo people, we are known by meetings and cultural things. That is where the government has gone. They bought over all the whole president of all the whole town unions in Imo State. If you say something, they will take the police, they come and arrest you. So you see the capture. The capture started already from the family. They are capturing people from the family that you must become an APC member, whether you like it or not. You must belong. You must become an APC state. So you see the way they are going. So it's not just all this. When we speak all this grammar, do we really know the information that is coming from the villages, from the villages and the towns where we come from? Because this is what is going on in my state, Imo State, right? So now the town unions is what the governor is using in every local government, in every town, to buy over everybody. So which means there is no vote, there is no election. It's APC. Whether you want it or you don't want it, it's APC. So what do you?
Just for the sake of people that don't know, what are town unions?
The town unions are, the Igbos, we are known to have town unions. Every town have, where they gather together every year, or people who live in cities. We have our meetings every month, where we discuss about the welfare of our villages and our towns, how we make development in our places, what we can do individually and collectively as a people to help our people. Those are the town unions I'm talking about, where we discuss about the affairs of our community, about villages, about our town. We build schools, we build ports, we build markets, we repair schools. Those are the things we do through, through the town unions in Igbo land. But the example I'm giving you now in Imo State, what is going on in Imo State, that the governor of Imo State is buying everybody with force. If you don't want to believe, if you don't want it, you will disappear. It's not doing it that you must force your town people to become APC. It's not, they're not telling you, begging you. You have to do it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm beginning to fear that.
Can I respond to Ike for a minute? I think.
No. I don't want. I'm trying to make sure AY.
You gotta do better today.
AY has to speak.
I want to respond to Ike for a minute, and then I'll be gone. All right?
No, it's AY. Sorry.
Okay.
Let AY speak.
Pastor, you need to hold on. Okay. Pastor, you need to hold on, please.
I can still punch through the screen and break your nose.
I wanted to give you 1 minute. No need.
No,
you're
trying to break
we better break it. Yeah, you miss it. You need to learn to be patient. So
no problem.
I really love how Mr. Hike really addressed the issue that happened before now. I hope every elderly man that come to this panel can actually be talking like that. It will be good. I think we need to all learn from Mr. Hike, to be honest. Especially somebody like Pasad, Mr. Hike should be around your age mate. You should do better that way. Just respectfully, you know what I mean? Yeah. I listened to the man. I listened to part of his submission.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, I would think a lot of people agree to what he was saying.
Thank you for coming in.
The question Father was asking, for some reason, a lot of people will have a problem with it. I don't know why, but I see it as a genuine question. So, like when you say, let's go back to where we are, what do you mean? My answer would be, you are saying we should go back and have like four zone in the country. Obviously, we can't do that. You got to look at where we are today and move forward. We can't look back. If we agree we want to fix the country, I don't see anything that will make us look back. We want to design the country the way we want. Like, where a lot of people, where some people here go after the minority in the country as well, and nobody is talking to them. I don't even know why the three major tribes don't respect the minority. Because as a matter of fact, the population of minority is actually larger than each of these tribes. And they don't see it. And if you look at it like empirically, like the population of the minority is more than any tribe in Nigeria. The whole of Sasa is minority. Kogi is minority. Majority of Kogi is minority, 70%. Plateau is minority. Benue is minority. A lot of states, the middle belt, almost all the states are minority. I really don't understand why they don't respect these people. And some people are speaking like there is nothing like minority in the country. It has to be three tribes. How do you even say that? That's even very disrespectful. If we want to fix Nigeria, we're not going to respect everybody. Everybody. As long as he or she is a Nigerian, we have to recognize the person. We have to respect them. Otherwise, you are going to create bigger problems. You don't want to see that. But I really don't think that's our problem as well. At this point is how we can move forward so the country can work for the common man. This is my big part of it. How do we move forward?
I think
How
people
do
are
we move forward?
people feel frustrated. I think people who are feeling frustrated because they don't have any vehicle to allow them to move things forward. If anything, what Oga Ike said is the way he described it seems quite alarming because they are going within the structures of states like town unions and co-opting them to join APC. And what I'm beginning to, I guess it may be completely wrong. I'm beginning to suspect that this whole thing is tied to the agenda of what the president represents, whereby if they straitjacket Nigeria, then we can't escape it. They use APC to grab
No.
Nigeria.
To be honest, I understand what I was saying. To be honest, all the governors in the state, that is what they do. That is what they do. Any organization, little organization, or even market women organization, they hijack it. They kind of like, well, not that they put gun on your head. What they do, they come with money. They infiltrate this organization, like the president, for example, like I was saying. They influence you with money. You start working for them. You are gonna influence the member of that organization. They give them money. That is what they do. It's a normal thing.
I understand.
Let me
But
say this. Hold on. I need to point out something to you. Pastor just posted something on the private session now that in Benue, all the local government, 23 local government, they were won by APC. What are you expecting? The governor of Benue is a reverend father. This is what people need to know. We have a fundamental problem. In Rivers, APP won all the local government. It was only in Akwa Ibom, PDP won all the local government. He now gave the local government of Goswil Akpabio to APC. It's just for respect. It's not that the person won. He will just write it and put it there.
I think hold on. Let me just add something. I think the point you are making is true that those dynamics occur when different parties want to dominate other states. But many of them, in short, all the others don't have the opportunity of straitjacketing Nigeria as a whole, other than APC. If APC dominates vastly more states, then
Can I talk?
You have a head like the current president.
Can I talk?
Sorry, now let me just finish. You have a head like the current president, and he is currently in the UK, just like the two other presidents, Gowon and Buhari. They are currently there. And if this will represent foreign interests and they straitjacket Nigeria, how do you break out of it? And that's where I'm concerned from the point where Oga Ike was referring to. They are hijacking. There's an element of hijacking. This is not normal
If
policy.
you look what is currently
Can I
happening in Nigeria
talk?
now, Ferreira, please 1 minute. If you look what is currently happening in
First choose,
Nigeria
I have
now,
to talk first too.
if you look what is
You
currently
have to
happening,
stop this AY now from playing his game.
I mean, can we talk?
I mean, if you look, if you don't want to take your
Hold on,
vitamin,
AY, take 1 minute. Take 1 minute to this is so our first choose can say something. First one has to say
okay,
anything.
let me quickly say this. If you look what is currently happening in Nigeria now, right? There is no opposition, to be honest. Don't be deceived. There is no opposition because opposition are not doing their job. So Tinubu is a politician. In 2027, he will do everything to make sure, in terms of money, in terms of using the police, using anything, to make sure he get back to power. I'm telling you, I was just
what's
reading
the
now one of the
ideology?
former governor.
What's the
One of the
ideology of the opposition? If there's opposition, what's the ideology that's different from the ones
Okay,
for the
guys.
incumbent?
I mean, you got to time this
Okay,
thing. We got to
let
move
other
around.
people speak. Cedric, we're gonna discuss that. Let other people speak. Let me not take all the
Okay,
time.
first
Go ahead.
choose. Thank you for your patience. You were here, you went away, and you came back.
Oh, yes, man. People are just talking the end of the conversation, man. I'm quite angry at you for having Dele Ogun come here to speak, and somehow he missed me. Yeah.
So and I wasn't controlling it. It was doctor that was controlling it.
No worries. I actually know Dr. Dele Ogun. I'm a member of his fatherland group, and we chat every now and then. But I think I kind of got lost. I think the topic of discussion was you disagreeing with his notion of Orange Union. I think you're more of like a Pan-Africanist, right? Am I correct, for father?
I'm a nationalist first, before Pan-Africanist, because to be nationalist, I believe that if you are not nationalist, you cannot be Pan-Africanist.
Yeah.
Because you need to be strong as a nation to be actually useful for Africa.
Yeah. So my take on that, I kind of want to agree with what Mr. Dele Ogun said, is the fact that when we look at the way we were colonized as a nation, they didn't group us together as one nation. It wasn't in their best interest, and they didn't do that. And you also have to not ignore the north-south difference and how we had leaders saying they should go away. Those were early on. So I think what Dele Ogun's folks are doing is let us understand our differences, which are kind of stark. If we had managed ourselves well from 1960 with our regional system, if it was fair and balanced, and there was equity amongst everyone in the space that is Nigeria today, 10, 20, 50 years, maybe today, we probably would have left all of that and see ourselves more as Nigerians. But to completely ignore the difference then, when we were colonized compared to other African countries, wouldn't have done us any good, particularly seeing how we actually pegged against each other. Someone wants to take over and people see this as an Igbo takeover or Hausa takeover. So let us not ignore those, I guess, those stark issues that we're facing earlier on. I think I might have also lost my train of thought when some of the discussions you guys were talking about. If you can remind me, please.
I think what you were talking about is quite this thing important, actually. The reason why I raise those points is because we don't seem to realize we don't have much of a choice. And that is why we think it's okay to be tribalistic and all the rest. The truth is that other people are tribalistic, but they understand that they don't have any choice. And they made that choice long ago that they have to work together and so that they can all benefit from it. And results show that they are all benefiting from it. You see what I mean? So that is where we have missed a step.
So I'll ask you this question. Where do you think an average man on the streets of Lagos, on the streets of Owerri, is tribalist towards, or would you think a tribalist Yoruba is what is affecting Nigeria's growth? Or do you think it's the Igbo man? I think it's the politicians. And the problem of Nigeria is not Nigerians. It is Nigeria. It's one system of governance that we have. Individually, we are just there, but those that are supposed to manage the fiscal policy, monetary policy, trade, interest rates, dollar reserve, they've completely done shitty work.
But they are us now, isn't it? They are us. Many of us will go there, replace them, and do the same thing.
Well, so what I know is, I think if you're a saint, if you're a good person, they won't even let you in there. You can't. If they can't corrupt, you can't get in there. So they are different. Only if you want to say you're a sinner. I'm not. I choose not, and I won't get there because of the way I think. There are smart people that they probably know want to fix the country, but they don't want this because you're taking away their business for them. So I wouldn't really say you and I are the same with them. We are different from them. Absolutely.
You are different from them because you're not. What I find is that before you ascend, you said it yourself, you have to become like them. If you don't,
Either
if
but
you
they
don't
can't.
change, you don't ascend. So
Yeah.
nobody talks about you. That is how the system seems to work right now. So
And I think you're a good person, honest man. If you go into politics and they can't corrupt you, you're not going anywhere. They'll kick you out.
you never know, there is always but you just never know. People just do what they can. That's all I see.
Yeah.
So Ferrari, you are really eager to say something. You want to
Yeah,
add
because
something?
you all are annoying me, except for Festus. I just want to do a pushback on the garbage I just heard a few minutes ago. One, AY, nobody is attacking minorities or speeching majorities against minority. I didn't hear any of that in the entire day's conversation. How you
Really?
created that problem? Hold on, I'm gonna go
Hold
on.
on.
You can come back to that later, please.
No, everybody, people are here. That is what Mr. Hike was addressing. It's not only that.
No. I'm going to address the issue of what Mr. Hike is addressing. Nobody was saying pitching majority tribe against majority. How you created that new problem and make it the focus of discussion, it baffles me. That's number one. Number two, when Mr. Hike was talking about, you all go come here and sound as if you're all surprised that Nigeria has not been hijacked, that we are not heading towards a fascist state, that the APC is not implementing the Lagos formula over the nation. I'm shocked at the level of hypocrisy we come out here to express. This has been factual fact that has been on the headline for months. For months, that APC, it told you, I'm going to take over Edo State. What happened in Edo? They did it. Though you are coming here sounding surprised on what Mr. Hike said. I mean, that's why, I don't know, let's just leave that one. That's why we are here every day talking, because the country is heading in the right direction.
Don't say you, I was not surprised. I'm not among people that are surprised.
Was sounding surprised.
I even told Ike that is what they do. I'm not even surprised at all.
Exactly. The country is heading into a one-state system. It's heading into a North Korea system. It's heading into even unimaginable system. That's why we are here every day talking about the dangers that confront us going down the line, and our will is not being respected. And you all come here and sound all holistic, all spiritual, as if, APC is taking over Nigeria. Jesus, what are we doing here? Okay, that one being put aside. The man who came here today was basically telling us that the white man came to steal and to destroy us. And the formula and the program he implemented for us is the outcome that we are reaping today. And that for us to have a U-turn and reprogram ourselves, we need to kill that ignorance, re-educate ourselves, go back to our roots, and exist on our individual basis. Because over time, if you are not careful, your language would disappear. Your existence of your people, that's called cultural genocide. And he's telling that the final solution to our problem is for us to go back to the origin before the coming of the white man. The language we speak, draw our own map, not the one they draw for us through the amalgamation. His expression was so clear. To object to that under the banner of Pan-Africanism or nationalism, it baffles me. It's like, are we even listening at all? And these are the type of fake intellectual postures that our people come and put as if they know more. Fake intellectual postures. The man is basically telling us our state. He's telling us how we can reverse it. He's telling us how we've been misinformed over time. And I don't understand you people. You have your own agenda. Then you push arguments into the direction of your own agenda and continually to fed people with misinformation. The thing that happened here today was so clear to the listening ears. It's only those that close their ear. Look, if you can't change your mind, you can't change anything in this world. So if you're stuck with your ideas and your mind, stay stuck with it. Let those of us who want to get into that underground train and move to the land of freedom, let us move on. But all this back and forth, I sound surprised, I'm intellectually superior, the man doesn't have a... I'm sick and tired of it. That's all I got to say.
I want to agree to what
Hold
Ferrari
on,
said.
30
Hold on,
seconds.
Meanwhile, you said a lot. Hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on,
AY,
hold on.
go ahead.
Hold on.
Sorry, I think
AY.
it's on. AY, just allow Festus, except Festus gives way.
Yeah, so I totally agree with what Mr. Ferrari said, because I saw Mr. Dele Ogun sometimes last year and I read a lot of his books, and I had to like find ways to like get this man's number, and we spoke on the phone for like close to 2 hours, and then every now and then we like chat on, what I understand from Nigeria's problem today, right? Is we have to understand that if we break up each ethnic groups, right? Yorubas or Igbos or Hausa, I'm not demeaning every other minority ethnic groups out there, but Yorubas alone, we have the numbers to actually have a country of our own. Like Switzerland, are they up to like 10 million? So when we start to like forget the way we were created and we just throw that away and want to like look forward, there's this saying, it's an adage. If you're walking and you're lost, you're going to work, but then you're lost. People would ask you, where are you coming from? Winston Churchill has also said something about the further back you look, the further ahead you see. So this construct called Nigeria, it may melt away at some point. God did not create Nigeria. God created Igbos, he created Middle Belters, he created Yorubas, but he didn't create what this Oyinbo man came. They came to loot. And sometimes we are trying to justify what the Oyinbo man has done and say we are actually the ones at fault. Yeah, a lot of times, yeah, we really messed up. They created a system to fail, and it's failing the way they created it. But that is not to say, oh, the Oyinbos have gone. We need to like look at things holistically. If you're sick, doctors are going to like do a comprehensive diagnosis on what's wrong with you. They'll look at your history, either dietary or whatnot. So for us to just completely ignore what Mr. Dele Ogun says or ignore the root cause of our problem, that is, we're setting ourselves up for failure. That's what
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Sorry.
Give me 1 minute.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
No, give me 1 minute. 10
No,
seconds.
no.
I'm asking for 15
Ferrer,
seconds.
Hey, hold on. I need to address
Mine is
Ferrer. I need
shorter.
to
Mine
address
is shorter.
But forefathers.
Hold
Ferrer,
on
Ferrer.
now. AY, you've said something now. Let me just
30
15 seconds.
seconds.
15
It's my
seconds.
turn. It's my turn.
15 seconds. See, it's not your. Yeah, it's his turn actually.
And
First,
I want to speak and get the hell out of here. Let me talk. Let me continue.
Don't worry, it's not going to be long. You're going to be there. I think after AY, then you speak. See, mine is 15 seconds. When you said if you go to the past,
this minority game you're playing here with me,
now.
I'm gonna deal with you in a minute.
Don't worry. When you say that, when you go to the past, you see further in the future. It depends on whether you understand, you interpret the information correctly. And I think that aspect of interpreting information is very, very important. But that said, AY, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Ferreira, see, I don't know what you were really talking about. You were completely out of point. I was not referring to the guests. It's people like Pansa that kept telling you there is nothing like minority in Nigeria, isolatory tribe. He has said that today. I don't know if you were not watching. I'm not referring to the guests. I don't have issue with a lot of submission of the guests. So don't put your anger at people that don't have anything against somebody. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
First of all, let me say hello again, standing on the existing protocol, and my brother Ike Amefila, who actually lent me his time the last time I spoke. But one thing I disagree with him is to apologize to John Abba. John Abba is not like a minority. He is a minority, but he's a totally different animal on this platform. Right? Some of us will have to go back
to the election of 2023, right? The role AY, John Abba, so many others, Ovie, right? They're playing a game on this platform.
I was not even here, Bansad.
Please,
I was not on this
you
platform.
remove him while I speak. I asked that yesterday. Remove him after I'm done. He come back. I'm gonna be gone in a little bit here. But I want to say that there's no need to apologize. People like John Abba, they are deceitful people here on this platform, including this AY, and they're playing on people like Rudolph. You know, people in Anambra State. This is one point I want to make right now. You have people in Anambra State, where all Igbos. You have people like Ike from Imo State, right? And they're, especially people in Anambra State, they border the those, you know, the Enugu people. They already mixed. You know what I'm saying over there.
What about the Lagos
a
Igbo?
lot of Nigerians don't know. You go further east, there are a lot of Igbos who are not into that game. We're not playing, right? We're not happy. A lot of our people were slaughtered in 1967 to 70 plus. Before that, a lot of pogrom. So maybe you look on the platform, a lot of you are ignorant of the Igbos, right? The geography, right? There are a lot of us who are not your neighbors over there in Edo and that's to you, and Onitsha, Anambra State. There are other Igbos who are doctors, lawyers. They're not traders. They don't give a damn about Lagos. They're lawyers, teachers, engineers, and they go about their business, but they know that Nigeria is not working and that a lot of people were killed. So you don't see them on the platform. You don't see them trying to get along now. These Fulanis have been encroaching, and they've gotten to Ike's place over there in Imo State, right? So they're able to rig the election, have a guy win all local governments. They don't take up arms. They don't do anything. As you go further east, though, they can do, let's say, even people as far east as Abia State, they're not going to put up with that nonsense, right? They're honest people. They're correct would call the election the way it was called. And so when Mr. Lamepula, who is a very amicable person, good-natured, cordial, civil, courteous, polite, you know, conflict-free, seeking peace, friends on a platform, I embarrass those people. Somebody like when I'm talking to him and I make enemies, especially with these minorities who are ubiquitous in the country. Everybody say there's a lot more minorities than the Wazobia people, right? Which is a bunch of bull, right? Because in his mind, you know what it counts as minority? Let's say you go to Edo, half of Edo are Igbos. 3/4 of River State are Igbos, right? They keep sucking into them over there because those people, they go and they put on a cowboy hat. These are Igbos, right? They put on a cowboy hat. All hat and no cattle. They don't have any cattle. They change their uniform. Instead of wearing the Isiago and our red cap, once they put on a cowboy hat, they are Rivers people. You know, people close to you over there, forefathers. So all these people you're counting as minorities are Igbos.
Even half of Yoruba are so Igbo.
Okay, so when you go to Edo, there's a few in the.
I'm sure Jago is Igbo.
Yeah, look, that's not a joke. Because what does it take to be an Igbo man? I don't care what tribe you're from. You tell the truth, you work hard, you're an Igbo man. That's it. You cannot differentiate an Igbo man who, like, since Jago changed here in the last 6 months, he's indistinguishable from me, political or otherwise, because now he's left the clannish stuff and he's calling the way it is. So what I'm saying to you forefathers, you saw how Omoye came here and admonished you severally because there's a game you're playing. Everybody could see it. Your main thing is that you don't like women to have any rights. Fortunately for you, you espoused these things before. You want men to marry many wives.
Can I just come in real quick? You can continue if you wish. I do say, you know, in my listening of you of late, I can't get where you're coming from or where you're going. And I must say, to underline my personality or character and not know it's mine, all mine, nothing to do with you. You influenced me in no way at all, my brother.
Okay,
You understand? I
yeah,
stand alone on this platform as
I
me.
was on this
So
platform.
wait, I haven't finished. You can continue
Hold on.
your diatribe if you want.
Please,
Wait, wait.
I'm not yielding. Hold on.
I'm speaking to you directly, my friend.
Hold on.
Pastor, listen to
Jago,
Jago. Pastor, listen to Jago.
because
Let
it's
me,
fun.
no, I don't, because here's what is. I came here, Jargon, with complicity of AY and so many other people. All they did here was to talk about Southeasterners, right? And I was
me.
Yeah, you. I couldn't get a word in.
When?
Right? Let me land now.
When was that?
I'm calling on
I as an individual have no mouth to talk about Igbo issues. Pansat, I don't want to be rude to you, but you can fuck off with that rubbish.
Okay.
It's just complete shit.
Let's take it easy now. This is getting out of control.
Pastor, it's okay. Just go asleep.
Pastor, you just start the fight. Every time you talk, you always have to start the fight.
The first thing I said to you, the first time I saw you, Jargon, is I said, you're not only Jargon, you're talking jargon. As a play from your name. If you remember that.
Maybe you're hearing jargon because your hairs aren't straight.
No, but what I'm
you
saying
wear glasses because you can't see.
No
you
problem.
can't even smell the freshness of the air. And the same shit comes out of your mouth on a regular occasion. I'm asking where.
Until I'm done. But if you want to go toe to toe, then we do it. Don't let him interrupt me again. So what I'm saying to you is that
Father, can you do your job?
I don't need to
can
take
you do mute that man, mute those men, mute all of them.
Hold on.
Mute Ferreira.
It's a bit funny. I think it's a little bit funny. You have to admit it. What are you gonna
No, listen, look.
Two grown men arguing silly arguments.
Thing, right? Jargon, I have no problem with him lately. He's calling it the way it is. We want to. When we're here talking, there is solving the Nigeria's problem, which a lot of people are involved in, but you cannot have a situation where we had an election in 2023. I changed I said, okay, I'm not going to go militant on this. Let's register, vote, and do the things according to the Constitution. Now, after the vote was cast, where you have a clear choice between good and evil, Peter Obi, for example, I'm not into his kind of politics, but that is a model for those who mean well in Nigeria. This is an honest person, hard worker, right? Against an evil political party and politicians. In that case, a lot of sensible Nigerians voted for the right candidate, Peter Obi, right? But they turned off the beavers, turned off collation of the results, allowed the senatorial and other results to come through, the same beavers, right? So now, what are you going to tell me, somebody like myself? Are we going to waste another generation waiting for you guys who want to create one Nigeria to get it right? Whereas they are on the ascendancy, you go to Imo State, they win the entire local government. I just posted the results for the Benue election today. They won the entire local government. So it's a joke. When I don't want to wait. But do we need everybody 100% to get it right there? No, I don't. I believe that we have to take the country back by force. Our problem ends up being people who come here to distract us with deceitfulness. A lot of disingenuous people. Because during that campaign, you get to know who AY was. You get to know who OVA was. You get to know who anybody on this platform is. So what they're doing now is to play a game until there's another election.
Father, how many hours?
So if Rudolph,
Pastor is confused. He's not really saying anything. Now. I'm not saying Pastor, you just moving like a simple pendulum.
My main point I'm
making.
Pastor, you are moving like a simple pendulum. That's in front and back. You don't have direction.
Remove the guy while I'm talking.
You're moving like a scalar quantity.
No direction. You're a gentleman. Okay, and I agree with your politics, and I like it, but don't worry.
Pastor, if you take alcohol, don't come to this
okay,
session. You are just everywhere.
If he says that I'm gonna sue
Rudolph on this platform. If he says I'm alcoholic, right? I could sue
Don't
you.
speak like that, Pansat, man.
Yeah, let's
So,
not be doing that now. Come
don't
on.
speak like that. You speak a lot of evil, man.
And AY, don't call him alcoholic too.
Pansat, if I can put this to you, my brother, you know the power of words. You told Rudolph to go to hell. Within a week, the guy was ill. You need to be careful of your words spiritually in terms of how it touches another human being. You can't pontificate the way you do and just agree with yourself.
Should I say to
You're just
AY
agreeing with yourself.
Okay,
You don't.
Dragon, please. I hear
You
you.
don't allow me to land, my friend.
No, when
I'm
it's your
speaking
turn.
to you
When it's
directly.
your turn. Hold on, I'm done. Here's what I'm going to say to Ike. Ike, like
You're not listening, man. You're not a listening person.
Forefathers, please.
Yes.
Meet Jagon. I really don't want to talk to him about it.
1 minute.
So, Ike, like I said before, you and I have been on many platforms, and you are amicable. You want us to have peace. There's not going to be peace without justice. Ever. Anywhere you go, right? We voted, they turned off their beavers. You have to go to a practicing range and start training, because we're going to go back to emancipating ourselves. We're going to go back to war. That's it. You can wish it away. I wish you're right. But it's been 64 years that our people were massacred. We've tried everything. Right? You go to Lagos, they're knocking down our stuff. All this, you want to make friends. There are many ways to make friends. Go join a dating site or whatever it is. We come here and they're taking advantage of Rudolph's liberalism and all that. You're going to see all these minorities come here and take over this platform. But when it comes to doing the right thing, they won't do it. They're just doing it to placate those of us who they can play. You know, like this AY. This guy is a very dangerous, he's a very wicked guy. He's not one of us. No matter how much the only way he could take advantage of the situation here, right? I can't really different from people like
you rest now. You need to rest.
If you keep allowing him AY to be insulting us, like
I will not allow him again. Okay. Just calm down.
If you want to do that, you can do that. But I'll leave it there.
My brother Pansha, don't go. I want to make a comment. If forefather can allow me.
Let Mr. Ike address you.
Yeah, my brother Pansha, listen. You know, to be honest with you, I love everything about what you believe, your philosophy and your ideas about Nigeria. I have no problem with that. I am an Igbo man. I lived in the West for almost 18 years. I lived in the North for 6 years. So sometimes when I speak based on some, experiences that I had, my brother Pansat. I wouldn't have known you and you wouldn't have known me today as I am speaking to you. When I was in Kaduna, John Abba lived in Kaduna, maybe he knows that every Friday after mosque, every Igbo man that has a shop in Kaduna Central Market, we have to close because there is always one problem or the other. But I must to be honest with you. You were not supposed to know me. I wasn't supposed to be alive up to today. But it was an Hausa man who came to me because he's my neighbor in the market. He was the person who told me, I don't come to market today. Because I was one of the leaders of the market association and member of Igbo community. But he said, I don't want you to come to market today. Just stay home. Right? So, with my 6 years in the North, I have the privilege to travel to so many parts of the North, And I lived in Lagos, I schooled in Lagos, and I almost gone every part of Yoruba land. So sometimes I see myself as a detribalized Nigeria. Why I didn't marry an Igbo woman is because of my traveling in Nigeria, my sojourn in Nigeria, I love intertribal marriage. And that's why I ended up marrying from this part of the world, even though my hope was to marry from another tribe in Nigeria, but it didn't work. So, sometimes I'm not I'm not pandering anything. I'm a living witness of what most of us go through in the North because I lived there for 6 years. You know, so sometimes when you see me talking, I'm not just saying it because there are so many things that comes to my mind sometimes when I want to say certain things. There are things I will not forget. And sometimes I don't want to paint everybody with the same brush because there are good people everywhere. You know, so sometimes because of this politics of a thing, and if we don't recognize, I think one of the greatest problem of Nigeria today is not only as Nigerians, more especially Nigerians, is to say, I am sorry. It is one of the hardest things for us in Nigeria to say to somebody, I am sorry. It's difficult for a Nigerian to tell you, I am sorry. And I tell you that I am sorry can heal a 1,000 wound that have been there for more than 1,000 years. Sincerely, a sincere, I am sorry, from your inner being, from your inner person as a human being, can heal a wound of 50 years. Pastor, I know you know this, and I know John Abba knows this, and I know Ferrari knows this, and I know every one of us knows this, right? But it's a difficult thing for us to Nigeria to do, right? And sometimes, because we are travelers, you meet different kinds of people around you that are not even from your tribe. And you have to walk yourself. You have to present yourself as somebody who recognizes that you are not from here, right? So sometimes I want us to. I know you have a point, you know, but you know we have different way. We can always also.
I have a lot of points. I'm sorry. I have a lot of points. I hear what you're saying. I agree to that degree, but that's not what we're doing here, right? We have a problem in the country. Period. A lot of our people are being marginalized. For example, you have Nnamdi Kanu in custody where he's won everything, but he's by Britain. Even though nobody is raising the issues, he's supposed to be a British citizen. He travels to Kenya, and somehow he's netted in there. The same thing that happened during the war, right? All of us are pretending like we don't know, as if there's peace in the land, or you want to make friends. I'm sorry. It's not going to cut it for me. What I believe, and that I'm advising you the same way you advise me. I've heard what you're saying, and if the world is fair, fine, we'll do that. But right now, we got a job to do. It's coming. I said it the first day I came on this platform. Okay, we're going to war with these people. Unfortunately, that's what it is. Nobody wants it, but you can't be keeping our people in prisons, along with other minorities like what this guy from CBN, right? And then people at Dangote, you resolve their thing on the media, and you keep Nnamdi Kanu, who's won on his case, all his cases. If P2B wins the election, you turn off the beavers and say, do your worst. It's not rigging of an election. So when you come on this platform, I want you to bear that in mind. A lot of our people were killed, starved today by Britain. It has nothing to do with these people, with Fulanis or ourselves. All these people could have trashed them in a month. We'll take over that whole country. So when you look at the Igbos, know who you are. We're not troublemakers with Democrats, but we're also courageous, and there's a lot of us. There are more Igbos than all these other tribes put together in that country. So a lot of us are in exile here, and we'll come on this platform.
Father, are you giving him another 2 minutes?
It's okay now. You understand the
Pastor, take some rest.
Yeah, you understand the benefit of having numbers.
Pastor, good night, good night, Uncle Pastor. Go take some rest. You need
he doesn't have to.
Pastor, maybe John Abba want to advise you. You can listen.
No, it's irrelevant advising him. The only thing that I'm careful about was spread like a cancer. If you have access how word spread, after you have sowed that seed, even when you repented or say sorry, some people have run away with it and they will do havoc. They say, oh, it's this minority that make us lose war. oh, is this because that is what was preaching, and the OD or whatever his name is saying that, oh, his uncle was chased from Benue during the war. That you see, I don't understand how people don't understand how power works. Simply because we all come here sometime. Power do not apologizes to you. Benue was a boundary between the Igbos and the North, and we are the middle belt. That's what they call middle belt. So we are victim both sides. But then we will not allow people who don't understand the consequences of their world to continue to give them platform to be saying this. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. You guys think it's small thing. It's not. How a neighbor can just get out in Nigeria right now, hear these people that, oh, these people make us lose the war. And that enmity continue to grow. Everything you see in this world that happen, whether good or bad, is through words. Word matters.
Yes, so
Word
that's what I was.
matters.
That's what I was indicating. I
Jagu
think.
just said that now. Jagu just said that.
Yeah. So if we, I'm sorry, I was not even there, but if we leave this thing, it keep growing, and the people who are beneficiary are the elite and the power mongers who, over the years, whether on any field in Nigeria or any sector, have used it, and it's not only in Nigeria, all over the world. That is how power works. So. Fulani are not part of Nigeria, they take power. Then find a way, if you want to, it's not about talking about it, find a way and take it from there. But you think they're going to be able to give it to you, it doesn't work that way. In America today, the Indian America, where are they? Who pushed them out? Are they apologize and even if they apologize or do some reconciliation and all of that, did they give them back the power? That is all irrelevant. When it comes to the daily, how do we move forward? And we are looking for men and women that we can have a dialogue and educate these people to say we are one people and have a common ground. Even when people are at war, they still have people negotiating on behalf of them. Then we have people come to this platform, continue the rhetoric of 60 that the people that are really a victim of the civil war, they will pray to God that they should never be what they witness again. Because it's not a good thing. It's not even what you wish your enemy for. And that is not our common goal. Right now, if we will be talking to how do we move forward, is when we have this guy that came to this, a good guy. And then what I understand, like person like forefather says that, okay, how do we go back to the old way? That is not possible. Why are we going back? Why can't we create something more meaningful in 21st century and move forward? And they see that, and he was in his own point is that let's go to our natural route and trace. But that doesn't mean the way that people will see it. People were trying to communicate is that, okay, let us be who we are before the British come to us. Now, we cannot totally go back there. There's no way you can say that. Are we going to draw the map to that way? But what he's trying to say is that we are people of our own, existing in our own way, but not that we're going to go to that primitive or any other way. I don't think that's what he's communicating. But we can draw the line. The guy is a brilliant guy. I will always have conversation with him. But you were seeing it also say, okay, we can go backward that way. We have many ways to do it.
The reason why it came across, the reason why, because I understand where you're coming from. The reason why I came in that way was because he tried to qualify it. He talked about how they brought us together and this, and then we should go back, that we don't have to go. He even dismissed regional system because he said the regional system is not good, so that we need to go back even further than regional system. So that is what concerned me, that okay, all the people that he used as an example, like China, Russia, all of them that he mentioned, all of them completely, they didn't go back at all. They were just, because some of them even made an effort to completely separate them, sever themselves from the past.
Forefather, we understand exactly. Wait, please,
But
Jonava.
what he was trying to say was that
Let me assist you, Jonava.
Let's go to our natural route of who we are as in Nigeria or before Nigeria. So, and your own is that we can modernize this thing. We cannot go backward. We have to go forward. But I think in that sense, that's what he's trying to communicate. I know where you are coming from, and I know where he is coming from. And
Absolutely.
I perfectly understand what you are saying. And me, I'm fine with what you say. And
this is it. But what it is that we have heard a narrative from one mind and all his experiences and reading. It is not going to be exactly the same as our narrative with all our experience and reading. We have to understand it from him. So as we understand each other in our individual mindset, we come to a point that is extremely woolly. And that point is the actual solution and breaking down the way forward. So where he has come to is not necessarily any further or nearer than where you as an individual has come to. Because if you lay down your itemization of what Nigeria is, was, and should be, you'd have a lot of stones thrown at you if we don't take you at your narrative. So there's no point in getting into the toing and throwing, but there is point in taking the added nitbits that we didn't necessarily have in our faculty, in our intellectual faculty, and take that and prison it within our own, strengthening our own narrative. For me, I got a lot of strength from his narrative because it is very similar to my own. There are parts that it may have divorced or gone differently, but that is understandable because we are two different individuals. And it's as simple as that. You don't have to crash somebody's mind thinking that you're going. No. Wait. Please understand me, because I too, just like John Abba understands where you are coming from, John Abba also understands where he is coming from. Now, understanding where you are coming from, for all our familiarity with you, forefather, your narrative is extremely iffy to me, to many, extremely dicey, extremely not non-plus at sometimes. But that's not wrong. But we are understanding more and more as we go forward as to your narrative. And that is what is important. You have to clear your narrative.
Now, that had nothing to do with the point you made earlier on. The point I was simply making was that he reached many wrong conclusions. He even went on to talk about.
How can you say that?
Your mind.
I don't mean you keep pushing this position. Everybody
don't shout at him. Pereira, stop shouting.
I think
Pereira, stop shouting. You don't need to shout.
I mean,
stop being Stop being so alarmed. Stop being so alarmed. Give everyone a chance. We are trying to grow ourselves here.
Yes.
My goodness.
Forefather,
if I may. John Abba, if I may. Forefather.
I've not even said one word.
What is in your mind? Wait now. We are here.
Can you let me talk? I'm not finished what I wanted to say.
But I just cleared the air so we can.
Okay, then let me talk. Let me talk.
All I'm saying
let me
is that
communicate my point. Jesus
you
Christ,
will.
You will allow me to communicate. I just said
just hold. Please hold on a minute. All I'm putting in is that wrong notion that you have. It is subjective only to you. That's what we need to understand if we're going to go forward. You need to understand that.
You have agency. You can't expect me to force my opinion on you. It's my opinion. But
that's what you are doing. You're forcing your opinion, saying that it's wrong.
Let us agree
that's
to
what you're
disagree
doing.
and move on. You keep repeating your own narrative over and over again as if it's superior to that man's narrative. That's ridiculous.
You are ascribing powers to me that I don't have. It's my opinion. If I say he's wrong, I believe he's wrong. That is my judgment of what he has said.
But don't keep repeating it and pushing the man's narrative down. Now, let's agree to disagree and move on.
No, Ferrari. Let's not have a
this guy, he likes to
It's
fight.
not pushing the guy down. What I think we have to have open mind here. Forefathers, to my own understanding, as I summarize, what I understand and I think many people do is that we are not going back to that line you are saying.
the people you are talking about, they do not go back in that faction.
You know what's wrong with Godfather's narrative? There are children listening to us.
Godfather.
That man did a lot of research to get to his conclusion. If he pushes false
How
narrative,
do you know I didn't do any
Why you are
research?
not,
we have a problem.
Why you are not that angry when we are minority and they are saying that we should be captured, we should be taken away?
No, I have addressed that issue. I said it was a non-issue. I don't know why they brought it up. I don't know, and that's one of the problems with
It's an issue. Don't say that. It's a
non-issue. The more you repeat it, you make it an issue. I don't see a minority and a majority tribe fighting each other. When they bring it up and you acknowledge it, you make it an issue.
No, people are listening. If you don't think what matter, people listen to this and this samba.
No, Abba, I agree with you. Pansat needs to stop talking the way he's talking. You don't know who is listening to him. I agree on that point.
That's what it's
I
not
agree
that
on
it
that
bother
point.
me. I don't leave this place.
But re-emphasizing that there's a problem between minority and majority is what I'm opposed to.
Yeah, it will
but I agree with you, even though you were missing, and I'm glad we found you.
I cannot be missing. You see the guy that forefather, please, we are sorry for
a new topic.
You can go on, but forefather, you see, I want you to know that we all play a role. That guy that came on the female show yesterday, he's from my place, Adoi, right? The person is fighting for is a Yoruba lady. According to him, he doesn't even met with the lady yet, but he just find injustice. And the issue is that when the military is pushing it that, don't listen to her. She has some mental issues. She's deranged. And to him, that a level of dishonesty and disingenuous just to push somebody because somebody want to have a way. The point I'm making that this is what a good citizen does. It doesn't, because they say if you allow some certain thing like this to foster over the year, even people live in apartment in Lagos, they started hearing that they will come out of their house, it will become an issue. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not because he have any impact on me or to come and debate him, but it's Paul says something in the Bible. I'm not because of the Bible. He said, food sacrificed to idol. As of him, he will eat it, nothing happen. But for the weaker vessels, he will not do it. Because they will think, if they catch headache, they say, he went to the shrine and eat that food. So some of those things, it's not because of me. He's not going to access me that easy like that. But let's put it aside so that people do not listen and create a hair. There's a lot of Benue people are military people all over Nigeria. People that are familiar with Benue people, we are in every forces. We are everywhere. So you can see in barracks right now, if they turn this in and they see it, before you know, somebody is breaking somebody else's head. I know what I'm talking about.
Wow, okay. That's
Janaba, I didn't know now. If father try me again, you give me one military man to look for.
Seriously. Seriously. So let me say my part. You see, the thing for me, I felt like just like how you see how Janaba just responded because he saw danger in what Pansat is saying, that maybe others will, even I thought I was laughing about it. You see what I mean? That's how I feel when he was saying what he said, because if you look at some of the things that the tribalism that they all showed in Europe, and he misunderstood that to mean they are just it was making them any better. It wasn't making them better. UK leaving European Union is has weakened the European people together. If Europe accepted Russia, no power in this world would have stopped them. They may have totally dominated this in Africa by now. We may not even be there if the Anglo-Saxons decided to work with the Russians and they dominated the world. China will not be able to challenge them, and they were the only nuclear powers then. They were the only nuclear power. No other person was a nuclear power. Remember, Europeans first got the nuclear weapons, and Russia was one of them. But because they had issue with Russia, they didn't hold on to the power themselves and use it to dominate the world completely. So tribalism weakened them. It's not the other way around. And when he talked about the issue with how Haiti fought the British and the French and they were fighting each other, that's the lesson we want to learn from it.
They are still fighting each other now.
Yes. Yeah,
Still a
because
serious war.
the lesson we want to learn from it is that sometimes they are divided. Their tribalism may help us, but we don't take advantage on with when that is helping us to break out of their control. Their tribalism is the reason why Soviet Union helped China, and China used it to break out of their control. You see what that means now? So that is what that is kind of learning the lesson we want to be learning from all this, because I just feel like sometimes we want to hark back to the past. Oh, tribalism was good and all the rest. Clearly, it wasn't. Even the Chinese had the way, like they dislike they call it the four olds that they were going after. The Soviet Union destroyed their monarchy, completely executed every single one of them. Till today, there's no one survivor. So it tells you that nations sometimes they get to a point they want to change their way of thinking. They want to change their policies completely from the past. And if you tell us that we have to go back to the past, then you have the I think we are under the impression that we have so much luxury to be able to choose. We don't have so much luxury to be able to choose to go and indulge ourselves. All nations have the peculiarities that Nigeria have. Who cares? Focus on doing the right things for your people so that your people can progress. Get your security done. Get your economic progress done. Get your alliances done. All those basic things that nations do. That's why they are all here. If you look at all these things I just mentioned just now, those are the essential
Father, do you
ingredients
know
of
that
all
each
the
time
nations
you
that
push your security thing, you're part of an APC agenda to totally dominate Nigeria and make it a North Korea? You know
APC
that,
doesn't
right?
care about security.
Because the moment we weaponize the military, then it's over.
You see, but why
the
do you
police
see it
has
like
already
that?
been weaponized, so they're going to give order from the top. We're saying orders should come from the bottom. You keep pushing their agenda. They want to take over all the states. They want to weaponize the military, and you keep dancing into their global perspective
I don't understand it.
of
You truly
turning
believe
Nigeria
it?
into a North Korea. So you're not connecting the dots in that perspective.
Let me ask AY something. Maybe AY can be able to understand you, because for the life of me, I can't understand it. Why do Nigerians see creating more security forces as danger for them instead of salvation?
Because we have a police that don't respect our rights. We have a court system that don't respect our rights. Now you want to have a military that wouldn't respect our rights. What are you talking about? Are you thinking at all?
Okay,
No. Wait, I think it's a question he asked. And
I raised my hand, Father, and
if
you
you ask
talk,
the right
but
question,
you didn't come to me.
I didn't see your hand. I didn't see your hand. Sorry.
Okay, I know you are asking a why, but I don't want Alaba thing to go that way. The issue with Alaba is trying to talk, which is different from our father, is that we have all these entities that have not served the people. The colonel that came here, Colonel Knee or somebody who single-handedly wrote the which I disagree with him from head to toe. One person will not write a constitution for the whole country. It's a joke. I've never seen the kind of thing before. Okay. But the point is that what I would refer to him was that he was explaining to us that because people have to call your citizen a bloody citizen. So he told us that somebody asked him on the...
I did.
Okay, so what did they ask? The excuse what he was trying to define, because of the training they go through. What am I trying to say? With what Alaba is seeing, where Alaba is coming from, is that these people are trained not to do us any good. They don't see us to protect us as a citizens. They see us as a collateral for the elite. It's like Fela says, they are zombies. So they are not useful to Nigerian society, and you are asking for more. But your own asking is for a security reason that every nation that will function must have orderliness in order, and they have to secure themselves in otherwise. But what Alaba is saying is that what we have is not working for us. Nevertheless, no one of you is wrong. The only thing we're going to get into is that how do we now make this institution serving our elite, which is grounded, rooted in our big problem that people don't know, that sometimes you can't say it on the platform like that why? How is that? How is it? Because they are not trained enough? how do you see somebody capture somebody and they say bring ransom?
I hear
Where
what you
are
are
the
saying.
police? Where are the police when they say we have a ransom that we are going to pay to individual real life?
I hear what you are saying. I hear what you
real
are
life
saying.
that you take that money in Ghana must go. Real life. Where are the police? Where are the military?
Hold on now. Let me add. I think I hear what you are saying. And the mistake is, okay, how do I put it so it doesn't look like I'm trying to condemn somebody? The mistake is that how do we think that the police is not offering value at all? They are offering value.
You see, you're just taking a defensive position, ignore the problem. I
That's,
don't know
see,
how to ask you.
no matter
You
what I
just
say,
ignored
there's
the problem
no way
by
I will
taking
say
a
it.
defensive
It's not going to
position
trigger
for the
him.
problem. That's
Can
not
you let
fair.
me talk? Can you just let me get my words out? You are assuming that they don't serve any purpose.
Nobody came out with that statement. You see, I'm done. Let me just go. I'm out. I'm done. I can't do this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, Ferreira, go take something and rest. You need rest.
Let me get out of here. These people have an agenda. They want to turn all of us to slaves. He's their spokesperson.
Can you just stop? Can you just stop? You are getting now. You're not letting me talk now.
I gotta go. This is ridiculous.
Because if somebody starts preventing
Ferreira, you are still there. You say you want to go. Your camera.
He's gonna shout again.
I'll hear you guys in the background. In case I hear another outrageous
You
nonsense.
say you want to go, la.
Don't mind him.
Ferreira, open your camera. Let's see.
Let me put it. Ferrari, I'm going to put you backstage now. So when you get irate, then you can come on. I'll put you backstage. So the point I was making was that
I bet Mr. Ike is still here. You guys should start.
Come on, man. Why do you do that now? Let me talk.
No, let
come
it
on.
go
You are
around.
being rude.
Mr. Ike is still here.
Did you just say no?
No, you? About can I say no?
Let me finish then. Come on. Everybody spoke. What is this? Is that where we are now?
Okay.
You spoke, John Ambas, but let me speak. It's only fair.
No, I did not.
Okay. Maybe you're not. The audio maybe is playing.
You are marginalizing me now, minority.
Okay. So the idea that the police is not doing any work is wrong. If the police has issues that they cannot meet, is because they have issues that they cannot meet. Then you deal with that problem. To me, that is a lower tier problem. The higher tier problem is whether you even have enough to even start saying, because if you don't have enough, no matter how much you solve, the problem still remains. Even if every single one of them are not corrupt, you will still have a problem. They might be a little bit more effective, but you still have a problem because you don't have size. Pansa, the moment ago, was bragging about having better size. Everybody knows if you have more size in some of these security institutions or even almost anything else, you are more effective. So all I'm saying is that compared to other nations that are even well off, that have more money than Nigeria, that people don't even have any incentive to steal, they have more security in their
Okay, Forpan, let me ask you a question. What do you, with your rhetoric on security matters, given where we all know militarily where Nigeria is at this very moment, for Nigeria to go from where it is to where you want it to be, because I don't do this comparison with countries the way you do it. I think it's quite awful the way you do it. However, from where it is now to where it's got to be, how do we get there and what would it look like? You tell me.
It's very simple. You start with an economic stimulus plan.
Oh, you're talking economics, but you spoke economics. Economics. That's interesting.
Did I speak for 10 seconds?
No, I didn't expect you to start from there, but go on.
You start because people prefer it when you look at these things through economics, and in the end, isn't that part of what it represents?
Well, I'm the one who always speaks about economics. You're always speaking about military and security. So I will allow you to carry on because I'm interested in what you have to say. But continue. Don't talk about them. Okay. Talk about your aspect.
Okay. So from the if you want to fix it, you asked about it. You look at stopping the bleed of $50 billion a year by securing your nation further so that the insecurity is not costing you money. is actually damaging the Nigerian state. I don't even know whether our leaders are stealing up to $50 billion. It's actually damaging the Nigerian state. But we all want to fix our leaders that are stealing less than that. But when we talk about security, some people kick back and all the rest. And is that a very logical position? So in terms of economics, it makes a lot of sense. And even something far more important than that is survival. Your ability to survive, which most nations, they value it more than their ability to prosper, because they understand that survival comes before prosperity. That part is the one we failed mostly in. Most of our societies in the 60s, 70s,
You're
80s,
speaking history. I'm speaking from where we are now and what would it look like as when we get there.
What it will look like when we
satisfaction.
get there? Okay, that's a fair redirection. In terms of what it will look like, if you secure your nation properly, what you're going to get is you're going to see development, increase in economic activity, increase in foreign direct investment, as they say, and you get more Nigerians return back to the country. And because you are now more secure, you can now start exerting yourself in the global stage. Your life expectancy is going to increase. In short, the welfare of your people and the prospect of your people to survive into the future will be this thing taken care of. Which means, in short, there is not that much in life to is there. If you cannot survive, if you cannot make sure that your children and your children survive,
okay,
those are
let me come
some
back.
of the
Let me
most
come back real
fundamental
quick.
things you can do.
I've heard your answer and I understand what you said. Now, in your answer, it was more nuanced to the point of the economy and the growth of the economy. In what I listened to very carefully, you did not speak about what the actual architecture, military architecture, would look like. And you did not speak on what it was we were protecting. Now, from my aspect, I don't take away anything from the importance of security, but I do not harbor on, like you do, on security, like it's the only thing that you see, because other countries are doing this and X and Y, and I'm afraid other countries. You see, what you put forward, when I'm saying look into the future, we know the rubbish we're in now. Take the aspect of security, tell me what it looks like. You had no viewpoint that was clear to me in what you just said on that particular thing. So it tells me that your manifestation of this security god really doesn't have the legs that Nigeria is needing. Nigeria right now needs a complete breakdown of the infrastructure that we have there as our politics of the nation. From there, you start building, and you build upon a notion of what you are designing. You know what it's going to look like. Even though you don't know the full outcome, you have designed on paper at least what it's going to look like. This is how we build anything, not just nations, anything at all. So once you've designed it and you know what it looks like, you're not necessarily coming from a security viewpoint. You're coming from a security viewpoint only when you have constructed, mentally at least, what it is you are going to secure. That is where I think you just miss. Wait, let me land, please. That is why I believe you miss on your own narrative of the past, where we are now, and the future. That is what we're trying to construct and understand. We have a view on the past. He made mention, as you said, he said, it was Churchill's quote that he said, the further you look back, the further you can view forward. And I see myself in that. I don't like Churchill, but I see myself within that scope. I've done a lot of historical research that I know there's few people on this platform have done. Few. I also know that I've worked in the global space.
Can we stick to the point?
I am. Please just listen.
You've taken a lot of time, and I
Oh
was
God.
also talk.
It's
Now you are talking
unfortunate.
about yourself.
No, it's unfortunate that there are only 5 of us here, and you can't patiently listen to your brother.
Let's focus
I'm
on
your
it.
brother. I'm your brother speaking to you.
You
And that's how.
insulted me, and you won't let me respond.
I'm
And you
not
start
insulting
glorifying
you.
yourself.
I'm not insulting
Get on
you. All right, forefather. Don't worry about what I say. You don't like what I say.
No,
You don't like what I
let
say,
other people talk. You can't just talk and
bro.
talk and talk
Bro,
and talk and talk.
you know what happened in this? Whilst I've been here, I haven't spoken until now, and I've listened to you go back and forth with everybody.
Talking. You talk. Nobody. You are still talking.
You see, what you're not understanding is I'm not just talking. I'm saying things, but you can't grapple with them.
You are saying things, but
you can't grapple with them. You should be able to grapple with, because I asked you a question and I left it to you to answer.
Calm down. When you finish saying those things, you started talking about yourself, and that's what
No, but I wasn't talking about myself to talk about myself. I was talking about myself.
Calm down.
No, wait, let me give you the.
While I was talking, when you redirected me, what did I tell you?
Bro, I was talking based
What did I tell
on.
you? If somebody redirects you, you should say, okay, I take my correction. Let's move on in that direction. Because that is the point of the discussion. We're talking about what vision.
All I'm continuing, I may have a long segue. Please forgive me for that. But all I'm continuing is the difference between our viewpoints. That's all I was saying. And if you're listening
let me address the points you've already raised. You raised points about specifics. That is not what I was doing. I was painting a general picture. But if you are talking about specifics, of course, I mean, you are going to pursue.
I left it to you to answer.
No, but you already know my vision in terms of this stuff. It's not new. You need to upgrade your security services.
No. I know your viewpoint in a glib sense. I don't know what I wanted.
Can you
was
put that down, please?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. What I wanted was a viewpoint from where me and you know where we are now, militarily. I wanted you to take it from this point to the point of your vision. What does it look like? How do we get there? That's what I said.
Yes. Okay, fine. If that's
now you want to talk.
Yes.
When you're already given a chance.
You don't want me to answer. Oh, so I shouldn't. If I
No, I asked you it already.
Do you just want to win, or do you want to know anything?
No, I don't want to win. I want to give you the understanding that I gave you the opportunity to answer that. The way you speak is awful. But go on, if you want. Have a go.
Unbelievable.
Have a go, bro. Have a go.
The point was that if you are asking for specifics of what you want to see, I talked about 2 million sized security services. You have 1 million minimum in the Nigerian military and 1 million between the police, the secret services, and the customs. That is the minimum you need for a country like Nigeria, given the state that we are in. Then you start moving into strategic technological development, including nuclear technologies to defend the nation. And in terms of the future, we will be able to project ourselves in terms of most of the defensive technologies, and also other offensive technologies. One of them, if you are asking me, I will tell you that openly, I prefer that we definitely have our own nuclear submarines, because that is one of the most effective ways of being able to protect the nation, because you can't track them generally, and they can be able to reach anywhere in the world without this thing being intercepted, and they can cause massive devastation to anybody that's coming after you. The point is that you prevent other people from being able to mess with you. Basically, the structure that you see in the world today, where how people protect themselves, those are the kind of defensive technologies that you create. There is also an ideological element attached to it. You have to have an ideological element that says, you know what, don't mess with me, I'm not going to mess with you. Just like the way the Chinese, if you look at the Chinese posture now, it's not very offensive. It doesn't mean that they don't have nuclear technology. It doesn't mean that they don't have hypersonic missiles. It doesn't mean they are not going to develop other like biological weapons, chemical weapons. All these things that ensures our safety, that our children can walk in this world and survive, I will encourage, and if I left for me, I will develop them to ensure we survive.
Okay. Can I come in? Can I come in? Yeah. Okay. I don't think you needed to wrestle me away from what I was saying to say what you just said. I don't believe it. There's only 5 of us here. We can really go deep and have an intellectual discussion if you would allow it. Now, I'll put this to you, my friend. No, because you guys are here. You're listening. You know, wait. You see, wait. AY, don't do this for. Don't do this for the sake of just interrupting. I've been where you are, AY, in discussions, and I just listen. I don't get involved. There are 2 people called, and they're going back and forth. It's okay. It's okay, because this is how we really get in depth.
Listen, sorry, I want to take a leave because yesterday I did tell you guys I'm going on vacation. I need to pack my things tonight, and tomorrow I fly away. Right, so I got to leave you guys. If my grandkids and my kids, if they allow me once in a while, I might come to the platform. But if not, I have to enjoy my vacation. Right, take it easy.
Enjoy yourself, my brother Ike. You are a splendid guest. We'll miss you. Take your time, my brother.
Say one love for everybody. God bless you all.
All the best.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Father, you are muted. That's good for you, though.
Let me come in for a second.
I can't believe I was muted. Sorry about that.
Yeah, John Abba will come back. There's 4 of us. Father, please take your time. Please, we're just having a talk. You don't have to be irritated. You know, between you and Alaba, there's a lot of irritation. I don't like it. When this platform becomes noisy, we don't learn anything.
You say
sometimes. Wait. I'm not accusing you.
You know what irritates me? You insult somebody and you tell them not to respond, and you tell them that like you talk down to people and you don't know it.
You know, forefather. There's a way we speak, and it's not always insult.
Actually,
it's not. Well, okay, you might take it as that, but let us be fluid. Allow it.
Okay, have your say, then AY can go, please. I think we should be closing off soon anyways. I think we've gone well past the time.
So this discussion doesn't really bother for you. We can turn it off now.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just looking at
you don't have to come across like that. Let me just speak and let's go on. Yeah. Anyway, guys, with what our man, forefather, has said, who believes everyone is disrespecting him, he doesn't come to the conclusion that, wow, all these people saying these things about me, and let him adjust. However, I personally have seen a lot of adjustment from you. I have. You know, we used to quibble much more than this. I don't care to quibble. I just care to get my point across. What I'm dealing with is that I believe we have to come to a point where we are standing on some level of foundation, intellectual foundation, on this platform. I don't believe that we're going to get there by arguing so many minutiae points, even though they're important, because we still have to create this structure of what it is that we in the diaspora especially are doing in order to inject some pace and energy and change in Nigeria. I think that's what we're doing here largely. I don't know if we're doing anything quite different than that. I don't know. That's my aspect. So whilst you come across a lot as the devil's advocate, me and so many people quite enjoy it, even though it may irk us in this way or that. It's not that we don't enjoy the position that you take, but we do want to see relativity to where we are in Nigeria. What aspects in the world are there, as we appreciate, and how Nigeria needs to change. And I'm saying this in terms speaking to the platform. I'm not speaking at you. I'm not insulting you. All these things that we just use to disturb conversation. I'm appalled a lot of the time, because this is how we speak. When we speak our mind. If you speaking to your friends or your locality, wherever you are in North London, you know that you gesticulate, you jibe, you accuse, you punish, you use words to demote somebody else's point of view. We do this. It's what we do in conversation. However, on this platform, all of a sudden, people are wanting to be the victim. You're not a victim. Be a man and stand on your own 2 feet. That's what I've got to say.
Jago.
Why do I keep muting myself? Sorry, AY, go ahead.
You guys accepted for me to talk now. After one
I did say that I was not going to
have
say
you guys
anything, no
concluded
matter what
your
he
meeting?
said. I
It
did
was
say
just
that I
2
was going to
persons
say
meeting now.
Okay.
Honestly, sometimes you guys make people redundant, man.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is it good listening though? Is it good listening though?
You guys are just arguing. You guys are not really discussing anything.
Well, I'm asking, is it good listening? Say yes or no.
Good what? Listening to what?
Oh, more good listening. I mean, you be Bushman. What is it?
Is it a kind of something that when somebody listens to it, they feel like they are gaining something from it?
Correct. That's what I'm saying. You guys are not discussing. What am I going to listen to? You guys just argue and just fight yourself. It's not that you guys are saying anything serious. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
There is difference between noise and having discussion, right? It's noise. Noise, you don't get anything out of it.
I don't know about that, but it's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. The issue of security, right? I understand where everyone is coming from. Like Ferreira was a bit mad. I understand why he was saying that. For example, if I look at Ferreira's point of view, it was more like we don't have a system that is working. You want to pop in more security. The summary of the whole thing, yes, security is good. Definitely, if you want to hire 10,000 security men extra, that is good. But we need to have direction. We need to know what we want to achieve. Why do we need more security? What are they going to do? So the summary of the whole thing, the system is faulty. It's faulty. So I would rather really choose reform of the police rather than getting more police. Let me start from there. Do complete reform of the police. Then after that, the second phase could be hire new people into the police force. Honestly, that's the path I'm gonna take. But it really depends on, because it's more like the problem is not solved. You bring in more people that will be corrupted to corrupt the system more. So if we have 1,000, just clean
Jesus
it up.
Christ, how is that even sensible? What you are saying?
It's
I don't
not.
understand
You don't think it's sensible? No.
Yeah, because
I
you would rather, let me say why. Because you are literally you would rather those people remain jobless. You would rather hold on. That's what you are saying. You would rather those people remain jobless. You would rather those
It was a stage. He spoke about stages.
Hold on. It has to be stages. The first phase.
Come on, man.
It's better to reform what you have. Then the second phase is going to be recruit more people that will meet a system that is working. So
this is the thing that you don't include.
The right path. So if you hire 20, let's say you hire 1 million more policemen, what is going to happen? The police of God, they are going to corrupt them. It's going to be more corruption, more evil going on. It really depends on what
I hear what you are saying.
I will take this path.
Anyway, let's do this so that the viewers will get the best the highest benefit from this. So that you say certain things, then I respond, then you respond to what I say, then and let's try to keep it brief. So about the corruption that the old ones are going to corrupt the new ones. Your assumption is the old ones are not performing well at all.
It is not this. That is the system, because you will be forced.
He spoke about reform. Right? He said first it would reform.
How long do you?
No, but you still have to listen to the stages and understand them.
I hear you. No, I understand. I did hear it. So how long will you have this reform? So let's do to and fro. How long will you have it?
So that is subjective. It depends on the number of people you want to reform. It depends on people, what you want to do, what you want to achieve in general. It could take 6 months, it could take 1 year. It depends. It doesn't matter.
It does matter if you want to save your people's lives. If you want to stem losing $50 billion, which is not nothing, it's lives. It matters.
See, anything lack of planning is like doing nothing at all. That is where we are today. If we refuse to plan for the next 20 years, we will still be where we are in 20 years' time.
But this has nothing to do with planning now. It's
It
about
has a lot to do with planning.
It
Stop
is
that,
planning.
forefather. Stop that.
So sorry,
You
it's
can't do
about
things
acting.
overnight. This is you dealing with country, you do it in nation. It's planning, critical planning, critical thinking.
Okay, I hear what you are saying there, but we're during the Civil War. From what Erufai mentioned at Chatham House, they recruited, I think, 200,000 soldiers within a year, from 6,000 to 200,000. So look at the transformation. They were able to pay for that from 6,000 something soldiers to 200 something thousand. So that tells you.
Sorry, was that in the Biafra War?
Yes, because they knew they needed to act. That was because one side of the country decided to want to break away. It tells you that when you mean to do something and you need to act really, you don't have to start waiting too much about this thing. You don't have to start worrying too much about reform. Reform is a lower tier problem. Yeah, you can deal with it, but I don't know why every time we talk about this sort of things, instead of also consider we need more security, we put reform or other things on top of it first.
No. Forefather, wait, please, AY, please. I just want to put this in. What you have just said says that you're not listening to in the way I'm seeing it. Where we are now, we're already a country, so to speak, and we have some paraphernalia around us. Yes, we have some materials, and with what we have, we all know is far from sufficient in any aspect of Nigeria that you can speak of. But it is there, as you always say, that there are people doing a job. At least we should be grateful for that. So we're coming from that point where right now we know our system is completely corrupt in every measure and area. The security that you speak about, what do we do from now to next? And if you do not say that, okay, we have 50,000 policemen, let's say for argument's sake, and of those 50,000 policemen, we know clearly 45,000 of them are deeply corrupt. What we are going to do is to allow them to stay in the force. We are going to reform this whole police force as part of our security mechanism. In doing so, over a protected level of time, we'll be recruiting in. This is practical planning for where we are now. You are now bringing a position where it's an emergency. We're at war, so that we have to do something. You can't have this elasticated way of argument. We're having to start from somewhere that we all understand. And that where is what Nigeria is today. What it is today. Don't speak of all the fantastic things that keep coming out of your mouth.
You go on too long. That's
maybe, but it's because I need to respond to the way you look at things.
You made your point.
Okay, continue.
Well, Father, you're talking about security is a good, brilliant, and very sophisticated. Nobody doubt it. I personally don't doubt it. It's just like every other person, every individual. You want to be able to secure your home. You want to be able to have a control. You have to be able to block any blockage that will give any access to anything you don't want in your perimeter. But people like us is telling you that those as brilliant and sophisticated those ideas are, the first thing for now, all the sectors, the paramilitary and all of that, the corruption is like a cancer in the spine, and that need to be changed. Because if you just by number and increase, whether it's police, civil defense, name it, end of the day, because of the corruption in the system. And before we even go to the corruption aspect, it's even a manifest of the mindset of the people. They were not trained to take care and to protect the people by the British. And they have not changed the style of the policing of Nigeria. They were trained to get them, ragged them, and bring them to the station. And if you go today in Nigerian police, they have not changed the style even of the building from the ancient time, you know. So right now, what we stuck with is, okay, before we make any advancement, let's clean the house. And they clean the house is either reforming and restructure, and then you can add more. Then you go to those sophisticated one in case of nation against nation. And it's not because Nigerian is slack back. We should be the power of Africa, our military, just like in those days. And then we get to all that you are saying and beyond. And that is also including even our currency being sold to many other African countries that will bring so much into our economy and make us relevant in the zone and use our popularity, use our influence, use our resources to also empower our people and secure our nation. But right now, the corruption in Nigerian, any sector you want to talk about, including the military, is unbelievable. So, yeah, and I think that's the difference.
Let me give you my own scenario. Now, let's play
I
it.
know, but could I chip
Just
in?
hold on for a second.
I
Just hold
was
on
here
for a
when you
second.
spoke.
For a second, please. Let's play it out. Let's play out the scenario. He wants to do reform for 1 year or so. I want to go ahead and recruit 500,000 into the police force now, then do reform later.
Ah.
hold on now. Why are you? Let me play it out.
I didn't say anything, or I'm just listening.
Yeah, but you are interrupting my what I'm
No,
saying.
no. I just laughed.
Let's
It's
be
okay
polite.
to laugh.
Let's be polite.
I'm being polite, but I'm listening.
So let's play what is going to happen out. I will create 500,000 jobs the very first year. He will be trying to clean the police up that very first year. From the $50 billion we are losing every year, I would have saved us maybe $10-20 billion within that year that he is busy talking about this and saving lives. You see, that is the issue. We always put process first instead of the priority issue. You forget that your people are dying in the meantime. You keep talking, oh, let's go through the process first. Am I wrong? If I go with what I'm doing now, am I not going to save more lives and save us more money? Which one?
Quick question.
It's a question I'm asking.
Yeah, but to you, this question. Employing 500,000 people into the police force, into a corrupt police force already, how do you train those people? Because you don't just send them out.
You train them with what they are training them now.
So you don't reform.
No, hold on. No, I will reform. I'm not saying I'm not going to reform. And let me also explain another dynamics to you. When you save money, you have, let's say you have $20 billion. Now you have more money to pay staff. So when you are doing that reform, you actually have more money to pay staff. And because you are paying them more and you are reshaping this thing, they are more likely to follow the reform. And while they are following that reform, they are less likely to be susceptible to corruption. The system will become self-healing. This is the process that people don't generally realize. When you
I
are
don't
doing
agree.
but
I won't say anything, but I just don't agree.
The point is that both of them will work. But my issue, like what he's saying now, if you are serious about it, you do your reform. It doesn't mean that people would still embrace it. The system is not the system that is necessarily the problem. It's the conditions. If you don't have good jobs, if you don't have good salaries, if you don't have good everything, you do all those reforms to reduce corruption. They will still go back to being corrupt.
What we understand by way of security in Nigeria is that the corruption comes out. It's now a culture of corruption within the police force. That is now the police force. The whole thing is corrupt. The whole thing. I've witnessed it. Maybe you have witnessed it on several occasions. So you saying that those who are looking at reform first, to fix the structure first, and before recruiting, you are saying recruit into the corrupt system and solve it as you go along. That's a mammoth
No,
task.
I think, to be fair, there's not, if this is the argument, there is not a lot of difference, because we are all still trying
There
to
is different. Let me
There's difference. You're changing.
no,
You're
no,
changing your.
Let
You're
me
trying
tell
to
you
do
the
that thing that you
difference.
did yesterday.
let me
Hold
say
on.
where I say, let me just say where I think there's not a lot of difference, because if he is admitting that after 1 year he's going to go and recruit, except he still wants to carry on reforming for the next 10 years, then there's
That's what he said now.
definitely a big difference.
He said 6 months to a year of reform.
No, I asked him. He said maybe 6 months, maybe a year.
That is
No,
what Jago just
you
said.
just forefather, you're
Yes,
a funny
no.
man. You're a
Yeah,
funny
okay,
individual.
fine. Okay, that I grant you that one. See, but the point,
Forefather,
the
let me
point I
say
make.
this.
Okay, finish what you are saying.
Let me say something. There is, even yesterday when we were having an argument. To be honest, I was just looking at you people. I didn't want to come in. Like when you were, especially when you were comparing UK civil service and Nigeria civil service. There are some comparing you don't do. Like I have said it repeatedly. Probably maybe because of my training. That's the way I think. You got to define a problem locally. You got to define, understand the problem, understand what you want to solve. It's not about every system is different. So you can't go to Nigeria and be sharing winter jacket. Nobody need it.
Come
You know
on,
what I mean?
come on, focus
All
on
problem.
the.
Hold on.
No, that's valid. That is valid.
See, I say we should go
Hold
to and
on.
to. It's just going round and round now.
Hold on. All problems are localized. Even the issue of police. What I cannot give you some direct answer. I'm just assuming. You want to solve police problem in Nigeria, you have to define the problem. You have to define the problem and how do we solve this problem? This is the problem
We already know that.
politicians don't have. No, you don't know it. You think you know.
We already know
So,
that.
No, hold on. We know the surface. We understand there is. We are looking at it from the surface. But you have to really see that to analyze.
We should allow somebody else to talk.
Let me speak here because
okay, let Uncle Passan speak. Uncle Passan, go ahead.
You see, just left him off the hook. He would have had to explain what he's saying, why his own solution would have saved us more money. But go ahead, let him off the hook.
No, we can come back to him.
Because when people say stuff, they just make a lot of innuendos, and I find that
I'm ready.
Let's help him along. No, let's help him along.
I'm gonna post. Let me post something on the screen on the private session. You could share on the screen. This is Benue State. John Abba said,
"Oh my."
When I was going out to grab something to eat.
No, we are not going to do this again now.
Wait now, wait.
Help us out, bro. Help us out.
Hold on. This is.
Didn't you just hear what he said? Don't do this again. Come on, we are not going to do this again. Didn't you hear what he said?
Hold on. What did you say?
Didn't you just hear what this in Jonaba said? This is a sensitive. You should stop doing it.
No. Forefathers. We're speaking. You cannot sweep the Benue IDP.
I'm not going to show the images anyway.
Hold on. You cannot sweep them under the rug, right? This is a major issue in Nigeria. Just because you're here talking about security and all that stuff, how are you going to have security when you have a lot of our citizens in IDP camps? What I want to say is that when you have some people from my state, we'll talk about marginalization and we'll talk about that. Now, people from Benue State, when they come here, that's what they're supposed to talk about, because the country has different problems for different areas. Do you understand? So when John Abba is here, he's supposed to be speaking about this. Don't worry about Peter Obi. Don't worry about you bring the issue because the parts of Nigeria are greater than the whole. You cannot talk about security when you have overcrowded IDP camps. You heard what he said here. He said, look, don't mess with Benue because we have a lot of people in the police, in the armed forces who can kick ass, right? Which is true.
Oh my God. You just came and changed the topic.
If you recruit as many, let's say every tribe has as many people in the forces, now how is he helping? That's the nexus to what you're saying. I'm saying that the number of people you have in the Nigerian army or the Nigerian...
just like every of your idea is outdated, this information also is outdated. And you live in the past. You are not.
I'm not. I haven't landed.
You are not a
How is it
progressive
addicted?
individuals. And
Let's get back to getting
so I'm not
AY
going
to give us his ideas. I need AY. I
let
need
me
AY
answer
to
to what
stand
he's
on
posting.
his ideas.
Everybody in
Let
the
him stand
IG
on it
camp
because
in
I really want to
Benue.
hear
Okay,
this.
you can finish the
Everyone in the
topic
IG
you're
camp
having
in
with AY,
Benue
right?
has
You finish
gone
that.
home.
I want to come. Hold on.
Because there's a serious discussion here. We are trying to get to something. Maybe I will learn something from it. I don't know. But I need him to stand on his ideas.
No, finish. Let him finish what you guys are talking
so
about.
I want you to know
Then
that
what I want to concentrate after that, unless you don't have time for it, then I come back.
listen to me,
He won't let me land now. Let me finish. He
Our
says that
problem is local, and Benue is even more severe than your own state where you come from. So
okay,
listen to me. When
I'm not
when
done.
you're talking,
I'm
I
not
keep
done
quiet.
now. Let me finish.
No, you will never be done. If you are talking about being done, you will never be done. So
if I'm talking about what?
He's saying you're going to be done, you will never be done. So just give me a minute to respond to what you post, because I'm going to.
I haven't said anything.
You posted a link and you talk about that. So you will be talking to you tomorrow. You still never talk anything. Anyway, that's the way you operate, right? So the ID camp in Benue, go call and you see that most, if not almost of them, have gone back to their ancestral home. And the issue is that our problem is local. We take care of it. We don't need you. You can use it to yab and bring your politics and talk all of those talk. The problem was local problem, and we take care of it locally. It's not here. I'll be bragging. I'm carrying gun. We are not going anywhere. While you sit in California with your Adidas cap, sweeping some wine, and then you are putting gaslighting people. People with give me a break. And you say you are serious.
What is he doing now?
A serious person doesn't do that. A serious person take action. Yeah, I don't talk like that. And I don't come here to come and create enmity and go home and tomorrow I come and I'm not that delusional. So the issue you are talking about is that if Benue people have issue like any other state, and no state in Nigeria or any place in this world that doesn't have their own challenges. It's left for the citizen to come up with it, just like your own home and my home. No perfect anything, but people should have the willingness and open-minded to discuss issues even while they sit side by side for the greater good of the society, not that one person has to go down for another. The world is too big. When you lift up your hand, nobody stops you. So also everybody can coexist and find a common ground and live to their own God-given potential. But the notion that one minority have to be wiped out because they only have 3 tribes in Nigeria, and that is a message that you are sending is dangerous. Another thing is that
that's not what I'm saying at all. I never said anything like that.
Okay, and then there's an audit that came here with bitterness and unforgiveness that his uncle was chased out of Benue, and the Benue people was used as a grant to launch against the East. All those outdated mentality will take us nowhere.
All right, Ike didn't say that. If you mean Ike, by the way, listen to what I'm saying.
It's
John,
not Ike. Ike will never say that.
You wouldn't say that. Okay. I don't know who said that, but listen to what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying to you is that the nature of the tribes in the country, like you come from Benue State. Maybe it's these Christians that are in those IDP camps, not only because of the flood.
We are talking about something else.
I know, but look, you just heard him speak. You know what, forefathers, go ahead, speak about what you speak. I'm not going to have you, right, with your foolishness on this platform. I'm not going to have you.
I don't want you to change the topic. That's what I'm saying.
I'm speaking about what I want to speak about. We've talked about
because we're having a conversation about a specific idea.
I know, but I said
the issue.
I said
we
go ahead.
Drill any concept down to
Listen to me. I said go ahead, but you let John then make a statement. I'm responding to John's statement, right? So let me either land or go ahead and finish with AY.
Okay, report. It's only fair 1 minute respond because John Abba decided to bring something else.
But aside from that, I want you to change your attitude towards me. I'm not here for any of that stuff. I have serious.
I don't have anything against you. You know that. Okay. 1 minute.
That's what I thought. But anyway, John, what did I want to? Why I brought this to the fore is that you brag that you said you have so many people in there. You're threatening us, right? We've been through that before. Let me land. I'm not here. What I'm saying about the minorities is nothing about what you're saying. I'm not saying that minorities should not be protected. I'm saying that the minorities are not playing a very good role because they've been spoiled over these years of pointing to either the Hausas or they point to the Igbos or they point to the Yorubas All I'm saying is that they should also know that part of the problem is them, right? They have to do the right thing. That's it. I have not said that any of them should be, should not be protected. That's not what I'm saying at all. As a matter of fact, when I say minorities, a lot of them are Igbos in the South, in your state, right? And in many other parts of the country. These people don't want to identify with the Igbos, but they're Igbos. So that's who I'm talking to. I'm not saying minorities should not be
But
protected.
what,
No.
in a common sense talk, why do you think they are Igbo and they don't want to identify with Igbos?
Well, that's just your normal politics in Nigeria. It's like Wike, for example, right? Wike or Amechi or any of these people, they are Igbos. But in order to gain something from the federal government and gain
Jonathan, you shouldn't be dodging him. You are dragging us somewhere else.
Anyway,
no, it's not.
You know the thing is,
we don't have
it's not a bad conversation that they're having.
It's not bad. I may learn something from what AY is saying. So because sometimes I have to understand why people.
No, don't do it. AY, no. Don't indulge.
That's okay. Father moderate. I think your question is answered. If not, you can stay around. But I'm not going there with you. Beno is fine, and everybody is having challenges. With everybody will be fine. The Nigerian language say last. Everybody will be fine.
Last meal. Father, please continue the show.
Yeah, AY, please, carry on with your this explanation of what you said, because you talked about defining the problem. The problem, okay, elaborate what you mean by defining the problem.
So, okay, you want to solve a problem, right? Everything you want to do as a governor, president, it is a problem. You need to define it, what you want to do, what you want to achieve, how you want to do it, the source of the fund to get it done.
But that is minutia. We are talking about the concepts.
So here is it, right? Okay, let's say, for example, you want to clean up the civil service, right? What are the problems? Most time you have ghost workers, problem of ghost workers, problem of workers that are ineffective. These are all issues. Problem of accountability, problem of corruption. How do you curb this problem? You got to look at the issue. Now you know the problem. You have identified the problem. Let's say you have a digital system where everybody needs to sign in, digital signature. That will reduce definitely the problem of ghost worker by more than up to 90%. A problem has been solved. The problem of corruption, how is the money going? You have in Nigeria where custom collect money from people, where police, money is not supposed to exchange hand between the public and some parastatal, like evil custom, like all these kind of bodies. This money you give them, they have an account, a government account, where they are going to go make this payment online, as the case may be, and show the payment that this money has been paid. This is how to reduce corruption in the system. You don't look for Superman to reduce corruption. The issue we were discussing, the issue of police reform, not even police reform. You are thinking of recruiting more police without solving the problem on ground. You're going to have millions of police that are not effective. All they do is corruption, collect money, abuse people. We have a problem before we can move forward. You have to reform that system to make these people understand this issue in a different matter, way of accountability. You have to look at all the issue and solve the problem. Even if you have 2 policemen, clean up that system first and now have a standard. You can now recruit more people that are coming to meet a standardized system where the path they are going to follow, where they are going to obey the law, where they are going to respect people, where they are going to stay away from corruption, a lot of issues. So this is what I'm explaining. I have spoken on this platform, for example, The APC government, the last government, were sharing money to people, billions of naira. This is what was going on in Nigeria. If you go to your village, go and ask the people there if they receive any money. You don't have people that don't have job in your village. Nobody receive this money because of it is problem of accountability. We have a national NIN number. We have a BVN number. What are you doing with those numbers? The first thing to do for you to even clean up that for you to even be giving money that people are just stealing that are not accounted for, clean up the system for you to know who is collecting the money. Now, when you have BVN, every Nigerian have a BVN, you should be able to track people that have income, people that are working, how much are they earning? Do they need this money? You can now be able to, okay, this person does not have a job, this person is old, you know the age, you know whatever you want to do. Look at the data. Okay, the people above 70, we need to give them $2,000 a month. Now you can identify the people above 70. In that way, you will reduce the corruption. It's not a one-day solution, but if you do that, you will clean up to 70% of that problem. Going forward, you increase the process by making sure you achieve 100%. So this is how it's done. What we are doing, we have a system that is not working. We don't know where we're going. We keep pouring more water. It's not going to solve. So you have to clean up that system before you move forward. Hold on. Let me say the last one. Look at the electoral system, or for example, when you tell people we need to clean up our electoral system, a complete electoral reform, people don't understand it. Okay, now you have governors. A lot of governors have conducted election this period. Check the state. APC state is all APC. PDP state is all PDP. Labour Party state is all Labour Party. Go and check what is going on. All of us are part of this problem, but because sometimes it benefits us, we support the people we think they are evil. We think they are good because we are supporting them. It is a problem. We need to solve a problem where the system will work for everybody: the common man, the rich, the poor, the what is it called? The judges too. They do the same thing. You need to do what you can do. Do reform where you can do reform. Build infrastructure what you can build, and let this system continue. But that reform, that foundation is very, very important. If you don't do it, we are going to still be living in the dark continuously. Nothing will change. We are going to complain like this forever. But the system needs to change from somewhere. We need to have a foundation where this is our standard. This is the foundation. This is where the system is going to keep going. So we have a master plan of a country. We don't have 10 years plan as a country. I tell you, we don't have 10 years plan. That is why you see all this. So the problem are just too much. So when we are discussing them, when I say the problem needs to be defined, localized, you have to localize a problem and localize the solution. Not that you cannot look at what a country is doing in terms of how we are able to achieve this result. You can look at what they've done, and you come to your whole system and look at the system, and you have an idea. Define the system and localize the problem and localize the solution in your own domain. That is why when people talk about democracy, some people celebrating it. I'm not saying democracy is not good. I said, Nigeria, we don't even have the resources to take care of House of Rep and the Senate. We all agree yesterday, the budget of Nigeria is $30 billion. $30 billion for 200 and something million people is nothing. It's not money. That is snap money in a developed country.
Get to what you are this in your submission. So I will just say some of the parts that I agree with in terms of the idea that you want to cut down on waste, cut down on corruption. That is, it's obvious. We're all in agreement on that. But what you just explained is a kind of lower level issue, and it takes how do I put it? It takes implementation. And you talked about planning. Planning was not the issue that we're discussing. The issue is about whether the way to go about securing the country in terms of the numbers, whether you go with reform first or whether you just go with recruitment first, which one will give us better results. So, and a simple analogy I will give is that, let's say you are in a home and everybody is starving in that home and you need food. You could decide that you want to worry about getting this thing, having everybody organize themselves how they're going to share the food properly before you get the food. Chances are that because the people are hungry, they may not even pay attention that much. But if you get the food in, then at least you know the food is in, then you can worry about how you're going to sort it out. Generally, societally, that is how people tend to implement this thing. They never say, oh, let me reform first before I increase the size of my security forces, because that reform is an ongoing process. You have to keep reforming and keep reforming. But we have an emergency situation, just in case we don't recognize it. If you are bleeding $50 billion, an amount that is higher than your national budget every year, that is a state of an emergency. You can't cure a patient that is bleeding.
Let me give you a simple example. You just said that yourself anyway. If you have a tank of water, full of water, the tank.
Hold on, AY. Did he just call?
The tank is leaking from the bottom, and you have more water to pour on this tank. Let's say the tank is half. Are you gonna try to resolve the problem of the tank before you pour more water? Which one are you going to do? Are you going to be pouring more water, or are you going to go and try to resolve the tank to stop pouring out water? Which one are you going to do first?
You could decide to pour the tank that's seal the leak, isn't it? Before, otherwise everything is going to leak out.
That is exactly what we are saying.
But your analogy is based on the fact that, let me put it this way. The tank, the water is not needed already. We are already bleeding in terms of the concept of this in Nigeria. We are already bleeding, and this is not the same. Even when you do that stuff you are talking about, it's not going to stop the bleed. In your own case, you are saying you're going to block the tank, but the tank will still be leaking anyway. So no matter what reform you do, that's the true analogy. No matter what reform you do, there will be holes. The people will still not get to the point that you expect them to get to at the time you expect them to get to, because it takes a cultural change for that to happen. While you are busy navel-gazing doing that, your country is losing billions and people are dying, and you are not acting because you are focusing on processes first. But that's my calculation.
Genuine process. Let me say this 10 seconds. Genuine process needs patience, needs perseverance. Genuine patience come with pain. That's little period. As long as it's genuine, people must bear that pain at that period of reforms. If you are doing genuine reforms, they come with pain. There is no country in the world where they pass through genuine reforms that led them to somewhere good that will not take that pain. You must take it. To the extent in country, the security you're talking about, people are ready to die for the country to move. Do you know, for example, do you know how many soldiers America lost in the Second World War? Do you know how many soldiers USSR lost? Do you know people that died? They are in millions, because they know they're going to somewhere. They need to move that pain. That is why they still honor these people, because they feel that they pay the price for the country to exist. That is why you see in developed country, they don't play with their military men. You know, the Memorial Days, that is what they do. They honor them. So genuine reforms genuine processes must come with pay. There is no two ways.
No,
You must
I
pass through
think
that pay.
that is a totally different thing, because the reform you are talking
It's
about
not.
you are talking about fighting corruption, isn't it?
No, we're talking about the police. I'm referring to any form of reform.
No, but I think we're forefathers too, saying that. So I'm not cutting off. I just want to try for us to have a balance here. What you're saying in excess is that we can do all of these things and still have more people. And who is that? Something is making us.
Maybe it's Jago. Mute Jago for father.
Yeah, it's him. Yep.
So forefathers, like I said again, you are coming from a side where, in a suffocated way, but we are telling
This
you
man
that,
has mental problem.
no, Ferrari, please, Ferrari, please, Ferrari. I cannot even believe Ferrari is a teacher. So,
teacher, don't teach me nonsense.
We've had a meeting that they've told him not to be doing that. He's still doing that. It's okay.
My young man, Ferrari, please take it easy. There's nothing too bad to
What
say
did you do
that.
now? What did you
So,
do? Why are you taking him out?
Because
it cannot be saying somebody have
he
a
was
mental
abusing me
issue,
now,
because
and
that
we
is
had a
not.
meeting that he say I have mental problems.
Yeah,
We
it's okay, but
we have meeting where we agreed not to do this.
Don't you have mental problems? Bring him back now.
If you want to insult me too, you go.
Please, let's be respectful.
We've already had this meeting. All these people
why not
that
bring him in now?
Every argument
him
that
or whatever
is not channeled towards the way he wanted. I told you, don't pay attention. It's a distraction. It's a very manipulative way, so don't pay attention to that. We are talking about how our security, that is a big issue. We all understand.
Speak the truth.
Why you guys?
Speak the truth. Just laughing.
So
don't mind him. That one, the moment you mention P2B, he's gonna lose his mind. Please go ahead.
So we have issue in the country that you mentioned in your comment before, that we have a cultural issue. This is better in our culture right now. The corruption become a way of life. This is not just a training or reform. This is about bringing a training of putting people to understand what the nation. We have to just use it like in a template in people's heart to know important of what the nation is and what it takes to defend the nation and what is required of them, and not what they are doing in contrary to say they are going around policing people taking. So we are saying that if the reform is not done, and of course the reform and the training will be ongoing. It's ongoing forever and ever. So it's all of them is side by side. Why you are recruiting? Because sometimes people also aging. But we are saying that this foundation right now has to be destroyed, because it becomes a way of life that if you start building anything on it, it's still not going to be effective as we are thinking. And you are saying, okay, people need it now because you think that the police or the military or the civil defense or whatever, they are overwhelmed. They are not that overwhelmed. Now, in Nigeria, there are civil servants that all they do is to just sign and go home.
Sorry. When you say foundation destroyed, I need to understand what you mean.
The
by
foundation is because it's the culture that even when you are in police training, they make you buy your uniform. So if you buy your uniform that government actually give out freely, but somebody is in charge of it and make you pay for it, somebody should have boldness to say this is not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, that would change. You see,
Yes.
and I hear what you are saying, because whenever people say recruit more, instead of you just say, okay, yeah, we need to recruit more, but then you know what Nigeria will say? Oh no, we need to destroy everything first. We need to
Recruiting
reform.
will continue, and there are circumstances, natural circumstances, and many reasons why recruiting continue. People age, people retire. They need them to fill the gap.
Okay.
And if the gap is lap, then there is a, if they are even effective and the gap is lap, and then there is a need for it, because even though that overwhelming put a burden on the people that even when they mean to do the right thing, because they overwork them because of the lack of number. But we are saying that all of this is very important based on the little I know about all those things.
See, like I am for anything that doesn't say, oh, let's wait till later.
No,
if you want to destroy the foundation today and start recruiting, I'm fine.
Yeah.
If you want to carry on doing your reform right now
and go side by side,
I'm fine.
Yeah.
But the idea that you should just sit down and wait,
no, you have to do something.
Let me chime in on this. Let's wait first until we do this one before we do the other one. I'm like, no, you have to move now.
Yeah. Yesterday, forefathers, I showed you how Dasuki ripped off the Nigerian treasure of over 8 billion naira. I know that when you repeated what you saw, what you read, you said 2.5 billion or something like that. It was 8 billion, not 2 point something billion.
It was for the 3 million that he testified to. So
if you want Adigira, so you could put it on the screen. It's 8 billion. That was a lot of money.
No, it wasn't 8 billion. It was you said it was 1.4 billion. But when I read it, then Dasuki said Jonathan asked him to go and collect for the $3 million from central bank. Yeah, for the $7 billion from central bank to
7 million.
And this is it led to a conversation where I said we have to be careful when previous current government accuse the previous government of something, and then there's a discrepancy in the amount that both of them are claiming that they stole. It means that the new one may be looking to steal more money, while the old one said, "This is the only one I stole." Or I didn't steal all this.
But it's actually 36 billion. What I'm trying to say to you is that
Pastor, let me interrupt you real quick. Remember, over our national budget. I told you there was 2 planes that got intercepted in South Africa that had $3 billion each. Or no, $30-something million or something like, or $3 million each that they intercepted for the arms in South Africa. $3 million.
$3 million.
But the number, yesterday you were talking a lot about it, which you know a lot about it. I speak the truth, but I want you to know that it's litigated. It's something that's been to the courts. There were witnesses who testified. There are a lot of government people, politicians who got a lot of the money. Some of them returned the money. So it's not just your normal accusation, right? So he was, although just like Nigerian government does, they go overboard sometimes depriving somebody of due process. They did that in the Dasuki case as well. However, that corruption was there, where he did cut away all kinds of money. It's a lot of money. So, but yesterday you didn't know about this. You talk about security all the time. You don't know about Dasuki's case. That's natural security.
I wasn't following Nigeria's space during that time, so
that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse.
It's not an excuse. What am I supposed to do? Am I an encyclopedia? How am I supposed to gather all this information?
This was worldwide stuff.
You know all this. You've been following Nigeria for a long time, and I speak the truth. I haven't.
All right. And then what you should, if you plead that ignorance, then you should give us more credibility when we're talking. You should be listening.
Fair point.
The people have said to you that we're not going to go tackling. It's like we get a basket and you put in water in it. You go fetching water with a basket. That before you get home, the water's going to all fall off on the ground.
Extremely fair point.
Yes. So what I'm saying to you, though, if you're still going to talk about this, and I know that John supporting you because his people don't want to go to school, right? They want to be talking about the military. They want to go to the army. Let me land now. Let me land.
That is nonsense. That is so nonsense.
Let me land now. If I don't land, hold on.
The notion that we are not educated and that is the reason.
That is silly.
To be honest with you, our people, they are more educated than your people.
And then please hold on.
Jolaba, don't bother, don't bother.
No,
I
let me
know
land
for
now.
more that I know for sure. Stop that
No,
nonsense.
no, but
Pastor.
listen, that's a tangential point.
Pastor, you can't have discussion without this tribal crisis.
No, because I
There is
can't.
nothing
I'm
another.
dealing,
There is
I'm
nothing
dealing
else
with
you can
Nigeria.
discuss.
I can't.
Let's leave him at
in
AY.
Yoruba
Let me just
language,
land now.
they
Yeah,
call
look,
people like Pansa
anybody
Takba in
who's
Yoruba
talking about
language.
Nigeria
They will
here and
never
they're
let
not talking tribe and religion, they're just goofy, right? What do you think is the problem? We'll get a couple of problems in the country. Number one,
You are one of the problem. If you God, thank God that you are limited in the scope. If
let
not,
me
you are a
talk.
big problem. The only good thing, you are limited in the scope of operation. You are a problem, and so don't even talk. The only reason why your problem do not spread like cancer and the white
What I'm
is
saying,
because you are contained. You are
instead of
all of this thing you are
Did he
saying
just
here.
call
You
people that are
can't.
not tribalists and religious supremacists goofy? So
I know
if they're
when
not
you're talking
being
about
like that,
Nigeria, right?
that's the
When you're
goofy
talking about
ones.
Nigeria, right? There's an
Unbelievable.
intersection. Okay, we are sitting at the intersection.
I don't know what world you come out from, Pastor. I really don't
Could
know
I,
what
could
world.
I, you just say you don't know. You don't know that the Suki. You want to talk about security. This is our
That
national
secrecy
security
is not a
advisor.
big deal. He said it's already said that
I
it's
admit,
been
if I don't
honest
know
that
something,
he
I'll tell
was
you what I
not
don't
following
know.
Nigerian
Why should
news
I know
at
what I
that
don't know?
time.
I can't.
So that is
Claim I know
enough
what I
and
don't
a
know.
new
That's the
excuse.
thing. When you say 8 is less than 10, and then I come in and say 6 is less than 10, it's no longer up to you. Once you say that 8 is less than 10, so mathematically we can still figure it out from 1 to 8 is less than 10. You can't come back in and say, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. When you say you don't know about Dasuki, national security, it places you somewhere as ignorant of Nigerian national security. If you don't know about Dasuki, you don't know anything. People are talking about corruption based on that. That was an expose, right? Because we're fighting Boko Haram at the height of it. The National Security Advisor took the money that was used to be that's budgeted for arms and took the money and did campaigning and stuff. Do you know what that cost us in lives over there where John is, right? Boko Haram.
That's
Right?
not true. I'm not.
Hold on,
It's
we have not
It's
recovered
the
from
issue
it.
you are looking for trouble that you will never finish. Let me
No,
tell
but
you. You
let me speak and let him
always
speak.
come to
Why are you
regret
not
like
calling
you
for
are
arrest
having
of
same.
Jonathan? Why are you even
You
talking about
create more
that?
chaos
Jonathan
in
is
your
the one
own
that caused it.
area. There is more chaos in the east than
If
whatever you are seeing in
hold on.
Benue.
No,
So
hold
I
on.
don't understand
Jonathan
why you are
insulted Dasuki now.
being hypocrite.
Now
And
you
so
can
many
make that
of you from your
argument, right?
side. No,
Forefathers.
listen,
Now that you're
listen,
getting it, right?
listen.
But John,
Did you need to mute?
John,
Did you need to mute
Mr.
John
John,
Abba while I'm talking here?
he's
It's very
not saying
important. Please mute
there's
him.
no
When I'm done,
problem
then
in
you
the
talk.
east.
Let
He
me talk.
said
Let him talk.
Dasuki stealing that money caused a whole lot of problem all over the country. That's what he's saying. If you listen,
That's what I'm saying. And you could then make this argument that the president himself should be dragged in as well. Just like now, Buhari should be dragged in with the MFLA. But if you're going to talk about security, those are the kind of arguments you have to make. That we do have to adjust the constitution, like the guest said today. That the problem we have is the kind of government we have now. It's imperialistic, right? Do you understand? So when those who are making the argument like Jagun and Ferrari and I speak the truth, what they're saying to you is that you basically are going to take a basket to go fetch water. If you don't change the structure, all that stuff you're talking about is not going to work. Even if they did it the first year, these are recurring expenditure. If you go to them, you hire the exact number of soldiers that satisfy you. I believe you put it about 1.5 million when you and I had this debate last year. You're looking at about 1 million to 1.5 million size army, right? Even if you did the first day, how are you going to maintain those people to keep being trained and keep having that training and keep having the weapons they want, doing the research and having man intelligence?
They will pay for themselves. They will save the country about $50 billion.
How is it going to pay for itself? How?
Because we are losing $50 billion per annum also. So it will pay for itself.
What are we losing the $50 billion per annum to? What?
Due to insecurity.
Due to from the bandits and all that.
Bandit, terrorists,
okay.
kidnappings.
What if I told you, if you are, let's say I'm a commander in chief and I come in there with the forces we have now, and if I spend my money on human intelligence, right, rewards, spies on the ground, with satellites in space, and with drones, I could penetrate and I'll be able to gather intelligence. We have enough forces. Even our police can handle that place, right? There are many ways that you could make do if you determine to take care of that problem. Or I could call those people and say, come and tell me what your problem is. Why can't we have peace here? What is the problem? I could do a resolution, try to make everybody feel like a Nigerian, right? There's so many ways. You could use carrots, you could use sticks. Everything is not going and hiring a bunch of soldiers. Should we have more soldiers? Yes. Like to me, one of the things I would do, this was many years ago, I thought about it. If you grabbed our soldiers, put them back in the barracks, have them train as engineers, a lot of them, those who have some marbles up there, right? And they, like we have here in the United States, you have Corps of Engineers. We need a lot of infrastructure. This people could be building roads, building bridges, doing all kind of stuff without collecting bribes on the roads, and then pay them double their pay, let them have money, and then be trained to where they're not attracted to 10,000 naira. So there are so many ways to call a conference, such as Tinubu come in there. He could have gone there and say, okay, look, Nnamdi, what's your problem? Show what is your problem, right? People, Boko Haram, what is your problem? Because one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. You don't even know what the grievances of Boko Haram is, right? Aside from, also, we know we have external people who come there for resources and they cause wars, even in Congo. No matter where you have resources, gold, oil, you just see people killing people. You think it's politics, and it's nothing but economics, right? So what I'm saying to you, why everybody now, you don't even know about the Sukina. I would propose to
don't repeat that. Now this is the only time you make sense since you've been coming.
I make sense all the time. What I'm saying is that
first time you make sense, keep going.
After you continue, now you will mess it up. So don't mess it up. You're trying to stay on.
I'm not working on Excel.
Now I give you. This is only one thing that you. I think sometimes I think you have to find your bearing.
Thank you, but I have to tell you, I don't work on eggshells because I tell the truth all the time. I'm going to offend you by the time I'm done. You're right. What I'm saying to you is that if you look at Forefathers' activity on the platform, right? Even yesterday, I had to relieve him so he could then speak his mind, and he didn't talk about security. Okay, what I'm saying is that everybody's telling him, stop with this security stuff all the time. You could discuss it once in a while, but don't just go up the platform and discuss security. Now, I speak the truth, he's been here for almost, 30 minutes. I don't know when is his turn. If it's turn now, I could
you just said I didn't discuss security yesterday.
No, but what I'm saying, when you were...
No, well said, Pansa. I like that.
It's
I like
okay.
that.
Pansa, you can have my time.
Okay, so let me yield to speak the truth. Let it go around. If you do 3 minutes, it's okay, because there's something I want to say.
5 minutes now. 5.
5 minutes. Okay, fine.
Are you the moderator now?
No, I'm here.
Yeah, Pastor, do you want to moderate?
Let's do it.
All right.
Let's do it, man.
Let's Pastor moderate.
All right.
He will have to behave now. Go ahead.
I'm listening to everybody else. I'm enjoying. Let me listen to people more intelligent than myself.
I feel the Dre just laughing, man.
This is a nice thing. You see,
myself minus Forefathers.
Yeah, I think this is a nice thing to see.
That was a very slap.
I think this put a burden of responsibility on him, and in as much as he stay, don't send the fire, because I think some of those things he's passionate about. He do not see the scope of his the consequences of what he says.
Bring back Ferrari. I speak the truth. It's your turn. You have 5 minutes. If you let John use it up to praise me, then you're gonna go out of luck.
Don't worry, I'm not praising you. You will soon talk. I'm not praising you. You will see. Don't worry.
Mr. John Albert, you can have my time.
Thank you, brother.
Pastor. So minority and the majority are going to have the same time, or it's going to be different?
Every time you like playing around.
He does too much.
So, and honest thing is that I'm not even about praising you. It's about you can make a very eloquent speech and sense, but then I'm expecting more of you to understand that word matters and what you say does not just stay here. That is all. And this thing is like, it's very contagious. It spreads quicker than you think. And I have seen the effect of that. Even those things that happen in the north in those days where you see that shops are burned, it's all by inciting violence and say this and say that. And some people can just run with it. So these people, they say they are arne. They are arne. So, and you are doing it in a polished word, but then the consequences is the same, and you know better. So that is what.
Did I hear you ever say that P2B is not good for our country?
Yes.
You did say that.
Yes,
That
I'm
is
not
the
taking my
most.
word
That is
away.
the
I
more
think I just came and
dangerous.
say it because I want to be talking. No, I believe that.
All right, go
I
ahead.
do not say it do not good for our country. That's not what I said. I do not say that. I said I will not vote for him. And I think that even if he come to my neighbor, I will not look outside. I have my reason and I stand by it.
I agree 100%. Too.
Okay, well, that's a more dangerous thing to say than what I'm saying. So
No,
go ahead and give your
no,
presentation.
no. Yeah. If you idolize somebody to become your God, and that is the way you think, and then you hold yourself responsible for that. I don't care about
No,
that.
but you have somebody who's not corrupt, who's not arrogant.
He's more corrupt than you think.
Okay, well, relatively speaking, compared to the others, right? And he's humble, he's working hard. We're in trouble, right? He has the solutions. He's been a governor before.
Everybody have trouble.
Okay, so but what I'm saying is that
I ask you another question. Do you think Mohamed Bola Tinubu went to Aso Rock to fail Nigeria? That's not how leadership work. You don't understand what people face, and society. Look at you.
Yeah, go ahead and handle that one.
No, well, I just wanted to question that, because I have not seen anything that Tinubu has done.
I said, I'm not saying that you have done anything wrong. I said, do you think somebody take a leadership position to fail the people? Do you think so?
I understand where you're coming from with that scenario. However, in Tinubu and his actions and my suspicions upon him, he has done not one iota of thing that leads that country into anything called nationhood, that leads that country in anything called development, that leads that country in anything called sovereignty. So within those parameters of governance, I've seen him look to go to war with Niger, our own people. I've seen him bring about a massive economic insecurity by bringing subsidies down with no plan of how he's going to roll that out over a series of time that doesn't impact on the people's deficiencies. That's what I've seen. I don't know what you see. I don't know what you see. I don't know what you see.
I do not say. I say
that's what we guessed. Most of us who knew guessed that this would happen.
No, I said.
Come on, man.
I said nobody go to, even when you get married, when you anything you ask to do, you do not go there with the motive of failing the people.
John,
there are circumstances beyond it, and
John,
then
it's your turn. Let me tell you that
I'm not giving an excuse.
When we look at Aboki, right, in our side, when we say somebody's an Aboki, that's exactly you. I don't know if you guys do it on purpose. What you are here arguing makes no sense. People during the campaign told you that Tinubu is a selfish person who ruled Lagos and he did all kinds of things that he's doing now.
I have no doubt about that. Did I doubt it? This is an insult that you keep saying at your age. You're going to call it the whole North Aboki that they are Mala. And with all your knowledge and all your strength and all your might, you have not moved an inch to even take the power from the people you continue to say such things. And that is a shame because you don't know talk is cheap. But to go and calm yourself, educate yourself so that you claim you're very educated, but your education have never have you to give you a leadership, and that is a talk. And this talking make people, your talk, endanger yourself and other, and they distance themselves from you guys. Because that kind of rhetoric is no place in 21st century. But when you give a space to you guys that you keep poisoning the youth, hearing this is why we have what we have in Palestine and Israel today. This is what we have in the war. When you have an adult who's supposed to man up enough, now calling the whole North Aboki to yab on the national.
Aboki means friend.
Aboki, no, you know what you are saying. You know what you are saying. Nobody is your friend that way. You are very, you are just
Don't
being
mind him. Masca has come here to explain it to him, and he's acting as if he doesn't know.
Is Masca there? Bring him on. Bring him
No,
on.
no, no. I mean, he's not here. And he was here
Oh.
in the previous live.
Abokim is friend. I don't know what's wrong with you. You call us Nyamiris, right? Which means
Abokina,
give me
don't
water, right?
Don't say that.
No problem. But go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Give me water is not a good thing. I don't use it because it was used during the occasion of a Biafra war to mock them. Give me water.
Exactly.
I will not use that, and I will not use it. If you think deep and you have human empathy, nothing happened to any life, whether black or white, that you should be joyful, especially when it's wrongfully done to a set or any group of people or anyone around you.
Exactly.
So it is you that almost often time use that derogative word against people you think they are different from you and you know better than them. And then because you know better than them, it pain you that why they have a power. That is not a wise thing. That's not matured. What you should do, and you should think you are all and you know everything, you should find a way to the corridor of power and change it.
Okay, let's cool down a little bit. Let's go to Forefathers. Yeah,
Pastor, you failed as a moderator yesterday. Today you
I'm
are
not a moderator.
Again. What's
I'm
going
not a
on?
moderator.
No.
I'm not a moderator.
You need to do
He didn't fail completely.
He didn't fail.
Yeah, man, he didn't fail completely at all. I quite enjoyed it.
Okay, Jago said you did fake complaint. I'll give you 20% then.
Thank you. Forefathers, go ahead. 5 minutes.
So I don't 5 minutes. Who spoke for 5 minutes? Nobody spoke for 5 minutes. Okay, I'll try to keep it even briefer. Okay, I don't even know where to go now. I don't want to talk about security anymore because clearly that debate has been won and this been forgotten. Let's see. Okay, so regarding the guest, you know, some of the stuff he said that I thought, I think. Let me just go to what I would like to talk about. I would like to talk about how we know what is truly true. I think this is something that even in the West they've wrestled with. How do you know whether something is true? And how do we have conversations so that we know something is true? Because if we all agree how we can say, okay, this one is correct, this one is wrong, then once anybody meets that criteria, then everybody should sign on to it that they are all in agreement and move on from there to the next layer. So all the debates we've had today, you know, it's all about learning. Me, I want to learn, and if somebody gives me information that I believe that is going to you know, inform what I already know, I will agree with it. And the debate that we have had with
post the link for those who want to come in. I think
have I not? I thought I did. Yeah, the debate I had with AY, what you know what came out from it now, that you could basically have reform and have increase in the security forces. There's no reason why both of them cannot go together. That's why it's good to have conversations. Because if you don't go into conversation, some other time when somebody says it, you just go after them and say, "Oh, you are wrong. You shouldn't do that." And then the other say you are wrong. And then if you don't drill down, you don't get to the point whereby, okay, you all. When I said we're all saying similar stuff, at first he rejected it, but somehow in the end, the solution, how did it come out? It came out that both of them sit side by side. But that is something that we all should be learning from. Thank you. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to go on too long.
That was nice. That was interesting.
Good. Let's hear from Ferreira.
Who's that? Who do you want to hear from?
Ferreira, go ahead.
Ferreira, just come now. Now, me before Ferreira.
Let me go ahead. I want to.
He was kicked out unfairly.
That boy for taking me out.
He kicked himself out, I thought.
That boy, something wrong with him.
No, Ferreira.
And I have a doctor here in Chicago.
Ferreira, let's not fight. Let's try not to fight.
Please.
You know, I'm a panelist now. Be careful,
no
Ferrari.
No
I will come for you. I will come for you.
I know be panelist.
You know, I can insult too. I can insult. So don't even start.
Anyway, it's like he just wants to win an argument while the country is burning. I don't understand his perspective. The way he attacked this guest today, I think the establishment are scared of the information this man has. They don't want him to get it to the public because it makes no sense for his strong opposition to everything that man said. It makes no sense. And when he doesn't have any point, he
How
tries to
am I wrong?
bully
Can you
others.
address the point that I was against?
Ferreira, we've been through this all. Please don't take us down this
He
road
never
again.
goes into
Okay,
what
let
I
me not go
disagreed with.
there. Since John Abba has been found,
Please,
I'll just leave
please,
that alone.
yeah, please
and
don't
move
go
on.
there.
So what are we talking about now?
Well, generally, what do you have to say on a Sunday evening, based on the weekend we've had of communication? Because
The fact of the
I know
matter
that
is
you,
that
Pereira.
the fact of the matter is that we need to get the right information across to people. We have to convince the naysayers and the touting Thomases among us of the need that of our country is going down and for them to be on our side. We need to continue to educate, preach, and convince the miseducated ones among us that keep supporting what is collectively destroying us. It's not as if it's benefiting them anyway. Yes, they might be making a few millions or a few billions, which in 5 years is going to amount to 1,000, because that has been the pattern in the last 30 years. So they're not really making any money. You know, at the end of the day, they're as poor as the church rat. So, but the most important thing any generation can put forward for them to do what they do is the sake of their children. All these defensive mechanism justifying insanity, excusing abnormality, propagating ideologies that are misguided, it's not going to help their children. The fact remains, whether you're rich or poor, it's in your best interest that that country be fixed, because you might be lucky today to be in the corridors of power. In the next 10 years, you won't be there. Go and ask those who were there 30 years ago. Yes, they still think they have an element of control, but their control is not that strong. That's why they're all licking asses now. So then for the businessmen and women among us, it's in their interest that that country be fixed, because they will not be able to hold on to their business or business profit in a state of chaos and lack of rule of law. So it is in your interest, no matter how you look at the temporal gains or the momental gains you're gaining, and no matter how big that momental gain is, it is not worth mortgaging your future or the future of your children, and to make matters work, the future of generations of your kin that are yet unborn. And that is our story. So all these, we speak big grammar, we want to argue, we want to be right, I am a nationalist, and defending insanity, all these things. You have to take a mirror and look. Where would it take you? Maybe you will live 50 years, but where will it take those that come behind you? So it is in our interest, and it's not, there's no human problem that's not solvable. And that's why I'm an advocate of know where you're coming from. It guides you to where you're going and where you need to go. Even if you don't know where you're going, at least if you know what your origin is, but I am here. You can, within yourself, assess progress. There's no person or human being, no matter how rich they are in Nigeria, that would tell me that for our 64 years of existence, we have made progress. Yes, we have moved around in circles. We are moving, but we are not moving close to where we ought to be. Maybe the question we should be asking nationally is, where do we ought to be? And have a scale to measure how close we are to where we ought to be. You know, like I always push my argument and perspective. I'm going to round up now. Like I always push my argument and perspective. The enemies of that country are not those in government. They are those who support those in government. The real enemies. Because if they don't support, look, somebody had a proverb, I don't know where I saw it today, about a tree turning yellow. He said, this is what season are we going into? Fall. He said the trees will start turning yellow, that the leaves on the tree will not turn yellow and fall off without the knowledge of the tree. Without your knowledge, those who destroy your country cannot destroy it.
All right, that's good. But I want you to know it's a false choice, right? It's both. It's both. So we'll leave that. Let's go to Jegun. Jegun, it's your turn.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Wow. You know, for me, I think over the last couple of days and over the last, I don't know, few shows actually, I've seen improvements upon everybody. I think it's important that we somehow rationalize these improvements in terms of how the show is held, one, obviously, and I think more so the content of discussion or the level of discussion on the show, and really dig into what people are speaking about, because I think we're not going to solve everything or anything maybe on this platform, but I think we can at least get to a point of heightened discussion and a structure of how we're building our discussion, how we're beginning to critique what we say as opposed to criticize. I think they're the same thing really, but what I mean is to be able to inject a bit of to and fro that is necessary yet somewhat polite. You know, as I said, I think we have discussions on a private basis that can go deep and can be loud and noisy and abrasive at times, and that's what's needed at times. And I would really like to see people's personal egos put aside. You know, when we're getting upset because we feel something about what we're saying is not, we all do it, you know, but I think we should put it aside so that we are having real discussions. I don't think we should be victimizing ourselves and saying you're always and you do this. And even though we all do that, it brings forward the aspect of fight, I suppose. And all I'm saying is that the fight can't be amongst ourselves on personalities. It really can't be. It's got to be about the issues. So I just want to salute those of us who have reasoned that way and try to improve ourselves. I feel I have. I don't know how successful I'm, but I feel I've tried, and I'm trying. So yeah, I just want to say that to the guys. And Ferreira, my brother, for all you have to say that for me is intelligible and reasonable and necessary, your shout and your violence towards forefather, it needs to calm down a bit. It just needs to calm down a little bit, because we want to hear from you, brother. But man, sometimes when you come in crashing and bolting and you know, it's a bit noisy, bruv. It's just a little bit noisy. So that's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good one.
AY, go ahead.
If not because you are the moderator, I would have donated my time to you because you'll be doing good.
I'll take.
Yeah, okay. I give you. Take it.
All right.
See, I'm nice to you. I'm fair, right? I'm fair, right?
Yeah,
I'm a fair guy, right?
Yeah,
it's about time we did something fair on this platform. You know, to put it succinctly, I hate to disappoint you guys. We're not going to get anywhere by coming on platforms and speaking in abstract terms. We know what our problems are, is defined. So now, do we have the courage to solve it together as Nigerians? That is the question. Do you have the threshold of good people who want to take that country back? Or are the bad guys, they have the numbers? That's what it comes down to. We know what the problems are. Right now, as we speak, we don't have a judiciary. Only animals live in that state. You have to have a judiciary, because every single person who is a patriot would make sure that that is there. we could sacrifice, and leave out 4 years of a bad administration, and we could survive. But if you don't have a judiciary, we don't have anything going. It's like elections or whatever. When it comes to the judiciary, they're gonna pick the winners and losers. In business, they pick the winners and losers. So having the prerogative of a moderator, I won't use the whole time that Dewa gave me. I know he doesn't have a 5 minutes worth of stuff to talk about. All of it is berate me when I'm here. Let me yield back the balance of his time. Let's see. Ewa, you got 3 minutes left from the time. If you don't want it, then give it to
okay.
John.
No. I will take it. I will take it back. Yeah. So what me and Fofather were discussing initially, the issue of reforms. I will still talk on the issue of reform. Currently, right, one thing we need to actually accept, we have a system that is not there. Like nothing is going on in that system. I personally believe that anybody that is sincere, that want to get the job done, he needs to break down the system somehow, in some way. Like he needs to break it down. In general, the whole system needs restructuring. But the question of restructuring is how we want to restructure Nigeria is left for Nigeria to discuss. I can have my opinion, what I think is the right thing to do.
What is it?
One that is very, very important to me, I strongly still believe is the starting point. It is to get rid of the House of Rep. We don't need it. Let's start from there. This issue of Senate, let's make it Parliament. These people are going to be member of Parliament. We need to have people that can think ahead, that can think for the country. Not the people that we put on, their interest is to put on big agbadas and be forming big men and coming how to look. We need people that will fold their sleeves, that will really think ahead, that will really deal with the issues we have proper discussion. How do we move this country forward? We need that discussion. That discussion is very important. Not people that will come with sentiment.
Let me interrupt you, please. I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
And let me play moderator just real quick.
Okay.
Guy. If you were president of Nigeria today, with the rest of your time, tell us what you would do to change the country.
Yes, what I will do, my biggest focus will be on lay foundation for the country. Like that foundation needs to be laid in such a way that I will try to build a system. I have talked about the looking for a way to make this restructuring, which I think is very, very important. How this restructuring it has to be a serious discussion. If you need to if you cannot regionalize the country, I will look at issue of creating like commission, for example, like the way they created the Northeast Development Commission. Create seats across the country. Have some reform, have representative. These are kind of like immediate, and look at what these regions need in terms of improving the revenue of the region, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the issue of electricity, for example. You can bring in 6 different companies to these regions. We have a source of electricity where we produce electricity. Have companies that will distribute this electricity in this region as a matter of serious matter. Have 6 companies doing it. You don't need one company to do distribution in Nigeria, for example. You need to break it down. I'm not sure what you are discussing it looks like theory. It's not. This I have done part of this kind of work. I've involved in implementing project. I know what it takes to implement project. I know there was a time we were discussing here, like I think me and Fofana, I don't know, some other people. The argument was the ministers were too much. I actually, my opinion is, if I'm the president, I need other ministers to get the job done. As long as I need them, I will create those ministry. The end point is to get those results. This is one thing we need to know. If,
1 minute.
as a matter of urgency, right? As a matter of urgency, no matter what we need to get it done, we got to look at it and say, at this point, this is what we need to get it done. If it's done, the next tenure, I can decide to cut it to half. So you can do. The problem is because we are not deliberate about the problem we want to solve, we are not seeing the solutions. They are not interested in solving the problem. This is where the problem is itself.
I speak the truth. Do you think he answered the question that you asked him? Did he answer it?
Kind of.
I'm just breaking it down.
Not to my
man.
satisfaction, but kind of, yeah.
I'm breaking it down, right?
Okay,
So
we have to go to forefathers now. AY, when it comes around, maybe you can expatiate on that. But go ahead, forefathers, 5 minutes.
Why are you jumping me?
I thought you spoke just before AY. No?
I didn't talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Allow
John.
him now. Allow him to moderate, please.
So I should now talk.
Here's what I'm going to do now, because I don't have
It'll come back to you now.
I'm going to go according to the screen.
I'm just reminding him that he's jumping me so I can.
Okay. To avoid that, I'm going to go to you and then go down to Jagan, go to forefathers all the way to Ferreira. So we'll go according to the. You don't have to use the whole 5 minutes, John, but go ahead. Five minutes for you. We'll go according to the screen.
Okay. Thank you. I think everybody, on my own observation, is just our differences that we don't choose to embrace it as a way of life, that we think I'm different from you or have a different opinion, you have a counter opinion, you automatically become an enemy. And if we play that role on this platform, you can imagine those that have a share from the government that uses the state money for their personal interest. How much do you think they will fight? It's do or die. You and I have nothing to gain than what we put out here, trying to have a decent debate. But when it comes to the issue whereby we don't embrace our differences, then it play down. The country we live in, America, is a country of different ethnicity as well as we have in Nigeria, or even it's no more. But they find a central place to work to make sure that things work. Well, we, as a beneficiary of those things, we don't think twice. We're not just staying here. Something, when you are in your home, somebody is awake in the hospital in case there's emergency. Somebody is by the road to make sure the road is good. Everybody have what they are doing to keep the society going. So when we talk about corruption, it's because of the citizens do not overcome it. There is whatever is happening in Nigeria happen elsewhere. We are not giving an excuse, but we are trying to say that the citizen must rise above it. And the really way they rise above it is to massively, whether they vote or flood the street for protest. But if you think that, the 1% that have you hostage, mortgaging your life and your children's life, we easily give up without seeing a resistance from the masses, then I think we have a different idea how power works around the world. So I hope that we will continue to talk about our issue in the right way and become to focus. I'll give an example as I quickly round up soon. When Daddy Freeze came up to talk about tithe, the big people push him. They push him. But when Abel Damina prepare very well and have his outlet, it take the whole Redeem overseas, which we all have seen it playing, to say, I'm sorry. Where have we been? That is the power of resistance and pushing and pushing and refuse to give up, even when your life is at danger. because this is what they have, the lifestyle they form in the back of Nigerians. Ignorant Nigerians who think in the good hand that they want to worship God, whatever they are looking for, that they gather over the years. Can you imagine if you say to Nigerians, meet me in Abuja, I want to protest with you against these bad governors. You know how many million will flood there? Why he didn't do it? So we have an issue with defending this person, defending the other person. These people are one, and the citizens have to say enough is enough. They are taking you for a ride. God, they spend money in heaven. God, who do you God see God spend money anywhere? God is so broke that he need a poor person, 10%. So these are the way we have. You don't want to talk about sensitive or small things, but those are the main things that hold millions of Nigerians, give them a hopeless hope that they make them not to flood the street to fight for their freedom.
1 minute.
Okay, in my 1 minute, when we were protesting the last time, Bangladesh were protesting. They killed 200 people the same day. The next day, the citizen flood the street. The minister escaped to India, seek asylum. This is the power of the people, not this divide by ethnicities and all those small talk. Thank you.
Jagun.
Yes, guys. Certain people haven't spoken, like Speak the Truth and Ferreira. I don't believe we've heard, and indeed, Forefather. So if we could, because I've spoken just a while ago, if it goes to Forefather and ring back, and then ring back to me, we're back in tune.
No, Forefather cannot speak. Everybody else can speak. Forefathers can speak. He's not allowed to speak. Maybe allow us to speak. I'm not smart enough to speak, and I know Forefathers is in the same league. So
what are you saying? What are you saying?
Peter Obi.
Okay. Am I ready to go?
Oh, you just have to hear say Peter Obi and I speak the truth to lose it.
Is it your father speaking on me?
Forefather.
How do you like it as Peter? Peter Obi is the greatest. He's the greatest.
What do you mean Peter Obi is the greatest?
He's accomplished so much. He's actually better than Tinubu. He's not like he's not like Tinubu. You have to accept it.
Not as a panelist.
Let me be serious. Let me be serious. I think I want to take on the idea.
Is Jago done? Jago, you done?
No, I said let it lead on from Forefather because I don't want to. Let it come back to me after Ferreira.
Okay.
So yeah, I wanted to address the point AY made about the House of Assembly reducing the size of government. We talked about this yesterday, and it is found that most nations have similar size or more non-members of these assemblies that run their country, even in parliament that they have in one chamber. It turns out that the UK has 650, which is more than the total number of senators and assembly members that we have put together in Nigeria. So when we say things, this is why I keep having that conversation that how do we know what we are saying is the correct thing just because you feel that way? Just because you think Nigeria, oh, those guys are making so much money, they need to cut them down to size. How is that going to solve the problem? It has to be the position has to be based on how others have done it, that it has been shown to work. If others that have less population, I think the UK has 4 times less population than the UK, Nigeria, but has almost twice as much the lawmakers.
Okay, Forefather, let me interrupt you here. Pass it if you let.
So now you feel like talking suddenly.
Oh, I want to attack you right now.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Peter Obi. Peter Obi.
Peter Obi. Okay, so Forefathers, what would you assume? I don't know. At least I don't know. What would you assume in terms of size? How many times more bigger do you think the British economy is compared to ours?
It's a lot bigger.
Okay, a lot. Let's just say like maybe 5, 10 times bigger.
Yes.
So my second question now would be, do you think in a government, a large government is more beneficial than one that's smaller and cheaply run?
Depends on what they are doing with it, isn't it? Generally, even the so-called capitalist system have massive governments.
Because they're way big, they're way richer, is my point.
But the point is that the capitalists won't tend to be in democracies, and yeah, because they are richer, you can argue that that's why they have bigger governments. But if you look at the poorer countries too, that have, and besides, even before now, when they were poorer, they still have bigger governments. So that
Let's
is
look,
not
forefathers.
here nor there.
Forefathers. Let's look at this like a business. Would you think you would make more profit if you have a leaner employee rates, efficient, or would you rather have a or do you think you'll make more profit having a large employee rate? Let me put it like, okay, so say me and you have the same business, and we're making the same money, and we're making the same profit, and you have 200 workers and I have 5 workers. Which of us do you think is going to go home with the most money?
You will go home with more money.
So why would I want to hire as much workers as you if I'm going to be making more money?
Your argument is based on the idea that you are making the same amount of money for having different. Somehow you have some staff that is able to outperform the staff
So I'm saying they're just
like 10
efficient on
times
the
more,
same level.
20 times more than the other company. So the point I'm making is that numbers matter, and if you are talking about efficiency, there's always room for efficiency. I don't have any issues with that. But if you have to demonstrate why you think that will work, because
Okay,
the fact that
Buffett, I'll cut you. We're not going to die. I told you I'm coming here to attack you. So let's say
you are cutting me, so if I don't let you finish your question, then what do you do?
I'm Pierce Morgan now.
Remember, we're still under time. We're still under time.
You're just a panelist, so I could tell Pastor to kick you out. So anyway,
don't have power. I'll be like Ferrari when he was.
I will recommend to Dr. Rudolph to kick him out, and I will never come back here again.
I'm sorry.
If you do
I apologize.
I speak the truth. It's your turn next. So why don't you let
No,
forefathers
he can have
finish?
my time. He can have my time because I'm
Okay.
interrupting him. He can have my time. I just want to ask him questions because I don't understand how he's not seeing that Nigeria, as inefficient as our leaders are and as poor as our country is, should not be having a much larger government, which is, I don't know if I'm leading the questions right. I might not be because we've gone over this 1,000 times. But that's what I just want him to explain. Why would we need a large government like the UK or the United States, but our country is way, 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 way poorer and less developed than they are?
Okay, I think maybe if I'm trying to be slightly better, kind of understanding where you are coming from. When I say government, I'm talking about civil servants too, not necessarily just lawmakers. I'm talking about civil servants, the people that are going to maybe healthcare workers and all the rest. You need
the
them.
public sector, they're all included.
Yeah, the public sector. You need them to be able to administer the state. You can't just act as if that if you have a smaller size, you're going to get better outcomes. Clearly, what it has been demonstrated, I did show the chart. I did show the chart yesterday. The countries that have smaller public sector are the ones that are performing the worst. They're performing the worst because there is nobody out there to do the job for governance, and then we wonder why things are dysfunctional. If you if I have a company, I have more staff, I can output more than you, and I will go on to make more profit than you. But you created a scenario whereby you have a staff that is so efficient that you make the same profit. So I support efficiency, but I also support the number. And most of these Western countries and developed nations, they are also very efficient. in their own way anyway. They're also very efficient. So I think it's not either or, but in the context of Nigeria, I believe that the state is actually too small, not too big. It's the opposite. You can say maybe we own too many, we control like power supply that we didn't need to control. And that is that part. I'm not even sure the government employs people in power supply that much. Maybe
Okay, you're gonna stray off. So let me ask one question. How much? Because I see that a lot of what you do.
You got a minute left, so 1 minute.
Yeah, he can take my time. He can take my time. You're a very intelligent person, but sometimes I think, like OT said, you do not really understand the nuances of certain things. Maybe because you haven't taken the time to go back in the past to read about them. But that does not take away from the fact that I think you have really, really good ideas on a lot of things. So I just want to ask you, how much, since you're defending a large government, how much do you think would be a reasonable base pay? Bearing in mind that one of the things AY said yesterday was that there's a lot of underground remunerations that they pad their salaries with. Let's forget all that. How much do you think, with the way Nigeria is right now, the economy, how bad the average man is suffering, would you think is a fair pay wage for the senators at the federal level? You can use the pounds, you can use dollars, but using the Western metric, how much?
Okay, now, forefathers, you are with I speak the truth's time of 5 minutes before we go to Ferrari and Audrey.
I
What do you
think
want
if
to
you ask me, this question is loaded in different directions. But if you say based on what is on the ground right now and how the economy is and everything, I would say 3-4 million should be reasonable to cater to all the hassle that they have. I don't
Every
know.
month?
Yes.
Bearing in mind that the minimum wage is $70,000, you think they should get $36 million, $36 million a year?
No, not yeah. Okay, yes. That is because there are the one they have to compete with this in bribery that is going to be coming from every angle. If you want them to be comfortable and not be susceptible to competition from every angle, you want quality people to be there. I might be wrong on this, but I'm just saying if you look at that is if you say 3 million, that is about 1,500. Even
Yeah,
beginner,
and if you say 70,000, that's like freaking a candy bar and 2 cans of Coke.
I understand what you are saying, but if you cut it down to that point, you are going to be having a situation whereby the transportation that they fly with, let's say they go overseas, is going to be far more than the salary, and they are more likely to be susceptible to be corrupted. So you don't want to, in the process of trying to this is cut this in cut spending, then you create a bigger problem on your hands. And this is one of the challenges even people in the city of London here they have to pay their best so that people in New York don't poach their finance experts and all the rest. So they give bonuses and all the rest of it because you have to compete in this world. So that is where I'm coming from. But what is annoying Nigerians is not that they are paying them any money. What is annoying Nigerians is that they are not performing. That is different. You see, in the context of the UK, where the financial sector, if those people are performing, that's why they are giving them all that money. But these guys are useless. They are not doing anything. They are if anything, they are sabotaging the nation. That is where the issue is. And because if they were not sabotaging the nation, the people's salary will go up, and which is the crazy thing, their own salary will go up too. So, but that's what we are dealing with.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ferrara, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you all very much. Personally, I'm not coming here to attack anybody. Everybody have a reason they come here to talk and hear their own voices. Some people have a specific reason why they do what they do or say the things they say. They have specific interests they're pursuing. My own interest is that I just want a good country for my country. I want us to be able to fix the problem, call a spade a spade. Some people, I don't know, want to prove their intelligence, want to prove their psychopaths, think the rest of us are fools. But the fact remains, you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And believe me, the audience that are listening, they see through this. They know who is who. They know who is bullshitting and who is real. So that being said, I've got two people I want to address. The first group, I don't think they will listen. But let's say magic have it that they do. That would be the government. This Tinubu government is a product of the Nigerian malaise, the Nigerian disease, which means it's a symptom. But in this crucial time, if I were to leave a legacy for the people, I would advise them to call the people together, to release Nnamdi Kanu, call all the tribes to send their representatives to discuss a collective solution to the Nigerian problem. I will call all Nigerian politicians from 1960, if they are still alive, particularly those from 1999, and the people. We would have a truth and reconciliation conference. We would tell them that we want to strike a bargain. They can keep some of their loot, but some has to be returned to the state. We will introduce an intensive tax system whereby whoever evades it among the rich or poor will be held accountable and their property seized and banned from political activities for life. We would introduce reform never seen anywhere in the world. We will call for elections that are meaningful. But before we start doing election, we have to reorientate our people. We will demand from them that we have a vision where we want to take them to. And it's to the future, it's to this century, it's to move our country along with other nations. I know that the pain now are hard for our people, but I would urge them that if we take these actions, the reward will be rewarding for us down the line. I will bring all the people together, call for a new constitution, call for reform the police, reform the judiciary, reform every institution that we have, strengthen them, embark on a massive educational plan, have institutional radio, TV station in every corner of the country. Every child from elementary school will be taught constitution and constitutional laws. People will be enlightened on what their civic rights are and how to demand for it. They will be educated on the exact process on how to go about it. I will do all these things and more. And when my country within 3 years have a U-turn, I will begin to build a decent military and defense mechanism that will strengthen whatever we can accumulate. But I know these people would not listen because it's not in their blood and they serve a higher master than the people that they should represent. But be that as it may, now that my address have gone to those people who are in government, I will now, with the hope that they might not listen, I will now face our so-called activists, people who claim to desire a change for this country. I will tell them we need to plan because we cannot continue like this, and we cannot. That the first thing we need to do is to convince those that are participating in electoral activities, those in APC. We will do door to door, like that man suggested today. It will be as if we are preaching a new gospel. We will tell them we are not interested in contesting political election for the next 5 or 10 years, but we want to build a movement that will reorientate our people so strong that when we decide to add our voice to the electoral process, people will listen. We will recruit, and each day we will announce our numbers as we grow. When we get to a critical mass, in my opinion, we should exceed 100 million because our population is 200 million. We will start to engage in political discussion and make demand. We will do a massive, planning, 10 years, stay away from anything politics, go to each party door to door, envision a plan where the people would have good education, good laws, good road, good things that makes them human beings. But it's not something that we want to partake now in the first 5 years, because the first 5 years we are growing. and we continue to grow until we reach that massive strength. This is what I will do with all political activists, politicians, or anybody who is interested, because I know I'm not the only one that feels the pain of this country. I know there are people like me. I know there are people who have given up, who are quiet, who don't partake. I will try all my best to reach out to those people until all of us come together with that common purpose that would ignore tribe, religion, and all these divisive things they use. I will focus on our humanity. There's so much to do, but it can be done.
Please.
I'm going to command
Go
you
ahead.
in 1 minute. You got 1 minute.
I got 1 minute more.
No,
So
let me ask her.
Let him finish. Let him finish. I too have I just like what I heard.
In conclusion, the focus would not be on the present. I will talk to the people that we have to accept our pain for the present, but we have to plan for that future and that we can get there. I will promise them the water in the desert, and we make sure that we can get there collectively. It will not be about an individual or me. It will be about the people, the movement. And even if something happens to those that lead it along the way, the movement will still get to its desired destination. I will promise those who want regionalism that it is achievable, that our hands have to be open before we can grab an axe or hold. If the hands are not open, each finger would not work perfectly. We cannot hold a cutlass with a fist. We have to be regionalized. Well, I have plans and big teams for my country so that those abroad can come back home and invest.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have a delight coming up next here. I cannot overemphasize the next contributor, Mr. Odi. You have 5 minutes.
It's actually supposed to be me, but no problem. Can I, before Mr. Odi goes, can I just ask for, I want to commend the clarity of thought in which you outline your turnaround process. I really enjoyed it. Every sentence was extremely useful to me, whether you agree with his position or not. Every sentence, there was not a sentence there wasted. Every sentence you said something. So I want to salute that.
That's a nice one. I wish you live in my city. I'll buy you.
And we're going to come back to him because Ferrari, I got to tell you.
Please let me ask. Adi, please pardon me. Let me just throw 2 questions at Ferrari real quick. And these are based on the things he said. Because like I always say, I like to listen to people and I pick what they say to learn more. Because I'm not smart, but still smarter than forefathers. So if let's say, because you made a statement about releasing Nnamdi Kanu, so I'm going to ask you 2 questions real quick. And I wish I didn't even mention this, because I was just going to ask you if someone instigated a crowd, right? And of course, the jury is still out. He's still in court. He's still being litigated. He hasn't been convicted. He's still been prosecuted. But I was going to say, if someone instigated a crowd, then had your loved one murdered, would you want the law to perform what it's supposed to do in seeking justice? Would you want them prosecuted by the law? And the second question I was going to ask you, now let's pretend the name of the person that got renditioned from Kenya wasn't Nnamdi Kanu, and his name was Shekarau. Let's say Shekarau wasn't killed, and he was the one presently in government detention. Would you also be calling for a non-judicial settlement and asking that the government release him?
Okay, let me start by answering your question with this. I have left my country for close to 25 to 30 years.
Or to be patient, I know how you don't like that, but just 1 minute.
What did you say?
Odi doesn't mess around when it's time for him to speak, but go ahead and answer that.
I apologize, Odi.
Okay. I come to you from a personal perspective of personal pain. I have left my country for close to 25 to 30 years. I have not had the opportunity to spend equitable time with my cousins, relatives, families, uncles, and aunties. Yes, I visit, but visiting is not the same as living in your own land. I have had the best the world can offer in another man's country. And I ask myself, Why am I a slave or a non-citizen in my own father's land? I bear the name of slaves. Ferreira is a slave name if you don't know. So I have an historical connection to slavery. So personally, the way I view the country, I would rather kill all those that have stolen money from that country that made me to immigrate out. But I know that might not be the perfect solution. So I will bring them to the table to offer them what do you call it, reconciliation and solution.
No, not the people.
I'm talking about, I'm going to your answer. So if my position can do that for those I hate most than a shekau, if my position can do that for those I hate most than those who have killed my relative in a political struggle, why wouldn't I do it for the likes of Nnamdi Kanu? They're just political prisoners like me. They have not done anything wrong.
So you think Shekau would have been a political prisoner if he was?
Shekau would have fallen into the likes of Nnamdi Kanu category.
So say if they had captured Shekau alive.
If they captured Shekau alive, he has a followership. He has the people who believe in his ideology.
Hold on.
Forefathers, could you let in Madam Luke? She's in the backstage.
If they had captured Shekau alive in Sambisa Forest, instead of putting a bullet between his eyes, and he was being prosecuted.
We have to take that one and take it in the back after one round.
No, that's all right. He can answer that. That's fine. He can have.
He will answer it when it's when.
So are you not happy with my answer? Because it will mean that if I can forgive the politicians that have stolen money and reach an amicable agreement with them, I can forgive all the others too. What happens today must happen to me.
Ferrari, I think you've answered it sufficiently. We'll come back to that. It's an absurd thing to say. I speak the truth. I'm moderating, so but I'm not gonna push it. Audie, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, guys. I'm back. I think I speak the truth. It's so hard to understand you, but I give you one thing: you're a very knowledgeable guy. I can't take it away from you. I think you asked AY one very good question, and this is, the problem. When people fight for, that's why I personally, I don't like activists, right? So, hey, if you become the president, what would you do? I was just at the background listening, and I don't want to drill into that more. But what I just wanted to say again is, look, guys, we have to speak truth to power. Ferreira was poetic. I kind of really enjoyed, his delivery. It was very good. Actually, I'll give you that. You make a good politician if you didn't know that. So, gotta rethink things, and there are some points you made there that we can go back and forth. I'm not someone who is much of a big government guy. I was listening to I Speak the Truth talk to forefathers about big government, essentially. I think if we talk about what to do now for Nigeria, or let's say I become president today, the first thing I would do before I even see any, like if I had dictatorial powers, which everybody knows that I like a benevolent dictator, is to fire the Senate. That's the first thing they want. If I had the power to write, the Senate is fired, no longer coming to Abuja. I believe the House of Rep that we have should be enough to present us. Cut the executive arm of government. Make it slim. You don't need, why do you need junior minister, senior minister? It's a joke. Many of these guys don't even know what they are doing, And then, you secure the country. Is it not a shame that how many years since 1960, between 67 and 70, people made arms in Nigeria. Biafra made arms, made tanks, made things. We're still struggling with it. By now, if we're serious, We can manufacture things in Nigeria to protect ourselves. There are many people looking, when you want to hire people to the police, young men trooping, army, people troop, you can, we're talking about insecurity, which is hampering production. Hire people into the army. Make sure you equip them. Get rid of corruption, the people who are corrupt at the top, and let people go to the farms, agriculture and production. Ban importation of things that don't make any sense. Many times I've wondered why, whether it's nepotism or stupidity or flat out unpatriotism. You look at Nigeria has one or two people, like let's say Innocent, who, whether he's doing assembly or some sort of, that's how Tata started, right? Tata wasn't making everything in India. And we need something here. I remember then when I came here newly, if the friends I had here wanted to send a car to India, if it was 100 grand that you wanted to buy Mercedes, if you get to India, you pay the 100, you can bring whatever you want, but you pay the Indian government $100,000. They charge you whatever the car is cost you in New York to buy. When it gets to New Delhi, you pay 100 grand to them. And that's how you protect the smaller guys. By the time it costs you 200 grand, people like Davido will still bring their $1 million car, but that's fine. But people like us will not be able to do it. And then you support the industry. You call Innocent and some Nord and some other guys and say, hey, what do you guys need? Let's produce these cars here. Let's assemble them here. Before you know it, Mercedes will want to say, hey, can we make something here with you guys? Everybody wants to compete. You got 200 million people. The truth, is that our people, we have no government. There was one thing that guy said, if I remember well, he said before independence, not independent, before these Europeans took over everything, we had leaders and our leaders were warriors. Now, what we have is managers who stand against their people. That's what that guy said today. That's really, really, resonated with me. These people are unpatriotic. They actually despise.
2 minutes.
Sorry?
2 minutes.
Okay. So these people are unpatriotic. That's number one. And I've said that many times. They do not like our people. If you look at the budget, Aso Rock Clinic got more allocation than National Hospital. Aso Rock Clinic, it's no doctor there. It's nothing. There's no surgeries, nothing. When Trump or Biden needs something, they go to a military hospital. Military hospital. Equip the damn military hospital. They won't do that. Is it not like hatred for your own country? And yet people come here and support them? Is it like, are we blind, folks?
We're forefathers to come listen to what you say.
This is just, there's a military hospital, national hospital. Just make sure that they have the things you need. Nigeria has the best physicians all over the world. Folks want to go home. Look at Alaba. Alaba wants to go home. You could hear his heart. I want to go home, I'll tell you, anytime, any day. And many people have things that they can give to our people. Many people want to go home, even if you means taking a pay cut. You take a pay cut, you go home, you stay, you wake up in the morning, and you just breathe in that air of your land. There's something called freedom there, but these guys don't want to do that. Tinubu is more obsessed. These guys don't even care. Look at Showore. I respect Showore for going back to Nigeria. I'll tell you that. For this madness in October, I'm not sure what he called it. But look at how peace poor the thing was. Like he couldn't even muster 200 people to go protest.
It was disappointing. All right, we're gonna go around again.
No, it's my turn now. It's my turn when it's finished.
Is it because it's Pansat that is moderator now that nobody wants to become Pansat? Please, I need somebody to become Passat here because Passat is controlling us too much. Like everybody is like so gentlemanly.
Tell him to go to hell.
We gotta give you Passat. Please go to hell.
One minute, I'll come to you after. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present to you live on this panel, Glamour, Irresistible.
My brother, before you start your calamity, it's my turn, as I know you're not referring to me.
It's not you. Okay, all right, go ahead. But I wanted to
my turn.
go and then come to you, right?
It is my turn, my brother. And you know, I conceded for me just to hear everybody out first.
No problem.
So I just want to again reiterate one thing. I really, really enjoyed Ferrera's expose, and I saw in his expose somebody who's, for me, I agree with him or not, somebody who's really thinking way forward on a constant level. You can't stream the way you just did without that thought being a deep part of who you are. I don't believe that you can just read it off a manual. That was spoken from the truism of his experiences. And there was original thinking in there. I heard something that I've never, ever heard in my life, and I would want to investigate it. He said over a 10-year period, there would practically be no government. And I thought, what are we talking about, bruv? There's got to be some structure there. And I'm sure in his mind there is some kind of structure. But what he said was where I enjoy this, what is exciting to me about life is the true engagement of growth and business growth, particularly people growth, obviously, because you need people to do the business to make that growth. And in listening to the fact that he's talking about building for 10 years before really applying a structure of governance, because we would have built a collective notion of who we are as a nation if we are building together. And therefore, without a structure, so to speak, a political structure, so to speak, the emergence of an organic, more holistic nation to be built. I think that's got to be given some credence. I've not ever thought in that way. Never. So the originality of that kind of thinking, because sometimes I think about this thing called freedom. And I don't need a policeman to police me. When I go, generally, I get on and we get on as a people. Obviously, we realize that police and all these things are necessary, so to speak. But in our day-to-day, we don't, wait, please, in our day-to-day, we don't generally, I pick up the phone. I think maybe once in my life, the phone to call.
Jago, please. It seems Madam Logie is on break. You guys should let her speak, please.
No, bro. Can you just listen and let me speak? I'm going to take my turn.
When she
finishes.
Okay.
I waited.
Jago, you got 2 minutes left.
There's somebody here who's moderating. AY, can you shut up, please?
Yeah,
she just dropped a message. Can you? I'm just apologize.
I didn't see. I beg your pardon. I didn't see the message. Let me. Bruh, it's only 5 minutes I'm taking.
He thought you were being AY. He apologized. He thought you were being yourself. He got it.
Please, thank you for that. I'm just leading to say that where there is original thinking and where there is something to be investigated, I think that's where the questions need to apply. So I will step back now. The only thing I'll speak about is, I don't know if Forefathers is here. Yesterday, I checked the numbers. 562 people were watching at the height. I thought, oh, that's quite good. Today, it was, I didn't check the number when the gentleman, our guest, was with us. But I checked the number because I went off a few times, and there were 8 people listening. And I said, we've got to make sure that these numbers we're pushing up rather than this kind of stagnation.
Thank you very much. Jagan, we're gonna try to come after Madam Luke takes her 5 minutes. We're gonna make it shorter so people don't waste too long. But you know, I got a delightful information for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Glamorous, irresistible, beguiling, graceful, elegant. On top of that, very strong, robust, vigorous, tough, rugged individual in the name of Madam Luke. You're in for a treat. 5
This
minutes.
Pastor
Oh my
Biyashawu, I
God,
don't
just
lie
pull
you.
your head
This
out
person.
of there, Pastor.
There is nothing anybody can tell me.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, Madam Luke.
Hey, Madam Luke.
Hello, my wonderful people. I am just loving you guys every single day. Every one of you. You keep me going at work. Thank you so much.
Oh.
I am looking at that clock. It says 10 hours. Are you guys been here for 10 hours? Seriously? You guys are awesome.
Great weekend.
You guys are awesome. Every one of you, no exception. Including Papa da Papa, the cyborg. So, we all want a better Nigeria. I know. It is
Your audio is low, madam.
Okay, hold on.
Look at him. He heard a woman's voice now. He
Is it
decided to
better?
come.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
Yeah, do what you can.
Yeah, better.
Okay, good. I had my little rag over my earpiece. So, we all know the problems we have in Nigeria. We all know. We have spoken many times. We have said it many times. I'm trying to speak like I speak. I could listen to his voice all day long and all night long. So, believe me, if I'm trying to speak like I speak, it's because that is how I should be speaking. So, having said that, we all know what the problem is in Nigeria. We have passionately spoken about it, we have enumerated it, we have preached it, but we can't do it. And the reason we can't do it is because the system we have now is not a working system. And many have proposed reforms. Reforms are very good. And I also believe that if you have reforms, you're going to be so efficient, you wouldn't need all the recruits. Look at the UK, for example. How many times do you see policemen on the street controlling traffic? It is because they are efficient. They have tools in place to make people abide by the law. So if you don't have these reforms and put things in place, nothing will work. Now, the bigger problem is who is going to enforce these reforms? Now, I'm trying to speak like Bumi. Now, who is going to enforce this reform? Can you tell me that a corrupt system can enforce reforms? The answer is no. So now that the answer is no, we come to the biggest problem. How do we get rid of the corrupt system to be able to ensure reforms? Now that is where the biggest problem is. My dear parents will say take it by force. Okay, we are all here in the diaspora. Are you going to go to Nigeria and take Nigeria by force like Showore is doing? How many people can do that? When people were trying to protest against Abacha, they left. People like Tinubu, that bad, and most of them went on exile. Now you see Showore doing the opposite. He left the comfort of the United States and went to Nigeria. And I'm asking us here, how many of us can do that? Okay, even if we can, with the way poverty has been so weaponized, where are the followers going to come from? How many people are following Showore right now? So you see, we keep going around in circles and circles and circles. And kudos to Panza. And I've always said this: you cannot discuss Nigeria without mentioning tribe and religion. Those are the two things keeping Nigerians down. Here in the US, you have different walks of life, you have different groups. But what unites them is the rule of law and a sense of national pride. When you go there and swear that oath and tears run down your eyes, you pledge pledge to that allegiance to the American flag, it means something because people died for Nigeria. And even when people are still dying for Nigeria on a daily basis now, it's a useless sacrifice. So, what exactly are we talking about here? How do we go from this corrupt system, getting rid of who is going to help us purge this corrupt system? The pastors can do it. You expect Adeboye to cast out, to protest, to come out and lead the protest. So we're all here asking for questions, and I would yield and listen from the back corner, and I can come in again if I can. I thank you all so much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Madam Luke. You grace this screen with your beauty and, of course, with your intelligence. Thank you. If you get another break, you come back if we're still here.
Please, I have something to say.
Yeah.
When you all have time, can you please help me go find Madam Ife? Something happened here about a week ago, and I haven't seen her ever since back here. Please get with Mr. Electricity. Something happened. I need my Ife back. Thank you.
All right. Madam Ife, if you're listening, you have fans and well wishers. Now I'm going to turn this microphone back to Forefathers to moderate, and I'll be around to participate. So I'll be able to.
Asa, let me ask you a question before you leave that stage, right?
What is it?
So you've been moderating. You see how everybody is behaving. Nobody is disturbing you. Do you like it that way? You did enjoy it?
No.
That's a fair question.
It's boring me to death. That's why I'm going to give you back. So, Forefathers, take over, and I'm going to be a panelist. I like that one.
Oh, no. It was my turn to speak now. You want to hand over.
Is it your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, now, guys, we're going to go from Forefathers all the way back up to AY. Okay? So, go ahead, Forefathers, 5 minutes.
Yeah, all this one, everybody keeps daggering me left and right. I don't get it, It's like
you deserve it. You deserve it.
Well, I don't even dagger people. Why people keep daggering me? I don't get it. See, now suddenly I'm the man for big government. See, but for me, the way I look at things is that we have to be efficient, but it doesn't mean you have to be bloated at the same time. And you become anemic. In the case of Nigeria, everything is anemic. The security sector is tiny. The public sector is tiny, which, to be fair, the security sector is part of. And the example about the Aso Rock Clinic, that is not the private sector, the public sector I'm talking about. I'm talking about the general public sector, general public hospitals, teachers, and all the rest of it. That's what I was referring to. We have the size is too small to service a country like Nigeria. I'm not saying that
Forefathers. The reason Artie brought up the Aso Rock Hospital was saying the money allocated to the hospital is way more than the money allocated to the health sector in the country. That was his point.
That's true. And that is wrong, isn't it? That is wrong. We're all in agreement of that. That is not even controversially wrong.
How is it wrong?
It is wrong because you are allocating to one hospital such large
amount. Okay. The government's action is wrong.
Yes. It is wrong. What the government has done is wrong because you can't give one hospital all that money, then the whole state barely anything. And the kicker is that it's not like public people can go to a sort of clinic. So in other words, you are denying them access, and they don't even use it. So that's not controversial. That is something that I already agree with. The idea that I'm just for big government, no, I'm for accurately sized government, not anemic, not big. Because right now we have anemic states, an anemic state that we expect to perform. We have a state that is bleeding that you expect to perform. It's not fair. You can't go around saying somebody should run 1,000 this in meters, and then you cut a vein and say let them keep bleeding while they run. They are not going to make it. It's not going to work. And then so other people will come again and say, you know what, let's cut the another vein again. That's what we are basically doing. You're like saying, let's cut it more. It's going to work. It's going to work better. If you are a dictator, according to OD, yes, dictatorship is a different situation. Dictatorship is relying a lot on the judgment of the leader. That is the danger of dictatorship. It's relying a lot on the judgment of the leader. But in a democratic system, there's a reason why you have institutions. There's a reason why you have a significant public sector, because those things are meant to operate as institutions to keep the state functioning, even when the leaders are not present. But if a dictator is debilitated, there's a danger that the country suddenly will experience some serious upheaval. So depending on what you like, you can pick your choose. I think either way, both works. Depends on who is running it. We have seen that democracies work. We have seen benevolent dictatorship work. We have seen socialist, capitalist, all kinds of systems do work. It's just the people that are administering it. And I guess the fundamental thing in all of them is, and that is partly what I tend to talk about, that the fundamental aspect is the sizes of different aspects of
Okay, forefathers, let me stop you. You've defended yourself enough. All right, we get it. You are taking yourself away from your claim, which we know is false, but whatever. So I'm gonna still keep attacking you. I'm sorry. So let me ask you,
I'm not
based
going to
on
reply it anymore. I don't have time for all these people and your trouble.
based on there was a statement Ferreira made, and I would like to ask you what your own suggestion would be. One of the major issues bogging Nigeria down today, at least a section of the country, the southeast, is the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, right? Let's pretend you were president. How would you handle that situation?
If I was president, I will handle it from the point of view. I could decide, if I was president, to say, okay, if he wishes to renounce violence, agitation, if he is willing to do that, and there's a lot of political will to pardon him, then I will do that. But if he's not willing to renounce some of the stuff he's done before, why would I let him go? That is crazy. I would just create problems for the state and cause a lot of lives to be lost. And the idea that because the state is dysfunctional, other people that act criminal should get away with it is misplaced. Really, it's a very bad idea, because all societies have bad people in government and outside government. If you decide that you want to start saying, oh, it has to be perfect, otherwise nobody should be held accountable, then you're just going to, it's anarchy. You might as well just decide that there's no rule of law then. That's what you're going to get. So if I was the one, I will make sure he renounces violence and then take into the fact that the scenario, the environment that he got put in that situation was
1 minute.
So I would want to change the system in such a way that the system will be improving, so he doesn't have a lot of reason to behave the way he's behaving in terms of threatening the state. But if he does that after he's been pardoned, yeah, he's going to go down, and I'm not going to have mercy on him for that, because I prefer to worry about the 200 million people than one person that wants to endanger everybody. Like Shekau, the same thing. I'll treat Shekau the same way. If Shekau threatens the state, you deal with them. That's what states do. That is not even like controversial at all.
All right. Before we go to Ferrari, let me say I speak the truth.
Can I make a comment, please? Please.
Yeah, it's coming to you. You're gonna be next. Just 1 second.
No. I want to make a rebuttal. So a few things they said. It's important. Please.
I know you're gonna be next. You have 5 minutes.
No, I want to use my time.
Let the person who is moderating moderate. Okay. For goodness sake.
Thank you very much, Jagun. I was gonna say to you, I speak the truth, the false equivalence that you're implying between one of our activists, Nnamdi Kanu, and then a terrorist. That's world-renowned terror. Now, terrorism is not an abstract thing. There's a technical definition. You could Google it. It will tell you the organizations that are terrorists, not the ones that are identified by Nigeria, but internationally. So I want you to stay away from that equivalence. It's not the same thing. We do have people who are fighting for the country, for groups maybe, but they're not terrorists. The world doesn't know them as terrorists. One of them is in
No,
the
but,
camp.
but what I just did was trying to find how they would view the issue. Notice I did not bring it up with forefathers. I brought it up with Ferreira. But with forefathers, I stuck strictly with Nnamdi Kanu to find out
Okay.
if you were president, would you?
Okay, Ferrari, it's your turn then. Maybe you could address that.
Okay. This is why we are in the mess we are in. This concept of my thief is better than yours. This hypocrisy of our hatred for some people more than others. This unequal distribution of equity and justice. That's why we are where we are. We have adopted the monster's clothes, the savagery of the white man, and we've lost our Africanness, and we will be the first to be we are Pan-Africanists. But let's leave that aside. Let's look at the candidate in question. Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for his people. The last time I checked, Mandela was fighting for his people. He got locked up. They brought Mandela out of prison to negotiate the peace for South Africa. Nigeria should think in that light. Shekau is a terrorist, but he still got followers. But the real terrorists, the real treasonable felons, the real danger to your country, the real ones that got you all here talking, you will ignore them. Fela would say, they no go call them thief, kasham, be thief, kasham,
you're talking.
I'm talking, please, let me finish.
No,
Please, don't interrupt me, please.
There's no need to be.
Please, moderator,
Please, Aspida too. Let him land.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but Ferrari, try to accommodate him at some point. But go ahead, I'll give you extra minute.
Fela was saying, kasham.
Hold on.
He be thief, but the real author, he said, authority stealing, passam robbery. We Africans must do something about this nonsense. The real danger to your life, your real enemy, the ones stealing your money daily, you don't call for them to be hanged. The one fighting for your liberation, you want them to hang. What kind of a human being does that make you?
Okay, so we've
Mandela, now, Shekau is a terrorist, but the problem now lies. If you're going to forgive the real terrorists who looted your money and come to a negotiated terms with them so that you can have peace in your country, the likes of Nnamdi Kanu and Shekau should also be forgiven. Because what is good for the gander is good for the... I don't like interruption.
I understand you, but
what is good for the gander is good for the geese. Now, when you come out in public places to make political argument like this, you only expose your bias. You only expose yourself. You only expose your hypocrisy. You do nothing else. You don't fight a moral fight. And our country will not move forward with this type of hatred, this type of bigotry, this type of nonsense.
Stop playing to the gallery. It's all right. We get it. You're not a politician. You're not going to get another round of praises. You got it the first time, okay? So, first of all, when you make statements, you got to stop with the ad hominem. At no point did I state my position on anything. For you to now turn around and say you hate this person, you hate this group, that makes no sense. I asked a fair question that I asked you. I asked this man the same question. I was going to ask Pansat the same question. Same I was going to do with my man Jagan and AY. But you always...
And his answer shows his bias. That's all I'm saying. Whatever answer they gave, it shows their bias. That's all I'm saying.
Ferreira, you got your praise already. Stop playing to the gallery. So you're not going to get another praise.
I care about what people think about me. These people, you think I give a shit about?
Calm down,
Ferreira,
please.
come on. What is this now? Ferreira, you can do better, please.
You see,
so,
it looks like he's just gaslighting
too much.
He knows we are talking about capital punishment for people that commit offenses. If let's say they ask me the question, if you had the power to punish somebody, and then if they catch a minister stealing money, what will happen to them? Death penalty. So
So
why are you gaslighting people?
nobody's praising anybody.
Talking nonsense, as if we are just praising criminality.
We asked a simple question for the security of Nigeria and the economy of Nigeria and the well-being of the people. If you were in this position, which of these are part of the things bogging Nigeria down right now, and I specifically said the Southeast is obviously agitated, which Pansat is on the panel. He's always speaking in favor of releasing this man, and you're in favor of release. And there's other people that say, okay, maybe we should take it a different way. I wasn't for or against it. I just said, what would you do if you had the power? But you come on now and you start ad hominem attacks, you're insulting me, you're saying things I didn't say. Like, that's not how to carry on a conversation. It's not even a mature way to carry a conversation.
All right, very well. Ferrari, I'll give you another minute to conclude, so we'll go to Jagan then. You were interrupted there, but you done? You're muted.
Panzat, the truth does not need extra minutes. If the lies goes for 1,000 years, in 1 second, the truth will catch up. I don't need extra minute to emphasize the truth.
Very well. Jagun, it's your turn.
Wonderful. What an exchange. My. You know, I don't want to go on and say what I've said before, but I just want us to raise the respect that we have for each other. I will end it there. I said something earlier. I don't know if you heard it, Forefather, which is about the numbers. I would like you to, on the shows regularly, to remind us of how many people are watching and to see what we can do to boost those numbers. If we're at 500, and you ask the panel to ask 10 of your friends, guests, or whatever to send a link out again and see who comes on and watch, just to see what we can do to boost the numbers. Because there's many. I think we all observe this platform from various angles, especially in terms of we are individuals and we have antennas out there. Now, I have a lot of people in the media, and it has never come across to me that I can broach this platform to some of these individuals and what they might be able to do with it. Because there's something about UK media that I am aware of. They are always looking for material. And this is in the UK, or if this platform catches on in the UK, there are 3 million black people who would jump on it. And I feel similarly for America as well. I don't know, but I feel similarly. Now, man, the depths of what we talk about or what we stretch to try and talk about, it's not necessarily about us as stars. However, we are the people who are brave enough to come and show our face on a global platform. That being the case, I don't want to be here the next 10 years. In fact, I don't want to be on this platform next year. I want to be living my life generally. And I don't want to actually be in the UK necessarily living my life. I've got a good enough foundation here. I've got a good enough foundation in Europe. I've got a good enough foundation in Nigeria. But I want to be actually living now in Nigeria. I really do. The Nigerian plain and the terrain and the excitement. But I'm bored as rascal out here. Bored. There's nothing going. Stagnation is what I see in the UK. More and more laws oppressing us, and the freedom that they speak about is a lie. It's a vision. It's not the truth. The only freedom I'm getting is the one I give myself, and that's why I'm a quite combustible individual, because I don't believe in anyone getting in my way. I don't know why you're stood in my way. I have no understanding of it. So, for us, I want to just raise our level, because we are public. We are actually public. And I know I do my failings publicly on this platform, but I can get a BBC ITV 2-hour program on one of their stray channels that will just grow. And I just thought that today. It's only come to my mind today during this discussion. So, I ask us all to try and really pick ourselves up a little bit. I know that we all have our professions, And I feel that many of us on this platform are within our professions working our minds to how that helps me grow into, I think we're above 30 generally. And I think men above 30 are thinking. I just feel that strongly, that men above 30 are thinking. Maybe they didn't even want to think. Maybe they just want to be lazy-minded. But if you're living in the West, you have to think. If you're not thinking, bruh, you're in deep trouble. I don't know what else to say. So I just put it to us that, me personally, I don't have to like you all. I don't have to dislike you either. But I do respect who's on this platform and the fact that they come time and time and again and they say what they say. And man, I don't know how to say it completely, but there is power, there is intelligence, and there is necessity for us to elevate. I'll put it that way. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Coming to you now live from Benue, it's John Abba. John Abba, are you there?
We should be rounding up soon, because it's Sunday.
4 o'clock.
All right. John Abba is not here. So now what we want to do with this roundup, I want us to address issues according to what you think is a key issue in Nigeria today. What is a critical issue and what is a pivotal issue, right? We want to do it in pidgin English, broken English.
Let me
Let's
speak
see how Nigerian, I speak the truth, is, and Jegun, and to a certain degree.
Oh, boy, I go drive you hell. You don't know my depth. You don't know anything, my brother. I go break you down.
Only quiz English,
we don't know
if problem
or whatever he is. We're gonna find out from his pidgin English. So,
I will speak pidgin.
Only pidgin English.
I cannot even speak pidgin self.
Pidgin English. Starting with you, AY. What is the pivotal issue in Nigeria now? Crucial issue. You could give the solution, but if you don't want to,
you yourself supposed to speak pidgin English this time now to be
okay.
us what to do.
So make I try. Make we talk about pivotal issue, key issue. You don't have to have the answer. Make you just give us identify the problem. Now, pidgin English, some people think say, if you talk physics, if you still a smart guy that went to school, when you speak pidgin, we'll go no. Me say, if you use terms or anything like that. Okay, AY, tell us what happened.
Interesting experiment. AY, go for it, man. You are from pidgin English land now. Make you talk on.
Okay. Yeah, my people, the problem where the country our government know they treat us well. So what we need to do, we need to give them a lot of pressure, but we make sure they do the right thing by the people. So we need to disturb them. We need to put them. May they do what is good for the people. Hunger day. May they solve problem of security so that people go fit go farm. People go fit bring food, come market. May they sell. May people fit buy food. May people fit eat food. May they provide work. May people fit go work, earn money, fit take care of their family. Petrol price not too high, so we need to disturb them. May they make sure they reduce the price of petrol. May the cost of things in the market, may they reduce. The cost of house rent, may they reduce. May everything reduce for the poor man. Make he fit chop better food. Make he fit rest. the insecurity go reduce. When all this problem don't solve, the insecurity go reduce. So the country go better for everybody. Everybody go enjoy the country. Now, what we need to do? God bless Nigeria.
Well
That
done.
was that was really good though. Your pidgin English, he probably left Nigeria very recently, so that helps.
No,
I'm a full Nigerian. I'm not
he
like
learned pidgin English
Nigeria.
in the class.
Look at that. You see that now he's a
No,
full Nigeria there.
I'm not like
NY learned pidgin English
Nigeria.
in Canada, Booker. Booker in Canada. Not in
Yeah.
Nigeria.
All right, Diego, it's your turn.
Oh boy, oh boy.
I can't wait to watch.
Gentlemen, make I tell you something. This thing where they call Nigerian a contraption, now nonsense of all nonsense. If we know they come make sense of ourselves, if we know they imbibe the spirit of our ancestor, we go die out there in the West too. We go die for free. The thing where they disturb Naija gone is the many levels of situation where we get. They culminate in the present government where we get. If we know they break that system, we go die for nothing. If we know they break that system, we know go better for our picking them. If we know they bust that system, bust up, more, not be joke out here. You see me, now Ondo pidgin and they speak for the farmyard. Off your head. Hi, I'm giving my man laughter there. Can I
Is there laughing at us now?
don't fight me, okay? There, I beg.
Oh my God! Look at all of them don't come out. Look at all these people. We want to close. All you people are bouncing out again. When we want to close. Look at that.
Diego, I'm very proud of you. You try. You speak like your papa born you.
Now so.
Omoye's corner said you are speaking British
I don't laugh. I don't laugh.
I speak the truth. I don't say you don't judge for this one. I speak the truth. Come on.
He don't run. He don't run.
If you don't call.
He didn't learn now. The way he speaks is too far.
We'll go wait for him until they come. We're not go anywhere. Now your turn. I speak the truth. All right, others, go ahead. Give it
I lost my pidgin English, so you guys bear with me. Hey God, this one's gonna be hard. Fellow Nigerians, waiting they affect the country. Waiting they affect the country now.
I say you didn't read them. You didn't read them.
Now people where they listen to.
I came in because of forefathers.
You are wicked. Okay. You see,
forefather cannot to
come true, forefather. Come true, brother.
Let me try. No, even in Nigeria, I can't speak. Even in Nigeria, I try, but I will try. I was getting it back now. Don't throw me off. Yeah, the waiting the trouble us now. People will not understand where our problem they come from, and we need to do better to understand where these things they come from. Which we make we not they fight each other. We need. It ain't hard for me to speak.
Man, worry. Don't make it. Don't make it the page. Just the stream.
Yeah, it takes a while. It ain't hard for me to speak pidgin English. I they try to get them back, and when I get them back, I go to roll inside out. But what I once tell on be say, we don't want to be fighting each other. We want to be working with each other. We want to be taking care of each other because not only us we get in this life, and we want to make sure the leaders and all the people on the vote for are good people. They are on our side, and we It's not easy. I've not spoken.
You're doing all right, man. You're doing all right.
Yeah, I'm trying to channel it. So we want to make sure, say, the people they vote for, they our side, and then when they get inside office, make we not just go sleep. We need to be checking them, and we need to give them wahala if we see say they know they do what we want.
So
And we should make we not go sleep. And for the matter for security, people not fit go farm anymore. And you remember say the president talk say they go hire more people into the security, to go inside police and to go inside the army, so that they can help us. They go allow us go farm. The president don't do them. Why we know the ASAM? Why we know they trouble the people we send it to Abuja? So we need to do better. We need to work with each other. It no matter where we come from, whether na person where they go church or person where they go this mosque, whether na malam or whether na trader, we are all in this together. So make we come together and hold the people that we vote for into office to do what we want them to do. Thank you, my people.
Nice one, forefather. Nice one, forefather.
You guys make me
believe it
today. That is I can't do it. I couldn't do it in Nigeria. This is crazy. I did it here.
Hold on. I want to energy and may use that energy speak.
Madam, you can't find us.
Welcome, Mr.
I just said I should make I check. I saw that I don't finish. After my errands, I come here soon and they talk. I said, you guys are making great points. I was actually enjoying the submission. I thoroughly enjoyed the Mr. Ferreira's submission. It was from the heart.
Oh,
that was fantastic.
Beautiful.
So to Niger I come for. So to Niger. Also, all this your shatty up and down, you know if you speak pidgin English. Just you speak pidgin English.
I
know you guys don't see Rudolph is here.
When I was in Nigeria, I couldn't speak it. Even I tried, I couldn't. I forced myself here.
Is that Rudolph? Rudolph, you can't join us. My goodness.
Return your passport to Nigeria. You not be Nigerian. Sorry, not they bear that name again. Remove that name. Remove that name. How you go come on the just a destroy PG? Nah. Unforgivable. What is that? Just you they talk and like who want write thesis? Who they exam or they try to remember it you cram.
Okay, say whatever. I try. Say whatever you like. It's not easy. I
speak the truth. Run away.
You ran away.
You have something to say
for Rudolph.
He's just laughing outside of screen.
You need to. We found out Rudolph special request. We found out that Pastor when he's moderating, he behaved himself. So you need to make him a moderator. This is a special request.
No, please, I don't know about behaving himself, but I know he's a good moderator. So we are voting for him to moderate.
Yeah, let him moderate.
I support that. I think Pansad is a much better moderator than a panelist. As a panelist, he's very. Oh my God! Oh,
he's just very.
Yes. Let me remind everyone. Hey, listen, we are still on pidgin. We are still on pidgin English. So no English.
Nayo.
Who is this? Alaba.
Obi always in that and go win.
My people, now so we see Nigerian matter be like motor we no get engine, we no get tire. Now we can
carry. You're gonna have to muscle yourself in here. Say whatever. Why are you here?
No.
Hold on now.
Make Pereira the finish now, and then we go to Rudolph. I speak the truth. He's back. He got chop us down for pidgin.
Thank you, my people. Now, so we see this Nigerian matter. It be like motor we no get engine, we no get tire. Now we can't carry plenty people inside the bus. So now we can't say make the bus can't they go drive us go Ghana. The problem be say the people where they inside the bus can't be like people where they sell market. Then one of them will tell you say they need driver. Another one they fight say no be driver they need or they need mechanic. Now can't break out for inside bus. As we can't see and say it be like say the people where say inside bus. Some people get eyes they no see. Some they see they don't know waiting then they see. Now we they push them. We just they push them every day. We don't know where we go. But we're going to tell them, say, you go better say for all of us to come down this bus, find better engineer or mechanic, we go help us fix this engine. Because if we don't fix this engine, we know they go anywhere. Now, so our life go does be like that, but we they roll for any now. But anyway, some people go come, and they tell us BB grammar. Now, so then go speak Oyibo pass or pere. Now, we're going to look them, say, which kind of Oyibo now they speak. So this kind of Oyibo no go fit solve our problem. Now, then go carry us, cause us. Then go cause us from head to toe, say, now we no get sense. We be the Amugo people. Now, in another Amugo person, we did for back of bus, can stand up, say that, them be my people, no call them Amugo. Anyway, Nigeria matter funny pass anything where we feel look, but what we feel do. Some people they inside bus, they say they want praise. Jesus go come down, come do them for them. They pray, look for miracle no Greek come. Now we don't do this matter now. Now since I did picking, now we don't pray for Nigeria where they distress. I don't even know waiting they distress. If not the time where I did Lagos, then go say it does no matter. I mean, it doesn't matter, Laura Mushi. But the way Nigeria they go, it be like say it no matter for all of us. So. But one day, we go find solution. But we don't agree them. That's so we go to agree talk. We go talk tire until water dry for our mouth. When water can't dry for our mouth, we go can't tell them say. If there no fixed time for easy way, we go dabaru na so we go bego for their head, break bottle for their head, do them anyhow. And so the story be my people. I will see you now later.
MC what the learn work. Perera, that doesn't say you know Lagos.
Now you don't go.
Now Lagos boy in view.
I know. I say MC only more for Leaf Street for Perera.
My mama na Aisha now. I be a dope boy. I be Lagos boy. We get a giddy for Edo. We get a giddy for Lagos. Whichever one.
The blood they show.
You're on.
You and the one Aisha.
So it's my turn, right?
Yes, right. Come in, Kenneth.
From Sabongida Ora. On one local government.
So make una no laugh me. The thing we say, you see, for this Nigeria where we found ourselves, it can't be like say the Igbo, the Hausa, and the Yoruba marriage, they work. And una know where I stand. The military officers then will join us together with Decree 13 for 1967. You see, they don't fuel us with decree now. We be military decree. We be civilians. We want to live like human being. We don't want to live like zombie. As the marriage now was marriage, they work. Now when they talk here, say, see, make we separate. Since the marriage they work. Make Igbo go mind their business. Make Hausa go mind their business. Make Yoruba mind their business. Both of you manage those little resources where God take bless us. Instead of fighting over, see, make I no come they speak English here. What we they talk, we say, for peace to reign, make person no kill in fellow human being. Make we know they live like animals where they inside bush. Make we for live like human beings. What are they talk? We say, make we mind our business, so that any day where we jam for road, we feel say, I be know you that time where we dey Nigeria, how life be for your end. I be make I go find visa, come begin the pursue life for your end. That's what we suppose live. We not suppose they fight each other. Since the love no day again, we just mind our business. Now the only thing we me they talk. I no feed they talk, plenty talk. Because no plenty talk no day for church matter. May God they bless us one by one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I enjoyed that.
Everybody seems to speak better than I do.
What it is everybody is actually speaking what is usual in their character. I'm enjoying this exercise actually.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Let's go to Omoye's corner.
Oh, that one is expert.
And she's the expert now. She's the expert.
How you tell us I be expert to Nigeria?
That's what you do. I don't look your afro there. Not pitching the inside.
Jago, you tried though. You tried, although you were sounding like you can't sound like person when you just come fresh from
No, I did London now. I did London. The accent goes.
So
if I 2 weeks in Nigeria, I don't bounce on 2 weeks.
The accent
I order
was
everybody
not.
inside pidgin.
But you did good. You did good.
Thank you, my dear.
Well,
thank you.
I una know where my stand is for this program. Dr. Damages, you know. Anytime when I free get chance, come your spaces, right? Your YouTube lives. You know, Nigeria, me and Nigeria, and I fight with the fight every day. Anytime I have the opportunity now, we are constantly fighting. So for me, everybody, like I said earlier when I came on, right? Everybody need to all hands on deck for Nigeria. Any plans when you get, if you get anybody, one are the reason together. When I get plans, when I get strategy, you know, won't come here, come talk, I'm carry and go back channel. When I go discuss them. Not be everything that they talk for outside. You get some things when they keep inside belly, so that the plan go feel work. Because some they come every time. Cho, Dr. Damages, every weekend, cho, 24 hours. Make it a yield results, especially say we get, plenty people for Obodo. Do you understand? So make everybody know as they go take arrange themselves behind the scenes. May not just be saying now only talk, now we they talk. We need to be talk and do. You understand? Wait till they talk just now. Kene, you say na tiri, not be only tiri. Not be alone na follow come for the country. Not be alone. Okay. All the people when they that country, if it possible, make everybody day on their own, it's better.
Bam.
Because the wahala too much problem. Nobody get peace of mind for that country again. Nobody get peace of mind. Nobody they feel food chop. You know go where you go for Nigeria now you see people they chop better food. Now dustbin people say they find food chop now. Dustbin. Una not see video when they come out from I don't forget which states now. Where we say that they give them that they count spaghetti. They go open spaghetti pack, count and give them, put for their hand. People now they sell strands of spaghetti. Una know it that one I mean? Strands of spaghetti. Not be the full pack again. Una see when they chef a bread, give old women. Where everywhere full. Like saying I don't know what they happen for there. One loaf of bread, people line up, people grandparents and great grandparents. I don't know. If those kind of things they make me shame. If that one not reach to make you shame, they cry. I don't know what else to say. Because let me tell you, Nigeria everything don't go down. Nigeria is in danger. It's in need right now. Nigeria not there where it is a deal. I don't know the last time when people go house. Me never visit home for a while. But for those people when we say that they go house regularly, I get family member when come from Nigeria recently. Waiting, it tell me. He say when you come out, you'll see people be like say all of them. There's depression written all over them. Like there's no life in them. They waka like say nothing did their body. That's not normal. It's not normal. What will not say normal? It's not normal. So we really, really need to take this thing serious. At the end of the day, see, my own be say, even if we dey quarrel amongst ourselves, all of us when they agree for here, regardless of the tribe, you know better make we first settle the matter first. Then we go resume the quarrel. Since we not like to quarrel, we first settle the matter. May we resolve, may we join together, fight the people when we say that they cause all this madness for us. Then we resume the fight. Then we go say, yeah, you be my neighbor, but I only talk to you. We don't fight our common enemy finish. Now it's time for us to get it together, right? And stay our day. Everybody answer in Papa name.
So left to me,
That country, everywhere supposed full for that country, especially where their main where they say they decide matters. Like 1 million people supposed full that place. I kid you not. How many times show don't come out? How many people you see come out? Those things are discouraging. And the more those things they happen and the numbers not they match, it gets to say they discourage people. Man, not lie to now. It get where it go reach, nobody go they come out again. And for me don't already suggest not be everything that they put body for outside. You get some things, everybody go participate, go agree. If it not be 100%, but if we get 60%, 70% participation, at least, it go get effect. Wait till make people they work for Nigeria. Even if they give you salary, not they rich. How much be minimum wage? 70,000 naira. How much be bag of rice? Bag of rice now 100,000. So they give you minimum wage. That means you not fit buy food for your people. When people they make 30K before minimum wage, bag of rice was what? It was 20 something or 18,000 for a bag of rice, and there was local rice that was cheaper. So we really need to know what we they do as Nigerians. Not because when they come every time social media, you go everywhere, X, YouTube, TikTok, live up and down, cho. We go talk till our face is blue. I hear one guy come up when I come out, when they talk, say, we don't need to wait, make the structures they perfect before we start to do things. Me, I disagree. Because people, when they do things for Nigeria, because of the structures, now they see what they happen to them, then they frustrate their businesses. They go send all these agberos to come collect tax for their hands. When they see that place, profit them again, they go destroy them. So how you want to set up business? Some people don't go house, go say, okay, they won't try, do something. Because you don't know the day when it go break for Nigeria, when person go just decide, say, he won't destroy person business. We really need to know what we're doing, though. I don't know. I don't know. This one, the children, when they grow now, go inherit. I don't know. For those when get children. So I don't talk enough. I don't even expect I will talk rich like this, but hey, here we are. I came to laugh at all the attempts at pidgin English. Make a mute.
Oh my God.
That chance for truth to speak pidgin English.
Nice one, Moye.
Try, give it your best.
I speak the truth. I can't wait you mutilate yourself.
I speak it perfectly.
Try now.
I'm telling you, I do speak it perfectly.
I speak the truth. It's
Okay,
all
go
right
ahead then.
All right, so you want the smoke, okay?
I speak the truth. You ChatGPT.
Oh boy, it didn't come out all guns blazing. Make I hear that more.
No, what did I say?
I said you can use ChatGPT in case you need one help.
Listen, I sabi speak this. I probably they speak and pass you.
Hey!
So I will tell you how many I speak a lot of language.
You know, say everybody here they pretend before. Yeah.
No. I don't speak different languages with you guys for the back before. You don't hear me when Alaba they insult me where I cuss.
Before I know now. Yeah.
You did that.
Yeah, I know. That's why they laugh. Everybody
Yeah,
pretend.
so I just speak.
Even fathers even pretend.
No, I just speak a lot. Well, listen. Wait till I want make I talk. Look at forefather open mouth. My own attack today, not to attack forefathers. And some people don't talk up since yesterday. Me and we must fight from now till I come up for the show. Because of which
this man of Fulani and Pokemon, we don't know.
Because of which he do yesterday, me and I will be friends again. Yes, ever. So, but in general, I think this is not a good concept for all of us. You know, make we feel they communicate in our native tongue. I mean, not necessarily say not only not be pidgin. A lot of us come from different ethnic groups where we get our own traditional tongue, we get our own traditional ways of speaking. But I think this one, where we they use here today, even though for like me now, as I they talk it, I they try format my thoughts in pidgin. So maybe they're a little harder, but I know the more where they're more comfortable with everybody on here, then we could speak like this. And I think it's a very good thing. Huh?
I agree with you. They say that free flow. I agree with
and
you.
I like say they do this kind of things and make there's other kids with probably they from the diaspora, born, raised, same thing. There's nothing wrong. Like I always say, I know kids from Chicago, New York, Baltimore, DC. We never ever reached Nigeria before. I don't always talk. I'm even in the comments. And when they speak, even London. And when they
Now,
speak,
we for London, we know they pay with pigeon.
Ever believe say they never reach Nigeria.
Only they speak pigeon for London now, almost.
Exactly.
We don't they
So
tribalize them.
why we go come to shame to speak our own thing? We say everybody now they try embrace the Nigerian.
When can I talk to you? I speak the truth. Nobody say Ebonics, they America. Nobody say Ebonics, they there. Now the same thing now. Nobody say Patois, they Caribbean. Nobody say Jive, they America. Not pigeon now. All not pigeon.
I did talk yesterday now. Say if you listen to a Sierra Leonean, even more than a Ghanaian, if you listen to a Sierra Leonean speak, you go understand them perfectly because they
speak the same thing. The same thing.
Now they original pigeon with that so.
And that's why sometimes I know they understand if a Jamaican people say, oh, they don't understand when a Jamaican they speak. It's the same thing. You just have to listen. And I don't know, whatever language, man, I did down. If you don't.
Okay. That one has a head one though, but
you try.
We go take up. It's okay.
Oh, father.
Who is next? Who is the next?
Janaba is next.
The platform, the moderation for others. Janaba, then we'll go back to Rudolph and
yes, sir.
Janaba, don't freeze.
Janaba, you are muted.
I dey here now. Where could they carry the go now? Nigeria matter no be small now. Those that want us to do whatever we want somebody else to do, where could they do them from? Where could we start with ourselves so we can have a better whatever we are looking for. If we put mirror on ourselves and we see ourselves on the mirror, then whatever we are preaching to others, they will listen. But as far as we continue to blame one another, this regional, it brings us more than the bigger picture. So make una carry the go. Me, I don't stop here.
Okay, long time. Kede, you are evil. Answer, you are moderating now.
No. Oga Capital of them all. The Oga Capital of them all.
Answer, you have stopped moderating.
I think it's Dr. Damage's turn now.
No, hold on. We let the Oga Capital of them all to talk.
You mean to me for me to talk?
Make I talk?
Yes, now.
Pansat, no, the guy go tell me now. Pansat, make I talk.
Yeah, take it over and also moderate from here on.
No, I just want.
No, Pansat is doing a fantastic job, Mr. Dr. Damages. Make Pansat, what did they call him? Moderator or host. No, he does better. Now this one fits Pansat because if Pansat not do moderator, he go they find trouble up and down.
All right. I don't sleep, wake up. I can't say when I stayed there here, I was so impressed. I said, make I join on and make I greet all of you. Say the thing surprised me, especially when you know they speak Pidgin English. They wonderful. Me, I know they're too good for Pidgin English, but I sabi say small things. Make I just tell on one small story. This one from Okendibe. When Andy Uba they run for governor of Anambra State, Andy Uba come they bribe people. They tell them make them go rich. Okay, make they write all the bad things about him. So one guy can collect some money from Andy. And call say Andy they're ready to give him big money, make him stop writing. So asks the guy, say, look, why go collect money from Andy Uba? He said, Andy Uba no smart reach me. If now make we steal money for Nigeria, I go, if I want sign up, say make I go join them. I go steal big money, bigger than Andy go steal. Why I go collect the one where Andy don't steal? Small one where he don't steal. So what I want say be say all of us where they hear every time we they talk about Nigeria. These people where they run that country, they know Sabi book pass all of us. If you see all of them, think about Tinubu self. Start with that one. You know, do well for school. You know, they know Sabi book pass all of us. So why we can't run away? Can't they complain from outside and things they spoil? They complain. If we decide, that's what I want to throw out there. If we decide, say we go there, go fix that place, we can do it. But we don't run away, can't they complain? It's not like they don't smart reach us. If we say make we go there, go steal, we go steal better than they steal. So make we think about it. Now we had to I think say we go do action, beyond just talking. And I don't old, but for some of you where they're young, now make una think about it along that line. Say we go do something better than just talking. Small things. You go encourage. I like how Omoye talk about Showere. You see the strategy where they don't throw out there. Showere go down there. They no one arrest them anymore. It goes, that thing will surprise you. Make una think about it. They no arrest and they no bother them. They say make you go out there, go do, make we see what's in if it do. That's a new strategy. They are thinking, those people they think. When things say they know they think anymore. They think ego warriors. We need to change our strategy. Because where they did now, they laugh us. Say, all of you still there here. We still they talk about us. They don't care. They know that what you gotta do now just to talk, and they will continue to steal and nothing will change. Anyway, I don't talk my own. Greetings.
Nice one.
So, okay. I want to ask everybody. I want to ask everybody. Sorry, I want to ask everybody here. Who really get voters card? Nigerians voters card. Who? Anybody?
Come on there. Let pass.
No be that one. No be that one. If you no go home, how you go get voters card? If you no get
the back and bring in flagship, and then after he speak, maybe I come back on.
I get voters card. So I'm Nigerian past many of you now.
All right, they go. Thank you. Now, good night, everybody.
Hey, flagship
Good to see you.
Okay.
Good to see you so late at night.
Yeah. Loco, you
Dr.
are like,
Damages, before you go, sorry, to Niger, sorry, not vex, I beg.
It's okay.
Dr. Damages, so to your point, when you just make now, say, make all of us think what we will do, right? Now, small thing now. You don't say that one include you too. Because this your show. If you can't, because here's the thing. For not, right, they get transistor radio. Where they say they decimate, not decimate, hey, grammar. Okay, where they say they share information, right? To people for grassroots.
BBC Hausa.
They get that transistor radio. So you don't tell when these people they carry on. So we need to think of how we want to reach the grassroots for our own side. So if you the talk say, okay, we think what we will do, your hand there for this one well. So we need to think about for your end, and maybe you're already doing something, because I know you go Nigeria one time, you go ask people for street questions and all of that. I know that was wonderful, by the way. But if we can take, if you can do more, like if it has to involve every other person that, whoever wants to be part of it, because our people, grassroots, they are not as informed with regards to civic responsibility, the way our northern brothers and sisters, they informed. Those people they understand the politics for Nigeria. That now waiting I observe for this election cycle. So we have work to do. You get one man, I sure say you go know him, Dr. Damages. Now young guy, now teacher for China. He's from the north. I think he's from Kano, or is it Bauchi? I can't remember. Or Borno, I can't remember. Bello Galadanchi or whatever. You see what that guy they do? Single-handedly, that guy they transform the minds of the people. You see recently when he spent 4.1 million go renovate one classroom for government school. I don't know that you see that video. That guy spent all the money when he spent though, receipts, everything, he share them online. Make people see the expenses. When you take Turn around. If you see the classroom, you go, they hungry you to go back to school again, primary school. You understand? No, I'm exaggerating, but any small pikin when enter that classroom, the creativity goes spark. You understand? So my own be say, I don't they talk and since. Now so talk with they talk. That Bello Galadanchi, when they expose, they do expose, they expose their northern governors and some of them. He even do expose on Ganduji and his wife, right? The content and say make he apologize. The guy no apologize. They interview him. That guy is doing they transform the mindset of in people, state by state. So my question to us, as people from the other side, I want to use the South now as block for everybody. I know everybody come from different parts of the South. Waiting we they do to educate our people in the grassroots. It's that simple. You see anything that happen for North, right? Labour Party, you know what happened? They do registration for North. If you see the success of that registration for Labour Party members, it go blow your mind. This is how much these people are already doing grassroots mobilization. Even though I don't see an election in 2027, I've said it before. If you left to me, make the whole thing shut down, make everybody go their side. That's my own, right? But these people, this particular guy is doing such a phenomenal. So even the imams, some of them don't come, they backtrack now, don't they join them? They push the positive message. So that one I wait, I want as make a add. As we dey talk this matter, no be to speak. Now we go school pass for Nigeria. So professor, PhD, doctor, this one, that one. You know they show for grassroots for our side. You know they show. Look at our schools. I know see some sides they do their schools, but I'm just saying we gotta think beyond how we want to do. People, if not only 2 people, if not only 3, you gather yourselves, go do something. Then eventually, maybe if you decide say you won't go back home, you won't go join election. But the way politics, the way it be now, only APC. Unless you want to go and start from a fresh party, I think weakest Sims party, I don't know that I creator APP. I don't know how effective it is, or Labour Party you want to join. Shall join, take tickets. Because the only way we can I would encourage people more not join APC. But they say APC, if you join, they will you donate your brain. You'll surrender your brain and surrender all your sense.
Knock me off.
So I don't know. Sorry, sir. Sorry, I took your time. Now that one I say make I add. So Dr. Damages, not remove yourself. You still young. Not be you at the look. So if they ask me now how old you be, I'll say you be 40 something. So I beg, you don't remove yourself. All of us, we must fight this fight. After all, now our generation cause all this problem. You not enjoy. You enjoy past me now. Ha.
No be our generation, no. Not the generation.
Na Pansa generation. When I go school, they don't get chicken anymore.
My voter's card just now. Rudolph,
which generation when we say they finish school, they'll give them 404, give them work. They go send, they go do masters.
Go ahead and let's hear what you got to say. Pidgin English only.
Local.
Is it not local?
I think Rudolph, I show my voters card just now. You knock me off. You say I know they go vote. I they go vote seriously. I they go vote. Trust me. That's why I show my voters card. I need them because look, with this Pidgin thing we talk, right? I know everybody pretend, but if you're at least maybe going to bring the rayness of us, or probably going to make us easily connected than the English way they speak. Because like Omoye said, would they talk? I don't talk this in the same thing before, different times. Would they talk, no action. Dr. Rudolph say the only talk what they talk is making effect. But the effect might be, yes, definitely, but it's too small. It too gets more impact. So make we really act. Action days is louder than voice, according to what they talk. So my people, we need all hands on deck. You understand? All of us are going to push this motor. We know the start. We don't push and reach this journey. You understand? Now with the motor one start to the start. Now we want to come on and say we want to go our own like a kene or everybody want to relax. And in case nobody get the man to take go Nigeria, maybe not get time to. We feel to start another thing for here. You understand? If every community for the UK here, or for America here, or for Canada here, or for Asia, then I think, in fact, I go most also the number of Nigerians who even there outside Nigeria, even one comment the past people days in Nigeria self, because of people who don't remove. So imagine that number. Say all of us really, really, really cry out at the same time. Go each of our embassies, go tell them, say, see, the remitter what they make from the money we they send go Nigeria. It reached for us to fit the votes to. I don't speak anything about the diaspora vote since. I just been watching this. I think it was like last week or 2 weeks ago. Now America don't advertise. You can vote wherever you are, right now. Anywhere, but that's the other they are doing right now. As if America don't hear what they talk for this platform since. Now they advertise that you can vote wherever you are. Just go to your embassy and ask for that. You drop there. You can vote there. They'll say your this. So why we not free do? Why would the wait make person do one before we do one? Then they forbid if we start them. Why they just blind us like this? We just not believe in ourselves. That's why I talk about this togetherness yesterday. Togetherness is key. Now strength. Look yourself in the mirror. Ask yourself that change where you really, really define which small impact you don't do on your own to make sure so you can at least it go because that your small change, your small impact. Now if you change your neighbor mind, say this guy don't do you know, so I feel to do my own too. Before you know, you go come be like ripple effect. Everybody come to each other. Before you know, we don't fall along. You come like say they use remote control everybody at the same time because we don't watch each other. Who want to do your own first? No worry. Since what you never do, what it don't change. Okay, why not just try change and do your own and see whether something different will happen? I mean, come on, they say life is all about changes now because this life is changed. So change your normal way and try to do something first. Even if they laugh you, make them laugh you, but just do. Make your blessing and you just stay unique. You go surprise that your small do. You don't know the number of people they look up to you with if you just change your life or people make them change their mind to do what you do or even do better than you. So, like I said, we need everybody. Trust me, nobody better pass anybody, and nobody worse pass anybody. Now, just the mentality of we don't suffer, so we don't damage our thought of thinking sometimes. But in our own quiet time, we also think like we can do it. If you can, if your house no good and you go to your neighbor house, you get light. You go back to your house and you go think, man, I want to make sure I can let me my family enjoy. So if you get that kind instinct to do your own for your family, make your house better. Why not try extend them? Okay, make my community better, or make my state better. Before you know, as a multiple effect, everybody goes to copy each other. Before you know, wow, because the corruption will do so. Now people not copy each other. All of us stay there, so you understand. So we can still try and do something better. Everybody will still copy each other. We will still reach there. We talk, no action. Look, like Rudolph say, una still there here. Look when they talk, why would they chop? You understand? Look when they talk, why would they collect? So if they don't know now, say it's just to talk. Why not change the strategy and act and see whether the action will really change something? You get my point. So I just beg everybody, make we try. Do the
if I've been forget say Diego be here me today. Since we are the moderator, I can't forget him. I know Jab back. Or a flagship now your turn now. Make you go ahead.
Sorry, I bear no verse. Mr. Pansat, I bear no verse. Flagship, na I beg. Ma quick say one quick thing. You see waiting Pokoli just talk. Na Pokoli, right? I be local P, sorry. Local P. All right. Sorry, no verse. So anyway, what I was going to say, right, is that we feel even see all of ideas plenty. Now, whether we ready to do this thing, now important. Group of people see decide, say, like group of 10 people, they'll come in agreement, right? It's okay, they move back to Nigeria. Not be one person, 10 people at once in different communities. When I go decide, say, maybe out of the 10, 3 go say they want to do business together. this is just an example. They go house. They go start to do different things.
Omoye, I beg your pardon.
Yeah?
I like what you're saying so deeply. However, I want to enter that discussion with you. I beg, allow flagship, make it a talking one. Omo, we go come back. Ejo, please, if that can happen.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. Flagship, now your turn.
We're not going to let you have the hook today. You could speak Pidgin English, no matter. I want to hear Martin Luther King speak Pidgin English.
I need Martin Luther King.
Is he hearing us? Are you hearing us, sir? Because we're not hearing you.
Your mic must work. Your mic must work. No worry.
Pidgin English in the
microphone.
Continue. Okay.
I think he has
your mic. The devil is a liar. Your mic must work.
Or you log out and log back in.
No, devil is a liar. Your mic must work.
If you speak correct English, we will hear.
Exactly.
But loco,
okay. Let me complete it and they talk then. Since he's having trouble with his mic, I bet Mona no verse. I see they hot. Maybe they drop the points because if you not get the same fire tomorrow, if you not show up here in the next couple of months, so people go decide if whether now 5 people, 10 people now gather, go community, una community. It doesn't matter what community, okay? The one wanna decide. 10 people in groups, not go by yourself. Go to Nigeria, go put something for ground for them. Then in the process, Mona decide, people will decide, say, Mona start to they educate the people, civic responsibility. On una own, it go be like drive or every weekend. Una go maybe rent one massive place for una communities, or una even be do am under the mango tree. After all, now so they tell chase under the moonlight. It was under the tree. Gather people. Start to they talk to them, they teach them about what civic responsibility be about. Get transistor radios. Can we invest in transistor radios or whatever the tech? I'm not the tech person, but whatever tech, an app thing, whatever that can be easily accessible to those in the villages, in the places, and translators, people that can translate it into the indigenous languages of the different communities so that they understand what's going on. But meanwhile, you're on the ground. We will do a lot with the minds of we would have successfully done so much work by the time, let's say, by chance, even though I don't believe say election will be 2027, that's just me. Election time come, you go down pass the kind ideas when you don't put for people mind, the mindset, everything go down at least level up small. To bribe them go hard. To snatch ballot box go hard. People go ready to body anything. You see what if Ubara talk? Anything we want happen may happen. That's how every single person need to be for Nigeria for us to get our country back. That's not my thorough cover. That's it.
Can I just quickly come in on the back of that?
Flagship is set now.
Unless Flagship is ready.
Yeah, he's ready.
Jago, hold on. Flagship mic is good now.
Are they audible?
Yes, you do audible. Very clear.
Correct. My people will not do.
Oh boy, Flagship, maybe they talk Pidgin or Gongo.
And not Pidgin, no, hold on. I'll be worried, boy. No, let anything deceive you.
It go clear for the eye. Go clear for the eye.
Not today. Not today. Forget all that English wrong with the speaker. Not be now you both make it look fine for internet. Now make they talk like that. Una do my people. I did very impressed for what una do so. Rudolph, I think you don't see now. Say your channel, you don't born another Peking. So we need to do Pidgin English session. And I propose to make Loco P handle that one. Make it we need them because now the way the message go to reach the people well be that. The grammar one would speak for daytime and for the rest of the segments. Some of them not the fit to understand. So I think this is a good idea. And kudos to you, Pamsat. Great job for the moderation when you do so. To our people, they talk say, last, Ogoro must jump, not get as he be. He must jump, come off from where it did. You know, Nigeria, where it did now, so it be like, person when he go market, go buy goat. You don't know, say the goat when he buy, when he bring her and reach house, instead of yam when he go to chop, now rapper now they chop for house. So we're in a very, very tight situation now. The government, when we get to, be like say they don't really care about us. And they don't care about those when they for ground there. We, when they for abroad for this side, they gather every day. They sit down for front of computer. They talk. So now they say we they fight, we they quarrel, we not they agree with each other. Not be say we really not they agree with each other. Now say we they put our ideas together on how we go fit take, bring help, come give una for that side. Now be what would they do? You not be say we not get work or we not get other things when we fit put our hands, they do. We just come here, sit down, they spend all our time, they speak big grammar for our ear. But make I direct my short talk to now when they home. When I know say, you don't get as it be. Now they feel the pinch pass, those of us when they here. So when we they try to put effort together, no matter how small it be, make una at least try to understand with us. Make una not try to play us or boju or wayo. They don't get many people when we don't try to reach out to for whom say, okay, we know as things bad though. We when they decide, they try to put our hands together, make we bring something come home when if we take help una. But we can't notice say some of una can't they won't play us while you now they won't outsmart us. And you know they sweet us for belly because it can't look like say all the effort when they put together now in vain. But my people, they could have put it here for ground. If Nigeria better today, now for now most especially, and then for us when they for abroad this side, what would they ask for? They say, make we join hand together, make we work together. When we begin to come with all these ideas, when they put together, so make we not join with us, make we carry them out together in one mind and one accord, so that we can fit achieve getting Nigeria out of this downward slope, poto when it did so. Make we bring our put for express road. So that if they run fear like other countries for the world. So I beg, all these politicians, when they see around us, so they not get enough for mind though. Only when election time reach, now then they can't recognize and say, una be fellow Nigerians. When election don't pass, finish, they don't take una vote. They don't use an enter office, una go come become masses to them. And that bad well. All those 10,000 naira to 2,000 naira when they give una for election time. Una don't sell una vote for 4 years. Make we do small mathematics. If you divide 10,000 naira by 4 years, you don't go get past like 5 naira a month. So make you think well when they come meet you say, take this 10,000 naira, go do this bad thing for me, go snatch ballot box, or do waka like this, waka like that. Make una not do am. My best advice to una, one way when we go start to take Nigeria back and tell this our politicians say, our eyes don't tear open, reach back, and we don't see crow what did they do. Make una stop to they attend all these their gatherings when they do. When they go call, politicians go call and go to Hilam. Hey, honorable. What is honorable for what did they do? They eat chicken morning, afternoon, and evening. Rice when they sell for 100,000 per bag. They buy them 100 bags, 1,000 bags. They go fit afford them. But now they see them. Now they feel the pinch. So I beg, next time when they come, they could not they call them honorable. Then if they no honor there for what they do. Now they suffer them. And we could not know this. Una no say now money now they spend. So just imagine say you go work, you come back, they pay you salary. I can't come there, take the salary. I can't go chop am. How you go feel? Now what did they do to una be this so? All that money wanna see them cheap. They buy build big houses for our own town. Now come they guard their house for them. While they Abuja, they travel abroad, they go everywhere. They chop life. And now to even see one cup of gari, it they hard. We could not think well. 2027 they come. We still get a chance. We still turn this thing around.
all we they ask for now, make una cooperate with us. We will bring ideas. When I don't hear with great panelists there for here they talk. All the things when they share, put all of them together, one by one. We go to reach out to now. If God permit, we go come there, come into now. But if God say make we do them the other way, now on our day ground, we go give them the ideas, we go give them the support, we go give them money. If now what you need be that to take carry out this thing when we try to put together so that we fit take save Nigeria from crashing. We don't almost now ground we don't fall put so now remain to turn the left face up. And you know say when man fall for ground, the left face up. That means say don't we still get a chance. 2027 they come. Make we rally around each other. Those of us when they obodo yibo here, it's not easy for us. So when we send money call given every week, every month, so if they see the pinch also, what you want to do now, make Nigeria better, so that we not go they ask us for money every day. When I go see work, when I go feel go better school, the children when I get our small brothers and sisters when they home, they feel grow well, at least to a good extent, when they feel stand on their own as men and women, toe to toe with children when grow for abroad this side. So my people, they could not open our eyes well, they could not open our ear well. All these politicians, now I not go use the word when I want you so, but make una know say they're not getting enough for mind. Make una smart up. One day, things go better. They continue to work hard. We go they pray. We're not going to put prayer aside, but we're not say make una rely on prayer only. Now join hand. We all go draw our sleeves up. We go work together, and we get belief say Nigeria go better. If we don't get belief say Nigeria go better, you see all these big people, big men and women, when sit down for computer here they talk. So we all for not day here they talk. Everybody for the sleep. Now midnight for my house here now. But we day here, make we join head together, make we bring ideas. When we go fit take give now, when we not go fit hold politicians accountable, when we not go fit establish ourselves and begin to build things from ground. When we fit even use to even if we not decide to look politician side, if we bring ideas, investments, put for ground for una go fit run am, use and grow the society and the economy. So that una too would they independent. May they do their own for their side. So I beg, I go end by saying this. They know they tell blind man say market don't close. And person when they cry, it is still the sea road. So make